What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Junkies back with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. It's 2026. That means we're celebrating 30 years. The Junkies, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit M Street Bank to learn how to put their team in your office.
It's pretty good for not having the read in front of you, JP. That's pretty good memory.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
There you go.
I think I got it all.
Pretty good. Pretty solid.
Job. What's up, boys?
What's up? What's up?
Got the full crew here.
How about those storms last night?
You love storms, don't you?
I didn't notice them.
We're getting more tonight.
I know. I picked the perfect time to go to a Nats game tonight. I mean, it's just going to be just...
They're going to come through D.C. probably around 8 o'clock.
I mean... That's,
Second inning. Third inning.
Right.
I had a tree fall on my fence.
Did you really?
Oh,
Paul.
Disaster.
Oh, wow.
Did it break through the fence?
No, luckily it wasn't like it was a huge limb off of it. It fell on the fence, knocked through like the wiring. So it's like you know that green wiring that you staple onto the wooden fence so nothing can get through.
Yeah.
It knocked through that, ripped it apart. Big old branch.
Mother Nature's no joke.
Is it something that you can chainsaw it off and deal with it, or?
I mean, I have a chainsaw.
Uh-huh.
I mean, the property manager's supposed to deal with it, but that's just such a pain in the ass.
I feel like if you have a chainsaw, that's next level manliness. Like
I have a chainsaw, but mine's fairly small.
I just don't have. I don't have that tool.
I don't
in my toolbox.
I'm not like Texas Chainsaw Massacre out there. I mean, it's a small
Leatherface?
Yeah, it's a small
I have a small one
Milwaukee hurt thing.
Yeah,
I have one from Home Depot.
I understand you guys aren't sawing down 150-foot trees in the Pacific Northwest.
No, but
I understand.
They're perfect for those kind of situations.
Sure.
Perfect. I've had them before where they go across the road. You have to go out there. I was the hero. I had my little chainsaw and just saved the day.
It's such a pain in the ass because it shouldn't be as a renter. It shouldn't be my responsibility, but it's going to end up being my responsibility.
Definitely shouldn't be your responsibility
because I don't want a tree laying there on
Is it your tree or the neighbor's tree?
Technically, it's Fairfax County's tree.
Okay. Call the county.
I have several of those trees on my property.
Tell the county that their tree limb is on your fence, and that they need to come deal
Well, at least
with
it
it.
didn't hit the house, or your vehicle.
Well, at least it didn't hit a person. There was a person killed in Montgomery County that a tree fell on them in a park, killed a woman.
Oh,
Just
wow.
yesterday it happened.
Yeah, during those storms.
During the storms. Yeah.
I didn't see that.
They were big.
And then, and then my patio. I'm an idiot because I had the umbrella up.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, that's...
So what does that mean?
How far did that
Fly
blow
away.
Almost dead, like Mary Poppins,
Yeah, you could have
just floating through the air.
You could have grabbed onto that
Not-
thing and been carried to the next county.
Knocked over my table.
Yeah.
So I was outside trying to put that all together. Umbrellas broke.
You're
Gotta
scrambling.
buy a new umbrella.
You're
When
scrambling.
did you notice all that? Last night?
Last night, I heard a pretty loud bang as the storm was going on, and then I was like, oh, well, let me just ride this out, and then I'll go take a look. And I went outside, and I was just like, oh.
I was oblivious. I was actually in the tub. My wife called me. She goes, "The storm's coming." She was out in Virginia with Kate. She said, "The storm's coming through." I go, "I have no idea.
I couldn't tell you.
I have no idea."
Yeah.
You notice it getting dark real quick?
I came home. I was inside. I was in my silly jacuzzi tub, enjoying myself with my Epsom salt and
Luxuriated.
Yeah, because the storms had hit her first because it
Hit
came
her.
west to east.
And I said, "I have no idea." And then I got out and I went down. I had the hockey on for a second. Then I was mostly watching the Canadian Open. I had no idea. My
We were
backyard could
supposed
be
to
a
go to
disaster.
jacuzzi.
Jacuzzi.
Was it bad winds too?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the winds were kicking out.
Massive winds.
Yeah, big
I had
ones.
no idea.
65-mile-per-hour gusts.
It was quick because we were having dinner and everything looked normal. And I was planning to go we have a tennis court where we go practice soccer. I was planning to do it. And about 15 minutes later, I'm finishing dinner. It's like, there's no way we're going to the tennis court to practice soccer.
Of course you weren't.
You know what? I'm butt size if a listener has a staple gun for me to use.
Staple the fence to the wood.
Yeah, I'll buy wiring, and then I'll just staple it to the fence using the gun.
I'm sure.
That
we
way
got
I
some
can fix
guys.
it myself.
I'm sure we got some tough guys.
I was pickling indoors while the storm approached, but before I went in, I was talking to one of my buddies who I saw smoking and joking at the practice round for, I guess, the member guests.
Uh-huh.
And then I heard the siren. I was like, I hope those fellas sought cover.
Adhere to it, yeah.
Because that siren goes off. That means everybody get off the course and get in.
Yeah.
Because things are starting to unravel.
If I hear the siren, I don't even need to hear the siren. I see bolts, I'm out.
Of course.
I'm always
You want to
out.
live until to play your next round.
Yeah, I'm not nice.
That's what you're all about.
Yeah.
Well, my brain is in a pretzel this morning because when I was driving home, I played golf with my brother out his way. I got to thank him. He had me out as a guest at his place.
Man, it was just.
That's where Cakes got married.
Yeah.
CCC,
CC.
Crofton
Country Club.
Yeah,
Had a
nice
time.
spot.
And there was some
CC time.
CC time.
There was some
callback.
traffic. It took a while to get home. I was super dehydrated because it was 1 billion degrees out. My brother, by
Yeah.
the way, who's lost some weight, looks good. He went through 3 shirts.
Oh.
3 shirts playing 18 holes.
Hold on. He had the forethought to bring
brought-
multiple
Yeah.
shirts.
He brought an extra shirt, and then he
That's
lives.
impressive.
He lives near the 6th hole, and he went out and ran inside and got another shirt.
Oh, wow.
So he
That's
went
funny.
through 3 shirts. That's how hot it was yesterday.
He's got active sweat glands.
I'm driving home, and I can see I need gas, but all I can think of is I need like a Gatorade Zero or a Powerade Zero.
Yeah.
Bad. So I'm plotting what gas. I don't really have gas stations that are like super duper duper convenient to me. So I'm thinking, okay, I'll go home Georgia Avenue, I'll go Forest Glen. There's a green and yellow gas station. I don't know what that is. Is that Amoco?
Green and yellow
Is
is
it BP? It might actually be a BP.
Yeah, BP's. Yeah, green.
I think
and
it's
yellow.
actually a BP. And I'll go
Gatorade.
there and I
Is
could
it?
grab like a
Mhm.
Gatorade Zero. So, it's like 5:30 or whatever. It's like prime rush hour. Finally get there. I put the gas in, see it starts going. And I go inside and there's a bunch of like construction guys in there. So it's taking me forever. I just want to get my Gatorade Zero, but I gotta wait your time. It's just 4 or 5 guys.
you can't
There's
butt the line.
You can't butt the line. There's a guy buying lottery tickets.
Sure.
The whole nine.
Trying to hit it big.
Finally get my orange Gatorade Zero, drive home, finish my evening. I come in this morning in the car, there's no gas in my tank.
You forgot to get gas.
So either someone stole my gas last night, which I think is
highly unlikely.
I've seen it happen before at my parents' house. I've seen someone siphon the gas out.
Yeah.
I just don't know how they could do it because I'm pretty sure that when you close the thing, if you don't have a key, it's not going to open. The key has to be near to
Right.
pop the thing.
I'm going to guess this is more likely because this has happened to me where I thought I filled up my tank.
Yeah.
I didn't look at the gas
gauge?
machine or whatever.
Yeah.
And I just take the nozzle out,
That's
put
the-
it back in,
that's-
and leave, and
Yeah.
don't really check the gas. And then I've come out the next day and I've got like
No gas.
less than a quarter tank of gas.
Yeah.
Because
that's,
it
So you
clicked
pr-
off,
that's what I'm
it clicked
thinking.
off while I was filling it up and I didn't realize
Yeah.
it.
Right.
And that
you
does
don't look
happen.
at the total amount
just-
or the gallons
just in a
that it
hurry,
filled up
take
with.
the hose,
The thing is,
get on your way.
I kind of distinctly remember looking because I remember I've been here forever. I wonder if the thing stopped.
yeah.
And I remember walking around taking a peek and closing it up. And I thought I saw like 6-0 something. Now it could have been 0.6, maybe, and I just, you know what I'm saying? It
Could
could have
be,
been
yeah.
something like that. Like it literally, like I started it, turned my
Sure.
back, it stopped before I even realized
Yeah.
it. That's possible. And maybe that's the most likely. But I was stunned this morning when I had no gas in
You
my
were
tank.
gobsmacked.
So you went back when you clicked it to start to fill it.
Well, I started to fill it, and
Did
then
you
I
go
went
back
inside.
in? Oh, so you went inside. You didn't go back in your car.
Yeah.
No, I
clicked
went
off.
inside to get my Gatorade Zero. That
You
was the
went
whole
back
thing.
in
I was
and
in
then
there
you came out
forever.
and it was-
came out there. I wanted to see
It
if
had
it was
already
still
clicked
pumping.
off. It had already clicked off.
That's my guess.
Probably what happened.
But I did park the car on the street, which I rarely do.
A little bit clueless. A little bit clueless. You didn't look at the total.
I've been there.
You didn't look at the total gallons put in and the cost.
It's
I looked-
rare, but I've been there.
I did. I saw a 6, and I thought it was like,
You
oh,
just
wow.
glanced at it.
I glanced at it. I mean, what we're gonna do?
All right, so
So I don't know. I got to call Dina. I'm actually going to call the credit card company and see if I booked if there's like $60 in there,
oh yeah,
then somehow somebody got some
There's-
gas out of
there's
my
gas thieves
Yeah.
amongst us.
Which wouldn't be surprised if gas prices are high.
Gas is expensive.
yeah. I guess anything can happen, but I'd be surprised if that's what happened.
I remember actively seeing that when I was a child.
Do they still do the bit where, like, is the way to do it? You have to You have to suck on the hose, and then that gets
I've seen
the
people
gas
do it before
flowing.
where
There
they have
has to be
things.
a better way.
They have
there has to be
things.
a more advanced way
Yeah.
in 2026 to steal somebody's gas.
When we were in the middle of the gas crisis in like the 70s or 80s, I remember whenever that was. I remember being at my parents' house and looking out the window with my parents as somebody was stealing our gas out of our Chevy Impala. And my mom was screaming, "They're taking our gas."
Probably had a huge gas tank too.
I'm so
The Impala, that was a big car.
Oh yeah, those cars from the 70s.
Yeah.
they probably had like 25 to 30 gallon.
And I think
gas
all we
tanks.
did is my dad went downstairs and just yelled. Like, what can you do?
Yeah.
You know, he didn't. You know, he wasn't a gun owner.
Yeah.
that I know of.
Yeah.
You know. So anyway, I can't wait. I don't want to wake up D, but I just can't wait to see if it says they're 6 cents. Then
Yeah.
I know. Okay,
Yeah,
I
you
botched
just
it.
botched it.
But if there's
60
$60
cents or whatever,
in there,
yeah, that's
somehow
problem.
they figured out. The only way you could siphon the gas is you have to go through the thing, right? Is there another
Through the
way?
gas tank?
Yeah, that's the only way I would know.
I mean, I'm no car
Do you
expert.
know another
clearly,
way,
but-
Valdez, other than going through the the thing you pop open?
I wouldn't think.
It's probably the only way.
Yeah.
How this is what I don't understand is how do you get the tube down there? Because in the fancy cars now, it's not just like you can just stick the tube down there.
I
There's
don't
like
know.
a thing blocking it, right?
I would
Mine
guess.
It takes
doesn't
takes the
necessarily.
big metal hose in order to put it in.
Yeah.
Mine doesn't necessarily. I think it's just a hole,
Oh yeah.
but it is covered. I don't know.
I would think it
My
would be
brain
hard.
isn't a pretzel. I'll tell you that right now.
I think the likely thing is what Cake said. You
That's
left
what I
it,
think too.
and it clicked off,
before I
and
realized
it probably only
But I
filled up
remember checking it.
a little bit.
But okay,
Didn't fill the tank.
that's I guess.
Keep us updated on that. I want to know.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a Friday. You know what Friday means?
I do know what Friday means. It means at
Good luck.
7:45, listeners have a chance to win $, the number 5, followed by 2 zeros.
$500.
$500 American dollars.
We'll do some MLB trivia coming up at 7:45 for $500. So stay tuned for your chance to win that. Also on the program, Mark Ein's going to join us. It's that time of year for the Mubadala DC Open. So always like talking to Mark Ein and Paul Taboni, the president of baseball operations for the Nationals. He'll jump on at 9 here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, EB here. When your next chapter already has a start date, when missing the deadline isn't an option, your home sale can't be a guessing game, people. Too many sellers lose money because their home isn't properly prepared, marketed, or launched. That's why Peter and Natalie reached out to my friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power 'em team with Keller Williams. Natalie and her family had military orders. They had a timeline, and they had a home they needed to sell before their next move. It was critical. Like many families in transition, they were trying to coordinate everything at once and avoid turning the home sale into another source of stress for their busy lives. Well, they got it done. Shocker. Sell with certainty, people. Your home sold guaranteed. The winning strategy to sell your home. Call them. Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power 'em team now. 844-654-SOLD. Memorize it. 844-654-SOLD or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Yesterday during the show, and then shortly after the show, we completed our World Cup draft. If you want to see the teams that were selected, we have a picture at Money Metal Cakes on Trivia, at Junks Radio. We retweeted it.
Yeah. I think you can read most of the names. Most. You can figure it out.
Yeah.
Figure out which teams
who
were
had
in.
Mexico and who had South Korea?
I have Mexico.
All right, so you got 3 points.
Got 3 points.
I have South Korea.
Oh, all right. There you go.
think that was South Korea's, was it their first win?
I think I read that.
First ever World Cup win.
I feel like I've seen them be
I know it was a
competitive
first
before.
for something.
I know I've seen them
with
be
South
competitive
Korea.
before. I can remember maybe 8 years ago or something. I feel like I watched South Korea maybe when they were the host country. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know.
I mean, that was like in 2002.
You know what? I'll ask my neighbors because they're both from South Korea.
They'll probably know.
They'll know.
Well, maybe it's their first win. I remember them being competitive. like-
Okay, since 2010. South
Yeah.
Korea wins its first FIFA World Cup opening match since
Okay.
2010.
Opening match.
Yeah.
Okay.
I knew I saw a first for something.
Yeah.
This is qualifying.
Cakes and I bet on Mexico. I put $75. No, I'm sorry. Yes, $75 on Mexico to win 30.
It's basically, I did.
But I
close
said,
to
you know
saying-
what? Screw it. There's no way Mexico's going to lose their World Cup opener at home.
Right. Yeah, in their backyard.
And that stadium was as big as Earth.
Azteca?
Huge.
Yeah, it's massive.
I didn't feel like the field looked that huge, though.
Looked like a traditional soccer field to me. I
Some
don't
of
know.
them, they have different dimensions.
It was exciting. I didn't watch the opening ceremonies. Did anybody watch, Shakira and all that stuff?
Yeah, I watched.
Yeah.
I didn't know the World Cup had opening ceremonies.
I thought
I mean, it's
Fox-
not like the Olympics.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I thought Fox did an amazing job of trying to familiarize you with like all of the stars
Yeah,
on
That's
each
good.
team.
You need it. That's good.
Because I didn't really know. I probably only knew 2 players.
Yeah.
But like they just went through like all of the heavy hitters
Good.
and like who you should look out for. I thought they did a really good job. Also,
I
I didn't
think-
realize we're doing that nub. Can we find a new chant? I believe that we will.
Still
win.
doing that?
We're still doing that.
Need a replacement chant. I'm with you. It's kind of old school.
So I was happy with that outcome, with that result. Mexico.
Yeah, I thought it was fun to watch.
was.
It's one of those things where every 4 years,
So much
for
energy.
most people that aren't following international soccer, you pop on a game, and EB mentioned this, and I agree with you. It's not like we're rooting for Mexico or we're rooting for South Africa or any of these teams besides the U.S., but you can put on a random game and be into it.
Yeah, you just know the importance of it. I was disappointed that there wasn't, that I know of, a game in the sort of the after the Mexican game.
Yeah,
you
it
had to
was-
wait until
yeah.
9 or 10 for the
10.
next one.
Same
10
thing
o'clock.
today. 2 games spread out like that.
But we played today, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
9.
p.m.
Yeah, the I watched a couple minutes of the South Korea game. It was like 10:15, and I,
I
was like, "What
remember
am I
years
doing?"
past being like sort of 3 games in a row ish.
Well, that's going to be over the weekend.
Yeah.
All that starts on Saturday.
Yeah.
They
All right.
let the home nations have their moments,
Yeah.
and so that's
Okay.
why
Canada's going to have one today.
Okay. Well, I'm ready for
Well,
the
do they
3
clear out-
games
do-
back to back
Well,
to back.
tomorrow you got a triple header. You got Qatar, Switzerland at 3 p.m., Brazil, Morocco at 6, Haiti, Scotland at 9 p.m.
Because when I got home, the Mexican game was over.
Yeah.
And I just knew I was watching it because I put it on. This is the
Yeah.
first thing I did is I wanted to put the Mexican game on. But I already knew it wasn't live. It didn't have that same intensity.
Did you guys see the reports?
You know what I mean? When it's
that
not when you know it's not live, it didn't resonate with me.
the Scottish soccer hooligans apparently are drinking so much on the flights over from Scotland to the U.S.
Yeah.
They've been drinking the airplanes dry of
Right.
all the alcohol.
Oh, really?
Like one flight, I guess they ran out of beer after like 15 minutes.
Oh.
15 minutes of the flight. And Scotland to the U.S., that's got to be what, like 7 hours,
Yeah,
right?
probably 7, 8
Then they
hours.
drank all the wine.
Depending on where they
every,
go.
every drop of alcohol.
What
they
a
had on the
nightmare.
plane.
What a nightmare for
The
those flight
Scots are just
attendants.
downing it. So I mean, the Euros are having a great time coming over to the
Cakes,
U.S.
did-
for the World
Cakes,
Cup.
did you see the video of the Scottish guys renting the house in some suburb
Yes, I
of
did see it.
Massachusetts? At 6:30 a.m., they got some dude blaring the bagpipes like out in front of the house.
You know what? There's worse ways to wake
and
up.
the neighbor's taking a video of it. I mean, it is blaring
You know what?
at 6:30 in the
after,
morning.
After doing this gig for so long, I feel like sleeping into 6:30 is a huge luxury. So those people in Boston, they got serenaded by the bagpipes. from
Were
the
they
guys that came
super bitter,
over
or
from
were they
Scotland.
okay with it?
They're just going to have to deal with it. They're just
Yeah.
going to have to suck it up.
Yeah.
It happens once every 4 years.
The house is just draped in Scottish flags.
I feel like I'm watching Braveheart.
Who got Scotland in our pool? I've already forgotten. Do I have Scotland?
I'd have to look
I forget who I am.
I think I have
check it out.
Scotland.
I don't even know my last.
I think
two
I
countries
wanted
are.
Scotland. Yeah, I guess maybe you already had them. I ended up with a couple numbers at the end. I believe I have Cutter. What are the chances they win a game?
These things happen.
You know
sometimes.
what? You got to get lucky on a draw. That's what
Yeah.
you got to get lucky.
Yeah,
on.
Mike Marr took Scotland in the 4th round. He had back-to-backers. He went Scotland, Ivory Coast.
Nice.
There you have
Nice.
it.
So if you want to follow
So it's
our
a big
World
one
Cup
tonight.
pool,
Big one.
go to Junks Radio. You can see the teams that we selected. We only took 42 out of the 48 teams in the field.
Yes.
So there were 6 rounds, 7 contestants, $10 a man. That guy Freddie, the German fan.
Yeah.
Here were his latest exploits, if you want to know.
Okay, I'd like to know.
He watched the NBA Finals from his hotel
Okay, very good.
with what for dinner?
Ooh, what do you have for? Can you tell me where the hotel is?
Really has nothing to do with where the hotel is.
Okay.
I'll just
It's
say
a
it's
fast-
one of the most famous fast places that
Chick-fil-A.
we go to. No.
In-N-Out Burger.
Chipotle.
Chipotle.
Say dabbled with Chipotle.
Sampled that. Okay, good.
Then he made a trip to New Orleans.
Man, it got
He
Scotch.
also went to the
Don't just blow over that. That is actually the what everyone's excited about. I mean, he went to America's most fun city and is partying on Bourbon Street
Went to the
last
Big
night.
Easy. Sure.
Yeah, and he's just getting hammered on
Well, that's. I mean,
out
that's
there, and he's loving it. And
it's
he's
easy to do. It can happen to the
he went
best
to
of
a
us.
Bass Pro Shop.
I did see he stopped at a Bass Pro Shop. He's like,
he
this
took
place is
pictures. He's
amazing.
like, they're selling rifles here.
Yeah, he's like, they have a shooting range inside the store. I was like, I've never seen anything like this.
He hit a Buffalo Wild Wings.
Well, of course, who doesn't want wings when they come to the U.S.? Kudos.
He's hit all of them. He's hit
He said-
every fast food chain.
Next up is a Walmart to get something to clean my camera.
My God, he's just getting so many followers. I
So
think
much
yesterday
follow-
he had about 100-some thousand when we talked about it. Now he's up to 400,000.
He's trying to catch us. He's hit his 5th state, which was Mississippi.
Okay.
So he did Mississippi, did New Orleans, and then he went back to Waffle House again.
Loves Waffle House.
Hey, do you know he's gotten so popular that J.J. Watt reached out to him. So when he gets to Houston for the Germany game,
Yeah.
match, whatever you want to call it,
Yeah.
that
Is he gonna
that
invite him to his suite or something? Or
I don't know if he's inviting him to the suite, but like he's just gonna take him around town, show him around town, set him up with
Oh,
with,
he's gonna be his
with
his
like
tour
food
guide.
or and activities and stuff.
That's
so
funny.
so J.J. Watt's all in on it.
That's very
replied to it and said he DM'd him and then said, "When you get to Houston, I got you, bud."
right.
Nice.
He's basically just hitting just white trash spots, right? Kind of essentially that's what he's doing.
A lot of them.
He's such a hater.
But New Orleans is
He's in
different.
the South. He's in the South. He's showing everyone.
I mean, I don't see him going to like silly spots. He's kind of just going to.
He's
Well, he
like a
went to-
young guy, I think.
He went
Yeah.
to the Alabama shores.
Right.
Yeah.
But he's not picking like 5-star restaurants at different cities.
Which I
He's
guess
going
you
to
go
Waffle
to, like,
House.
go
traveling
broke
all
if
the
he-
time.
he'd go
Yeah.
I was
broke
gonna
if
say
he did
those are
that.
expensive.
Yeah. Okay. I'm
Although
just
maybe
asking
he's
a
getting-
question. Relax. Just asking a
You
question.
call them white trash places.
Well, they kind of are.
Well, don't people say that about Waffle House?
I mean, I go to them, but that's kind of what they are.
I mean, I like me some. I've stopped at Waffle Houses on a half dozen times over the years. Always a really good meal, good price. They just they will never stop filling up your coffee while you're
I
sitting
wouldn't
there
call them
eating
white
your-
trash. They're
eating
just
your food.
They're just affordable. They're affordable, and you get pretty good food
Yeah.
at most of these places.
He had to
He's-
eat in the
wants to
parking
sample.
lot at Waffle House because when he showed up, the dining area was closed.
Which, by the way, I've never ever heard of that. Like,
I almost thought Waffle Houses were 24 hours.
that's what I thought too.
So,
like,
like-
I've never seen anybody say you have to take your food out of the Waffle House.
Well,
'cause
maybe
you
they were
can't sit down.
maybe they were doing something.
Like,
Could
why
be-
did
could
he
have
go?
been construction.
Why did he
Yeah.
go to Bass? He's obviously doing a bit. Like, why would you go to Bass? Whatever
Here's
outdoor
why.
world.
Because they don't have it in Europe. They don't have anything like that.
Yeah,
in
okay,
Europe.
sure.
It's
Because
not-
I've
it's a
never been in
novelty.
one.
Well, think about it. He's probably a 21-year-old kid doing a road trip across America.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have a ton of money. And he's hitting all the spots where people are telling him, this is Americana. This
Right.
is the places you need to go.
Go check it out.
Yeah.
If he when he
Right.
comes to Washington, D.C., he might go to whatever.
Ben's Chili
Ben's
Bowl.
Chili Bowl, yeah.
There's
Go
no
to the famous
Overrated.
places.
There's no chance they have a
Overrated.
Bass Pro Shops in Munich, Germany.
Yeah.
So
No.
he's just gonna.
He just wants to go to see
experience
it? Okay. Because I've driven by a zillion of them and never once been moved to go in.
Well, because you're not a
I'm not a
hunter
fisherman.
or a fisherman.
Yeah, I wish I was.
If you were into those things, you'd be in one of those weekly.
yeah.
All right, so tonight's a big night, obviously, with the U.S. Is the U.S. the play? Is it a safe play?
Well, I don't
Pretty
know.
I don't
safe
know if
play.
it's safe.
I
Really?
think it's a pretty safe play.
I mean, I know Sebastian said it is, but this team, their record is trifling with this new coach. I mean,
Yeah.
they're always kind of mediocre.
Pochettino.
Yeah, Pochettino.
And aren't most of these players, or not the players, but the lineup? It's a pretty new lineup.
It's changed a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they're supposed to beat them.
I mean,
But I
they
still
are
think
they're favored, but
Yeah.
is it a safe play like Mexico was yesterday?
I see. You're
I don't
basically
think
saying,
so.
can I bet on the U.S. and expect to win? Is
Yeah, right.
kind of the code here.
Right? Is it a no-brainer,
I don't know.
or is it going to be 1-1 and I'm bald?
I mean,
Hopefully
could
they
be.
smoke
I mean,
'em.
it could be a draw.
yeah.
Hopefully they smoke him, but I don't think you can. He corrected my pronunciation. Pulisic, right? It's
Christian
Pulisic.
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 Yeah,
Pulisic hadn't been that prolific
that's right.
in the second half of his club season.
Jason, if
I know he scored a goal the other day, but
If you want a safe bet, you bet on like Switzerland over Qatar. Now you're not going to get good odds on. I mean, Switzerland's laying 475 minus 475.
Well, I've got them.
matchup.
I've got them in a parlay that I had with Mexico and a couple other countries. So I do have Switzerland, but I'm just talking about tonight's game.
Right.
There's a lot going on this weekend. So you've got World Cup, yeah, NBA Finals.
Yep.
You have NHL Finals, Stanley Cup Final,
Sunday.
and then you've got UFC at the White House.
Mm-hmm.
I
DC's
thought Cakes wasn't going to give me a ding on that because I know you don't care.
Don't forget Warp Tour. 2 days,
Oh,
2
also
days out in
Warped
the heat.
Tour.
I'm just getting
There's
myself
so
ready for
much
that.
happening in DC
There's
this
a lot
weekend.
happening.
What's up with your boy Phil Mickelson being a creep?
well, you know
Wow.
what's funny is that somebody recently told me that he had an issue with being handsy. And that was kind of going on behind the scenes because I was like, why has Phil not played all year? Like he's basically played once or twice on Live.
Right, he didn't play in the U.S. Open, right? Or the whatever
He
the
pulled out of the major, one or two
Well,
of the
he's
majors.
got a serious,
got a-
serious family matter.
Yeah, he's got a serious
and
family
I'm not
matter.
going to. I'll
I
tell you
know.
guys off air, but
No, he's got a serious family matter. But in addition to that, the quote was he's also been getting a little handsy at his club, and he has an issue.
yeah. When did this happen? This alleged incident.
I think within the last couple months.
All I know is
Okay.
the Farms Golf Club must be Bazilli. It must be
Oh, I'm sure
just
it is.
top shelf.
Well, it's funny because they say it's where Phil liked to play his high stakes
It
matches.
looks nice. It looks swanky.
So I know that Phil had this whole gambling thing, and they tried to undersell the gambling. He's still a big time
Yeah.
gambler,
Mm-hmm.
big time.
He'll definitely make you take your hat off in the clubhouse here. I mean, this place looks baller.
Yeah, I mean you should.
Yeah.
Is this
be
club?
respectful.
Is this the farm? Is this in San Diego?
San Diego, yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, what did he do? They're basically all saying it was with the cart girl. So if it, the quote I was told is that he got a little too handsy. So did he actually grab the cart girl? Like, did he
He
pinch her
said he
butt
was
or something?
inappropriate with a female
Who knows?
employee. I mean,
What if he
that's-
offered her
First of all,
money?
they've said it's a cart girl.
Okay.
And the quote to me was handsy.
I haven't seen hands. What if he offered her money? I'm just speculating. Like
Uh,
offered money to
for
sleep
sex?
with. Yeah.
I mean, it could have, but I heard handsy.
That probably would have come out. I think.
I
that
heard
probably
What
would've
did you
come out.
hear?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I got
it. I didn't hear offered money for sex.
Who's your silly inside
I'll
source?
tell you during a break, but it's not really particularly inside, but it's a little handsy. So that means
He probably gives hugs and then reaches down a little bit. That's probably what he does.
That's a show.
Do you believe it? I mean, I guess.
What's handsy mean?
That's an aggressive move.
But my guess is he's drunk.
Of course, he's probably hammered.
He's drunk. He's gambling. And oh, by the way, they also said, I think he even said in some of the reports, not the first time.
I mean, you can pull that move with your girlfriend or wife. You can't pull that move with the cart girl.
if you didn't
The
see
reach down on the hug, that's probably a no-no with the cart girl.
the cart girl shenanigans, it's a thing.
I'm sure
there are stories that of members being inappropriate with like they're
Well,
legendary.
I'm sure most golf clubs are filled with 50-plus-year-old horny dudes who think that they have a shot with the hot 20-year-old cart girl.
Yeah.
I'm sure every club has.
Well, just being overly flirtatious,
Dozens
whatever.
of those guys.
But sometimes I'm telling you, it crosses the line.
I'm sure it does.
And I'm not. Who knows who's in the wrong, whatever. I mean, obviously, I think the member probably in the wrong, but sometimes the cart girl is a participant. My understanding is somewhat willing.
Well, to be fair to Phil, so his membership at the farms was terminated. Mm-hmm. The accusation is non-consensual and inappropriate physical
Oh,
contact.
they removed
Handsy.
him mid-round?
Mid-round, took his
Just
pictures,
yanked him off the course?
took his pictures off the walls. they
But
said.
That's how serious it is.
there was an investigation launched by the San Diego County Sheriff's Office, and they found no evidence to show that an assault occurred.
What, because of the? What
But
was
they
it?
said that they would absolutely investigate further if provided additional evidence.
What, are there cameras out there? How would they know that?
Well, you
know.
have other guys maybe in the group.
Okay, well, they're backing his butt. They're backing their buddy.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, there's two sides. I get it, but how would the? I don't
my-
know. I don't know
my-
why the cops.
I think you
Mickelson's
can
side
see-
said,
No assault
here's the
had
quote
occurred.
from Mickelson's side. Any misunderstanding has been cleared up.
Yeah.
Okay, he paid her off.
Yeah.
Phil continues to attend to a family health matter and is
That's
uncertain
a
when he'll
misunderstanding.
be able to return to professional golf.
Right.
So I wonder if this happened in March or February or March.
My
He
son.
hadn't played. He hadn't played since March.
So the likelihood, at least the way I see it, is he was handsy. The police went to investigate it. He paid her off to shut up.
I
You don't know that.
I said I'm speculating.
Listen, all that I do know, and if this was
We're all
reported,
speculating.
this is reported, so I don't care what you guys say.
Yeah.
They said they pulled him mid-round.
Yeah,
That's bad optics
Okay,
for
they
Phil.
pulled him mid-round, and they pulled the pictures.
they did. Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah. And allegedly not the first time he's been accused of inappropriate behavior. Remember, he broke up his friendship with Pat Perez over. Pat Perez said publicly, he did something with my wife, like,
Oh yeah.
and I think it was like maybe it sounded like something with like pictures, maybe, or he
Right.
did something with his wife that was inappropriate.
Oh, he sent.
Maybe.
Oh,
Like he said, it's something you crossed the line. And
Sent
Pat
naughty
Perez has been
pics.
friend with him for 20 years. And he says he knows what he did. The stories of Mickelson apparently being inappropriate like that. Dude, we've heard stories. It's public. There's heard stories about Phil being a swinger, allegedly.
yeah.
Those stories have been out for 20 years.
I know what he is. Mega horny.
He's
I know that for a fact.
So your boy Pat Perez, who was part of Team 4 Aces,
Yes.
was on a podcast, I guess, and he said, when it comes to Phil, I have a different hate for Phil than most people. People won't know the story. I'm not going to go into the story again, but Phil crossed the line with me that is just uncrossable and unforgivable.
Wow.
Yeah.
Those are strong
What if he
words.
just said something to his wife?
It could be, but he crossed the line. So
Yeah. I mean,
whatever that is, maybe he propositioned her.
He then added, he knows that he screwed up. He apologized for the action, but I cannot forgive him for it because I've known Phil for a long, long time. I've known that guy forever. And the fact that when he made this action, not only was it he had intentions of doing it, he knew it was going to happen before it happened. And when it did, I was hurt for one. I was like, how can this guy do this?
Right. You know what? Phil, bad guy.
He's a bad. Yeah, he goes in the bad guy pile.
Bad guy. Bad guy with the squeaky clean image, prior to
Yeah, he's got
all of
some-
these things. The outrageous gambling things, the inappropriateness things.
he's got some vices. Apparently, he's got some vices.
Yeah. And apparently, by the way, speaking of, Tiger flying back from Switzerland, allegedly. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah.
he's back?
Well, they say the reports that his plane.
What did he
I
do in
think
about
at
a
the-
month?
I think he did more than a month because he did time and he came back when his girlfriend
Right.
had like the cancer diagnosis or something. And then
he
there was a
went back.
graduation for, I think, maybe Kai. And then he flew back. But then I was reading last night, Tiger, I believe his plane seen leaving Switzerland.
Do you still follow the Tiger Tracker? Does
I
that
mean, it
thing still
doesn't-
exist?
It's not a lot of work for the Tiger Tracker. You gotta play.
Right. Phone number you want to get in touch with us throughout the show is 1-800-636-1067. Remember, coming up in a little over an hour at 7:45, your chance to win $500 on the Junkies. The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. It's arrived. It's awesome. And you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. How about going with Canada, one of the host countries? They're trading at 54% to beat Bosnia. That means $100. $100 trade pays out $179.40 if they win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code JP to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. Must be 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. Every Friday on the Junkies, 7:45, give you a chance to win $500 in cash. $500 with MLB trivia. So that's coming up at 7:45. So I know a lot of people use ChatGPT. I don't have it on my phone. My wife uses it all the time, sometimes for her work, sometimes just inane questions. She's on the ChatGPT all the time.
Right.
Did the boys rank our World Cup teams with ChatGPT?
Oh, I don't know. I think they might be in the
Yep.
process of
Yep,
doing
yep.
it now. It's already done.
Yep.
All right, let's hear it.
Give them all the information.
Okay.
By
good.
the way, can you just tell me? I'm sorry, because I'd like to chalk pick my last two. What my last two teams are?
Your last two teams are Paraguay and Panama.
Paraguay and Panama. Okay.
All right. And what are mine?
Bosnia and Congo.
So I'm actually rooting for Paraguay over the United
Yeah,
States.
you are,
So
exactly.
cool.
Now you got Bosnia today against Canada.
big one for you.
Canada's playing at home. They're playing at home.
I would assume, yeah.
That's
Since
a
they're
big,
hosting,
a big
yeah.
loser. Canada's a big winner.
Recap some of the top. Mar has Spain and Croatia, Japan. Valdez has France, USA, Monaco. Drab has England, Colombia, Ecuador. Morocco. Valdez, yeah.
Oh, I thought you said Monaco. Sorry.
France, USA, Morocco for Valdez. Cakes has Portugal, Norway, Switzerland as his top dogs. JP, Argentina, Mexico, Canada. EB, Germany, Belgium, Uruguay. Bish, Brazil, Netherlands, Senegal.
Brazil. All right, I had the 7th pick. All right, so I got.
Yeah.
the-
I don't know if I love
I
my
don't know.
team. I'm going to guess my team's going to be towards
someone
the
told me
bottom.
the Netherlands is a good pick by me.
I mean, Netherlands is a world power. That seems like a really good pick.
And I got him with the 8th pick.
I heard this German mathematician who's predicted the World Cup
Yeah.
winner the last 3 times.
Okay.
He predicts the Netherlands win this time.
Oh, really? That would be
Who
huge.
knows? Those things are
That's
usually
good
goofy.
though.
All right, so how did they get ranked by chat?
Start at the bottom.
All right.
Number
Final
7.
pre-tournament power rankings.
Okay.
Number 7, lowest man on the totem pole in the World Cup pool and on the Junkies, Mike Marr.
Oh, really?
How does this keep happening?
What are you doing?
Number 1.
Hey, did you put the scoring system into ChatGPT? So
Would
It
that
un-
affect how
would- yeah,
it
the pre-tournament ranking?
Yeah, it knows our
Okay.
scoring system. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Poor Mike Marr.
What does it say? Does it have an analysis of his team? Like it did when
It
we-
says if Spain
he
wins the
can't
World
help
Cup,
picking
It
losers.
says it's poopy.
Marr could
That's what it
absolutely
says.
win the pool. He just has less depth than some of the others.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Where'd you start to veer off the chalk?
Well,
Mar.
that's true. I mean, he had the number 1 pick, so his second round pick wasn't until 14.
Where did you start to veer though? Right away, like after your first pick, Mar.
I just followed the board on FanDuel, like the odds. Basically,
You did?
Yeah. So I kind
Okay.
of just went with chalk after that. But that Chat GPT that doesn't know I'm World Cup Mike. So who cares about those rankings?
Yeah, it doesn't
All right,
have
all
that
right,
factored
all
into
right,
the
all right.
equation.
Yeah. Did you say World Cup Mike had the first overall pick?
This guy should probably shut up because he's one step ahead of Marr. Drab.
What?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it
Who
doesn't-
are your top 3 again?
England, Colombia, Ecuador. I like this
like those.
roster more than the ranking suggests. England gives you a chance to win the whole thing, and Colombia and Ecuador are dangerous.
Okay.
But it had you 6th.
6, yeah. Number 5, John Allville.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Cakes.
double dip of Norway and Switzerland, I'm not crazy about. Those guys
ba-
are going to get so sunburned over
Oh,
here.
yeah. the European teams that aren't used to the heat.
So fair skinned.
I like this next one. Number 4, Eric Bickle.
Mm-hmm.
Classic EB move. No sexy pick, just a bunch of teams that could all reach the knockout rounds.
All
All
right.
right, I just
Hey,
went by chalk.
you take
to be
that.
honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Number
we know nothing about the teams.
He can't even find Spain
Yeah.
on the map. You think he
No,
knows
that's
about his
irrelevant.
teams?
I don't think that matters.
Number 3, Matt Valdez. Deepest roster overall, it says. France, USA, Morocco, and South Korea. So it really likes what Valdez is doing, just not in the top 2.
Looks like the later picks.
haven't-
Me and you had later picks.
Yeah,
I
the only
haven't heard my
problem-
name
right?
yet.
He has to root for Iran.
Yeah,
That's his last
I heard
pick.
they had a good Counter Strike.
Number 2, John Paul really likes Argentina, Mexico, and Canada. And it says Argentina is the best single asset in the pool
Ooh.
and a solid supporting cast.
Very nice.
I don't know how Argentina's the best asset in the pool when they're like the sixth favorite to win it, but it likes
They
what
like
JP
it.
did.
Chat-
I wish I had
Likes
Argentina.
the draw.
I wish I had Argentina. Yeah.
And,
Analyzing the draw.
and number one,
Bish Bucks.
Fish Bucks.
Oh, look at that.
What does it say about my roster?
Soccer bish.
That's a nasty roster. Brazil is a favorite. Netherlands is a legitimate deep run candidate, and Senegal and Austria can both advance.
Wow. Look at that, Cakesy.
Very good.
That seemed pretty
impressive.
good. So did you just ad lib yourself, or did it say, because it's remembering all the different things you put in there? You said classic EB. Did you?
Yeah, I
ad-lib
don't know
that?
why it says that, but I mean, I talk
does
to
say
I
that.
do talk to ChatGPT all the time, so it has.
And allegedly, I think that does inform it. You know what I mean? It's supposed to have like a memory.
So you have a deep relationship with ChatGPT?
well,
I mean, it knows me better than I know myself.
Yeah.
to be honest with
I
you,
know
because
my
I do a lot of show stuff on
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
and so it knows
Yeah.
our personalities.
Yes.
so it remembers all that.
I told you, my son, he daps up Claude all the time. Says, "Nice job, thank you." You know, they have like a relationship. It's weird.
My wife is
They're
like that too.
boys.
I'm like, who are you talking to? Sometimes I think she's on the phone with a person and she's talking to
Yeah.
ChatGPT. I
Yeah.
forget the name that she's actually given ChatGPT. There's some sort of name. Hey, so the German mathematician's name is Joachim Clement. He's predicted that the Netherlands will win the 2026 World Cup. He predicted his native Germany and Brazil in 2014, France and Russia in 2018, and Argentina and Qatar 4 years ago. So he's been on fire. Not exactly sure of the math that he does to figure it out, but that's who he's got. If you want to run with the
I'm
German
going to guess he's
mathematician.
better at math than all of us combined.
So I've got
If his trade is mathematician,
That's a given.
He knows what he's doing.
Sunday, I've got Australia and the Netherlands playing.
Yeah, I already took an L with.
I got Brazil playing
with
on
Czech-
Saturday.
Czech Republic taking an L to Korea last night, so that's not good. That's not good for my squad.
You have Switzerland, right?
I do have Switzerland.
Yeah, they play their first game on Saturday.
against
against
Qatar.
Qatar.
They should bury Qatar. They should beat them like 3-0.
Yeah, they're a huge favorite.
Yeah.
Might put my whole account on that.
I mean, do you think the way the scoring system is set up that if one of our bottom feeders gets a dub, that it's like seriously one of our fifth or sixth picks gets a dub, it like really puts us over, or no? It's gonna overtime. It's not gonna mean anything.
I think over time, your quarterfinals and on will probably.
It could give you it could give you an edge at the end though. Like if a couple people are close,
Yeah, but it's not like that's not some
it's
big deal.
No, 'cause
But
it's only
if-
like 3 points
if you're
versus
fi-
10 points in later rounds.
But if your fifth or sixth team advance out of the group stage,
Yeah.
then yeah.
Oh yeah, that would be crazy.
By the way, I totally didn't look at which teams were in which groups.
I didn't either.
I'm already taking friendly fire in the first weekend.
Going
I've
against
got
yourself?
Switzerland and Qatar. So,
What
I mean, what am I doing? What am I doing over here?
right. Well,
oh,
hopefully,
I just kind of did it by
Yeah,
the
but
groups.
Qatar was one of you. Was Qatar your last pick?
Yeah, it was my last pick.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get any points out of them.
Probably not.
I did it by
didn't
the
look at the
groups.
groups either. I have no idea if my countries are in the same group.
Rookie mistake.
Yeah, rookie mistake, big time.
Not really a rookie mistake. He's the leader in the clubhouse, according
Yeah.
to ChatGPT.
Hey, you know what?
That's
I'll look at the
pre-tournament
groups.
garbage.
I'll look at the groups in 2030. I'll look at it in 4 years. 4 years from now.
Anyway, it does make it interesting. You've got Canada today against Bosnia, and then the Americans, of course, play Paraguay at 9 o'clock tonight. Phone number you want to get in touch with us throughout the show is 1-800-636-1067. Remember, 745, your chance to win $500 with MLB Trivia.
Andrei Svechnikov scored twice, and Sebastian Aho added a second period goal in a breakout offensive game for both, helping the Hurricanes beat the Vegas Golden Knights 4-2, taking a 3-2 series lead in the best-of-7 series. Captain Jordan Stahl found the net again for the 5th straight game this series. Game 6 is Sunday night in Vegas, with the Hurricanes playing for a chance to hoist the Stanley Cup for the first time since 2006. And keeping it in the NHL, more news there. Tampa Bay Lightning winger Nikita Kucherov won his second Hart Trophy as the NHL's MVP in an extremely close race against Edmonton Oilers center Connor McDavid and Colorado Avalanche center Nathan MacKinnon. And this was a very small margin of victory. Kucherov had just 10 more points than McDavid. That 10-point winning margin made this the third closest vote in 30 years. From the Crop Cap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCown, The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Spish Cakes, EB and JP. Coming up at 7:45, your chance to win $500 with some MLB trivia. You know how EB often asks you to remind him when we have appearances,
Sure, of course.
or different things? I may need a reminder.
Okay.
I said yes, and I'm remembering it now, but it could easily slip my mind later
Uh-oh.
today.
What did you commit to?
I think you committed to it as
I
well.
did.
I think
I did.
maybe he committed to it. Our boys, Blue Shorts and Othello, have the month of June keys going on.
That is true. I did.
See, not top of mind.
No, but I haven't picked a date yet. The date is TBD
Mine is today,
at this point.
7:30, month of June keys.
Oh, yours is today. You know, I already committed to June 17th.
Oh, I committed to that too.
See? I'm telling you, I need a
When- I don't even
reminder.
remember.
So do you go? I know that's what he just said. Are you going out there, or are they coming to you?
I did that last time. I think this time they just sent me a Zoom link.
You think I'm gonna go to his like
Oh,
family
yeah.
room?
I'm pretty
I don't
sure
know.
I'm zooming it.
I mean, I'm
That's what
lucky
I
he
did
lives.
last
He
time.
lives,
I went to-
lives a mile from me.
yeah.
I saw domestic Shorts in action. I went to Shorts' townhouse.
I think I'd be scared to go. No, I'm.
He's Mr. Mom.
Yeah, God bless him. I like him. I like Othello. I actually do like those guys. No chance I'm driving there to go sit in their house.
But 7:30 is just in the middle of, I don't even know what's going on, but there's always something going on at 7:30.
Sure.
Well, Chris
Someone have to step
knows.
aside.
He knows. I said, I didn't even have to say it. He's like, I'll text you the week before, and I'll text you the
Yeah.
day before,
He knows.
and
He's
I'll
well
text you the
aware.
day of.
Yeah, yeah. He's going to remind you 14 times.
Yeah. I think I put it in my calendar, but it's not like I look days and days ahead on my calendar.
Yeah, I need to, you know what, now that I'm thinking about it, I need to put an alert. And it's tonight.
Yeah.
But I just know that's kind of the time when we're usually running around with kids' sports activities. I don't know.
Here's
Something's
what
gonna be
here's what
happening.
I'll be doing at 7:30 tonight. Probably trying to dodge Thunder Boomers down at
Down.
Nats Park.
Yeah.
Like I picked one Nats game to go to, and of course it's going to be hideous weather.
Well, you're going to have good dinner.
I am going to have a good dinner pre Nats game,
Yeah.
but I mean, we'll have to see if the Nats game goes off. Who knows? Might be looking at a rain delay.
Going to be going to Circa.
I am. Thank you.
So
Thank
if you're
you
at
for
Circa
setting that
tonight
up.
in Navy Yard, look for cakes around 5:30.
Yes, hopefully I'll be there by then. But I'll be stuck in traffic. I'm sure. I'm sure
Oh, yeah.
that's
You'll
what's
probably
gonna
get there
happen.
at 6:15.
Yeah.
We got a tweet. I don't know if it's true or not, but, and I think this has to do with that Freddie page.
Okay.
And the reason why I'm calling it the Freddie page, because when I looked at the tweets, I don't see a picture of Freddie.
No, it's a picture of Cristiano Ronaldo.
Right.
I see pictures of the scenes,
Correct.
and this guy said, "Word on the street is that page is a fake." Could it be just an American guy,
Just a bot,
Wow.
or
That'd
a
be
bot
great.
just-
That'd be great.
I don't know.
an American guy pretending to be a German
Is
guy?
Of course it
stealing
could be.
pictures.
It could be.
It could be.
I mean, it's online. Of course, it could be. It
When-
could
Building
be
up all
fake.
these followers.
was the account just created?
I don't know.
I mean, not that that means anything, but
Joined March of 2021. And the geolocation on his profile is Germany, but I'm sure that's easy to manipulate.
or it could be just some guy from Germany just picking pictures off the internet.
Look, it's just one random
Could be.
Twitter guy who said that to us.
Yeah.
But
Yo, because why wouldn't you put pictures of yourself
right,
with your fries or whatever? You know,
right.
whatever.
right. You're at Waffle House.
Yeah.
Selfie at Waffle House.
I would think you want to document your trip. You document not just your food. You document you there. You pumping gas at the BP in Silver Spring.
When you have that many followers, can you monetize it that quickly, like through Twitter?
Twitter gives you.
Is
I
he
think,
YouTubing?
monthly- I think
Is
they
he-
get monthly payments.
Is he doing anything else?
I don't know, but certainly with 400,000, the way his is going viral. Certainly, you have to apply for the monetization. I've applied for the monetization on Twitter, way past my Twitter Prime. And I think I've gotten about $60.
Oh yeah.
I've earned $60
Oh, there you
for
go.
my professional Twitter
You've made
career.
it.
Yeah,
Going big.
yeah.
Well, we'll find out if, when JJ Watt's hanging out with him if he's legit German.
Right. That's true.
Yeah.
He's going to hang out with him for a day.
No, if he'll make a little bit of dough because he's gone super viral, and he's got almost 500,000 followers. He'll make some decent cash this month. I mean, he's not going to get rich off it.
Now, he only has 130 followers on Instagram. If this is the same one, it says German on a voyage of discovery. See, it
probably fake.
doesn't even have a post.
It's probably fake. Yeah.
Everything.
So if you had to bet
No,
right
no,
now,
I'm saying the Instagram is fake. That's just some guy.
If you had to bet right now, is the guy that
I'm
we've been
50-50.
talking about this going to Waffle House?
I don't know.
And New Orleans and to Bass Pro Shop. Real?
I'm going to guess he's legit, but I've got a few
You
reservations.
got some questions.
I got a
Yeah,
few.
you
That's all
have
it
to doubt-
takes.
you have to doubt everything.
One guy on Twitter telling us that it's a fake.
Yeah. I doubt everything now, Case.
That came in from La Flama Blanca. So who knows? Who knows? I have some doubt. Did you guys follow the Henry Ruggs deal? Henry Ruggs, the former first round draft choice by the Raiders, wide receiver, who's in prison for killing someone.
Well, he killed a woman and her dog, I believe, in a drunk driving
Vegas.
crash in Vegas.
He was going 160 miles an hour drunk.
He was hoping to be released on parole, but instead he was denied parole and he will remain in prison.
Right. Did
Well-
they say why he was denied parole? Has he had bad behavior?
He's
No, I
only
don't
been
think
there
so.
for 5 years.
I think
Has
he
he
was
been
denied.
there 5 years already?
Well, it happened in 21. I'm not sure when.
Been in jail 5 years?
Yep.
Yeah, he got behind the wheel of his Corvette, slammed into the back of a woman's car, killed her
Oh, I
and the
remember the
dog.
scene. It was horrific.
Oh, it's
The conviction
hideous.
was for felony DUI and vehicular manslaughter.
Right.
Sentenced up to 10 years in prison.
Yeah, but when they go up for parole, is part of their deal like, what if you're the model citizen, you do everything right, you're doing, you're helping to rehab other inmates, like you're sweeping the toilet, like you're literally doing everything right.
Mm-hmm.
Is it still their job to kind of be the judge and go, yeah, 5 years not enough for that crime? Or is it their judge to just go, you know what, you meet all the requirements, you've been a good citizen.
It probably just
We
depends
could
on probably depends on the judge.
Yeah, but isn't it like a trio of judges or something that
Oh,
you
I
go
don't know
before?
what
I don't
goes
know how
on in
that works.
Vegas, but I mean, some people do get out on parole, and some judges say no, you haven't served enough time.
Yeah.
I
I mean, he killed a woman going 160 miles per hour drunk.
In Shawshank
He-
Redemption,
Right.
they would go before a little parole board.
Right.
And
I've seen
Red,
it before.
unfortunately, a lot of times over and over again, the parole board was saying
Well,
no.
you end up making a murderer guy. Stephen Avery, he was going before a board every time, trying to get appeals or get out early or whatever. It wasn't going before a judge.
Well, he had 2 years of house arrest
Yeah.
before he was served or sentenced, I think, in August of 2023. So maybe they feel like he just hasn't served.
So that could be
enough
part of
time
the
yet.
deal. They can just say, listen, I know you've been a model citizen. You just haven't served enough, in
Enough
our
time.
opinion, for the crime you committed.
Yeah.
And that's valid.
He's-
And,
he's
and the
next
reporter
up.
says there was he had a non-compliant travel arrangement issue in October, and he initially resisted mental health treatment.
All right, so there you go. So he's
So
had
those
a
are-
couple transgressions in their eyes. That makes sense.
But he has done a lot of good, I think, or
rehabilitatory type things.
Yeah, like he's very apologetic for things he's done, at least in the videos that I've seen. And he's trying to make right as best as he
Yeah, I
can.
mean, hopefully he's
Yeah, yeah.
learned from that horrific incident.
Yeah, I mean, it's
hopefully
horrible.
he's grown and like.
But if he gets out in 7 years, I mean, some people are getting 20 years for DWI
right,
accidents that kill people. So
I think it just depends.
I know it's all random though. Like
Yeah.
Dante Stallworth killed somebody or whatever, right? Guy, I'm not sure he served a day. Remember that? Or
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
30 days, or
Yeah,
I mean, it
right,
was like a
right.
crazy low. It's all
Yep.
different.
I believe he has mandatory parole next summer.
Henry Ruggs.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's August 24th next year.
I mean, it just depends on the judge or
The
parole
jurisdiction, all that
board,
stuff. It's just weird, yeah.
how they present themselves, how those people are feeling that day. Who knows? The local crime spree.
I know if that was our daughter
happened.
that died, we wouldn't want him getting out on the first parole.
of course
Right.
not.
We talked about it a little bit. I think the crime spree with the carjacking and the shooting spree.
Mm-hmm.
That guy was indicted, I guess, on 17 counts of attempted murder
Where was this one?
in Prince George's County. Remember the guys? He was a 68-year-old guy.
Yeah, it was
so he had
weird.
71 total counts.
It's
Larry
like a one-man
Simpson
crime spree.
Yeah, it was
did
like
some
an old guy.
carjackings,
Yeah,
and he just
68.
started.
Yeah, it's so weird.
So I don't know if we mentioned this at the time. He was a guy who had been convicted of murder in 1987, served 35 years in prison, was released, and then he
Then
does
went
this.
bananas.
He's clearly not rehabilitated.
Oh my God.
So he was released in 2022. So
So
You know.
he lasted a couple years before he lost it.
yeah,
So did, and
isn't
they
the
didn't-
recidivism,
they didn't
whatever
ca-
that word is? I can't pronounce.
recidivism?
Isn't like that rate like 90%?
I don't know if it's 90%, but I've heard it's super high. Yeah.
Did you guys remember the Travis?
I mean, if you're 35, I do believe in second chances.
Yeah.
Now, for murderers, it's tough.
yeah.
Now, for Ruggs, it's not like he got in the car at the time with the intent. However, he was hammered, right?
Yeah, and of
DUI.
course he got a .16.
But everybody
you know that can
knows
happen.
if you get behind the
JP,
wheel,
you've got to pay a
hammered.
penalty for
I agree.
for making a bad judgment.
He's
I
not
agree.
saying you shouldn't, but
Yeah.
he's just saying he wasn't necessarily intending.
He's
I
gonna
agree.
get a
And then
second
you worry
chance.
about cases like this one in Prince George's County where the guy murdered somebody and he serves 35 years and they think he's good to go. And then 4 years later, he goes on the
up.
shooting spree.
Well, hopefully this
Well,
judge now is going to say, okay, you're going to prison for the rest of your life.
Well, of course. The guy
Well,
not
if you
gonna
have
live it long.
71 counts, you
Yeah.
probably are.
You're not getting out of
He's not
prison
getting
ever
out.
again.
Do you guys remember the story of Travis Rudolph?
No.
Travis Rudolph was a receiver.
I don't really remember the story.
You'd have to
Right, he was
remind
with the Giants, I think, and a couple other teams. But he was dating a girl, and they were in Florida. They were in Tallahassee,
Okay.
and he had some issues with the girl. I don't know if there was domestic issues, but the girl followed or came home with Travis Rudolph, and they got into some sort of a dispute. And the girl texted her friends. 4 guys showed up at the house. She texted them, "You need to off him." Okay, so
off Travis Rudolph.
yeah, this is all on
Okay.
video.
All right.
And so she's there with with Travis Rudolph. Travis Rudolph's brother escorts her away from the house because they were
Okay.
getting into it.
Right.
These 4 dudes walk up, and I don't think they were armed. Travis Rudolph leaves his house and starts shooting at the car where the 4 guys are. Kills one of them,
Okay.
injures another one. Indicted on murder charges, but got off. They said it was self-defense.
Really?
Even though the 4 guys had no weapons. That was a pretty big story in Florida.
But when?
I think the murder happened in 21. I'm guessing the trial was a couple of years after that.
I don't know why that didn't capture my attention. Right?
Well, just
I
because
don't
Travis
remember it.
Rudolph wasn't a big name,
Yeah.
but it's all on video. I mean, if you just YouTube it, it's very interesting. Yeah, it was June 7th, 2023. A jury unanimously acquitted Rudolph of all charges.
I
That's
just
pretty
saw,
wild.
Yep.
just since we're going through crime and
Crime blotter segment.
Darren Sharper, did you see that? He was just released to a halfway house. Remember, he's the one that was like putting all the pills in and raping all the
from
chicks.
the Packers, right?
Saints.
Saints. He was
Remember
DB for the
Saints,
Saints,
and
right?
maybe the Cowboys too, right? Wasn't he a Cowboy?
So how long did he serve?
He played for the Packers, Vikings, Saints,
Okay,
according to Wiki.
not Cowboys. He's 50. He pleaded guilty or no contest in 2015. So I guess he must have served about 10 years,
Wow.
something like that.
He's a Richmond guy.
He's from Richmond? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. He went to William & Mary. No, I didn't see that he got out.
He initially was sentenced to 18 years in prison. So I guess he did 10 or 11.
How about the Darren Lee dude? The linebacker of the Chiefs, former linebacker of the Chiefs, indicted on
and
murder
the Jets,
charge.
too.
And the
He played
Jets.
the Jets, yeah.
Yeah. Just indicted on a murder charge, killed his girlfriend.
Yeah, we saw that. That just happened recently.
That happened recently, yes.
Yeah.
So he has to go through the process. But, man, it's crazy.
Anyway, Henry Ruggs, because I think we brought him up maybe 6 months ago, and he thought maybe he could come back and somehow get himself back in shape and get in the league.
Well, he's still only 27. He'll be 28 next year when Drab says he's mandatory paroled.
Release.
There's no way a team could sign. Like at 28, you haven't played in 6 years, you've been in prison. There's
And
no
that's
way.
longer than the Brandon Ayuk layoff.
There's no way you're going to go out there and be able to run routes in it.
It would be a great redemption story.
It would, yeah.
Well, it's also horrible PR for your team.
Yes.
I mean,
I guess.
That's probably not
it's
going
tough
to go
to
over
add
well.
him to your roster.
It is tough, but at some point, do you believe in redemption or not? You give people second chances.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still a pretty
not necessary.
heinous crime.
Yeah, for sure. Doesn't diminish the crime.
I mean,
just shows that they'll sign anybody to win.
What about XFL
UFL?
or UFL?
Yeah.
I guess that's
I mean,
possible.
I mean,
Maybe
it won't be any. The guy's not going to make any real dough.
I know,
Remind me
but if
not-
your point is, if you're trying to get back into the league
Go
and
to
the league
UFL,
is and
ball out.
yeah, the league is kind of doesn't want to touch you
All right,
because
so
you're
then-
toxic.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden you show in the UFL that you still have ability.
Yeah.
I think some teams would kind of turn the other way or be a little more
Well,
forgiving.
there's something to be said for if you all you can do is serve the time you're sentenced to, right?
Yeah.
And then try to be a good person and do good
If you
deeds or
serve
whatever.
the
and
maximum amount of time that you were sentenced to, correct? Yeah.
the maximum time. What if you just served whatever the time is and you got parole because that's how the law works?
Well, he was sentenced to up to 10 years, but I don't think he was sentenced. He might have been sentenced for.
You sh-
I mean, I do
parole
think that
after 5 years.
even though you go to jail for something terrible, it's awful, but people probably should get a chance at life if they get released. You just want them to be homeless? I don't know. Like, you know what I mean?
Right, you should get a chance.
Should get a chance.
It's very tough.
Yeah.
I'm sure the odds aren't great.
Probably hard as hell.
you go to the UFL.
It's not a great thing to have
show-
on your resume for a regular job.
Show that you're a model citizen now, and that you're reformed, and that you've learned your lesson.
and
And
you go
that
a
you're,
year or two without getting out of trouble.
Yeah,
And now
and
you're
you're-
30.
Yeah.
yeah, but if you're still
You're a baller?
if you're still productive,
Yeah.
But correct me if I'm wrong. He wasn't that productive when he actually played.
I don't
He
think
was a little bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, I think so far.
He was
From
one of
where
those
he was
combine
drafted,
freaks.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right, combine freak, great speed. Some of those measurables were great, and then he just didn't produce
Right.
like expectations. So
Yeah,
that would make
correct.
it even tougher. But for those that were following it, he was hoping to get out on parole, did not. He was denied.
So he's gotta go
he
another
will
year.
remain in prison for at least another year. Remember, 7:45, your chance to win $500. Later in the program, Mark Ine's going to join us, owner of the Commanders, one of the minority owners. He also runs the Mubadala DC Open, so we'll talk to him. And Paul Taboni, president of operations for the Washington Nationals, joins us at 9 here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, when your next chapter already has a start date, when missing the deadline isn't an option, your home sale can't be a guessing game, people. Too many sellers lose money because the home isn't properly prepared, marketed, or launched. That's why Peter and Natalie reached out, and they chose the Realtor Rockstars. My friends Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds empower them team with Keller Williams. Good choice, too. Natalie and her family had military orders. They had a timeline. They had a home they needed to sell before their next move. Like many families in transition, they were trying to coordinate everything at once, avoiding turning the home sale into another source of stress in their busy lives. Well, they made a good choice. Reynolds and Power Team sells the average home $30,000 more sometimes than the average agent. They average 4.2% more. Sell with certainty. Your home sold guaranteed. The winning strategy, sell your home. Call Debbie, Sarah, Reynolds, and Power Team now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
During the commercial break, Mike Marr came in here and he's like, "Hey guys,
I need
can
your
you send
help.
out the bat signal."
Need your help.
He wants tickets to go see the Defenders in, what are they calling the bowl? It's called the
UFL Bowl, UFL Championship.
It's Defenders versus the Louisville Kings.
Is
I
the
believe.
game
It's never had a
actually? Is
name.
it actually sold out?
It's not sold out, but I mean, the get-in price is like, I don't know, anywhere from like $50 to $70, and then lower bowl good seats are like a couple hundred.
Yeah. You're looking
Really?
to not pay that if
You
possible.
know, who's your guy? Isn't Tailgate Ted like a regular over there?
I think it's
He
called the
is.
United Bowl.
I know Defenders going belt to ass. It should be the belt to ass bowl.
Well, remember we talked to Marr
This is UFL, Mike.
yesterday about he was conflicted because he had to go to Charlotte for his buddy's engagement party.
Yes.
Right.
Not a bachelor party, not a wedding, an engagement party.
Right.
Charlotte, 14 hours round trip,
It's a long haul.
long haul, lots of gas, lots of miles on the car.
Yeah.
He didn't really want to go. He wanted to stay here and go to the United Cup or whatever
Yeah.
it's called.
It's a lot
United
of smelling
Bowl.
salts on that
United
drive.
Bowl.
United Bowl, and he wanted to go to UFC on Sunday.
Let's
Right.
remember the boys are going out tonight.
He wants
Can't
to
remember
go
what
hang
they're
out
doing.
tonight in
They're going to hang
Arlington.
out, what, to watch the Team USA.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, he's not going to UFC at the White House. That thing is exclusive.
Yeah.
Oh, but he wants. I guess he just wants to
He
be
wants to watch
watch
it.
it.
Go
Locked
to
in
a
and
bar
watch it.
downtown.
Yeah.
Aren't they having? Did you say they're having a big screen out in the mall or
Yep,
something?
the whole National Mall is going to be shut down, and it's called like the Ellipse, the UFC 250 Freedom Ellipse, and that's just going to be a bunch of jumbotrons and screens and fan engagement and stuff
Yeah.
all during the day Sunday, and then it leads into the watch party out on the mall.
So we convinced Mike not to go to Charlotte,
Wow.
and he told his buddy.
Yeah.
And his buddy understood, so it's good. So he's going to be here, but he wants to go to the United Bowl.
In the words of Leonardo DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving.
It's a good bit.
So if anybody's got to connect, it's one of those few connects that we don't necessarily have.
Yeah, I don't think we have
UFL.
a
Got to
home
connect to the Nationals.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got connects to Wizards and Caps.
Wait, and Mike, would you do you have a boy that you want to go with, or
Yeah, I have two friends that really want to go as well. One
so
of my
you have
roommates,
three? You need three total.
and I'd be forever grateful to anyone.
We did meet the lady from DC United maybe 2 seasons ago.
I don't remember.
I
Oh,
remember.
she popped in for a
Yeah,
second.
yeah. She.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
even
but
remember if she gave
that's
us
a
anything.
tough ask. Like
Yeah.
a person you met once,
Yeah.
like 2+ years ago. Then all of a sudden you're digging her up for tickets.
Also, I mean, I might have her name in my phone, but I don't
God.
remember who it is.
Well, there's no chance you would ask a person
No.
you met once.
No
I
chance.
mean, come on, you have Kuth. Met her one time for.
I'm just saying that we
I'm
don't really
sure-
have a connect. That's
I
the
probably
closest
have
thing that
done
we
that
have.
We know lots of people. If Mike really wants to ask someone, we don't need to ask someone in your phone that you met once 2 years ago.
I know, but he's been asking for days, and that's the best I can come up with. I've told him
I think
I don't really
listeners
have
are
a
gonna
connect.
hook
the
I think
tailgate Ted
listeners are
hookup. He's on his way to the
Ted
World
knows
Cup.
everybody. That guy knows everybody.
Yeah, but he's flying to the World Cup. I think
he's
the
on a
last
plane
thing
right now?
Last thing he cares about is Mike Marr getting into the Defenders game.
He's going to LA.
Yeah, seems like it.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody hornier for pickleball than Tailgate Ted.
He does love him some pickleball, and he loves cooking meat out of his van with the flames on the side.
Yeah.
He does love to do
He
that.
just likes going to games.
He loves events,
Whole
and,
life is
and
going
he
to
loves
games.
pickling. Loves him some pickling.
I know.
He's a
he
big
loves
fan.
it.
All right, so Mike, something will happen. We'll figure it out.
Well, thank you guys.
1-800-636-1067 if you want to bring Mike to the game. Would you go with the
I
Random
don't know that
Junkies listener?
I'm really going to figure it out. I'll be honest.
That was the
Well, I
extent of
said
us
we.
figuring it
Yeah,
out.
somebody may figure
I said
it
we.
out.
I basically meant people behind the glass.
Yeah,
guys behind the glass.
I understand.
They'll figure
But
it out.
he will be the Prince of Hyde tonight.
Yes, 100%. He'll be just spreading tips around to all the bartenders.
I mean, that's the ultimate home game for me. I think we'll get into it later in the show, kind of preview it with Draven Valdez, but that is a
Do you
massive
tip-
home game for
do
me.
you tip the bartenders in zins and smelling salts, or do you use actual U.S. currency?
I will take care of them. They get taken care of. Outside,
Good.
it's just Zin.
Well done.
Cakes, you're a big DeBonsa guy. 100%
He's my guy.
AJ DeBonsa. Would you like to hear what he said? He was a correspondent for the NBA
I
Game
know,
4.
I saw that.
The video that I saw, he was just screaming, "Oh my
Yeah,
God."
he couldn't believe.
Oh my God.
He also
Oh
had
my
a,
that
God.
OG tipped it in.
He also had a video
Oh my God.
where he's standing next to Shaq and he says to the camera, "I'll dunk on him." And Shaq's standing there, and it was a little bit disrespectful. And then
Yeah.
I think he was kidding. I don't
He's
know.
having
Then he
fun.
looks at him and he goes, "You think my God, I'll dunk on you." And Shaq goes, "No, I've been dunked on 3 times in 19 years. You ain't dunking on me." But then Shaq was very nice to him and said, "I respect what you're doing. I'm looking out for you. Whatever. Good luck to you, brother. Whatever." But it was a. I think he's trying to be funny.
Yeah.
But he's a confident young
Cocky,
man.
yeah,
He's a
very
confident young man.
Definitely has some charisma. Here's AJ DeBonsa on if he gets drafted by the Wizards.
What? If I go to DC, make the playoffs. Y'all gotta make it. I'll make sure I make it. You gotta make it. Y'all be kings over there. It's not gonna be enough. You're telling me how to win the league when you had the second worst record. That's because we had no big. We around
A lot of people were interpreting that locally as a shot against Derek Queen. Kind of bold for a guy to say that.
Here's the thing about making the playoffs. I could see them making the playoffs. Very dependent on is Anthony Davis playing. Is Trae Young going to be there the whole season? I think Trae Young will be.
Anthony Davis, big question mark.
That's a jump ball. That's a 50-50
I can't
on Anthony Davis.
By the way, I can't believe how confident I was that Anthony Davis was going to really give it a run with the Wizards, and he was actually going to play in a Wizards uniform. Now I'm going to be surprised if he ever suits up for the Wizards.
I think he's going to play.
All right, so let me just go through your
I
playoff
got my
teams
doubts.
last season because even the play-in teams were above 500. So if you look at the Eastern Conference, the top 4 teams were Detroit, Boston, the Knicks, who are in the NBA Finals, the Cavs. I would just take those 4 teams off the board. They all had over 50 wins.
Right.
All right, the Raptors. Could they get to number 5, which was the Raptors? How would you compare their depth chart if you put DeBonsa in the lineup with Trae Young, Anthony Davis, Sarr, let's say Keyshawn George, guys like Will Riley coming off the bench? I actually like the Wizards lineup over what the Raptors have. They're led by Scotty Barnes and Brandon Ingram, RJ Barrett.
Yeah, but they had 46 wins. That's
They
pretty
did.
good.
But
is this Wizards team with Anthony Davis? Can they win 46?
That would be on the high side. I would think.
I think it'd be really high.
But I think their roster, just man
here's-
for man, would be comparable to a team like that. The Hawks were the 6th seed, 46 and 36. All right, they're led by, CJ McCollum made a run for them, but they're led by Jalen Johnson. Jalen Johnson's come on.
Yes.
But the rest of their lineup, I get it. They were there, but it's not an
Maybe they don't-
overwhelming lineup.
Yeah, but you're basing it off names, but
Yes.
they might be, as a team, they might play really, really well
I
together.
recognize that.
What I think the bigger story is, in my opinion, is AJ's going around assuming he's going to be the Wizards' top pick. There's a lot of clips now of him, and it's almost like Valdez and I were talking about during the break, even with Drab, that he's trying to almost voice this into existence. He's trying to speak this into
He's got
existence.
that cockiness.
He's manifesting it?
always
I
been
feel like
number
he's trying to
one.
manifest
He's
it.
always been number one
And
wherever
remember,
he's gone.
He's like, yeah, if I go to the Wizards, he said afterwards, as these clips have now gone viral, that when they got the pick, that John Wall looked right at me. Remember, John Wall wants to pick Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
So
I did find that one curious.
He's misinterpreting some of this stuff, and I think it's good. Listen, I like the kid. There's nothing about him I don't like.
But if you were in his shoes and most of the mock drafts have you going number 1,
You can
and you feel like
understand-
you're the best player and you're the college basketball leading scorer.
But remember, the number 1 team that has the number 1 pick, and this is what I've been screaming from the mountaintops from the moment they got it. They're screaming there's no obvious one. Even though everyone else thinks the obvious one is AJ, the mere fact that they're saying there's no obvious one means he's not necessarily their guy. They've been saying it from day 1.
Yeah.
And AJ's assuming it.
But he could be their number 1.
He could be.
Yeah.
He could be.
And who knows who they're talking to? I mean, we don't know.
We have no idea.
We have no idea.
Obviously. They're making it quiet. But I'm just saying, the mere fact that they've said instantly, guys, put the brakes on it. We're open for business. There's no obvious one in this year's draft. And yet the rest of the world is assuming there is an obvious one and it's AJ, including AJ himself.
Yes.
I'm telling you, there's a disconnect.
It's not like last year. There was no question Cooper Flagg was going number 1.
Right. It's not a Zion year.
Same
It's
with
not a
Wemby.
Wemby year.
Yeah.
It's a different year. And I'm not saying AJ's bad. AJ's probably going to be a great player. But he is kind of assuming publicly that he's the one. Which is, I also think is funny because people read into his sort of dead reaction in the moment, and they're like, "Oh, he doesn't want to come here. He wants to go to Utah. He's disappointed." Other clips have shown he's not disappointed at all. He's thoroughly engaged and he
wants
excited.
to be the number one overall.
He wants to be
pick.
number one overall.
And he might
He
like
made that
Utah,
clear.
but
Badly.
He might like Utah. He was there for 2 years.
Yeah, I'm not saying he doesn't
It's not like he was
Utah.
born and raised in Utah.
Yeah, but I'm not saying he doesn't like
Did he bounce around high school to high school?
He's a
He's
Massachusetts
from
bit.
Boston.
guy.
He's from Boston.
I just think there are huge narratives being built that are just wrong all over the place. They're wrong all over the place.
Hey, if AJ says if the Wizards draft me, we're going to make the playoffs. If they don't make the playoffs, is the season a failure?
Yes.
I guess.
Well,
I think if they don't make the playoffs
I
next
get-
year, it will be a failure.
It's
10
kind-
teams make the playoffs.
It's kind of
I guess.
it's kind of ammunition.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would try and guarantee that. It's ammunition to kind of bash you.
But I like-
if you're
I
if you're
like
saying
the
you're going to make the
bravado.
playoffs if they draft you, and you don't.
I like that athletic cockiness, that athletic arrogance. I like that about him.
But they would have had to make the playoffs with 43 wins this year. That's a huge jump. I think they could get to 37 to 40, but 43.
It is a big jump, but
it's a huge
remember
jump.
they were actively trying to lose.
That
games.
is true.
They were
That is true.
They were self-saboteurs.
You don't know what would they have
But
won.
we
What
also-
would they have won if they really tried to win?
Yeah, if
25,
yeah, maybe
maybe 7 or
I
8
don't-
more games. I don't know.
And a lot
If they
depends
really
on
tried to win.
if Davis is going to be on the floor.
Saying it doesn't look good if you say if you draft me, we're going to make the playoffs. They draft them and you don't make the playoffs.
Right.
Doesn't happen. It doesn't look good.
I do think that narrative, though, that he wants to play in Utah was so overblown.
They overplayed that.
So
People were
the
wrong.
kid
People were
played
wrong.
high school basketball in Massachusetts. Then he played high school basketball in California.
Right.
Then he played high school basketball in Utah.
Right.
And then he played 1 year of college basketball in Utah.
Right.
He's a nomad.
Right.
Well, I mean, a lot of top guys are like that too.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah,
not
guys,
just
they bounce
AJ
around,
DeBonsa.
I know, but I'm saying that the narrative that he has to play in Utah. I mean, he's a basketball mercenary.
There's never been one person that has begged to play for the Utah Jazz before they were ever drafted. Can you name one? Has there been one guy that before the draft started said, "Man, I'm really hoping the Utah Jazz
Maybe
draft me.
Jimmer?
I can't wait
I
for
don't
the
know.
Utah Jazz
It's
to
hard to
draft
think
me."
of anybody.
It's never happened.
I don't
hard
know.
to
I
think
don't
of
think it's
anybody.
ever happened in the history
All right,
of the
can
world.
I give you this? We don't have a lot of time, but I'm looking. I don't know when I could get it in. So I listened to Locked On Jazz podcast yesterday. Okay, and this guy is I think he's the guy that created all the Locked On stuff. Okay, all the different Locked On shows. I don't know if you're familiar with
And
them.
who's
but they
he
have-
locked on?
So, well, he's gone through like everybody else. He's looked at all. He's given best case scenarios for everybody. He's given like who's going to be good 2 years. They do every scenario, right? Trying to break it down. Same thing Strober and his boys are doing. So yesterday on his pod, they did worst case scenarios for the top 3 guys. And you could even throw Wilson in there, but just throw it out because I don't think anybody thinks Wilson's potentially going to be one. And what I found interesting was, so for AJ, and I don't think anybody thinks he's necessarily going to be bad, but the comp that this guy could come up with, and what he's using is top 5 draft picks with similar attributes, size, reach, whatever, shooting, non-shooter, whatever. The guys they comped DeBonta to, worst case, is like Jonathan Isaac, R.J. Barrett. He didn't mention, but we've heard Wiggins before. But like guys that need the ball in their hands, don't really necessarily make their teammates better around them. It could be maybe good players on a bad team. Like that's maybe the worst case scenario. He's still going to be a player. He's going to get buckets. But is he going to make the team better, or is he just going to be a good player on a bad team? Cam Boozer, who some people say the analytics say could be the best, their worst case scenario is if you look at top 5 picks. And by the way, there have been so many top 5 duds / busts that's shocking.
Oh, yeah. We just
And a
talked about
lot
that
of them
yesterday.
have similar attributes, by the way, to Cam Boozer. Not the most athletic guys in the world. A lot of them come from Duke. A lot of them like Jabari Parker, Jahlil Okafor, big guys that could shoot, but not necessarily beat you off the dribble or super creative or, super
They're
athletic.
not the most athletic players, yes.
You know
Gotcha.
who we had very difficult time coming up with a worst case scenario for was the prototype 6'5" guard that shoots it in the top
Darren
5.
Peterson.
very hard to come up with busts
For
that are
Derek.
6'5" guards, drafted high, that are great shooters.
So who was the bust that he came up with?
He
He didn't even come up with one.
He came up with guys like Chris Dunn. There were some other guys, but they weren't shooters.
Right.
They didn't shoot. He came up a couple other guards. I can't remember who we mentioned. You've all heard the names before though, but they couldn't. Evan Turner, like 6'5", highly drafted guys, super athletic.
Johnny Davis.
They can't shoot.
Johnny Davis.
He
what a
was
horrible
making the
pick.
argument. Peterson, he just couldn't come up with a worst case guy.
That he's a can't misser.
Kinda.
More of a can't misser than the other
Did
two.
he have
Kind of.
him?
Kind of.
Did he have him going 1?
I don't know
Or-
that. I don't know that.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back,
It's,
we're going
it's
to give you
food for thought.
we can talk about it more, and we're going to give listeners a chance to win $500. You can call in now, 1-800-636-1067, MLB Trivia for $500 next here on The Fan. All right, every Friday at this time, we give listeners a chance to win $500 courtesy of NBC and Peacock with MLB Trivia. Who is our first contestant?
All right, let's go to Erica. Ladies first. Erica in Hagerstown. Hey, Erica.
Hello.
Hi, Erica.
Are you a big baseball fan?
So.
So.
All right,
Good
well,
luck to you.
luck of the draw. Jacob Mizorowski. Jason loves him. Leads Major League Baseball with 116 strikeouts. What team does he play for?
Jason Mizorowski.
Jacob.
You said what team? Was it Milwaukee?
Yeah, the Milwaukee Brewers. We have a winner.
Wow, nice job.
Congratulations.
Wow.
You just won $500 to get your game on with Sunday Night Baseball on NBC. Sunday at 7, the Texas Rangers take on the Boston Red Sox. Sunday Night Baseball only on NBC4 and streaming on Peacock.
Impressive.
Congratulations. Let's keep these callers on the line because we also have tickets to go see Dave Chappelle and tickets to see the Black Crows.
$500 in your pocket. That's a pretty nice way to start your Friday.
Sounded like she leaned on somebody, right?
I did.
She might
She
have.
said
Maybe.
she said it really
Because-
loud, and I
Yeah.
thought I heard somebody else.
Well,
in the background. But hey, they're a winner.
I mean, I don't want to be cynical, but I think if
You can
they
be
keep
cynical.
if they keep asking, like it's a stall tactic to keep asking to repeat the question or like who,
Right.
what.
That's pretty
Well,
quick, though.
Yeah.
She didn't even know his first name was Jacob. She
I know.
thought it was
Jason.
Jason.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Last name is distinguished.
She
Who
was
knows?
she was on it.
Lavelle, Tacoma Park. Hey, Lavelle.
Good morning.
What's the
up?
sandwich spot in Tacoma Park that they have out your way? What that we were talking about the other day, Drab? Remember?
SoCo.
Yeah. Is it silly?
It's nice, yeah.
You're not.
He doesn't
Tacoma
sound
Park.
super
That's not-
enthused.
yeah. Are there lines around the corner to go in the SoCo?
Not anymore, but that's just because it's a new one in Leesburg that Drab had. But here, there's not lines all the time now.
Right.
All right, look, we're going to hook you up with Dave Chappelle tickets if we can answer this question correctly. This National League East team has the most wins in Major League Baseball.
Braves.
It is the Braves. Congratulations. You get 2 tickets to see Dave Chappelle tonight at CFG Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. That's courtesy of Live Nation. I've seen Chappelle. Saw Chappelle. He's the best. He's so damn good.
He's a legend, no doubt.
There was a period of time where I thought Chris Rock was the best.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? When I say he's the best, I'd probably put 3 or 4 guys that are the best. But I mean, he's as good as anybody I've ever seen.
Did you see after the game? Was it 4 win? The game 4 win. Chappelle, Chris Rock, and Shane Gillis at 11:30 popped into like the Comedy Cellar, and they all did like a set.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're all at the game, and I think afterwards they like were just walking around full of adrenaline and
Yeah,
energy.
pretty cool, right?
And they just walked in, and then can you imagine if you're at the Comedy
That's
Cellar?
very cool.
I said that
And-
that happened with Meg. She was there a couple months ago. I'm not sure if it was the Comedy Cellar. I think it was. And Seinfeld walked in and
Yeah.
did a set.
I know those
Oh,
guys
wow.
who were doing open mic night. They got shown their seats.
Yeah.
Said, you guys got to sit down for a little bit.
I
I
saw
think someone posted that like they did between the 3 of them, they did like 2 hours.
Oh, wow.
I saw Chris Rock tell a story that he and I think it was Martin Lawrence, they were going to the Comedy Cellar, working on some stuff, and afterwards they're feeling good about themselves. They got notes and they're kind of talking about their sets, and then Chappelle went up there and then they just crumbled their paper and threw it
They
out.
said, this is garbage.
Although it is kind of nubby if you're at the Comedy Cellar during Game 4.
Well, I guess it's after, right?
Yeah, you went after.
Chris Rock was at the game.
Hey, you know what? It's tough to get into
Do any-
MSG.
Do
Those
any
tickets
of
are
those
expensive.
celebs go on the road to San Antonio?
Oh, I think,
Yeah,
I think
Sha-
Spike
yeah.
Lee would go.
Chalamet was at
Was Chalamet there?
at San Antonio.
I
Yeah,
saw that 50% of the tickets being sold for the San Antonio game is New York, New Jersey market.
Are
It's
you
going to be
guys?
half Nick's
Did you
crowd.
notice what Chalamet and Jenner what they were wearing yesterday?
No.
So I don't know if you guys are into this. I'm not into it either. But I follow these like sneaker guys
A
and
lot
stuff.
of denim.
Yeah, these guys I follow, people. These jeans those guys are wearing with like the crosses on. Are you familiar with that
I saw-
brand at all?
I've never seen that logo before, but it's like a weird orange cross. It almost looks like a Mets logo.
There's crosses. I said they were doing it because of the colors because of the Knicks, right?
Uh-huh.
Those pants go for like $5,000 or something. Like, that's crazy.
What brand is it?
I don't know the brand. I was asking you guys. It's a famous brand.
Is it like Van Cleef or something like that?
I
I know
don't
they
know.
make jewelry. I don't know if they make clothes.
I don't know, but it's a famous brand, and I follow these like sneaker guys on the Instagram or whatever, and they'll show up. Yeah, we got these in 36, 32s. These are 10 grand. Got these, and they're all the ones with the crosses.
It's crazy, but remember that clip?
I don't know what that brand is, and who the hell's buying it besides like celebrities.
There was a clip that came out maybe a week or two ago from Rich Paul's podcast that he does with Max Kellerman.
Yeah.
And Rich Paul was talking about these guys who make $20 million. And most people were like, woe is me. He's like, well, he goes, they make $20 million, but then they got to pay taxes and blah, blah, blah. And, and then they got to buy $5,000 jeans.
Right.
So there's a market out there. It's got to be Timothy Chalamet and Ballers or
Chrome
Hearts.
Yes,
Hearts.
That's what it is. And I don't know how they justify it, but I've seen it, and they show these raggedy old jeans with the crosses, and they're like, yeah, 5 grand, 10 grand, I got these.
I mean, I just put it in Google. There's a pair on list. That must be like eBay. Chrome Hearts, men's jeans. $43,188.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Right.
What are we talking
So
about?
Chalamet and Jenner, they're probably wearing $100 grand in jeans.
Yeah, right. Just jeans.
Freaking jeans.
Isn't she worth $1 billion though?
Yes, she's a billionaire.
Ridiculous.
She's a pretty girl, and no denying that. She's a pretty girl.
She's got a great body too.
And can you imagine those? Can you imagine those buns after Game 4? After that happens,
Yeah.
the post-victory buns like that, comeback buns.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And they're all hammered. They're all drinking vodka tonics and everything else there.
She has a kid with a rapper, right?
with Travis Scott, I think. Is that right?
I don't know. If you told
Not
me
sure.
it was
Mike
Future
Barr
or it
will
was,
lean on you for
I think it's Travis
if
Scott.
you told me it was Future or NBA YoungBoy,
No,
I'd
I'm
buy
pretty
it.
sure it's Travis
But
Scott.
it sounds right.
I think EB nailed it.
Yeah.
Travis Scott.
Sounds right. Hey, caller number 10, we're going to hook up with tickets to go see the Southern Hospitality Tour, the Black Crows and Whiskey Myers, Tuesday, June 16th at Meriwether Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets to more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. All you got to do is be caller 10 at 1-800-636-1067.
Celebrate Father's Day this year at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. You can get Dad dialed in with Ping Scottsdale Tech Putters. The new mallets introduce IQ alignment technology. Each model improves your focus to sink more putts. Need more ideas this Father's Day? They've got gift cards in any amount, and they've got an online gift guide. Check that out at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982. Home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Carolina Hurricanes are 1 win away from the Stanley Cup. With a 4-2 win over the Vegas Golden Knights in Game 5, the Hurricanes hold a 3-2 series lead in the 2026 Stanley Cup Final. Just under 7 minutes into the first period, the Golden Knights got on the board with a power play goal. And then for the next 53 minutes, the game belonged to Carolina. George Stahl scored the first goal for the Hurricanes, his 6th of the series, which extended his Stanley Cup final goal streak to 5 games. That is the longest streak to start a final series in the expansion era. Andrei Svechnikov scored twice, and Sebastian Aho added a second period goal for Carolina. Game 6 is Sunday night in Las Vegas, so we will see, will the Carolina Hurricanes hoist the Stanley Cup this weekend? From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
By the way, got a text from D.
Oh yeah, update.
Yes, the BP charged $3.49 for my Gatorade. The gas, it never went.
It never went.
I clicked
1
it,
cent?
it never went.
Oh, that's everything.
Typical.
But I've been there. I've done that.
Oh, that's the first for
Right.
me.
Literally put $1 of gas in my tank, and I thought it was full.
Yeah.
Like the next day. I
So
was
for
like,
whatever reason, it just
I have
stopped.
an eighth of a tank.
The lever.
You know how you click it and
Sometimes it
then
just stops.
It doesn't. Yeah, it just stops.
Either
or
it
whatever.
stops or sometimes it just doesn't start.
Yeah, just you click it and it holds. So you go, okay, good.
Yeah.
Because if it doesn't get reset,
Yeah.
and you just
So I probably
Press-
came back out, looked at it, and it probably had still the numbers from the last person.
that might have
That's
been it.
probably what it was. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm good. 60.
What was the total it had?
$3.49? So that's what my Gatorade Zero
Just
was.
for the
That's
Gatorade.
expensive Gatorade.
That is, well, JP, you're paying gas station prices.
Yeah, yeah.
If you walk into any random grocery store and they have like Gatorade or Powerade or Body Armor on sale, you can get a good deal. But if you go into a gas station convenience store,
Yeah.
you're paying a premium.
You're
not getting a deal.
Actually, to be honest with you, I'm a Powerade Zero guy. Powerade greater than
Powerade
Gatorade. Safeway, you get 5 for $5. Now,
Yeah.
Great
if you
deal.
get one, it's $1.89. But you
like-
get 5 for $5.
Sometimes at Harris Teeter you can get buy two, get 3 free.
That is true. You're really threading the needle.
Problem
Jump
is you're buying 2 for $10.
Jump
but
all
you
you
get
just-
but you
you
get
get 5 for
five.
$10.
Yeah.
It's a great deal.
The problem is I don't want to lug around 5 of any of these big ass things, but sometimes I do.
Yeah, but you're going to use them. You're going to drink
I
them.
know. I don't like. I like to get a basket. Remember,
Love
I'm
it.
not a cart guy. I'm a basket guy.
Basket.
I'm a
yeah.
cart guy.
Yeah.
Cart guy 1,000 times out of 1,000.
I just want to get in, get out. I'm not trying to spend an hour.
You think I need a big bulging bicep from carrying a basket in one hand?
Right.
That's just not going to happen. I'm pushing a cart, okay, like a man. I guess it's more manly probably to carry the basket. But anyway, I need it in case I fill it up.
Yeah.
Because a basket is so limiting. Basket, you can put like 5 things and it's
I
overflowing.
rarely get the basket. I usually get the mini cart.
Get the cart.
Not the big one, the mini.
Because you know what? You know what you can't put in a basket? 12 packs of soda.
Well,
Just can't. I mean, you can.
I've
But
never met somebody who likes soda as much as cake.
You love
And I like
JP,
soda.
Turn around.
No, it's competitive.
Yeah, I mean, drab T-shirt's sitting right there.
But
That
I just
guy
haven't
loves
experienced-
him some soda.
I haven't experienced the drab soda as much as I have with you. Like
Well,
my
you
whole
don't see it
life,
as
I've
much.
experienced
Drab
with
is
you.
a hardcore
I mean,
soda
I've
guy.
experienced it with cake since we're 12 years
You know
old,
what-
going
you know
to
what Drab
7-Eleven.
and I are. We're the soda kings.
Yeah.
We're soda kings.
I defer to you guys.
Yeah.
I mean,
sure.
I got a soda last night at 9 p.m. and I got one again this morning at 4:30.
What
I
soda
love
did you
that.
get at 9
It's really
p.m.?
good.
What?
What soda did you get?
Last night, Diet Pepsi.
And you could drink that caffeine, no problem. Go to bed.
Oh, he's
I mean,
impervious.
I could be drinking this energy drink as I'm closing my eyes. Nothing even
it never affects him.
never affects me. Yeah.
If you drink enough soda and or coffee, you're impervious as to when you
Yeah.
consume it. Doesn't matter.
I've said this a million times, but when Cakes and I carpooled for like a year, he would show up at my house. So the carpool was he would show up at my house. We would play ping pong.
Yeah.
So I lived in a townhouse, right? But he would show up with the soda.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, as we headed to Fairfax, he would make me stop at a gas station to get another soda.
It's
Yeah.
true.
Then during the show,
he'd
he was
kill 2 or
drinking 1
3.
or 2 sodas, and then on the ride home, we would stop at a gas
Yeah,
station
drink a
for
six-pack.
another soda. So
Six-pack a day.
I would witness him put away 5,
Yeah.
not little small sodas
No,
either.
I don't. The little small
5 sodas.
Get out of here.
Between roughly 5 p.m. and midnight.
That's another spot where the Euros who are all coming over for World Cup are amazed at in America that you get free refills on your soda. I think it was, I don't know where the guy was from, but he was at some sort of outdoor restaurant and they just came and gave him a refill without him. He's like, "This is free."
He couldn't believe it.
he's like, I would drink 1,000 of these, and his buddies are like, "You might want to pump the brakes and drink 1,000." But yeah, America known for free refills.
All right, so getting back to the gas thing, EB, you'll never do that again. Where you'll
Well, I don't
click.
know about
I wouldn't
never.
rule that
where
out.
you're going to click it because
I
I think
wouldn't
you're
rule
all.
it out for me either.
The thing is I'm not. It's not like I'm unaware that happens.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of surprised that I got duped but I was so thirsty. Maybe that was part of it. And I was trying to rush to get home, and there was a lot of cars there, and there was a guy who was dropping off. So there was a tow truck dropping off a car, and he was about to hit my car. I was a little bit weirded out about that because he's going around a corner.
You're a prime candidate to probably drive off once in your life with it still
With
in.
still in the,
I did that when I was a teenager.
oh, there you go.
I also saw a dad of someone I know, legit alcoholic, do it.
It's
And
one of my big OCD things. I don't have a lot of OCD things, but that is one I checked.
I did it once.
I checked to make sure the nozzle is not still in my vehicle at least 8 or 9 times before I drive off. I just
You still do? You still check all the time?
But
That's
after you see it in
every
there
time.
once, you then do like I've seen
Multiple.
Rom
That's
do that.
OCD.
multiples.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
OCD.
I just have to make sure.
What are your other OCD things?
I always tap my freezer twice in the garage when I walk in through the garage into the house.
What do you mean?
So you
tap
walk
it
by the
twice?
freezer.
I just give the I
Give it a
just
high
give the
five.
freezer a double tap.
All right, what does that mean?
I just tap
What does
the
it
door
mean to your brain?
just to make sure that it's not the
Oh,
door's
not
not
open.
You want to make sure it's closed.
because I want all the delectable food in the freezer that I bought from Costco to stay frozen.
So every time you walk by, you inherently you're
just a quick double tap.
you're just going to make sure it's
Yeah.
closed. Has it ever not?
Why
been
not a
closed?
single tap?
My brain just says to tap it
Has
twice.
it ever not been closed? Have you ever saved the day?
No, but I have walked out into my garage at some point where I didn't check on it, and somebody left the freezer door
Wide
ajar,
open. Yep.
and then your day is ruined. All of your frozen pizzas, all of your frozen chicken breast, it's just ruined. It's
dead.
It's dead.
Right.
You throw it all away.
All right, so that's 2. Any
That's
other?
two.
I'm intrigued.
On the rare instance that I fly, of course, I kiss my hand, and then
I always do
Then I
that.
double tap the bird. But I've seen a lot of people
I do that. I do that.
So those are probably the top 3. Those are my top 3 OCD weird
I've-
manifestations.
on the
2 of them are just
On the toll
safe.
road every morning,
Yeah.
I go, I hit cruise control and I go 62, not 61, not
Okay.
63,
Right.
62.
Okay.
I mean, unless I have to speed up around somebody or
Hold on. What's the speed limit there?
55.
Why don't you tick it up to about 67?
I don't know. I just have it in my brain,
68.
62.
A buddy of mine told me this. And I don't know if this is true or not, but I mean, he's like a doctor. He told me that there's maybe sections of 95 now where they have the cameras and that they're zeroed in on like 6 or 7 miles an hour over. So like it's not 10 over. It's if you go 7 miles per hour over, you're
Really?
getting a ticket.
Really?
That's
And
gonna be
apparently
rough.
it's like a new thing
In the
that they're
state
gonna,
of
I thought
Maryland,
Virginia, like
Virginia?
going south.
Okay.
95 corridor. This is what I thought.
I
he
thought
said.
you had to be 11 or 12 over.
Right. He's saying the new bit is. We had a big discussion about it. The new bit is
I got to look that up.
6 or 7, and it's maybe on a trial run, and then the goal is to implement it, across the country.
Sure, he wasn't trying to do a 6-7 bit.
He's
wasn't trying to-
77 years old. I don't think he was doing.
Probably wasn't trying to do that bit.
That, yeah.
That should be about funny if he was.
Yeah. He was duping you with that
He's
story.
the-
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he wasn't doing.
77-year-old
think
guy.
That trend is losing steam.
I think so.
thankfully.
Yeah,
Yeah. It has to be.
But can you imagine though? I mean, it's whatever.
Well-
We'll adjust to whatever it is.
So you can go 8 miles per hour over and not get,
Well, no, the threshold.
at least
is
7.
The threshold, I think, is like 6. So if you go 7,
Yeah.
you're getting a ticket.
Oh, so anything over 6, you're going to get a ticket.
That's
Gotcha.
what I interpreted him saying.
Throwing off a little. You're not trying to do an Ari Spears bit with your hat kind of cockeyed a little bit.
That always happens to me. I don't know why. It's not. No, it's unintentional. I like to wear my hat straight.
Yeah. Just the
If
C
my
for
hat is
Cornell.
ever like this,
it was a little off.
It's just it's because this hat's a little big. It could be. This hat's a little bit. It's a fitted hat. It's a little big.
Yeah, you still got to move it over a little bit that way.
I don't know
There
who
you go.
cares that much.
No, it was off.
My head is too big now for fitted hats. I just can't. It's too constraining.
That actually looks like a mini hat on you
It
right
does.
now.
This is like you
Doesn't it?
You get a Sunday in this hat at Nats Park.
What do you think, Jason? Look at his hat. Doesn't it look a little small for his head?
Take off the cans for a second. It looks fine.
By the way, I saw
really notice
Jason.
You have an extraordinarily large head.
It looks
It's
fine.
kind of big. It's kind of big and
I
round.
don't think of it like a
What
pumpkin
are you
head.
gonna do?
He used to get joned on the bus by David G all the time about your big head.
I don't even remember who that is, but I'm sure.
You don't remember him?
That was in the '80s, and
His pops used to show up to church with his Hawaiian shorts.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that guy was a dorkopotamus. I don't know why he'd be joning on me. I mean, are you kidding? Anyway, that was the '80s, JP. That was the prime bullying era.
Yeah.
Bullying was never cooler than it was in the 1980s.
Well, how about this? How
Yeah,
about
hold on, real quick. Just
Yeah.
I'll bring it up, and Jason might get Rick, but I actually saw him without a hat yesterday, and it was a revelation.
Who?
Jason.
Well, he's talking about my bald spot.
He's got a bald spot. Did you know that?
I've had it for a while.
on the top of his head?
Yeah, on the top.
Yeah,
a
yeah,
little
but
bit.
on the top.
I had never
Let me
seen
see.
it.
I've never noticed this.
Well, he never takes his hat off.
Yeah, it's not horrific.
That's very minor. I mean, you're
not horrific. That's
you're-
male
you're-
pattern baldness
you're
right there, right? Hey,
56.
hey, Drabby, is he prime candidate for Dr. what,
Oh,
Burka?
Dr. Burke will fix that in
Yep.
one afternoon.
Yeah.
I've had it for a while.
Why don't you do it? This is the
come with
time.
me.
I mean, if you plan on living another 15, 20 years.
I don't know.
I mean, you're not.
Yeah, if I plan
you're
on
not
living
an
15
extreme case like me. You're fixable.
Yeah.
Dude, you
I
could
think
go
I'm
in there.
beyond
Would it be
reproach.
painful for him? It'd be a little bit painful, right? It's a little bit painful.
It's
No.
not painful at all.
But is that
No,
why
I mean,
you wear
you
the
get
hat
the
all the
shots.
time?
No, I wear the hat all the time because I get out of bed and I'm not going to go take a shower and do my hair to come in here.
Right.
He likes hats.
I like
Yeah,
it.
I like that.
But he takes it off when he drives home.
Yeah, sometimes I take it off. When
lot
I
of
I
drive.
take
guys
it
do.
off
Most
sometimes when I
people
drive too because, you're in your car. You don't need your hat.
Right.
You know what I mean? Although I wear the hat in my house.
Yeah, I don't wear the hat in the house.
I wear a hat in the house
weird,
a
isn't
lot.
I wear the hat in my house by 80%
Do you wear your
of the
beanie
time.
in the house? Because Cakes is a beanie guy for 8 months of the year.
Sometimes.
Really?
I mean, if it's cold outside, I'll wear it for like at least half an hour inside.
But sometimes you
before-
get tired
before I
of wearing
forget
it,
to
so you take it off, you put it on the couch or whatever.
Yeah.
And you find it the next day stuffed in the cushions. Yeah.
So we're all watching the World Cup tonight, 9 o'clock.
Some people
US
are
men's national
some people
team
are
playing.
watching it out. Some people are watching it in.
I'm going
Yes.
to guess that the Nats game is going to get rained out, and I'll probably be home to watch the World Cup on time.
I don't think it's going to be rained out. There might be a delay.
Okay.
That's your worst case scenario. You
No,
got to
you
stick
stay
around
circa.
longer.
If
Stay
it's
at circa.
if it's a delay, I literally might see 2 or 3 innings.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
I've got a lot going on this weekend. I can't be out till midnight at a Nats game.
So we're all going to be watching the World Cup tonight, but tomorrow night is Game 5 of the NBA Finals. It's Saturday night. A lot of times they would wait till Sunday, but it's Saturday night, and the Spurs have home court, and a lot of people now, because of the reaction in New York, are starting to lean towards the Spurs. Do you hate on the New York fans? Like the reaction you're seeing, they're throwing eggs at Wemby. They're going berserk in the streets. There was violence after Game 3 where there were fights outside Madison Square Garden. Are the fans making them unlikable to root for?
I mean, it's not.
By the way, New York
it doesn't
fans
reflect
have had
upon
that
them.
reputation for years, and it's not just in the NBA.
Look,
they've had that reputation.
If they want to go to the Ritz-Carlton and assemble outside of where the Spurs get dropped off, and they want to boo them and yell at them as they're going into the hotel, I mean, it's kind of weird, but sure, go ahead and do it. You can't throw eggs at Wemby's head.
No.
You can, that's where
that
it's
person should be
crossing the
arrested,
line.
by the way.
Like,
Yeah.
that's
Did
ridiculous.
they arrest the person? That person should be arrested and prosecuted.
And,
I didn't see that
And
he was
attacking
arrested.
Spurs fans on the street and like ripping their jerseys off of them.
Yeah,
that's assault. Let's please
They're
let's
a
not do
menace.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but they've had that reputation forever.
Right.
Not as bad as Philadelphia.
Philly fans are bad too.
No, but it's
It
crazy.
just kind of depends on
What
who.
were they beating up the guy behind the counter? Did you mention that one too? You see that? They were like, there was a, I don't know, Subway guy, whatever, and he was wearing a Spurs jersey, and they kind of climbed over the thing. They're beating up the guy working
it's ridiculous.
at the fast food joint.
Like, please arrest these people.
Right.
It is insane.
But
I don't hold it against the team. I don't hold it against the guys.
No.
In fact, if I think if anybody's been dirty, it's more, in my opinion, it's been more the Spurs.
Sure.
You know,
I mean,
As far
Wemby's
as
had
teams-
Oh, you mean the
Wemby's
players,
had
yeah.
some
Yeah.
potential flagrants and flagrant fouls
Yeah.
in the series.
Yeah, I'm not a big Wemby fan.
I told you,
there's
not that likable.
You kind of convinced me.
There's
on
not
that.
that
Nobody good
likable.
to root
I didn't
for
really
here.
watch him that much during the regular season, so I don't know how he was, on a game by game basis acting. But
He's super
obviously
talented.
watching it a lot now. Super talented and he's going to make $1 billion, but and he's going to win rings. I like Brunson better.
The Spurs have won too many titles. They've
Like
had too much
what?
success.
Like Carl Anthony Towns better.
And they've gotten lucky in the way too lucky in the draft lottery. Please, let's stop that. And the Knicks fans, they're acting like savages. Act like you've been there before. They don't know how to act.
Well, it's
They
been
don't know
over
how to
50 years.
They don't know how to handle
But
success.
it's not unique to New York. It's like it happens everywhere. Now they haven't won it yet, but apparently, I think there was a lot of chaos in the streets too. Just I don't know if there were fires set, but that kind of thing that
Hey,
happens.
You know what?
Wait, hold
When the-
on.
Happens
when the-
everywhere.
when the-
Attacking fans is unique to New York and Philadelphia.
Caps won
they're
the
not
Stanley
beat-
Cup-
hold on.
That might be. That
they're
might
not
be.
beating up Spurs, Knicks fans in San Antonio. I can promise
When
you
the
that.
Caps won the
Yeah.
Stanley
No,
Cup
no,
and the
no, they're
Nats
not.
won the World Series,
They're not acting
fans
like
here
that.
weren't assaulting the opposing fan base.
No, but I just mean like the rioting in the streets. That kind of thing is
The
kind of
rioting thing,
ubiquitous.
climbing a light pole or whatever, that's fine. I don't care about that. Attacking other fans and throwing stuff
I
at
think
them.
that of course.
Yeah, after a
It
loss.
makes it impossible to. I like the Knicks on the court.
Yeah.
I can't root for them because those people are savages.
yeah,
up
you don't
there.
want to associate
Yeah,
yourself
but
with
Yeah,
them.
I don't want them to be happy.
You don't
They don't
get aligned
deserve to
with
be
them.
happy.
Yeah,
Those
but-
fans on the streets don't deserve to
So
be
now
happy.
you're rooting for the Spurs because of
I
that?
hate Wemby. I don't know what to do.
Yeah,
You
you're
like
conflicted.
Wemby?
I know. I don't like him.
Yeah.
I
He's
don't
hard to
him.
like.
I don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know
what?
who to root
Just
for.
be Switzerland. Be neutral. You don't have to root for anybody.
I mean, when
you can just watch the game.
when the Caps were having watch parties in D.C., people weren't jumping on cabs
Right,
and
because we're
cars and
civilized.
bashing windows.
We're a civilized fan
No,
base.
but we have when Maryland won the national championship, were light couches on fire and stuff.
Of
I mean, we
course.
have
Okay,
done
things-
stuff. Lots of
Innocent.
rioting,
Things got
mild
unruly in
rioting.
College Park.
Yeah, but it doesn't make you not want to root for them just because they're lighting couches on fire.
Yeah.
Imagine
I-
what it's like if they lose their next three. I don't think it's going to happen. But
Oh.
if the Spurs win this one, and then they steal Game 6, and then most people would think that they would win Game 7. Like,
I don't know.
there's a bunch of people that tweet me like, "You're an idiot. The Knicks are a better team." But I actually think the Spurs are a better team, despite the outcomes.
Yeah, we've talked about that.
Um,
More talented.
I don't know
probably.
that the city would survive that. Could you imagine?
No.
Well, if they're dumb enough to destroy and burn down part of their city because their basketball team lost in 7 games, they deserve to live in basically a cesspool that they created themselves. It's their own doing.
But it doesn't make me root against the Knicks, I have to say. I understand Drap's position, but for me, I still find the players.
I want both teams to lose. Is that possible?
Somewhat
Is that
likable.
is that a
A
possibility?
lot of times, I root for which fan base I like better, or who I don't want to be happy.
And you don't want Knicks fans to be happy.
I just
They become very unlikable.
They think
I
they're
agree
God's,
with that,
They
but the
also
fan
think they're
base-
God's gifts to fan bases.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
Yeah.
It's really annoying.
I find
But
the
can
celebrities-
you-
I find the celebrities
Eric's
annoying.
got a bunch of friends who are Knicks fans, or New York fans anyway.
Oh, that's
So-
true.
So, and you like those. Obviously, you like those guys.
Yeah, they're my
you don't
buddies,
root
they're my
against them.
brothers.
They're
Can
not,
you relate to the
they're
torture?
not asses.
No, but
Can
then
you
again, they're
relate
not
to
gonna
the
beat up
torture
somebody.
though of 53 years without a championship?
Of course.
Of
But
course
that's
you
not
can
the
relate.
problem that
But-
people have.
But Wizards fans would not act that way if we were put in the same situation. We're just on a different level.
Different level.
We're not subhumans that are going to start throwing eggs at people.
Yeah, but
Okay,
remember
we're
I
not gonna
told
throw-
you.
we're not going to throw eggs at Wemby if the Wizards are facing the Spurs 3 years from now
It's just
in the NBA
It
Finals.
is just a different mentality. But Vinny told me when we were at the Mets game a couple weeks ago, and we weren't in the Terra Club, but we were on the third base side. We were about, I don't know, 10 rows back from
Yeah.
the dugout. And there were a lot of Mets fans there.
Right.
And in the middle of one of the innings, one of the Mets fans stood up and said, "Let's go, Mets." They
Yeah.
started to chant.
And the Nats fans didn't care.
Nobody did anything. And Vinny said, that guy, he wouldn't even get to the Nats part. Like, he'd be tackled, and it just would never happen. So he was disappointed in our fan base for allowing,
It's
for being
aggressive,
respectful.
It's an aggressive, basically lawless fan base. Is what
He
they are.
couldn't believe.
And he takes pride in that.
He takes pride in it.
Yeah,
That
and
is
you
true.
know what? 40 years ago, Vinny and Joe were probably on beating people up in the streets.
Yeah.
He did tell
Yeah,
me.
you're right, exactly.
No, he did tell me that he got into it with I can't remember what fan at
I
one
got a
game.
scrap with the Braves fan. He came in doing that tomahawk chop, and I almost chopped his head off.
I can't remember what happened, but they got into some verbal jousting, and it ended up with "go f yourself" like a million times, going back and forth, back and forth. Yeah.
Coming up at 8:40, Mark Hines is going to join us, Commanders owner, also the chairman of the Mubadala DC Open. Paul Taboni, president of baseball operations for the Nationals at 9 o'clock. But coming up next, is there a little rift between Valdez and Drab about their partying tonight? We'll get into that next here on The Fan. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived. That's right. It's awesome. And now you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Team USA playing tonight. You can go with the U.S. men's national team. They're trading right around 48% now to best Paraguay. That means $100. $100 trade is going to pay out $201. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. And don't forget to use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Coming up at 8:40, Mark Ein, chairman of the Wu Dala DC Open and minority owner of the Washington Commanders, will join us. But tonight, it's the U.S. men's national team in action against Paraguay, the World Cup opener. And at least a couple of the boys behind the glass were planning to get together tonight at Hyde.
Yeah.
And I believe Mike Marr has jumped aboard.
Yeah.
Fill us in on the crew.
Yeah, what's the latest?
So at first it was going to be Fun and Funner,
Yeah.
Jordan and Pippen,
Okay.
myself and Drab,
Batman and Robin.
Batman and Robin,
Yeah.
and then we've upgraded to the big three.
Okay.
Obviously, Mar is Chris Bosch.
Okay.
Hey, without that rebound in Game 6, they lose that championship to
Chris
Ray
Bosh
Allen.
is critical. He's a
Ray
big
Allen's the
piece.
fourth,
Yeah.
right?
So I guess kickoff, if you call it kickoff, is at 9:00.
Yeah.
We'll be at Hyde, all decked out in our USA gear.
George Washington outfit.
I got talked out of the George Washington outfit.
All right.
I'm kind of bitter, but I
Yeah.
get the idea. It's a little too much.
You have to
Who
send
talked
back,
you out of
You have
it?
to send back your powdered wig to Amazon. Will they
I-
take
I-
that return?
Chuck
It's in the-
talk you out of it?
It's in the closet for America 250.
Okay. Well, that's right around the corner.
Who swayed you?
Drab.
Okay.
Drab said, "How are you going to be my wingman tonight when you're dressed as George Washington?"
Yeah, when I'm not associating with you. 'Cause
Yeah.
You're dressed like a clown.
Well, he's dressed like a
Well,
founding
Yeah, well, you
father.
ever hear of peacocking?
Yeah.
Valdez is just being a baby, kind of, about this whole thing. I mean, this wasn't exclusive. It was never just Drab and Valdez are
Yeah.
going to be like going on a date together. And
Now he's jealous?
He's acting jealous because I have multiple friends. I invited Trey out, who had a baby like a week ago. I invited him to leave his wife and newborn to come
He's
down.
a soccer guy.
He's a soccer guy. My good buddy Leo Lanise is coming tonight. He's a troublemaker.
Oh, it's a big
So-
party.
Yeah, I thought it was just
You thought it was going to be the boys.
I thought it was the boys, and we're all
Remember
doing.
when Mars said he wasn't going to bring all the guys? Was it to Dewey? Because it was going to be the boys.
Yeah.
Remember
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I thought what we were doing, but
Are you feeling
Drab's grasping at friends that he talked to a month ago to come out and hang out.
Well, I'm not the grasping one. You're the one inviting your friends now in the group chat and getting left on red. You're grasping. I actually have friends who are coming.
Oh, is that where the bitterness comes from?
Yeah, he got Jack, Wacky Jackie,
Jackie not interested.
I got
RP.
I got a couple people out of town, other people that
You're
have
just
responded.
striking out. You're
I'm
striking out.
striking out hard.
Are you guys competing for entourages?
Well, I didn't know this was a whole. I'm bringing friends. You bring friends. We're gonna have a whole table's worth of patriotism out there. I thought we were just all hanging out as bit season boys, doing a mini
Right.
appearance.
That's
all.
what I thought it was too. But now it's just.
So Matt Myers.
you
Yes,
almost
sir.
feel like a hanger on, don't you?
A little bit.
Yeah.
So
I
it's just
feel
gonna-
I feel like a fifth wheel.
So you're just
Right.
going to be hanging out with Mar
Mar and Chuck Lee.
and Chuck, yeah.
Drab's gonna be doing his own thing.
This group's going to
Yeah,
splintering.
Drab's like Puerto Rico.
A Commonwealth?
Yeah, he's a Commonwealth. We kind of identify with him,
Yeah.
but he's not.
But he's kinda off
50,
doing-
51st state.
He's off doing his own thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Kind of part of the crew, but maybe not really.
Right.
That place is going to be
Trav,
jamming
why
tonight.
did you decide to invite other people? Now, I understand Trey's one of your boys, and he's a soccer coach. He
Honestly,
fits the profile.
I didn't know that because I've hung out with Valdez before, and every time I've hung out with him, he's had,
He's brought people.
He's brought people, and I like at the St. Patrick's Day party. Mara was there with his house party, all his friends. Valdez brought his fiance. He brought Wacky Jackie.
This is Matt
Like,
Valdez.
I was standing by myself.
Wacky Jack?
Right.
What about
assume-
Valdez's party? Remember, didn't you go to his party?
I came by myself. Yeah, I think his Super Bowl party.
Yes.
Yeah, I came by
How
myself.
many
That
people
one-
were there?
that was another big dud.
Yeah, huge dud. That's all.
Are you having some party problems?
I'm not a good party promoter. I got a hard time filling the room.
I think Valdez got like a two-man group, and that's about it. If they
Right, he had all that
available.
food, right?
I like to think of it as I have an exclusive friend group.
Yeah, very small.
It's hard to get in the inner circle.
Yeah.
That's all.
You got to have a 5 handicap or lower, probably.
Exactly. So if you want to, come hang out with us at High tonight.
Yeah, you know what? If you want to come hang
friends
out
with
with
Valdez.
me,
Anytime you mention this guy's name, it just makes me think of Messi. It's Leo
Lanise. Yeah.
by the way, I've never heard of this guy in the world. His name should be George Glass.
Hey,
He might be made up.
Leo's a troublemaker. He's an old Big O and Dukes listener here's what's
You go
happening.
way back.
I'll be honest with you. I've always liked Leo, and but we haven't hung out a lot because we live different lives.
Okay.
I was at home with my kids on the weekends.
Yeah.
My life has changed a lot in the last year.
Yeah.
So
You got to find guys who are available.
not necessarily available, guys that are cause a lot of trouble.
Okay.
The guys that could never keep a woman, never have kids.
You need some rabble rousers.
They like to party, like.
That's who you're hanging with now?
Well, these guys, they don't have anything going on.
Yeah.
Like
Kinda like you.
a married guy with kids doesn't fit it.
Right.
Now I feel a little bad because I've invited Drab to hang out with me and my friend group a billion times, and he always rebuffs and can't make it or has an excuse or doesn't feel comfortable. And I ask him to do stuff 10,000 times just because I know he might be bored, doesn't have anything going on, whatever it is. But the one time we finally get to do something.
He's inviting the whole
Yeah.
country.
Yes.
Yeah. He kind of
Again.
is feel a little
So you won't
offended.
be able to talk to him as much as you thought you would.
Well, yeah, he's
Oh,
gonna.
no, it's not about chit chat. It's about the bonding experience.
If it's just you and
Manly
your boys,
bonding.
And is Mar bringing boys too?
Let me see, what is exclusive in Batman and Robin about a VIP party at the bar? Like I didn't know that it just had to be us two. Like that
I
sounds
know,
like
but
a Sunday afternoon.
Now you're going to be talking to your boys, and he's going to be, I don't know, talking to Mar. I don't know. Is
And I'm talking to Lionel Messi or whatever his name is.
That's what
you're talking to a bunch of boys you don't even know.
Hey, by the way, the word is
I
out.
gotta talk to Drab's friend about snacks of the round table.
We'll have to see. Valdez is sending out invites for a 4th of July party. Did you guys know that?
I had not heard.
I wonder if I'll be the only one who shows up to that one too.
Are you having him?
Don't buy a lot of food, Valdez. Go easy there. Tread lightly.
Yeah, make people bring their own food.
What is the plan for 4th of July? You gonna have the whole outdoor setup?
Oh, of course.
You gonna have tent. What if it rains?
I got tent.
You got a tent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's $250. We're doing it big.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I already know Drab's
He's got to use his George Washington costume sometime.
I already know Drab's coming because Trey already RSVP'd. Yes. and Drab follows him like a puppy dog.
So is it basically you, Trey, and Drab right now?
No. I think I have like.
This will be a good. This will be a good
This
one.
is what he said about a Super Bowl party too. So many people are coming, and then everybody cancels
And then
last
6
minute.
people show
And
up.
then just like
And then
two
Drab's,
wives.
Drab's going to be taking home 100 SKs back to his house.
Hot dogs for weeks.
Oh man.
What do you call it when people bring their own food? Like
Potluck.
Yeah, basically, you should just make it a potluck. 4th of July.
It's not being a good host.
I'll bring the Pupatella.
There you are.
Smart.
So will Valdez.
Is Joe from Australia coming to hang out tonight?
I don't know. Why is he calling back? Let's go. Joe from Australia. Hey, buddy.
Oh, boys,
Yes?
what's going on? I tell you what, tomorrow, or tonight, whatever the time it is there, I have no idea. It would be nothing compared to next Friday. That's the spot. That's the day.
That's the real
day.
hang.
That's the real. Yeah. That's
Are you
where
guys
all
committed
needs
to
lead
it,
up
to hanging out with Joe when he's in town?
I'm definitely
So
down.
far,
yeah.
it sounds pretty good. Except for he's very attractive.
Yeah.
What do you mean he's very
gonna-
attractive?
Read
He's
on his
gonna look-
Instagram. He's too attractive.
Oh,
Joe's gonna
He
fly
is-
over here. He's gonna mog.
He's
these guys
mogging.
like
He's
never
he's
been out
abdominal
before.
mogging.
He's got-
Is he like Tom Wilson or something?
Hold on, I'll show you.
But is this the guy that had the hair transplant too, and he's done a bunch of stuff?
No.
No.
This guy's got 100 abs. He's got like bad boy tattoos.
Right.
He's got a whole look.
He's got an Australian.
Yeah.
He's got a semi-Australian accent.
Can you dumb it down a little bit for the boys?
Yeah, ugly yourself up a
Well,
bit.
no,
It's
I mean,
t-shirt, jeans.
I was originally calling because I listened back to yesterday and
Yeah.
I felt disrespected and offended that no one believes me. No one actually thinks I'm from Australia.
I believe
my
you.
wife listened. She's disrespected. She's like, I can chime
What's up
in.
with all the
and-
tattoos
and-
on your chest there? What are all these tattoos?
Yeah.
Where are they?
Well, it's just the culture here.
He's
you know,
inked up.
and in my in my
Yeah.
line of work, you can bond with people over that. And the criminal defense world, they can appreciate it.
So you're a
it's just
lawyer?
part
Is that
of-
what the guy is? I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm a lawyer. Yeah, I'm a lawyer.
He's a
Man,
rich,
I mean,
he's a
the
rich
guy's got
lawyer
everything
with
going
abs.
for him.
Yeah. Huh?
That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said.
He looks like Clavicular or whatever, right?
Clavicular, I know. You think I could stand next to him at Bondi Beach?
You can't. You can't.
All right, we got to run. We got our guest coming up. We got to run. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, good. Next weekend, next Friday, though.
All right,
Next
something'll
Friday's the big
happen.
one.
All right,
Yeah,
buddy.
that's it. That's
All
it.
right.
All right, coming up next, Mark Ein, Commanders minority owner and chairman of the Mubadala DC Open, joins us here on the Junkies.
When it comes to your money, what's more valuable than peace of mind? The answer to that is nothing. At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors know that your financial journey is personal. Whether you're looking for a second opinion on your portfolio or want to build a plan for steady income when you retire, Trajan Wealth has got you covered. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps veteran who knows the meaning of true independence, founded Trajan Wealth so their advisors could always put your interests first. Turn to the pros at Trajan Wealth for a custom-tailored plan to reach your goals in your timeline. Schedule your complimentary introductory meeting today at TRAJANWealth.com and start working toward the retirement you've always imagined. That's TRAJANWealth.com. You owe it to yourself to get a second opinion on your financial future. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Or go to TRAJANWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. We'll talk to Paul Taboni coming up at 9 o'clock. He is the president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals. They had a rare day off yesterday.
Yeah. Home to play the Mariners tonight. Kicks will be there.
I will be
when
there.
the storm's coming through.
Dodging the Thunder Boomers.
Hey, let's check in on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude's most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, with Mark Ein, chairman of the Mubadala DC Open, and, of course, minority owner of the Washington Commanders. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, guys. Great to be with you.
Hey, Mark.
We heard
man.
you were just at the French Open. How was it?
I was. I love that tournament. It's always great. Matches on red clay are unbelievable battles, and so many surprises this year. But it's always great to be over there.
Is it better that? Have you been to Wimbledon too?
Yeah, I've been to all the Grand Slams. You know, the thing about tennis that's so cool is, and the Grand Slams, every Grand Slam perfectly reflects the place it is. Like, the French Open is perfectly French, and Wimbledon is so British, and the U.S. Open is so New York, and the Australian Open is like perfectly Australian. So they're all different and unique in their own ways.
Right. Well, we know your event is coming up again. And
In exactly 42 days, 19 hours, 15 minutes, and 38 seconds.
Oh, they got a countdown on the website?
I'm on the tracker. Yes, I'm on the
nice.
website right now.
And you've already announced a bunch of big-time players, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be another unbelievable summer at the tournament. Yeah, so we announced our first set, and there's going to be a lot more coming, but the first set includes Francis coming back, Taylor Fritz, Tommy Paul, also on the men's side, Jack Draper, who fans love, Stefano Tsitsipas, Kei Nishikori, who won the tournaments for retiring this year, so he wanted to make sure he came back. Alex de Minaur, who's top 10 in the world and won the tournament last year, is coming. So that's great on the men's side. And on the women's side, Venus is back after that amazing summer in D.C. last year, singles and doubles.
What about Serena?
Yes.
Said she's coming back. Let's get them
Where
both.
I've heard she's making a comeback. She was unbelievable, by the way. I watched her doubles match in England, and gosh, just like she never missed a beat. But fingers crossed. Let's see. Serena's got to play some tournaments over there, but you know, the whole family loves DC. They have a big presence here. They're involved in the Southeast Tennis and Learning Center. Their sister lives here. They always come to the event. I mean, they often come to the event, and so fingers crossed that something might happen there.
Nice.
Vicky Maboko, we gave a wild card to last year. She's now top 10 in the world. She was Serena's partner over there. Emma Raducanu is coming back. Leila Fernandez. Marta Kostiak, who played for the Washington Castles in 2019 when she was 17 years old, is now 12 in the world and semifinaled the French Open. Another great young American, Eva Jovic, who's really exciting, is coming. As I said, you're going to see a lot more added, but it's a great start to an amazing player field.
Very cool.
You know, it was real cool, real quick, Mark. A great story of the French Open was the qualifier on the women's side who got to the final. She had to play and win 3 qualifying matches, and then 6 more matches to get to the final. And you know, I read that she was thinking about quitting tennis. I think she's about 24 years old, but that was a great story. Did you get to see her play?
I didn't see her live, but I watched some of her matches. Yeah, I mean, those once in a while lightning in the bottle happens, and that happened. Obviously, that was Emma Raducanu's story at the U.S. Open, right? She qualified and won. Emma, when she won the U.S. Open, not only qualified, when she didn't lose a set that entire time. And it's really out of literally nowhere. Like, before that tournament, Emma had never won a pro hardcourt match, and then she sweeps the U.S. Open. And the young woman in Paris, it was unbelievable. She didn't have a clothing deal. She wasn't sure she had money for her hotel, and she ends up making the finals, makes like $1.5 million, and now her career's on its way. It's really great.
Yeah, that was Maja Twalinska.
Yeah.
So that's very cool.
Hey, I want to ask you a Commanders question or two, but you're just a diehard sports fan. I've seen you at Wizards games. Who do you think they should take with the first pick?
AJ,
it's a no-brainer for you?
Well, if I'm in that job, I don't know how you don't take him. I mean, I do think they should take him. I think he seems like he's a super high character young man. He's exciting. He brings it all. I think others, maybe someday someone will be better, but if you're just playing the odds, I think you got to take him. Don't you?
I don't know. I
Eric's
think it's close.
He's on the other side. He wants Peterson.
I think
He wants
Peterson.
Derek Peterson.
I think he might be a bigger star, and I like him with the ball in his hands. Like, who's going to give me 35 in a playoff game when I need it? You know, you see all the guards dominate a lot of times come playoff time. I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking.
Well, you know what? AJ was at the French Open watching Francis, so he got my vote when he did that.
I knew
that was pretty cool. Were you involved in that? Were you involved in that hookup?
No, not that one. Some of the others that happened, but not that one. I had nothing to do with it. But I thought it was awesome.
So switching over to the Commanders, how do you compare this offseason to last offseason?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I don't know that I have any. I don't have any like amazing insights into that. I obviously like the moves that we've made. I think our goal is to build a great long-term franchise, both on and off the field, and it's all about getting the long-term foundation in place. You know, when you get started, you can't do that overnight. So you've really got to take long-term, and I feel like the way we got younger and faster, I think, does that.
What do you make of all this Brandon Ayuk noise?
Oh yeah, Brandon Ayuk.
I got no comment on Brandon Ayuk.
I wonder
Do you
why.
like our room? Do you like our receiver room, or if you were Mark the fan, you want to add something to it?
You know what? You guys will have a better point of view on that than I do. I do love Terry. I'm glad Terry's back.
Yeah, for sure.
So, Mark, you've told us in the past, you're chairman of the Mubadala DC Open. What makes the tournament special for people that maybe haven't experienced it yet and want to see tennis?
Yeah, I think what makes it so special is just the feeling you get when you come on the grounds. As you guys know, since we took it over 6 years ago, we've made huge investments in just making the fan experience one of the most fun sporting experiences you can have, with amazing food and drinks, amazing venues. One of the things we actually are really intentional about is the players are super accessible. You can sit there, literally press your nose against the fence and watch them practice. They walk through the grounds to get to the player areas.
It's very cool.
Right. And then our courts, even the stadium court's not that big, but a lot of times these players play on these side courts in singles and doubles, and you can be in the front row, second row watching some of the icons of the sport, right? Serena's playing on our second court. It's all general admission. Someone gets there sitting in the second row watching Venus Williams play. So I just think the vibe there is unbelievable, and we just have an amazing tennis community here. When we took this over in 18% of the tickets were like season tickets, full tournament tickets. We're now up to 75% are people who just say, I'm going to come every day of the week. And we just have an unbelievable tennis community here, and I'm so glad.
Yeah, it's a great experience. I have great memories. I've told you before, I was a ball boy in the,
the Sovereign Bank Classic.
Mid-'80s, and I have memories of, talking to Jimmy Connors, watching Andre Agassi just hit balls, on the practice courts.
Jimmy Arias.
Yeah, all
like
those
that.
guys. I mean, I just
Jimmy
many
Arias.
memories.
Blast from the past.
Yeah.
I was there when Thomas Muster, he had his racket bag there, and his prize money was stolen from his bag. And he was forgetting cashed his checks in like the last 4 tournaments or whatever.
I love it.
Yeah,
I
but
love
so
it.
great stories. You do get the access. You do get up close and personal. And I think one thing that you're missing, maybe, Mark, is the fact that it's men's and women's.
Yeah.
Right? It's like a major. That's not typical. People don't understand that. You don't get to go see Tiafoe and the Williams sisters, for example. You know what I mean? The same week. It's crazy.
Right. People don't appreciate this because everyone watches the Grand Slams and thinks tennis is always men and women. There are actually only 11 tournaments in the world that are men and women.
Wow.
The 4 Grand Slams, and then 7 others, including ours. It's actually really rare. It just doesn't happen. It was one of the things we set out to do when we took it over, and it adds so much to the event. I mean, it just adds so much star power, so much excitement. Frank, our fans are 55 women, 45 men. Like and it really is something special and something that we love. But by the way, I love those. I was a ball kid too, as you know. And
Yeah.
I think we might have been there together based on some of the stories you told. But but your story and my story is a big part of this tournament story, which is it's woven into the fabric of this community over 55 years, almost 60 years. And generations of Washingtonians have been coming, and it's a tradition. And it's one of the other things that makes it really cool. It's just been here so long, and it's woven into so many people's lives in different ways.
Well, what's the date again of it this year? What's the date?
It is
Late
July
July.
25th through August 2nd.
I know I'm in town for at least part of that.
Yeah,
I'm
get out
going.
this year.
I'm going. I'm 100% going.
We're gonna have a ball kid reunion. And
Let's do it.
Anyone who used to be a ball kid gets a ticket. Yeah. So I hope you guys all come out. I will say, and this wasn't why I came on to talk to you guys, but we are putting tickets on sale. There are not that many left.
Right.
And so I always tell people always say, oh, I wanted to go, but they were sold out or the resale value was too high. So hopefully people jump on it early and come out and check it out.
And Mark, next
save
time,
a couple VIP, friends and families for your boys.
You guys, you guys are always taken care of.
Yeah, we appreciate
and Mark,
that.
next time we got to get you to join us in studio. Bring one of the players out. We'll do a promotion and have some fun.
What did we do?
100%.
When we had
play on
Tiafo, you
Yeah.
guys, we play him in like video game or something.
I beat
Let's-
Wii
Tiafoe
tennis?
in Wii tennis. This is my greatest athletic accomplishment.
We got to
of
do
my
it
life.
again. We got to do it again. A rematch.
Let me see who's here the week before the tournament.
Yeah.
Because the players play Wimbledon, then they take a couple weeks off. Then DC is the first big tournament back. A lot of them come the week before and start training. Let's see who's around.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Yes, bring
I'll
one
bring
in.
them by. It'd be awesome.
A
Yeah, it'd be great.
Wii tennis rematch. Let's do it.
Or we can play pickle. We can play pickle downstairs.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Hey, thank you, Mark. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you guys always.
All right,
Thank you,
thank you,
Mark.
buddy.
Mark Ein,
Yeah.
Commanders minority owner and chairman of the Mubadala DC Open, coming soon in July. Coming up next, Paul Timoni, president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals. We'll talk some baseball here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, on the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player's subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues with the substitute. How great is that? So you're still in it until the final whistle. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds & Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. The Carolina Hurricanes won their second home game of the 2026 Stanley Cup Final with a 4-2 victory over the Vegas Golden Knights in Game 5 of the series. With that crucial Game 5 win, the Hurricanes take a 3-2 lead in the series as it returns to Las Vegas for Game 6. Jordan Staal scored the first goal for the Hurricanes, which is his 6th of the series. That extends his Stanley Cup final goal streak to 5 games. That is the longest streak to start a final series in the expansion era. And your World Cup update. Co-host Mexico got things started with a 2-0 win over South Africa. South Korea had a comeback 2-1 win over Czechia last night. And today at 3 p.m., Canada takes on Bosnia. And 6 p.m. tonight, Team USA faces Paraguay. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. And Richmond, appreciate you listening to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Usually we talk to Paul Timoni, president of baseball operations for the Nationals, on Wednesdays, but he was in San Francisco. Let's check in with Paul right now. What's up, Paul?
What's going on, guys? How are you guys?
Hey,
Paul,
great.
Paul, you were back in your hometown, right?
Yeah.
How much family did you get to hang out with, if any?
I was going to say, first of all, I appreciate you guys being flexible with the day and time this week.
Of course, anytime.
But yeah, it was good. Obviously, saw family and had friends out there. I was able to empathize a little bit with players, with the folks asking for tickets and stuff like that. But it was all good.
Yeah.
So, bum we didn't get a sweep, but good we won 2 or 3.
Yeah, is there any little extra scar tissue after being so close to the sweep? Like having the huge lead.
2 innings away.
Yeah, I mean, just so close to it, and to give it up in such agonizing fashion, or do you just stay medium? You're like, look, we have 162 of these. Sometimes these are going to happen.
You've seen everything.
What was that like for you and some of the players, too?
Yeah, I mean, that one was tough. I don't know if you guys were watching.
Oh,
but,
yeah, we were watching it. Yep.
Yeah, it was a tough one, but it's part of the reason why I think this staff and player group is so great. Like, obviously they're disappointed, they're upset, but then it's not like they're broken. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, that was really crummy, but we're gonna move past it. So they stay pretty even keeled. Good to have an off day today too, especially traveling east. Yesterday.
Yeah.
Any worry? Because some of the guys were saying, in years past, sometimes you can have kind of a catastrophic loss like that, just in the sense of the way it went down, that a team can go they could spiral
because it's in their heads.
But my answer to that was, this is a young team. I mean, at one point, didn't we have the stat like nobody over 27 and had more than like 3 at bats? There was some crazy, stat like that. It's a young team. I don't know. I don't see them necessarily just falling apart after that.
No, I mean, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
This team is, like I said, like they're pretty even keeled, and we'll be in our, our hitting meetings or pitching meetings, today preparing for the game, and it'll be the same exact vibe as if we've won 5 or 6 in a row, which I think is a good thing. Like, just it almost reminds me of a veteran team. Like, usually when this happens to a veteran team, they know how to stay pretty even keeled, but this group's the same. They're just all about being focused and taking care of their work and going out and competing.
Yeah, I mean, after the Marlins series, where you guys, didn't score a lot of runs, you faced some really good pitchers. We talked about it. but you scored 7 runs in that series, and we were talking about. I said, you know what? They're going to bounce back. They lead the league in runs scored for a reason. And then you guys went out to Arizona and put up 14 in the first game and 6 in the second. So you had 20 in the first 2. I think you guys scored 41 runs in the 6 games out there. So you were averaging 6-7 runs per game. So you certainly bounced back from that Marlins series, but especially going to Arizona, because Arizona is good and they've got some good pitchers and they're tough to beat at Arizona. And to put up 20 runs in the first 2 games, that was impressive.
Yeah, no doubt. I think you hit the nail on the head that Arizona's a good team, and honestly, I think San Francisco is better than their record. Yeah, and obviously you saw it with Logan Webb the first day. He's pretty darn good, but that was cool. Like, we were up against the ropes, and these guys are resilient, and we were able to get to Keaton win in the 9th there, and then even like that last game, I know we lost it, but. Robbie Ray's no slouch, you know what I mean? And they put together really competitive at-bats against them, and obviously we put up 10. So, we keep saying, it's not just the big guys and Woody and CJ and those guys. It's really the lineup. It's I think with Curtis and Dylan and Kaber and JY playing the way they are, it just feels like it's extended a little bit. Deeper and of higher quality than it has in the past, which makes it fun. There's no real easy at bat in our lineup.
Talking to Paul Taboni, president of baseball operations for the Nationals. So, wanted to ask a question that one of our fans tweeted us this morning, and it's kind of a bigger picture question. But based on where you are, the probability of making the playoffs, it's right around 23%, but that's probably greater than most people expected.
Oh yeah,
the expectation that you set in the winter was that the team was building for the future, but how do you balance that with going for it and trying to win a wild card spot this season and make the playoffs this season?
Yeah, it's a great question, and if you all have the answer to it, I'm all ears. But
we do not have that answer.
I don't.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah, we talk about it a lot, and I think the needle we want to thread, right, is we believe in this group, and so we gotta figure out how these next, whatever it is, 45 days, 50 days is going to go, while at the same time, we don't want to put ourselves in a position where, hey, we make a bunch of moves and then we look up and it's next year, the year after, and the year after that, we're in a really tough spot. So what that means in practice, we got to see, you know what I mean? And I don't know exactly what it's going to lead to when we get to whatever the deadline date is, August 3rd or whatever it is, just because I don't know what our record's going to be. I don't know what the rest of the league's going to look like, so on and so forth. So it sounds like I'm dodging the question. I'm actually not. We just got to see where we're at.
It's a wait and see deal. It makes sense.
I have a more specific question, and maybe you could say, would lean maybe one more that. So I don't know. My assumption is that let's just say you guys are right there, you're in it, and it's hell,
1.5 back.
We're right here. These guys have worked hard. Let's give them a little something. Would it be? The assumption just is, okay, we're going to help the bullpen, right? And Valdez is telling me, hey, you know what? You help the bullpen. Not that costly. You might not have to get. Or could you maybe help the bullpen, your pitching staff, and maybe you bring up some of your. We talked to Jesse Doherty about this. You bring up some of your younger guys, and maybe they're projected starters, but you use them in a relief role for a couple months down. Is something like that possible?
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, both those things are possible. Now, I don't want to say that's what we're doing. We don't know where we're going to be at. But in the hypothetical that you brought up, you can't take for granted every year that you're going to be in a position to win. You know what I mean? It doesn't. Most teams it's not the case every year, right? And so if we feel like we're in that position, we want to kind of pull the levers that we can to be able to compete. Now, are we willing to do it at the expense of the long-term development of some of our players, or for whatever reason really accelerate their path at the cost of who they're going to be at their peaks? Those are conversations we'll have, but usually not, right? But if we think hey, we can call up a prospect and have him help us, and then if he's going to help us out of the pen, go back and have the guy start for us next year. on his normal development track, whatever it might be. Like, we're going to be open to all of those scenarios. So, but I keep saying it, like, let's just get there first, because right now we're trying to toe the line between, hey, we're excited, like we think we have a better team, honestly, than our record. But at the same time, we don't want to put the cart before the horse and assume that this is going to happen, because obviously expectations at the start of the year were much different than right now. So,
all right, this is a random question for you, Paul. Somewhat random. So, like in 2019, when we won the whole joint, right? Patrick Corbin was a beast down the stretch, right? He was unreal. I don't know if you remember, but he was unreal. We used him all the time, if you remember. And then he just wasn't quite the same afterwards. I'm not asking you to be critical of anyone. I truly am not. And I remember talking to somebody, very close to the team, and he felt like, you know what, just all that, innings, all that wear and tear, just kind of took a lot out of him. He was never the same guy. Is that a thing? Do you think that could have been a thing? Is that kind of like what you're talking about? Like, you don't want to do the wrong thing with a guy because it could hurt him long term?
Yeah, just generally speaking, like, not as it relates to Patrick. I have no idea if that's the case or not with Patrick, but like,
right.
Yeah, generally speaking, that's the type of thing that we talk about, right? Like, do you want to accelerate a guy's timeline or path and call him up maybe before he's, like, quote unquote ready, right? And what are the long-term implications of that? Listen, no one in my position, like, actually knows what the long-term implications are going to be.
You're
right?
just guessing,
Yeah, you are. You're really just, like, taking educated guesses on it. And it's so, it's so unique to the individual too, and like where they are on their development track and kind of how mature they are to handle it or not. Right. And so it's really just going to be a case by case basis. And, hey, do we think that this kid can handle it? Right. And if so, kind of what's the best role for him? And then what's the best long-term plan for him if we do it? You know what I mean? So
yeah, it's a good position to be in, right? You'd rather be in it than not.
No, we hope we're in that position, and we hope we get to make that call. And that's not to say that we're going to do it with some of our younger guys, but we love to be in a position where we're forced to make that choice.
Talking to Paul Taboni, president of baseball operations for the Nationals, earlier when you were talking about the lineup, you mentioned Dylan's name, and I want you to counter kind of the average fan's perspective, right? The average fan looks at Dylan Cruz, and he's hitting 183. He's been down in the minors, and he got called back up.
Can I say Manny Machado's also hitting like 180?
Okay,
so, I mean,
that's
I
fine.
don't know. It happens.
But Manny Machado has a track record in the major leagues where he's been an all-star year after year after year. Mm-hmm. Dylan Cruz hasn't done it. What's the average fan missing here with Dylan Cruz? Because it looks like it's just not working out.
Yeah, I would... First of all, I think that's like a fair take, right? I personally see it a little bit differently. I think our staff does the same. And part of that, I think, is just, over the course of his career. And then I think this year, I think he's run into like some really hard hit ball. Yeah, I mean, we saw it in San Francisco, right? Like, it's that laser to center field right at the guy. I think that's happened to Dylan more so than not in the early going. And so, like we're strong believers in kind of what he has to, or the traits that he has and how he's going to help us going forward. And I think Dylan is too, a believer in himself. So, we could just, our thought is we're going to hang by him and, continue to support him and, sooner rather than later, I think, my hope and my expectation is that the skills, tilt towards him, kind of showing more, better performance on the field.
Everybody associated with the team always says that, so there must be something to it. Is there? I know you're an analytics guy. You're up to speed on everything. Is there one sort of analytical number that you look at that is always one that tells you, you know what, he may be hitting hard at ball, whatever. I know this guy can play because of this one number, this one stat.
You're talking about like public.
Yeah,
like you guys can.
Yeah, is there like exit velocity or something? Is there something where you just go, you know what? I know he's whatever's happening, it's gonna come out in his favor because he demonstrates this time and time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think what we oftentimes look at is a player's call expected stats, right? Over their actual. It's no different than kind of what guys in the NBA or the NFL talk about at times. But yeah, it's like, hey, okay, let's say that Dylan hits a ball, this hard, right, at this angle in the gap. You can say that has an whatever expected batting average and slug or whatever of X, right? But then obviously this would never happen, but he's facing Jacob Young that day, right? And Jacob Young tracks it down and makes a catch that 90% of the league does not make. That shouldn't, I think how we evaluate that, right, shouldn't be like a classic 0 for 1 for whoever hits it,
Gotcha.
right? We should say okay, if that play runs out 100 times, what kind of success is the player having? So that's generally how we think through it.
So he's running bad, is what you're saying.
He's running bad?
Yeah.
Like you're saying, he's running unlucky?
Like a poker analogy. Like he's running bad.
Yeah,
He's
he's
running
got some
into,
bad luck.
Hard hit
Bad
outs,
cards.
etc. Yeah.
Yeah. I would say that he has been unlucky. But at the same time, I think the more he is exposed at the big league level, after some of the adjustments I think he made in AAA, I think the more comfortable he's going to get. And shoot, we're talking about expected stats. I think his expected stats will also get better. You know what I mean? So, yeah, this isn't just lip service to you guys. We really believe in him. We think he's going to be a great, great player, and we think it's just a matter of time.
Paul, Zach Littell's been awesome of late. 2 earned runs or less allowed in his last 7 starts.
6 straight wins.
I mean, you have to feel confident with him taking the mound tonight versus Seattle after the day off.
Yeah, absolutely. Zach has been the man. I think he's largely gotten back to who he has been in past years, these last few starts, and simplifying his mix and just going right at guys. And, we're believers in Zach. Obviously, this is a good team in Seattle. I think it's another team that is better than their record. And it's a good pitching matchup going up against Miller. But I think, like I said, we believe in Zach and obviously our lineup, and we're excited for the series.
What time does Paul Taboni arrive at the park tonight?
Oh, good question. It won't be tonight. I got to give my wife a little bit of a breather from the kids this morning, and so I'll hang with the kids probably for the next 45 minutes, and then I'll head in.
Oh, okay. Sweet. Well, I think we're going to get some storms later, but hopefully it won't certainly cancel the game. Just real quick, back to Zach. He hasn't lost a game since April 28th. He's arguably one of the better pitchers in the National League since May 1st, just based on his numbers. I mean, it's kind of crazy, and you kind of called it, Paul, because he was kind of behind when he first started with you guys in the month of April. But since May 3rd, you guys have won 6 out of his 7 starts, and he hasn't lost since April 28th. I mean, he's been really hot, white hot.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's especially with our offense. I think he's typically a guy that hasn't given up many free passes. He goes right at hitters. I think if you're doing that, on the whole over the course of the season, you're going to give a really good offense a chance to win a lot of games. And so if he can continue to do that, and man, when he's striking out guys too, I think he's really good. But yeah, I think part of the reason why he's been so good over the course of the last however many starts is because he's limited those free passes, and then also there's been a bunch of weak contact. So if we can continue to do that, if Zach can continue to do that, I think we'll be all right.
Hey, next time we have you on, we don't have time. I need to ask you about boxing because I just read that you were a boxer in college.
Not in college. I grew up doing a little bit of it, and then I went to graduate school. And if you guys don't know of it, you should look it up. There's a tournament at Notre Dame called Bengal Bouts, which is it's like one of the largest amateur boxing tournaments in the world. It's a cool thing. So
nice.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
All right, don't mess with Paul.
Yeah, he'll knock you
All
out.
right, Paul. Cakes is going to the game tonight. Let's deliver a W.
Yep, should be fun.
I love it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
Thank
Good
you,
talking to
pal.
you, man.
Appreciate
Paul
it.
Taboni, President of Baseball Operations for the Washington Nationals. Next, we open up the entertainment page here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Time to open up the entertainment page, brought to you by BMW Fairfax.
That's right, Ricky. The entertainment page driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. And if you missed it earlier, I did mention that I did not have gas stolen from my car, Cakes.
No.
It just didn't register.
We
Didn't click. I
didn't
went
think
in.
that that's the way it happened.
I didn't think so, and I had a hard time trying to rationalize how they could have done it.
Yeah.
The modern cars is pretty hard to siphon gas.
get in there. Yeah.
I would imagine it's probably difficult
Pretty
these
hard.
days. Yeah.
But I have witnessed it as a youth, so I've seen it happen. But yeah, my wife said, the BP just had $3.49 for my overpriced Gatorade Zero.
Got
Case.
it.
You pulled the lever. You
Pulled the
clicked,
lever, clicked.
You put it on lock, and then you walked away.
And I walked in, and then I came back, and I saw 6 and whatever. And I was like, $60. But it was probably from the previous person. It didn't reset even.
Definitely was.
That's probably what it was. All right. So Taylor Swift is in the news. I got a couple stories here. The first one, though, let's do.
Tay-Tay.
Of course, you all saw her with, what is it, the Haim girls that are sitting at the game.
Sitting the courtside,
two nights ago. Apparently, they're shirts that the Haim girl makes herself at her home.
Oh,
Makes
really?
them for like $2.
Yeah, I can't remember what it said.
Homemade jobbers.
They're homemade
said,
shirts.
So Taylor's said Stevie Nicks with
Yeah,
Nicks spelled
yeah.
like Knickerbockers.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
One said Nicolas Cage
Yeah.
with spelled
Right.
like
Another
Nick,
was Nickelback.
and the other one was Nickelback.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Kind of fun. Whatever. Cute. $3 t-shirt.
Nubby.
So backlash to Taylor Swift jumping aboard the Knicks bandwagon.
I think there's a little bit of that. Some people are like, well, she was just at the Cavs game rooting against the Knicks like
Yeah.
2.5 weeks ago. But to be fair, she's there with her fiance, who's a Cavs fan, Travis Kelce.
Okay.
He's a Cavs guy,
I'm
so
not-
she just went with him.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if she's a big Knicks
She
fan.
can't. She's
Who
probably
knows?
not. Yeah.
She looked like she was having fun.
Of course she was.
Was Kelsey at that game too? Because I only saw
No.
her with the girls.
I didn't see
Yeah,
that.
No,
I only
he
saw her
wasn't
with
at
the girls.
he wasn't at game 4.
Yeah, but anyway, she's got to. I don't know if you saw clips of it, but after they won, she was going around, hugging people. The security was trying
Yeah.
to keep her contained, and she definitely had a few vodka tonics. She's
Sure.
photographed with them. She's dancing, jumping
Hey,
around.
He was like that few drinks at a big game.
in the bowels of MSG. But you wonder, is she going to start feeling weird about going to these games? Because in Cleveland, they actually took the courtside chair from the game against the Knicks, where she sat in, and I guess with Travis Kelce, and they put it up for auction.
Oh.
So you could buy the chair with with Taylor Swift's stank on it. Okay,
I mean, I guess you could, yeah. It's a weird bit. I mean,
it's a
Valdez-
weird bit. It'd be
So
one thing-
creepy. That's so creepy.
It's very creepy.
It's kinda cringe.
It'd be one thing if like some guy that owned a restaurant said, "Hey, Tay-Tay sat here. Here's
Yeah.
the chair. I'm a creep.
Right.
I'm not making that much money.
Yeah.
You're the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah, like you're an NBA franchise.
What
Like
are you doing?
It doesn't. Whatever money you're going to raise, just
It's not
You
even
just
been that
donate it
much.
yourself.
Yeah, I mean, who
Yeah.
owns the Cavs? Is it Dan Gilbert, the guy who owns Rocket
Yeah.
Mortgage?
Yeah.
Okay, he's got whatever they're going to raise for that chair. He's got
He's
that.
got it.
You know what
He's
they
got
got?
that in
They got
his
$6
drink
grand.
holder in his
Well,
car.
They didn't even get that much.
Well, if I'm Taylor, I'm buying the seat myself because I don't like the idea that some weirdo out there,
Some
is
stalker.
is
Sniffing my chair?
Yeah, sniffing my chair.
Yeah.
yeah, it's a weird bit. I'm kind of surprised that the NBA is like kind of sanctioning all this. It's weird.
I think you guys are just being perverted. I don't think people are buying it to sniff it. There's a
Well,
lot
we're
of
going to the extreme.
You guys are going to the extreme. There's a lot of Tay-Tay fans out there that would just have anything that she's touched or been a part of.
I know, but
mean,
isn't that stupid? Like,
of
would
course
you?
it's
Well, I mean, it's
stupid,
going
but
to
I don't-
charity.
I mean,
It's charity,
I
yeah,
love Michael Jordan. I love Tiger Woods.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not going to buy his chair that he
might-
sat in one time.
I don't know. You might buy a chair from the woods that he sat in.
Yeah,
From
you
the
wouldn't buy a
woods?
I don't think
restaurant
I
chair
would.
from the woods.
No, I would
the
buy some
tiger sat in.
I would buy some. I would buy some memorabilia. Maybe I might buy his glove he used.
Yeah, right.
Right.
You know what I mean? Sweaty glove.
Would you buy a hat that he wore?
Yeah, I might. I mean, I'm sure I couldn't afford it, but yeah.
Well, I mean,
but I'm
if you
not
could
going to buy
afford
the
it.
chair that his stinky butt.
But
was
if you
in.
could afford it, would you buy it and wear it?
What? I don't know.
a
I'd
hat.
wear it. I would probably. my other memorabilia, I put it in a little case.
Oh, okay.
Don't you have a chair from Fenway Park in your office?
Yeah.
I've got 4.
Yeah, but that's
You
not
have like a whole row.
But that's not because some celebrities put their stinky butt on it.
Yeah, they weren't.
He just
Yeah.
bought it because it's a memorabilia.
It's not, it's not because
I
Ben
bought-
Affleck sat on it.
Yeah, right.
So that would enhance the value.
I don't know who sat in it.
Yeah.
Do you think if she on it that enhances the value?
Well, I mean, what are the chances? Let's be honest.
Probably.
All right, now you brought up something crude.
I
She's
did.
sitting there
Yeah,
for
buddy,
2.5
how dare you.
hours.
I know. There has
what
to
are
be
the
one.
chances she ripped one?
Oh,
Probably.
I'm going to say
100%. In
You
2.5 hours?
It depends.
Wow, you've gone 2.5 hours
she was-
without ripping
yeah, but
it.
if she was baking a brownie.
Only if I'm sleeping.
Yeah.
I've gone the whole show without ripping one.
You
I
think?
mean, I
I don't think
I
I've
know
ripped one
I
this
haven't.
morning.
Yeah.
Cake, she had the fart of Ophelia.
makes me laugh. Well, good for you. You keep the flatulence in. I know
Most
there's no
people-
way
look-
I've gone a whole show.
I know
without-
the average
Ask Claude,
number.
how many times does an average person toot?
We
In a
went through
day?
this.
I know, but it's like
yeah.
17
Yeah,
times
it's a
or
lot.
something.
That's not that many times.
Yeah, but you're only
Over
wait.
24 hours. That's
Although
not
I did rip one the other night in the middle of the night.
Oh,
in the
I
middle
think,
of the show.
I think in a
It was like a
24-hour
foghorn.
period, I'm good for like.
You're over.
About 100?
I'm good for 30 to 50.
Oh, really?
That is standard.
I think when you have a full evacuation,
In
you
the
could go a few
car
hours
with your
without.
wife, do you hold them in?
Try to.
No, you know what the move
I do
is?
try to for the
no,
most
you know
part.
what the move is? Because this is no move. It's unspoken. Roll the windows down.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you rip it.
Of course.
Okay,
And then
well,
even
that-
if you hear it,
that
the
is
windows are
polite.
down. And then you give it a good 10 seconds. And then
It was probably 3 weeks ago where.
Does your wife ever get grossed out at you? We always talk about how your
Yeah,
wife
sure.
adores
Right.
you.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you rip one in the car,
She's not even disappointed in it.
I mean, if I did in the car, it was loud and audible and gross. I mean, she
yeah,
might
but if you
just-
rolled the windows down, she would probably understand you, or at least you did what you could.
she
do.
might snicker. There might be some snickering.
But she's not going to be disappointed in you.
No, I don't think so.
she doesn't
But
go.
I try not to
She
do
doesn't
that.
go. Ew.
No.
She's rarely
No.
disappointed.
Maybe the Nats will sell the chair that Cake sits in after he rips one.
Cakes, I don't know about you, but maybe she had to go number 2.
Maybe she did.
What's your oddest? Do you have an odd, and not necessarily odd, but maybe the most different memorabilia that you have?
The
I have no
wackiest piece of
memorabilia.
memorabilia.
I
The
mean,
only
know that
memorabilia I
it's
really have
wacky.
is the Cal Ripken. I actually have a chair that's kind of framed that they gave me when we were emceeing the Cal Ripken Foundation.
What kind of chair?
From Camden Yards.
Oh, that's a good one. Where'd you put it?
It's on a frame on the wall in my office,
It's a chair on the wall.
like
Yeah.
like part of the chair.
What do you mean?
It's not the whole chair.
Like the
it's
back
just
of
like
the
the
chair.
wood.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
okay,
the back
I
of the
got the
chair.
back of the chair. Okay, that's cool. I think that the only thing I have Juan Dixon signed shoes, like his Jordans.
Yeah, but that's not weird. That's
It's not weird,
Pretty
no.
standard.
Not weird.
What would
But
you
they're
rather
game
have,
worn.
the Tiger Woods glove or OJ's bloody glove?
Oh, OJ's glove. 100%.
It's a better conversation.
Well, I would
Oh, yeah.
sell the
Yeah.
OJ glove.
If I had OJ's glove, that would be on the display case as soon as you walked into my house.
Yeah.
Conversation starter.
Yeah.
Cakes has the Brooks Like jersey.
I do have that.
Yeah, I mean jerseys are nothing. Yeah,
but
everybody's
that's
got
standard.
jerseys. I'm just trying to think of something
Yeah.
different. You know,
I got a
like,
ton of jerseys.
yeah.
I do have an Undertaker folding chair from like a WWE event from when my kids were
So did
super
he
into
actually
wrestling.
hit somebody over the head with it? Or
No. It's like if you have good enough seats, if you have a silly hookup,
Yeah,
like
you
we
get-
do with our guy Joe from WWE.
Is he still there? No, he's long gone.
Oh, I think he's still there.
He's still there.
He's not.
Yeah, I thought he
I
left
had
a long
no
time
idea.
ago.
He works for the Harlem Globetrotters.
I had no
why I
idea. I
checked.
thought he's still working for the WWE.
Now you get a
I did
bucket
too.
of
if you
confetti.
got ringside seats to like a silly match, they let you take the chair home with you.
Oh,
Right.
wow.
They just
Right.
let
And a
walk
belt?
out of the arena
You get
with
a
it.
belt?
You don't get a belt.
Oh,
you
no.
get the chair.
I always see guys walking
Sorry,
around with
those
belts.
were the biggest losers. The guys that come in with the belt. Like
There are a lot of them.
I know.
There are a lot of those guys. It's been a minute since I've been to a live wrestling event, but
I can't. I had some weird stuff back in the day, but I got rid of it. I just can't think of it. I would think that the Fenway Park chair has got to be the most unique that I've got. Mm-hmm. I've got a million jerseys.
Yeah, but
I don't have any
doesn't
game
count.
worn jerseys though. Do I have a game worn
I
jersey?
definitely have a Gill game worn jersey.
Oh, you do?
Hey, you could almost see like the snot and the blood on it. Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Ups the value.
But anyway, so you can, I guess,
All right, so they're selling the
it's
chair.
over. I think the bidding is over. One other
No, it ends on the 14th.
Okay.
You
Well,
still
so
get
far it's got
bidding,
a
EB.
so far it's got a $6,000 bid. That's the most I've seen.
Let's go 7. Let's pool our money.
But last but not least, there's a Nancy Guthrie, somewhat of an update. Remember, it was all Nancy Guthrie for about 2 weeks there. Everybody's trying to figure out what happened
Probably
to
longer than
Savannah's
that.
mom.
Jason was watching the one streamer who was posting up and wasn't going to leave till they found her body.
That never really
He was-
works out.
No, but he was there for a while. He was probably there for 2 months.
He eventually gave up, went home. Nobody
but
paid
he
attention
goes
anymore.
back if there's updates. But
Geraldo did that bit a few times.
Yeah. Well, they got a tip, an anonymous tip, claiming that her remains were buried in an unmarked grave in Mexico. And then, of course, it's apparently a known area where they find bodies.
Oh no! Like cartel dumping ground or something. That's scary.
They bury people. They have unmarked graves or whatever. But apparently, according to the sheriff's department, they did check it out and they did not find her.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
So bad tip.
I guess a bad tip. Or they just didn't find her.
there was 1 billion tips.
They still have $1 million reward for answers.
What's crazy is they did have video of the guy with the mask, right?
And somebody poking around. Somebody poking around on the front porch there, right?
Yeah.
Still unsolved, Cakes. An unsolved mystery.
JP, this is the guy JLR investigates, and he's the guy who goes out to the Guthrie home.
That's
Oh,
your
I've heard of
guy.
that guy. Let me see the video.
JLR.
I think I've seen clips of that dude.
Yeah, he's kind of a donkey.
Looks very
call.
serious.
You know what
I
we've
think
never
he's from.
talked about?
I think he's from like the Philly area, but he lives in Florida.
Have we ever talked about the Garth Brooks conspiracy? Have you guys ever heard about this?
No.
Have you guys? Are you hip to this, Valdez? Drab? Are you aware of the Garth Brooks conspiracy? That they can link murders to his touring. There's definitely a percentage of people out there, hardcore like homicide detectives and conspiracy people, that think that Garth Brooks is a serial killer.
Wait, they think that Garth Brooks is a serial killer, or that somebody
Garth
that follows
Brooks.
Garth Brooks around
No,
his tour
Garth
stops.
Brooks is a serial killer.
Dexter Morgan.
So where he's been going back into like to the 80s.
You're on the dark web, aren't you?
You're on the darkest of webs.
No. Dude, it's a thing. You guys just aren't aware of it. That like over like a 20-year period where he goes and tours, like that night, someone is murdered like 2 miles away, 3 miles away. Multiple cities over decades.
So
over decades.
Garth Brooks serial killer.
That's it. Listen, I'm not saying it's true, but I'm telling you that is a
I'm reading
real,
something here from the Las Vegas Journal.
That is
says,
a real thing. There's people that do a whole murder podcast. and they
It
talk all
sounds
about
entertaining, but
It's
you don't
butt
really
entertaining.
You don't really believe it, do you?
I don't
You
know
just-
what. Let me put it this way.
It gives you a smirk.
I'm not ruling it out. I'm not ruling it out.
Maybe he's taking headlines like Garth Brooks kills on his set in
Yeah.
Nashville,
Yeah.
literally.
No.
You got brains in low places.
Thing of the day. Love it.
You guys,
Love
if
it.
you
Why
want to
couldn't
go
it be?
down the wormhole,
But why couldn't it be someone who's on his tour because he's got a billion
because
people on
I
his
think
tour?
it was over like decades. And I'm talking about not like 2 or 3 people. I'm talking about like maybe like 20, 30, 40, 50.
He's Dexter Morgan.
Oh yeah. They're saying if it was confirmed, if it was true, he'd be like he'd be the biggest serial killer like in history. Like it's crazy. I you're looking at me like
I'm looking at Case.
I mean, it's like the
You guys
most
have-
laughable thing I've heard of in maybe
It'd be so
40
easy to
years.
bust.
I'm just telling you, you do some research. Do some research. You'll be intrigued. I'm not saying it's factual, but I'm saying the intrigue is there.
There's so many crazy people out there.
All right, got to take a
He
break.
might be one of them.
We'll come back with more. Don't go anywhere.
JP, I know you can relate to this because you've had shoulder problems, and I think your shoulder is a lot more serious than mine. But I've been having shoulder problems for seems like 3 years now. But
You had the frozen shoulder for a while. You've been doing a lot of rehab.
I did 10 months of rehab on that. But this latest one's in my right, and it's right on the top. That's where the pain is, right there on that bone.
The scapula?
Is that the scap?
That's what I thought it was, but I'm not sure.
Well, it's been bothering me so much the last 2 weeks. I mean, I couldn't even swing a golf club. So I went to my ortho, and he did 3 x-rays. He said, you have arthritis.
All right.
And he goes, that's good.
Yeah.
He goes, that's a lot better than what it could be. He says, I'm going to give you a cortisone shot. And I wanted the cortisone shot.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Because that's like a 3 to 4 month Band-Aid.
Okay.
Maybe longer.
It could be longer.
It could be longer.
But you didn't have a
It
mirror.
might not work.
Because an X-ray is not going to show all the tears.
You're correct, but he's very good at what he does, and he works in professional sports. I don't want to say with who, but he's very good. But he gave me that cortisone shot, man, and I didn't look at the needle, but it felt like it was this long.
Yeah.
It hurt so effing bad.
Those are big needles.
Yeah, and it went right there, and I couldn't even lift my arm.
Yeah, but how do you feel today?
I feel good.
Bet you feel like $1 million
Isn't it magic?
today.
It's unbelievable.
My son.
I mean, there's still a little bit of a pain, but it's
Yeah.
a 3 compared to where it was.
Yeah.
It
My
was a
son
10
has
yesterday.
bone on his knee, and I thought his career was over.
Yeah.
And we were like missing games, and we're like, let's just do it. And we
Cortisone.
did it. The next day, it
Yeah.
was like he was 15 years old.
Yeah.
And it lasted 6 or 7 months
Yeah.
at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can last. Eventually, though, the problem
was-
saved his career.
resurfaces because I've had,
Oh, yeah,
I think,
it'll-
multiple in my shoulder.
Well, that's
You
what he
go back
said.
and you get another cortisone shot.
Yeah,
You
but
only do a
eventually you need to
couple.
address
You
it.
can only
I know.
do a couple if that. I mean,
Eventually you need
it's
to
hard
address
on
it.
you. Yeah.
So Disclosure Day comes out, and
Are you going to go see it today?
I'd like to see it. I don't know.
You can't see it
'cause-
tonight when the U.S. is playing.
No. I would probably see it during the day.
Oh, okay.
Matinee.
It's so
Not
hot
that it's cheaper,
outside.
but you go see a movie during the day. Back in the day, you'd save $4 or $5 on your ticket.
Uh-huh.
I think those days they're gone.
It just
forever.
depends on my wife's work schedule. 'Cause she's probably working, then I got to watch the kid.
Yeah.
Maybe I could dump her somewhere. Anybody want to remember? He's trying to get the Defenders tickets.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get somebody to watch my kid. Anybody play date out there? But here's the tagline, and I actually want to throw this out to you. So the tagline for the movie is: if you found out we weren't alone, if someone showed you, proved it to you, would that frighten you? The summer.
The answer is yes. If I found out,
If it was
that
100%
aliens-
verified, you know how like there are all these people that say there's UFOs.
Yeah.
But what if it was next level proof? Next undeniable, next level proof that they're among us.
Yeah, it would be terrifying.
I mean,
will
I
answer-
believe they're among us, but we haven't seen it. But I believe it. But it doesn't terrify
Oh,
me.
you think they're here walking? the
Oh, I
earth?
don't know about that. It's
You mean,
you mean on Earth? Okay, no.
yeah.
Of course, if they were on Earth, that'd be. But I mean, would they just look like us?
I don't
No,
know.
there are all these wackadoo
You know what I mean?
theories that
They're billions of miles away.
I don't know if it's as wacky as the Garth Brooks theory, but they're wackadoos
Yeah.
that they're amongst us and they've shared technology and we're reverse engineering technology, and that's how we've made all of these
Yeah, if
advancements.
they're among us, they already have way superior technology, and then they just camouflage themselves to look like us, to blend in.
Lizard people.
Yeah,
right?
I don't believe
that would be the move.
I don't believe
I would
that's what
think.
it is. But
I don't think that's happening, but you never know.
yeah, you're true.
I think
Seems
you
like a long shot, but it seems less likely than Garth
So
Brooks
that's what-
as a serial killer.
Yes.
You guys are just not hip to the You just don't know it.
It's entertaining.
It's butt entertaining.
But it's
I'll
impossible.
I'll link you to a podcast where they focus all on it.
No thanks.
You wouldn't be entertained by it? They give you
Zero
all
interest.
all of the circumstantial evidence.
Yeah, because that's basically what it is. Circumstantial.
Yeah, well, I mean, at some point it becomes a pattern where everywhere he goes, somebody a mile later ends up dead.
Yeah,
but
that
the-
I
night.
hope he doesn't come to Oldie
It
anytime
just
soon.
matches up over. Like it just matches up.
It's just- it's
you actually
rando.
don't want
It's
to go to
rando.
Oldie.
I don't.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're
But
right.
you have
is
no
that
interest
what-
in Disclosure Day?
No, I have interest. I mean, you
they say it's Spielberg's best movie in 20 years.
This guy
If it's
hasn't
about-
seen a movie in years.
I
When's
haven't,
the last
but-
time you saw a movie in the theater?
we've talked about this. It's probably the
Roadhouse.
No, it was probably it was probably either Roadhouse or with.
I mean, that's eons ago.
No, it wasn't that. It was two summers ago, maybe.
And that's a long time
Or maybe
ago
it was
without seeing a movie.
What was it last summer? Didn't we see something last summer?
Top Gun.
Oh, that's what it was. Top Gun. Last.
Gone.
That was a while ago.
All right, so it's been a year.
Okay.
JP's
But
the
there's
only,
nothing out there that interests me ever.
JP's the only one I've heard talking
He's
about
trying to
this
drum
movie.
up,
yeah, because he's
just on
interested.
Disclosure Day.
I mean, Spielberg's trying to drum up press for it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's talking to anybody. He's talking to McCarthy. By the way, Spielberg's done like Lincoln and Bridge of Spies the last like 10, 20 years.
Yeah.
Or 15 years.
Also, JP has a huge fascination with aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah,
zero.
the-
done.
I
This
like
movie's a-
sci-fi movies. I don't like all of them.
It's getting 80%.
not just sci-fi movies, but aliens in general.
Yeah.
UFOs, life out there.
Yeah.
You go.
Piques
You go
his
see it. You
interest.
tell me if you like it or not. Maybe I'll go see it.
When's it open?
I have
Maybe
a-
it's going to be a dud. I thought it's going to be a big hit.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, we got to get out of here for Bish Bucks. Cake, CB, I'm JP. We will see you on Monday. B. Mitch and Finley next on The Fan.
The Carolina Hurricanes dominated the Vegas Golden Knights 4-2, taking a 3-2 series lead and coming within one game of lifting the Stanley Cup. After struggling for the majority of the postseason, both the power play and two of Carolina's top 3 regular season scorers, Andrei Svechnikov and Sebastian Aho, carried the Canes to a big win. Svechnikov scored 2 power play goals while Aho found the net for the first time since the Stanley Cup started. The Stanley Cup will be in the building as the Hurricanes have a chance to lift it for the first time since 2006 on the road on Sunday. And the NFL has reportedly determined that Kansas City Chiefs defensive backs coach Dave Merritt did not violate the league's personal conduct policy following an offseason arrest for domestic battery, according to NFL Network. As a result, Merritt is not expected to face discipline from the league. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We got a lot of sports going on. And Brian Mitchell, it was a damn pleasant ride to work today.
It was.
Fridays in the summer. I ain't complaining.
I took my time. I didn't really hit the road till about 8:55. I was here way early enough.
I left my house at 9:15, and it took me 27 minutes.
Yeah, you live, what, 8 miles, 9 miles away?
Yeah.
I live 20-something, almost 30 miles away.
Right.
So I left, and I was here way early, chilling, rolled in.
Listening to these idiots.
Rolled in, and the charger was open, so I just...
Oh, even better. The level of idiocy in the bullpen conversation this morning was next level. We're not going to get into it, but I walked in, and I was just like,
we damn sure not getting into that.
I'm walking away. I wanted nothing to do with the Jeff Clary argument this morning.
Hey, man.
The thing I couldn't...
Weird dudes, bro. Weird dudes.
Bro. The thing I couldn't help but notice, though, because you and I kind of come in the same way. We're both coming from the western side of the city. We have to get east here to the Navy Yard, which requires traversing the National Mall in some capacity, right? One way or another. Unless you could go down to like the 14th Street Bridge and come back up. But you and I both tend to come up Independence Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
And the amount of fencing and like...
Too much fencing.
And
why the hell they need all that fencing?
Dog, whatever's coming is going to be...
I'm serious. Now, we said it last week. We have to figure out something, because I'm not coming down here with all that crap going on.
I don't know what
I'm not. Listen, I don't like the traffic anyway, and I'm not going to just be sitting in traffic to get somewhere. I'm not leaving 4 hours earlier, 3 hours earlier. We're going to figure out something.
Just looking at all the stuff is like, man, I do not know what is happening here. Maybe nobody does. I guess the UFC fight is this weekend. I hope that
won't be close to them all.
I hope that goes great for all those that
they got the Defenders game. I'll be around that.
Yeah. So what's up with that?
I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be the the honorary captain.
Awesome.
And they have a ball deliverer.
Okay, like a game ball thing.
Yeah,
that's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I think that should be a lot of fun. I imagine Audi Field gets sold out for the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
A United Bowl? Is that what it's called?
United, but they expect it to be.
I don't know how to properly like measure this or what the metric would be.
Mm-hmm.
How big will the beer snake get for the Super Bowl? Like, I mean,
I've seen it go up, down, up, all the way across. If it gets bigger than that, it's got to go into another section.
For the Defenders to be going for back-to-back titles, and to get to play it at home.
Oof.
I mean, we all know about Rowdy Audi. I think that this might be at its rowdy.
Audi would be super rowdy.
Now we're going to talk to Defenders quarterback Jason Bean coming up at 11:45. Excited to talk with the QB. You know what's crazy? Think about this. So the UFL Super Bowl, the United Bowl, is being held at Audi Field, and the Defenders are in it.
Now, there was no, this wasn't like the World Cup where the home team automatically qualifies. Like they had to win 2 playoff games to get here, right? They had a big upset win over Orlando. People were surprised by that. Awesome. They're back in the Super Bowl. That's what champions do. The NWSL, the Washington Spirit, the NWSL is the Women's Soccer League. That championship game is being played here. I think it's in the fall. I think it's like November-ish. But like, considering the Spirit's been in the title game the last 2 years, unfortunately they've lost it, but they've been in the title game the last 2 years. I would say there's got to be a decent chance they're going to be playing a home title game in November.
Would love to see it.
And that it's just kind of a cool thing.
Hell
also,
yeah.
I would add, it shows as we're all kind of going through the remorse of not having World Cup games here, because it just sucks. Like seeing the excitement in all these other markets, and it's cool that the National Mall is going to have the watch parties and stuff, but it's just not the same. Like the fact that Audi Field, which is a super dope stadium for the right sized event, Audi is awesome, right?
Yeah,
but it's probably seats 22,000-ish, something like that.
A little bit of that.
Like, but it shows that these leagues and these teams want to come to DC, and once the new RFK is open, these
It'll be a
events
lot
are going to
of
start
stuff.
being here.
Oh, hell yeah.
Dude, I would like to see Audi Field used more for concerts. I don't know how we make that happen, but I just think about Meriwether Post.
What size? I mean, it has to be certain sizes because some people can't. Some people, there's not enough.
Totally.
Yeah.
But like the outdoor concerts.
24,000 seats.
24?
Audi Field.
Think about the outdoor concerts in the summertime that go to Jiffy Lube and they go to Meriwether, right? And there's a ton of them. And Wolf Trap to a smaller degree. But like both Jiffy Lube and Meriwether are probably hosting 4 shows a week.
How many people do Jiffy Lube and Meriwether hold?
I think about 20,000. I don't know.
Check it
White
out.
Brian, look that up. Because I imagine it's comparable, the Meriwether Post Pavilion and the Jiffy Lube Live size. And like, we've been giving away Dave Matthews Band tickets all week, right? And that's this Sunday night, I believe, at Jiffy Lube. I'm going, hopefully, Sunday night to Meriwether to see Widespread Panic. Like, those, I love both of those venues. The traffic in and out of Jiffy Lube is straight hell. Meriwether traffic is better, but they're both, I mean, Columbia, Maryland, and what is that? Gainesville?
25,000 at Jiffy Lube.
Right. So I bet they're both about
Jiffy
the same.
Lube is 25, Meriwether's 19.
Okay. But that's roughly the same size as Audi. Wouldn't it be dope if rather than having to drive roughly an hour to like say you live in or around the Beltway, it's about an hour to Jiffy Lube, it's about an hour to Meriwether. Like if you're just coming downtown for a concert, that's kind of on the water.
It's kind of on the water.
I don't know how to make that happen, but
the
that's my
parking
idea.
sucks around. So listen to
The
me.
parking does suck around
The parking
Audi.
sucks around Audi.
If you're the honorary captain, they hook it. You get like players lot or something.
Better.
Yeah, you better.
Well, I'm going to play golf.
Zena, if you're listening, you better get this man some
I'm
parking.
just saying though, like the thing of it, when you look at it, parking is vital to people.
Yeah.
And I understand you got to pay when you go to these events and all, but parking is right there at Jiffy Lube and at Meriwether. Audi, you don't know where you're gonna have to park. You have to park all the way at the wharf and get a ride over here.
So what I have done is within that neighborhood, when I go to Audi, there are people that will just like you pay them $50 and you park in their driveway. So I've started doing that. It's like old school RFK. It's like what my dad did when we went to Skins games. But you're right. The parking at Audi is god awful. In terms of what is great, what is awful, Jiffy Lube and Meriwether, I think Meriwether's a little bit of a cooler venue because you're kind of in the woods. Like it's a little more fun and there's less getting out of
Jiffy Lube is in the woods.
Have you been to Meriwether before? It's like Jiffy Lube is kind of in the woods, but it's just like a big open pavilion. Meriwether's like, it just feels a little different. They're just different. But I think Meriwether's also a little smaller, so it feels a little more intimate. Jiffy Lube is awesome, and I think the acoustics are awesome, and I've sat everywhere. I've sat, kind of front row in the pit. I've sat in the lawn at the way back. Just getting out of those parking lots is
It's hell.
Hell.
Yeah.
Like getting out of the Jiffy Lube parking lots is the equivalent of trying to find a parking spot at Audi.
I think the best thing to do when you go to Jiffy Lube, just spend a little extra money on the
super parking.
The super parking.
If you
Because
get
if
super
you don't,
parking at Jiffy Lube,
you can roll right out, roll right in. But if you're in anything else, you're going to wait. So
Doug.
just pack your patience.
the super parking at Jiffy Lube, it's a lot. And it's worth every penny.
Hell yeah.
And you know why? It's not because you get to park up close. That doesn't matter.
You get to roll right on out.
You get your own lane out.
There you go.
That's the only way I go to Jiffy Lube is if I have super parking.
Everything I've done there, I'm like, listen, if somebody inviting me, I need that.
Yeah.
If I'm going, I'm purchasing that.
Yeah.
I don't listen, bro. Just sitting in traffic just to be sitting in traffic, I'm not cool with that.
Correct.
I understand road rage at those points. I'm just saying I can side with people.
Or if you're doing Jiffy Lube and you do like a party bus and then you get done with the concert, you don't care. You're partying in the parking lot or you're just hanging out on the bus. I told you my story. I think.
No, I don't think so.
We went to a concert at Jiffy Lube and Tim McCarthy set it up. I can't remember who. I think it might have been Kenny Chesney. And so we had a party bus and say it was like 5 couples. But this party bus was like a stripper party bus.
Mm-hmm.
We had like 5 couples going to a country concert with like picnics. But there were poles all
Just
over this
because
bus.
it's a pole don't mean it's a stripper bus. You made it into a stripper bus, Jay, with 5 couples, dog.
I wasn't.
JP a little rowdy.
I wasn't stripping, but I decided to start performing on the ride home. I had a few at this point, Brian.
Excuse me?
I was hanging by these poles up on the ceiling doing like pull-ups, right? And I lost my grip and I kind of kicked this lady in the face as I fell smack straight to the floor of the bus.
So I'm seeing a pattern here.
I'm very sorry about that, by the way. I am still very sorry.
Every time you get tipsy, you do pull-ups.
When
you got choked, you were doing pull-ups.
Yeah, I sure was.
What makes a man want to just do pull-ups when he gets drunk?
I don't know, B. I don't know. Carolina Hurricanes have taken a 3-2 lead in the Stanley Cup.
They came out last night, bro.
That second period, they got 2. Carolina in the driver's seat here.
They are.
And I know you've got 2 family members rooting for them big time.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. My son and my daughter-in-law were, Bria's like, hockey, okay. But Willie and Kristen, they were really into it, though.
Willie and Kristen are both from Louisiana, have lived out in California for some time. Mm-hmm. How have they gotten wrapped up in hockey?
Willie is like all kinds of stuff. He and Chris, they both love Formula One.
Oh, really?
And all that stuff. Like when he saw my bike, he just broke down exactly what car it was based off of. They could tell you Chris will tell you every damn driver out there. They hate people just like we hate football teams.
What's funny is I don't think people realize, like, you had your bike in here whenever that was last week or whatever. B has a Mercedes bicycle that you could pick up with like 2 fingers. Like, that thing is shockingly light.
Yeah.
Like, what is that made out of?
Carbon.
Futuristic. I don't
made
even
out
know.
Of carbon.
Is that carbon fiber?
Carbon. Whatever. It's fiber, whatever, but it's carbon.
Isn't carbon a gas? Listen, I'm over my skis here. I don't know how this stuff works.
Carbon is not a gas.
What is it?
It's a solid.
What is carbon dioxide? That's a gas.
That's a gas. It can be a gas.
When it mixes with oxygen? So how does your bike not turn into gas?
It's not hot enough.
Okay. White Brian knows stuff, dog.
I told you he reads everything. I got a question, though.
Sure.
Did anybody else deal with the awful weather last night?
Storm that came through?
So I'm leaving, coming back, and I get on Route 4. Guess that's Route 4, yeah. And all of a sudden...
Oh, you would play the cannon.
So, yeah, I'm moving over. I noticed every car, I see all these brake lights. I'm like, what the hell are all these cars braking for? And I'm slowing up a little bit to be a little cautious. I get up. There's a tree across the Route 4. We get around that tree. Only less than a half a mile up, another tree. So now you got to get off.
Mm.
And then the police have the thing locked down. They shut down Route 4 farther up. They didn't even see the other 2 trees behind.
How long did it take you to get home?
It took me to get off of 4 right at that point. To get back on the 4, it took about 25, 30 minutes.
So Cannon Club to your house, I mean, that's a bit of a haul. It's probably usually
47,
an hour.
50 minutes.
So last night was like an hour and a half?
Yeah.
So swim season has started. Everybody get ready. Guess who won her heat last night?
Shelby did?
Shelby was flying in the backstroke, dude. And it was...
Can you beat her?
I don't know anymore, man.
I saw you last time trying to do a backstroke.
Yo, I dominated at Larry's pool that.
I don't know.
I
Jay.
dominated.
You looked a little funny on the backstroke, though.
I dominated.
You like your feet were touching
Nothing
the bottom.
like
sometimes you
hammered
pushing.
dudes swim racing. Me versus Pete Haley, who was
It
fucking
was-
big S, and I
It was
smoked
you,
him.
Pete, and I think I had a whale trying to swim with y'all.
That's me. Yo, but so last night, first swim meet of the year, and I got there late because I was in Ashburn all day. Eventually, we'll get to the Ashburn part of all this. But so I'm there for Shelby's backstroke, and my girls, they can both really swim the backstroke well, and they're both tall and like have long arms, which I think is well suited for it. I really don't know, but a lot of these kids, they don't go straight. You know what I mean? Because so Shelby starts drifted to her left and hits the lane. And what I've noticed with them is when they hit the lane, they overcorrect and then they hit the lane going the other way. And it's kind of like this zigzag. It just kills your time. But she like very calmly hit the lane, straightened out, and just flew. Dude. It was awesome. It was really cool to see. And it was just like impressive. Then she did butterfly, which I had never seen her do. Her butterfly was phenomenal. She came in second in that. But the swim meet ended about 3 minutes before the horn blew. And where we were at, you could just see from the west these storm clouds rolling in.
It got rather dark rather quickly.
So then I went inside to get us some dinner, like takeout dinner to come home. So I was inside for the storm. When I was driving home, that storm moved through for us fast.
Oh, yeah.
It was big, but fast.
It was in and out.
There's pause. But on River Road, just inside the Beltway, I'm coming east on River Road, back towards my house, and I see these two cop cars come off the Beltway flying, sirens on, and they're taking off like towards DC, and I'm like, I don't know what that's about. That looks intense. And then as I keep cruising, I see like River Road going west, like towards the Beltway, is all jammed up.
Backed up.
Big ass branch had fallen down,
Yeah.
blocking like a lane and a half of river. So
Yeah.
that storm
So,
was serious, man.
I understand the trees and stuff falling, but once I got on the Beltway, I didn't understand this. 18-wheeler off the road. And I'm like, wow. Now I'm looking farther up and you can just see like the lights and stuff. I now see fire department and I see smoke and fire. Somebody must come off this thing. I don't know how, if they hydroplane, they just wasn't paying attention, but the little barrier on the side, the car must have been down the hill because they were all they were shooting and trying. I'm like, man, look, it looked like Armageddon, dog.
That's crazy.
I was like, let me get the hell home.
Yeah.
Bruh. You're like, it was weird. Like, because like it was very light and then it just got dark and it just, the sky's open.
All right, we're going to get into it. Got to talk to all the Commanders' defensive coaches yesterday. Lot of like unity on that defensive staff and a lot of excitement about the new system they're putting in. But something by far stood out to me from my conversations yesterday, and it was about the rookie linebacker, Sonny Styles. At 10:45, Paul Tenorio from The Athletics is going to join us. Little World Cup preview.
Mexico.
U.S. is playing tonight. Mexico played yesterday. We got a busy show. We're going to talk some NBA at 12:30. Ask Beamish anything at 1 o'clock. Mark Zuckerman will join us at 1:30. Nats back home tonight. Nats are playing really well. They've won their last two series. You just wonder what the sting is of that last loss. How quickly can you brush it off? You got to brush it off in baseball. You play a lot of games. Nobody go anywhere. We're talking Sonny Styles next.
This Force Update is brought to you by the Purple Heart Open presented by Green Drop. It's back Monday, June 22nd at International Country Club. The Carolina Hurricanes have a chance to hoist the Stanley Cup on Sunday after they took Game 5 last night, 4-2. Jordan Staal continued his very impressive stretch, scoring yet another goal. That means he has scored at least one goal in every single Stanley Cup game thus far. And today is day 2 of the 2026 World Cup, where we're going to see 2 hosts play their games. Canada and the United States begin their tournaments with what threaten to be some tricky games. Canada's taking on Bosnia at 3 p.m., and then at 6 p.m., you've got Team USA facing off against Paraguay. The annual Purple Heart Open presented by Green Drop is back. Join them Monday, June 22nd at International Country Club. Enjoy a day on the fairway with fantastic food and prizes, all supporting our wounded veterans. Register today at purpleheartfoundation.org and help make a difference. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCall, The Fan.
What up? B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Of course, B. Mitch and Finley brought to you by Rude, the official show sponsor. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't rude,
it ain't right.
Damn right. I have known Ken Norton for a few years now. I've only known him as a coach. I imagine you've known him for many years as a player, as a contemporary.
Really. We used to go at it.
I believe that.
Yeah.
Because he was on the Cowboys and the Niners.
He tried to come in one time talking about what he was on the side, talking about what he was going to knock. I said, dude, your daddy was a boxer, not you. You know what I'm saying? But Ken and I, we've had a conversation.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, Ken Norton has 3 Super Bowl rings. His father was heavyweight champion of the world at various points. This dude has real accomplishments.
Definitely.
He's now the Commanders linebackers coach, has been for a few years, has a deep, long relationship with Bobby Wagner. He and B collided on the football field. I can only imagine, like, when he was with those Cowboys teams in the early 90s as the Skins were dominant, then the Cowboys kind of took that mantle. I'm guessing you guys exchanged some words.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
A tackling machine. I mean, the first Cowboys Super Bowl team with Jimmy Johnson, he had 160 tackles that year. Significant work.
Yeah.
So I say all of that. Ken Norton knows ball, right? For the stupid phrase out there that everybody argues about ball knowers, Ken Norton is a ball knower. And I don't know if you agree with this. In my interactions with Ken Norton, low key, fairly serious dude.
Serious, real quiet.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like no nonsense.
Very much no nonsense. Yeah. That's why when I got to talk to him yesterday, and I don't know what version of the audio we have. We're going to play it here in a moment. But when I asked him about draft night and when it started to become clear they were going to get a shot at drafting Sonny Styles, just his face, you know, when somebody brings up your favorite meal or a band you love, you know how, like, when somebody has like this expression of joy, you can see it in their face, nonverbal communication before they start to speak. And to see Ken Norton's face kind of light up and him to start smiling was an experience I had never had with this man. He's a serious dude. Play the audio, Jeff. I asked Ken Norton about getting to draft Sonny Styles.
As the early picks kind of came down and you started seeing, okay, this guy.
Oh, my God. I thought there's no way. You know, every position coach wants their guy.
Right.
There's no way he's going to, he's going to be available when we pick. But he was. And it happened, and we were all so excited.
Did you even have to say, like, hey, Dan, hey, Adam, or did they just know?
Well, they knew. Everybody had, we had plenty of time to scout and to have great discussions, and everybody understood what our needs were and what the things that we want from position coach wise. And he fits he's perfect. He fits.
I asked Coach Izzo how good of a special teamer he would be. He just kind of laughed. I don't think he expects to get him.
He's going to be wherever you put a guy like that. He's a really special young man.
Thanks, Coach.
It's pretty funny.
He won't be playing special teams.
I asked Izzo,
he might be special on the team, but he won't be playing special teams.
I asked Izzo, I was like, hey, Coach, you might not get him, but what kind of special teamer would Sonny be? And he just laughed. He's like, he'd obviously be incredible. But, dude, hopefully you could hear that in Ken Norton's voice. But the video's on my social media at JP Finley NBCS. For him to light up like that and just say, "Oh my gosh, this is a serious dude," and you don't see that very often. What do you think Sonny could do for this defense without putting too much pressure on a rookie?
I just think with his athletic ability, he can work wonders because you look at for years, not just last year, for years we have not been able to cover tight ends. He should be able to do that. Also, I think backs out the backfield and just filling a hole. It makes a difference when a guy has a knack and the speed and quickness to get to a spot. Being able to get there, sometimes he won't even make the tackle, but that running back will have to hesitate and try to change course, and then all of a sudden they're going to be tackling him in the backfield. So I just think that his size. When you look at a guy at that height, quarterbacks are looking to throw to their jerseys. A 6'4" guy that's trailing makes a guy that's uncovered look covered. And then the quarterback has to come off of that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And now hold the ball a little bit tick long, and that may get Oweh that moment he needs to get to the quarterback. Dorrance Armstrong give him that moment to get to the quarterback. So
it's funny because I asked Eric Henderson, the new D-line coach, about so I asked him, this was funny, B. Obviously, the Javon Kinlaw quote that kind of went crazy, right? Man, he's a bleep. He's a bleep.
Yeah.
He's a bleep.
Yeah.
I said, Coach, what'd you think of Javon Kinlaw's answer talking about the D-line? And he's like, man, I'm not going to quote him, but I agree with him. But I asked him, I was like, when you've got a guy like Sonny behind you, how much can your D-line help a young man like that? And he's like, we understand what Sonny can bring, and we understand what occupying offensive linemen can do, and we know the kind of special talent he is. So it's a really interesting kind of time, and I think Sonny is being put into a really good situation. What's Eli and DC say? What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, B. Mitchell Philly? Thanks for taking my call, man. I think y'all right on it. I think I'm curious what you think about this B. Mitch too. I think he's going to be a guy in between the plays and you see a lot of these rookies when they make those plays. A lot of those guys in between those great plays because they're rookies, they kind of get lost. They kind of get washed just by the NFL veterans of just in between from down. I don't think he gets lost in between those great plays. I think he stays stout and shows up. Maybe if it's not an impact play that like maybe as a fan you may not be able to see on every play, but I think on the field and on the sidelines, I think you're gonna feel Sonny Styles in between some of those impact plays when a lot of rookies are still getting acclimated to being stout in between those great plays that they make. You're like, man, he's getting lost, or there he is, and man, he's gone. I don't think we're going to have that type of situation with Sonny where we kind of lose him for parts of games and we don't know where he is, and then he shows up again. I think this is a guy who's going to have a motor for 4 quarters. I'm just curious what you think, B. Mitch. Among the rookies that were drafted high, where do you think he ranks in between, like those in-between plays where rookies kind of can get pushed around as they learn the game?
You talking about on this team?
Yeah, I'm saying
he's the one that he should be at the top, and that's the expectation because he's the 7th pick in the first round, and I think they drafted him because he's that guy where he didn't make a lot of bad plays. He was always there. He was the leader on the football team. So I'm expecting him to be able to grasp what the defense is and how they want to play it and be on top of it. Yes, he's a rookie. he's a first-round draft pick, though. I expect him to be one of the leaders of the team defensively this year. Not wait till year 3, 4, this year.
Agreed. Thank you for the call, Eli. For me, one thing that has stood out, because nobody's wearing any pads, right? Like, it's very important to point that out. And it's a lot of 7-on-7. There is some 11-on-11. But one thing that has impressed me with Sonny is he seems, when they're in 7-on-7 and a pass is going to a back, he seems in position anyway. Now, we haven't seen it, but he seems in position anyway to blow it up. Over and over and over again. He seems in a really good position to just blast somebody. And maybe that's a play on the ball. Maybe that's just a big hit, whatever that is.
But I think that's the thing I was discussing where when I mentioned a lot about if you're in the right place, like coaches will tell you, it's not about, he missed the tackle. His feet weren't in the right place. Normally, if your feet in the right place, you can make any play you want to make. And if he's standing right there, like some of the guys, they just go past him. They're letting you know, I'm right here. I would have hit him and wrapped up. But there are guys in that same position when they're not hitting, you see them like over here, but they're reaching back.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have made the damn tackle if he had on pass and they were hitting because he's out of position. He's in position a lot of times, most times. And I think if you're in position, you can start to say, this guy going to be able to make some plays.
I think it's an exciting time with Sonny Styles. I think he seems like the right kind of person. And I've gotten this question a lot on social media, so I'm going to try to clarify at least what I think. And you tell me if you disagree, B. But a lot of folks have been like, why is everybody so high on Styles when Arvell Reese got drafted ahead of him? And I think the pure and simple answer is Reese projects to be more of a pass rusher.
Yeah.
His body style and this past season at Ohio State, and pass rushers go higher than traditional linebackers.
But people have to understand Reese went higher because the team that drafted him needed a certain position. The value of a person is not sometimes the value of the person is not the round you pick, where you're picked at, is who you're picked by. Washington needed a middle linebacker guy who could come in and be that athletic guy and be a leader and carry the weight. So he had more value here. Reese went to a team where the pass rush is what they need. So his value was there. And it's hard to compare those two guys. And we're high on him because we do this radio show on a daily damn basis. And how many people were calling last year about speed at the linebacker position?
That was a problem.
They got speed at the linebacker position.
And it's not just Styles. Chenal can move too,
yeah,
man.
Definitely.
I also, talking with Pagano yesterday about Odafe Oweh. And it was funny because I asked him about, some of the advanced stats really like Oweh. He's like, what does that mean? So I was like, well, pass rush win rate. People try to just determine how often the pass rusher is beating the offensive lineman on the other side of him. He's like, I always hear you guys talk about analytics, but I don't know how anybody comes up with it. And I was like, that's fair. He's like, we try to chart everything out. We're trying to look and figure these things out. And he's like, here's what I know about Oweh. He has elite speed getting off the ball. And when you get off the ball really fast, you got a good chance of impacting the play. Mm-hmm. And I thought that was a really good explanation of that. Speaking of good explanations, Paul Tenorio, senior soccer reporter for The Athletic, joins us next. Team USA makes their World Cup debut tonight.
La, da, da, da. La, da, da. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan.
This is Jeff's song.
This is Jeff's song. Fired up to jump on the Rude guest hotline. Welcome in our guy, Paul Tenorio, senior soccer writer for The Athletic. Paul, the games are finally here. I'm not asking you about ticket prices. I'm not asking you about stadium names. I'm just asking you about ball. What did we learn yesterday? First two matches, Mexico and South Korea won.
Yeah, look, I think we learned, first of all, what home field advantage can do for a team, right? Mexico, the atmosphere at the Azteca was insane. It was crazy. Very difficult place to play. You could see South Africa struggling, both with the altitude and also just with keeping up with the emotion of the moment for a Mexico team that is not that good. That's what you want to see tonight for the U.S. national team. You want to see the atmosphere be something that impacts the game. Obviously, very interesting in that game to see the 3 red cards.
Yeah.
I thought, quick to the pocket was one of them. Is that going to be something that we have to deal with? And also the water breaks. That's another factor. We're going to have to keep talking about all tournaments. It's basketball timeouts. It's 4 quarters in soccer now. But no big surprises for me. Both teams I expected to win yesterday won.
Can you explain the water break thing for us?
Yeah.
Because it seems like the soccer heads are pissed.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no timeouts in soccer, and FIFA has mandated these 3-minute timeouts, these 3-minute hydration breaks. And basically what they've done is there are going to be games. It's the summertime in the U.S. There are going to be games in Kansas City, in Miami, maybe even in New York, where you need a water break because it's so hot. There's a measurement, the wet bulb measurement that they can do that determines it's hot enough or humid enough where you need a water break. In Mexico as well would probably be necessary. And FIFA says in the name of fairness, if these games are going to be disrupted by these water breaks, all games must be disrupted by these water breaks. It basically is BS. It's a chance and a way to create a commercial break in the middle of the World Cup games by mandating it. So, for example, tonight in LA at SoFi, which is essentially an indoor stadium, it's going to be 72 degrees. It's going to be beautiful and perfect. And we're going to stop for water breaks and disrupt the flow of the game. I hate it. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's stupid. Mauricio Pochettino said yesterday in his press conference he hates it. He thinks it's stupid, but he has to use it to his advantage. So he takes out a laptop. He shows the team some tactics like a basketball coach would to try to make in-game adjustments. But it is new and it's different, and it's. And then yesterday, Fox cut away the commercial. Not every channel will. If you're watching at home on Telemundo instead of in English on Fox, you won't have a commercial break. Fox is taking full advantage of it and going to a full commercial break. And they came back late from the commercial break. The soccer had already started in Mexico.
Oh, wow.
So it's not a definite they have to stay on the field. They can go to the commercial break. And if you can, I don't see why they're not going to make that money.
That's right. That's exactly how Fox sees it. It's like, you created this commercial break for us. We're taking it. In Telemundo, they won't. Basically, what Telemundo decided was we want to try to keep it feeling like some level of traditional soccer. So they do the split screen commercial. They're not losing. I mean, maybe they're losing a little bit of money. They're still using the chance to get some commercials, but they have the
kind of like what golf does.
That shows the action. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The
But you can watch that on Telemundo 44. Shout out to the duopoly.
Let me ask you this though, like the red cards, you mentioned that earlier, and I heard some guys saying that they came too quick. Did you think that? And then I understand it's World Cup. You got referees from everywhere. You got people playing from all over the country. You might have a shiesty in there somewhere, and I think people were concerned that Brazilian guy was a little too quick.
I think sometimes we have to remember that refs are human too, and they get caught up in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they want to be a part of the story sometimes, or they feel their adrenaline is flying and they're making decisions at the last second. I thought the first red card again for South Africa was justified. I could even see that the second one he did swing his fist, like he deserved a red card. But the third one on Mexico, there's no chance that's a red card. I'm sorry. I've played soccer my whole life. I've covered soccer for 20 years. That's a completely innocuous foul, a purposeful foul, a tactical foul. He knew he was beat. He made the foul. He knew it was a yellow card. And the ref pulled a red card. And in that moment, I think he's thinking, I've given 2 red cards to South Africa. I need to look like I'm evenly refereeing this match. And he came with a quick red. And it just shows you hope that, whatever the ref does, he has to be consistent. But that doesn't mean you have to be, quote unquote, even or fair with like, well, I've got you. It's not, basketball. Sometimes coaches will say, oh, there's too many fouls on, you're not calling it both ways. Like in this case, you have to recognize what is a red card and what's not a red card. And I think he just got caught up in the moment. I hope we don't see so quick a whistle in most games. Let these guys play. It's a very physical sport. The game is better usually when you let the kind of ticky-tack stuff go and you just make sure things don't get out of hand. We'll see how the refereeing progresses over the course of the tournament, but that is an anomaly to have 3 red cards in the opening game of the World Cup. It was weird.
Yeah.
All right, let Paul Tenorio join us, senior reporter for The Athletic. Paul, the U.S. plays tonight. Paraguay, kind of feels like that might be the toughest, the toughest matchup in their group play. What should we be looking for? What are the strengths? What are the weaknesses for the Americans tonight?
Yeah, I mean, look, the first thing we need to look for is, are you ready? Is this U.S. team ready to punch Paraguay in the mouth? Because Paraguay is going to be ready to punch them in the mouth. This is a team that has an elite mentality. They have played, they won games in qualifying over Argentina, over Brazil, over Colombia. When they left the country, their coach, Gustavo Alfaro, said, it's been a long time since Paraguay has been in the World Cup. And he said to the fans, I don't want you to be rational. I want you to be crazy. I want you to feel passionately. We're going to be giving every inch of our skin, every bit of our soul to win these games. Like, that's the mentality Paraguay is going into this game with. You better be ready to match it. Yep. And it's going to start, you'll see, it's going to start early on. There's going to be some hard fouls. There's going to be some moments where Paraguay tests the U.S. because they need to find a way to counter the energy of the home crowd. So they're going to try to break up the game with some fouls early on. The U.S. has to keep their head, and they have to be on the front foot. They have to be the aggressor and push Paraguay into a more defensive posture. So that's what I'm looking for right away is the U.S. holding more of the ball early on? Are they able to kind of get control of the emotion of the game and be ready for how physical Paraguay is going to be? Are they going to be ready to defend that physicality, defend their stars? Because I would imagine we'll see Christian Pulisic get fouled 3 or 4 times in the first 20 minutes of this game.
Yeah, man, those South American teams are rough.
Hey, magic.
Yeah, I mean, and look, this is what they do. This is how they play, and the mentality is important. And the U.S., that's what they've been working on the last 2 years is being ready for these types of moments. The U.S. it's a good attacking team, man. When they're on, you'll see the connections in the final third, the attacking third of the field between Christian Pulisic and Flo Balogun, Malik Tillman, Weston McKennie. Like, they can look dangerous. Serginho Dest is one of my favorite players. You'll see his creativity on the right side of the field, but then they have to be solid defensively. That's the weak spot of this U.S. team, especially in transition. Paraguay is going to be sitting in a more defensive posture and looking to break out on the counterattacks. The U.S. has to be ready for those transition moments.
Got to match the intensity.
Let's go USA. Now, don't you forget, all eyes on Haiti versus Scotland Saturday night. I know some may think the big matchup on Saturday is Brazil versus Morocco, but it's actually Haiti versus Scotland, right, Paul?
Don't wait on those types of games, man. Let me tell you what, the Haitians are going to be coming too. First World Cup since 1970s. A huge amount of Haitian fans in this country are going to be traveling. That Haiti team, by the way, qualified for this tournament without being able to play one game at home because of what's going on back in Haiti and Port-au-Prince with the gangs taking control of the stadium and the city.
That's crazy.
Resilience in that team. Scotland obviously has its own reputation of being physical and playing kind of a rugged style. So I am actually looking forward to that game, as much as I do think the fans are probably going to prefer Brazil-Morocco.
It's my grandfather versus B's grandfather. It's going to be interesting. Paul, thank you for the time, dude. We'll check in next week.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right. Paul Tenorio, senior soccer reporter for The Athletic. I'm excited to watch U.S. tonight. That's going to be a lot of fun. And I don't know how it's going to work out with Haiti versus Scotland because there is an NBA Finals game on. We might need multiple TVs set up. We'll figure that out. I want to get back to football, not football. Next.
spent the NHL playoffs waiting for their power play to get going, along with top-line performers Andrei Svechnikov and Sebastian Aho. And they spent the first 4 games of the Stanley Cup final being outplayed in critical second-period sequences. Last night, it all came together for a 4-2 win, bringing the Hurricanes within a victory of the Stanley Cup. And with less than 2 weeks until the NBA draft, the biggest non-final story in the league, it's the ongoing suspense of the Giannis Antetokounmpo saga. This isn't the league's first time down this road in recent years, but this time it does feel different. Bucks ownership has plainly said that either Antetokounmpo is going to be moved by the draft or the franchise will keep building around him, which would require a different set of moves. Now, rumors were swirling, according to ESPN, that they were waiting to see the results of the finals, but everyone else is waiting on the Bucks. From the Grant Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, people. Enjoy it responsibly, but enjoy it. Might want to enjoy it during the day because the weather might get bad again tonight. I think we've officially hit that portion of the DC summer where every day there's a potential for an afternoon rainstorm because it's just so damn hot and humid.
It comes like that, man.
And it just, if you feel the weather suddenly cool off and the skies get dark, get inside. That's my advice. B, I wanted to have a conversation. I want to open the phones on this. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You heard a little earlier in the program, I got to ask Ken Norton yesterday about Sonny Styles. And there is obviously incredible excitement about Styles, 7th overall pick. But the rest of this draft class, when I was out there 2 nights ago, I got to ask Anthony Lynn about Kaytron Allen, the fat man. And Lynn said he is really excited. Lynn also said, the reason Bill hasn't been going is it was just a little hammy thing that they just rather give him rest. I think that tracks with what we've seen. But Lynn was saying how excited he is about Kaytron Allen and that Kaytron Allen is the type of player that's going to look a lot better once pads are on.
Yeah.
And
because he's that straight ahead physical type dude.
Totally. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. So I talked to Anthony Lynn, and one thing I thought was really interesting, Lynn straight up told me, with Kaytron, he reminds me of Chris Rodriguez. And that's exactly the role they need to fill.
Mm-hmm.
Then you start talking to guys about Josh Josephs, the DN they got out of Tennessee in the 5th round, and some of the excitement surrounding him. His athleticism score was really good for a 5th round pick. The straight sack production was never that high at Tennessee. And I thought, talking to some SEC people I know, there was like an expectation that he could kind of have a burst, a breakout, if you will, senior season at Tennessee, and it didn't really happen. The TFLs have been there. I also think, and I talked to him about this at rookie camp, I find it very unique, Brian, for a D-end. Listen, D-ends are generally judged on sacks, but this dude has an incredible wingspan, right? He has the wingspan of probably AJ DeBanza or something. Like he has a NBA... Excuse me. He has an NBA 3 wingspan.
Okay.
Which is all well and good.
Yeah.
It doesn't really, you can have a big wingspan, short wingspan. It's what you do with it, right?
Mm-hmm. But the people with the long arms and stuff, long wingspan, normally gets benefit of the doubt.
But, dude, here's what I like. There is real on-ball production that I think is a result of that wingspan. Look at his last 2 years at Tennessee. 3 passes defensed, 3 forced fumbles each season. That's a guy that knows how to use his arms to get to the football.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him about it. He's like, man, you got to get the ball. You get the ball, you get the money. And I thought that was a really interesting answer. He forced 3 fumbles each of his last 2 seasons at Tennessee, recovered to 3 passes defensed each season. And I think where that wingspan might impact games, the sack production is not exactly there. He had 1.5 as a junior, 4 last year as a senior. But he had 15 TFLs over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Which, like, if you're able to disrupt in the run game, even off the edge, is a hell of a skill.
Could they have been running the ball a lot on him where his sack production was down?
Or
because I think the arm length helps you from those tackles getting their hands on you. And if he learns some more moves and better techniques at this pro level, he can have one of those breakout type years.
So here's the question for the phones. What rookie are you most excited about? It's okay if that answer is Sonny Styles. I imagine a lot of people, it's Sonny Styles. But you go further down this draft class, and there's a lot of interesting pieces. We haven't even discussed Antonio Williams, the 3rd-round wide receiver. Let's go to JP in D.C. Thought I was JP in D.C. What's up, dude? JP, you there?
What's up, man?
Hey, man, what's going on? I'm sorry, man. Hey, I was still here looking at y'all and everything like that, man. Shout out to B. Mitch and Finley, everybody.
Shout out to dudes named JP.
Man, I think Sonny Styles going to be special, man. Like, I think he's going to be like a Chantel or something like that, man. I think he's going to be that special. You know what I mean? I might be going off the wall or whatever it is, but I just think that way. Also, B. Mitch, man, I got a whole bunch of autographs from like Carlisle when y'all used to practice 2 times a day, stuff like that. And at the same time, I really want to put it back into the Skins' hands and stuff like that. So maybe that's something we could talk about later or something like that. But yeah, I think that dude's going to be special.
All right, bro.
Appreciate the call, dude. Thank you. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Who's the rookie you're most excited for? I think with Joseph's, one thing that I think is really important to realize, when you're drafting players, especially once you get to Saturday, like 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th rounds, you're just looking for production. You're just looking for guys that are going to make the team and contribute, right? And if somebody breaks out further from there, that's great. But, like, I remember when they drafted John Bates, and I went and watched some of the Bates tape from Boise. And I said then, I was like, this dude's going to be a 10-year pro. Like, just the way he could block, he's going to be a 10-year pro. Mm-hmm. And John Bates, for his draft status, has been an incredibly productive player. And I look at Joshua Josephs, I look at the measurables, I look at that arm length, and then I start to kind of project. Now, I don't know what kind of person he is, right? We're going to learn. I actually really liked him in the first time I got to speak to him. So I talked to him for like 10, 15 minutes. Maybe less than that, probably 10. But you just look at measurables and some of the stats from Tennessee. So they list him at 6'3", 240.
Mm-hmm.
But 6'3" with really, really long arms plays a little bigger than that. And then you start to look at the numbers, especially the tackles and the TFLs. His wingspan's 70 inches. And I don't know that this is a fair comp, but Washington has a D-end on their roster who's best known for setting the edge. That's Dietrich Wise.
Yeah.
Dietrich Wise was a 4th rounder out of Arkansas, so you've got a similar SEC pedigree here. Dietrich Wise is going into year 10.
How big is Joshua Joseph?
He doesn't have the same heft,
but
the bulk that Wise
that
has.
comes,
but
over
that can
time.
come,
You
right?
know, like when you're a young guy, as you get older, you'll gain some weight, especially if you're lifting and eating on a NFL plan. So
Wise they listed 6'5", 280. That's a big man. Joseph's they list 6'3" and an 8', 242.
Okay,
so like I just
25 more.
You try to project where you think a player can go, and the arm length there really just intrigues me, and he does a great job. Like with that arm length, when you talk about setting the edge, think about how much more he gets to the perimeter with that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's intriguing.
He gonna have to make sure he's strong at the point and have a strong base too. Just be having that arm length. If his arm length is just long and ain't got no strength with it, somebody gonna collapse that.
100%. Let's go to Anthony in Martinsville. Anthony, who's the rookie you're most excited for?
Hey, what's going on, B. Mitch, Stanley? How y'all doing today?
Good buddy.
Hey, listen, I'm most excited to see rookie offensive coordinator David Blau and rookie running back Fat Man. I think that Fat Man is going to wind up being, the starter, the main ball carrier by the end of the season, and I think that Crosby Merritt is going to wind up being like a third down back by the end of the season.
Well, they have Whitcomb here to do that. Rashad White.
Rashad White's going to have a role.
Okay.
But
yeah,
I don't think Bill's going anywhere. I think it's going to be. I appreciate the call, Anthony, and that's a great call. David Blau's a rookie too, and if that's the dude you're most excited for, I think that's fair because this offense is going to look different. Folks are really excited about it. Talking to coaches, talking to players, I think players are really excited for a fresh new system.
Hell yeah!
And I think the time has come for it. The way I view the running back room, I think all these guys are going to have work. I think Bill has work. I think Fat Man is kind of your short yardage guy. He's got to prove he can do that, but I think Fat Man has a role. I think Rashad White's going to have a role for sure.
Yeah, I think Katron is a little bit more than just a power back. If you look at how he played at Penn State, he can give you way more than that. That may be his role as early on. But I believe he could be a guy who go out there and carry that ball first, second, third, and catch that backfield too. But he's a guy who has the mindset of get it. A lot of running backs want to go the distance. You got to have a mindset of get it because that thing blocked for 3 yards, get 3, maybe get 4. But don't try to get 20 and lose 3.
Yeah.
So,
and I think Bill was quite good last year, but there were times where he was a rookie that hadn't played in a year and you saw it. Mm-hmm. And frankly, he put the ball on the ground a couple times that cost him some carries in the middle part of the season. I wonder, the dude Monungai on the Bears was a rookie last season, I think out of Rutgers. Does that sound right? As the season went on, he really started to emerge. He was a 7th rounder out of Rutgers. And as the season went on, he got better and better, right? And then if you watched him in the playoffs, he was just a monster. Mm-hmm. Runs hard, upright runner. I think if you want to project out for the Fat Man, you're kind of thinking something similar. Monungai's listed 5'8", 207. Get me, my computer's being funky. Get me Fat Man's listing. I would think there's some similarities there. So if you look at Monungai, he was really not too productive the first 5 weeks of the season. Week 6 against what was then a terrible Saints team was kind of the first breakout, right? He had 13 for 81 with a touchdown, his first NFL touchdown. You get 2 weeks later against the Bengals, he goes 26 for 176, almost 7 yards a carry. And then the second half of the season, the production really starts to kind of ramp up. I think that's what you hope for Katron, is that it's a build over the course of the season.
Katron 5'11", 217.
Okay.
Yeah. Katron's 5'11", 217.
Gotcha. So I think there's some similarities there, especially like power runners on the interior. Let's go to Alex in Silver Spring. What's up, Alex?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
I want to say Williams. I want to see Williams, that wide receiver. Whoever they bring in besides McLaurin, or you never know. He might be the one that take over the other side. I wouldn't be surprised. So I want to see how he balls out, what he can do. And that's it, man. We need a wide receiver. He's there.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you guys.
B, what rookie are you most excited to see?
Both. I'm looking at the 2 offensive players, Williams and Katron. Because, watching Katron in high school and then watching him in Penn State, he does the instinctive things of running backs, where he just get the damn yards. He's not there looking to be pretty, not there dancing around. And then you look at a guy like Williams. I love when I hear people say a guy is too small and then the other guy that they clamoring for is the exact same size as that guy. But you watch that dude, he knows how to get separation, he knows how to run routes. If you're a route runner, you get open in the NFL. And he's a route runner. So I wanted to see if he can come in here and just continue on what he's been doing. He's going to have to learn more at this level, but I believe he could be vital to the production of the passing game this year.
They need him to be. Let's go to our guy, Tricky, in D.C. Tricky, what's up, man?
What's up, B. Mitch? Finley?
What's up, brother?
Hey, look, have y'all heard any buzz about Robert Henry Jr.? Because I'm real high on him, man. I think he going to really contribute this year.
I love that call. I mean, you're talking about an undrafted guy out of UTSA? That's your guy to watch? Talk to me.
Yes,
I am
sir.
here for this.
Yes, sir.
Why?
I just think that. Well, I mean, I might be getting ahead of myself.
Get ahead of yourself. Let's have some fun on. If you're going to call in about an undrafted guy out of UTSA, I am here for this call.
I think, and I don't know if y'all remember last year, I was the first. I called about Kehoe 51. I called about him. That was my first call last year.
Yeah.
Robert Henry Jr. I think he's better than Bill. I really do. And like I say, I might be going too far.
All right. He had, I think, what got Henry to the pros. Remember how good that Texas A&M defense was? Mm-hmm. He went for $170 and 2 touchdowns against the Aggies.
Yep.
I mean, that put him on the NFL map for sure. Jeffrey, you're also fired up about Robert Henry Jr.?
He runs with bad intentions. I'm waiting to see him too. If he run any way how he ran in college, if that like transcends to the pros, we got to go back on our hand. I'm rooting for him.
All right.
I'm into this, fellas. I love the deep cuts, dude. I think Robert Henry Jr. could be an early. So Tischler and I always do this. We'll have to do this as we get closer to preseason, where we pick who finishes the preseason with the most catches, the most receiving yards, the most rushing yards. Robert Henry Jr. would be an intriguing pick for that because
I want to see it.
An undrafted rookie running back is going to get some carries in the preseason.
Yeah, who else is an undrafted rookie running back? No, Bill was drafted.
Bill was a 7th.
Drafted 7th.
Yeah. All right, we're going to keep these phones open. Ben and Bethesda, stay on hold. We're coming to you. Who's the rookie you're most excited for? Listen, if your answer is Sonny Styles, I'm with that. I think that's the obvious answer. If your answer is Robert Henry Jr., you've got me intrigued, dude. We can go up and down this roster. I want somebody to call in and be excited about the Michigan State center. Go deep. Be a ball knower. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by the Pentagon Memorial Fund and the 184 Tribute Golf Classic on June 15th. Denver Broncos linebacker Jonathan Cooper was arrested last night on multiple charges that he violated a protection order that was filed against him earlier this week. It's the second time this month that Cooper has been arrested. In addition to multiple charges from his first arrest, including a felony charge, he's now facing new charges, one for harassment from repeated phone calls and one for the violation of a protection order, according to ESPN. Cooper was a 7th-round pick by the Broncos back in 2021 and is set to enter his 6th season with the team. He signed a 4-year, $60 million contract extension in 2024 and ranked second on the team with 8 sacks in 2025. Join the Pentagon Memorial Fund for the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac on June 15th. Proceeds support the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. Learn more and register today at pentagonmemorial.org. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Let the beat drop. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Taking your calls right now on the rookie you're most excited to watch this fall for the Commanders, and really this summer. I mean, these rookies, outside of Sonny Styles and Antonio Williams, the rest of these dudes got to ball out in August. You know what I mean? Like, that's how you make the roster.
August? They better start doing it in July early. They better have done something now. Team must get them the mindset that they're going to play them a lot in training camp.
Like, B and I were just running through the receiver room in the commercial break, and so you've got McLaurin, Lane, Luke, Diami, Antonio Williams. They signed Van Jefferson. I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. If you add Brandon Ayuk to that, which some would say is almost a done deal. I spoke with a mutual friend of ours this morning, and he's like, man, you got to figure AP has a line to Ayuk. And there's at least been a conversation about this.
I would think so.
You've got a wild card on your hand.
Yeah.
But
they probably had a conversation, but they don't want that to come out.
Right. I got a tweet from our guy Tay. He says, the rookie I'm most excited about is the kicker, Drew Stevens. If this dude can beat out Moody, we could depend on that strong leg. I did ask Larry Izzo yesterday about the kicking battle. I kind of was like, are there any other factors besides who makes the most kicks? He's like, no. Making the kicks is what matters most.
Making the kicks matter, and also the consistency of it. And when you miss them, you might want to be able to tell why, what you felt.
He said consistency. He said accuracy is more important than distance.
Yeah.
So if it is going to be Moody, that's why. Because the distance, the power, the kid Stevens has it.
Nobody cares about, like the whole thing about just having distance. Like, you know, I remember when I used to play golf with Doc, and Doc would hit the ball and said, man, I killed that one. Like, Doc is 3 fairways over, though. You know? But if you can't hit it where you're trying to hit it, nobody cares.
The legend, Doc Walker, catching shrapnel. Ben is in Bethesda. Benny, what rookie are you most excited about?
Hey, guys. I dabbled a little bit as a small of stature wide receiver in high school, so I'm super pumped to see Antonio Williams out there. I think one factor that could be really cool is that we got Wes Welker on the coaching staff. I think he's the best slot receiver of the last however many years. Slots weren't even around that long ago, so I think he's a great mentor. Terry's a great mentor. I can't wait to see what he does. I mean, like B. Mitch said earlier, he's known for running good routes. I didn't watch a ton of Clemson, but from what I saw, he's a great player with some scrub quarterbacks thrown to him at Clemson. And I think having the guy that can throw darts, accurate quarterback, I love the zip Jaden puts on those little short passes. I think he can really open up the middle, and I think he's going to have a good year. So thanks, guys. Go USA.
Great call, man. Appreciate
right,
you, Ben.
brother.
I got to talk to Welker the other day. It was interesting. He said, wide receiver is a really tough position to adjust. Antonio Williams is doing great, but it might take some time. If Antonio Williams can hit the ground running offensively, man, does that...
It helps out tremendously.
But
I think the thing of it is, like, a receiver coming into the league, he will find out little things that he can do that will help him out. It's not just, I'm faster than you. and I'm taller than you. No, it's little things. If you watch Santana, it was a little thing on I think on X or either Instagram where they were showing Tanner route running. I'm sure ain't no coach teaching that. But the little subtleness he had with the hesitations, or he'll be running like a little post route, but he'll do an extra step outside. And when he cuts inside, the dude was lost.
I thought what Tana did so incredibly well was slight misdirection stuff, and he would use his helmet a lot. Like he would kind of turn his head like he was going one way, but he was able to maintain his speed even with that. That's special. Some of this can't be taught.
Some things can't be taught, but I think you have to find out the little things that help you and utilize it, because if everybody just line up and play football like football is taught, it won't be good. But you have to have something that sets you apart. And Antonio will pick up those things as he goes. We'll find out how much of a student he is.
Let's go to Henry in Alexandria. What's up, Henry?
Yo, what up, JP? What up, B. Mitch?
What's up, man?
Listener, first-time caller. How you doing today?
Thanks for calling, bro.
Good, man.
Yeah. Give me, shout out to the big man, Mitch Tisler. Give me center Matt Golden out of Michigan State.
Now we're
And
talking.
Here's why. I think it's Howie Roseman always says, you can never have too many O-linemen. And I'm just thinking, if we can get this guy, I'm not saying he can be the next Jason Kelce or whatever, maybe he is, but, whatever to that. But if he's good and he can be a backup to, what is assumed Allegretti's spot, then as we go through the season and people get hurt, we can put him in and we just build up this O-line. It's good for the offense, good for Jaden, good for the run game, good for the fat man, good for everybody. So, Matt Golden, center, Michigan State. Let's go. And B. Mitch, what time are you going to be at Northside today?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. All right. We will see you then. Have
All
a good
right,
one,
man.
y'all. Happy Friday.
Appreciate
All right, see you, Henry. Good call right there. Fired up for the center. Probably the backup center. That's what I'm talking about.
That's cool.
Deep cuts, ball knowers. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's interesting because you said the fat man and Williams. For me, I think it's probably Styles is at the top of the list, right? Because what the type of impact you think that dude can make is wildly significant.
Mm-hmm.
But going non-first round, top 10 pick division, for me, it's Williams. And I think in a lot of ways, I think Adam Peters needs some wins this offseason. And I think that Williams pick really needs to be one, because you can argue that you got to give these guys time to develop in Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane. You can argue that, Diami coming back, you got the best of that from a dollar value perspective, where he had the really good playoff run here, got paid a bunch by Jacksonville, and now he's coming back on a value deal. But this is now 3 straight years they've drafted a wide receiver in the 3rd or 4th round.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's reasons to be excited about Luke and Lane. I think those two are probably Lane certainly has locked up the punt return role.
Lane has shown you that if he can do that for the next 10 years and have that level of success,
has value.
He did what he did. He's shown that he has value.
But the wide receiver evaluation through 2 years at the receiver position leaves questions. I think it's too early to say answers.
Yeah,
but
I think it leaves questions if you're expecting those guys to be Terry. That's the thing. Terry came in as a 3rd round, and look at the success he had. Everybody's not going to do that in their first year, second year. It takes 3-4 years for most people to hit it. Now, this year definitely for Luke, he has to hit the ground running. He can't be showing up 8-9 weeks into the season, because if he waits that long, he may not be on the field.
And I think because in that third round, AP had his pick of a bunch of wideouts that all went after Williams, and he took Williams. And I think, I don't know, that it's not the level of pressure of being right at number 7 whatsoever, but he's got to be proven to be right. And I think that's going to be really interesting this summer. There's a lot of pressure on this Commander's staff this year to get it right, and for these players to get it right and show they can produce. Because let's be honest, if Luke or Lane had shown more as a receiver, we're probably not in June having as much Brandon Ayuk discussion as we are. Like, it wouldn't be this obvious, you have to go get this guy if he becomes available thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the added pressure on it, I would say, is if San Fran's really going to just hold on to their cards, be like, you have to give us something for this guy. It could be a conditional 7th. It could be a conditional 6th. But, like, will they ever entertain that you're going to lose an asset? You know what I mean? To acquire a highly disgruntled player. And I'm just, I don't know. I find the Williams pick a really interesting one. If you bring Ayuk in, does that stunt his growth? Does that?
I don't think so.
Dude, you know what? I knew I was forgetting somebody. We just talked about the receiver room.
Mm-hmm.
We forgot Treylon Burks, who at this point sure as hell looks like the guy that's going to line up opposite Terry.
He's a guy that they want to be there.
Right.
But he has to come in and show, he has to take a step forward this year too.
He's got to be able to prove he can stay healthy. But just help me with the math here. McLaurin, Burks, Diami, Luke, Lane, Williams is 7 before we even get to Van Jefferson, who's a real pro receiver.
Mm-hmm.
That's 7. If you add Ayuk, that's 8. Like,
8 to choose from, baby.
Who's definitively on this roster? Terry, obviously. Williams, they just drafted
Terry
in
Williams
the 3rd round.
Is definitely.
Burks.
I think you can say Lane is on this roster.
I agree.
Yeah.
Like, Terry, Williams, Lane, Burks. I would add Diami. I think Luke still. I mean, that's a 3rd rounder going into his 3rd season.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and he showed something last year and then got hurt. Obviously, you're always trying to improve your roster. You want to push the gas at all times. You want to attack success. But, like, either you're banking on more injuries. I don't know. Just adding Ayuk, just doing the math on that. But, dude, if he's a 1,300-yard receiver, who cares? Cut somebody else.
If he can be that 13-yard receiver, if he shows up in that condition, in that form, no questions asked. Do what you got to do. But he has to show up in that form.
Stallion, who's your rookie you're most excited about?
For me, it has to be Antonio Williams. Like, I'm that dumb fan where I'm kind of questioning the wide receiver room, but I do think that Antonio Williams could be someone that could absolutely impact the roster right away. And I think that him being in the slot and being a very seasoned guy coming out of college, he is someone who could hit the ground running. So I'm excited for Antonio Williams and what he brings.
Jeffrey, you on the Robert Henry train?
I'm really more excited to see Sonny. Like, we've been waiting for a linebacker, and I believe we got one. He looked the role. Hopefully, he can play the role very well. That's what I'm excited to see. I just want to see, like CeeDee Lamb or something try to do a quick slant, and then Sonny just level him or something, or Jackson Fart runs, try to break a run, and he gets leveled. I'm waiting for Sonny Styles to lay the hit in Northwest Stadium that's going to have the entire stadium go, ooh.
I had not heard Jackson Fart. Got to say, that made me laugh. I'm here for that.
Disrespectful.
I look forward to Jeff calling him Jackson Fart all season. We did. The Rooster has chimed in. The Rooster must be listening to the program. The Rooster texted me. He's excited to see Nick Nash out of San Jose State. Here's what's interesting. He was a to start with, he played 6 years at San Jose State. 3 years as a quarterback. Then he converts to wideout. This past season for the Spartans, 104 catches, almost 1,400 yards, 16 touchdowns, 6'1", 185, lean guy. That's obviously Wes Welker's on this staff.
Mm-hmm.
But the Julian Edelman path that, like, he followed Welker, and I would guess those two are close, was college quarterback turned wideout, slot guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's if you want a deep cut, if you're a ball knower, watching Nick Nash this summer is intriguing. Yeah. I like intrigue. I like something to watch in August, B.
Mm-hmm.
But there's plenty of excitement with this Commanders rookie class. Thank you to the Rooster for chiming in. Plenty going on here. joining us next is going to be, speaking of quarterbacks, Defenders quarterback Jason Bean. DC Defenders are in the United Bowl this weekend. B is going to be the honorary captain. Excited to talk to Jason next. B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, and it's a big weekend in D.C. because the D.C. Defenders are not only playing in the United Bowl, but they get to host it.
Hell yeah.
We are fired up right now to get to talk to Defenders quarterback Jason Bean. Jason, what's up, dude? How fired up are you?
I'm pretty fired up. It's a great time to be Jason Bean right now.
I love that, man. So, dude, take us through the Orlando game because I think, a lot of folks, at least Vegas, thought you guys were underdogs in that game, and you're able to pull off a huge win and get into the United Bowl.
Yeah, it was an interesting, matchup against them. It was my fifth time playing against them in one season, which is, that's my first time ever doing that in any sport I've ever played. Playing
That's
one
crazy.
team 5 times.
5 times in one season?
Yeah, I played them, early in the year with Louisville, and then 3 times in a row here with DC. So yeah, it was definitely interesting. It was something I've never been through before, but it was fun to go against the best team in the league, so to call it, and it was good to get out there and play the way that I did in front of my teammates, to let them know that I am capable of leading this team to big wins, so I think it was good for them to see, and it was obviously good for me to get out there and get that confidence back in myself and lead this team to this game this weekend.
Did that just seeing that team for the third time? Fifth time? You had a better familiarity with them, and then you look at going into this game coming up on tomorrow. How many times you played them, and what's the comfort level with them?
Yeah, like I said, it's something that you don't usually get to happen in a season. Playing a team 5 times is it's kind of unheard of.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But there was a few things that would change week to week when we were playing them, but there wasn't too much that you can change. What works and what doesn't. So kind of the same goes for this week. Obviously I spent half a season playing with this team, and then now I'm getting the opportunity to play against them. It's another rare thing that not a lot of people get to experience, and but I'm looking forward to the challenge and looking forward to leading this team to win on Saturday.
So, dude, your path to this moment has been interesting. You were drafted first overall, I think, right, by Memphis, and then go to Louisville, and then this season you're traded to Washington from Louisville, and now you get a shot at them for the championship. Like, have you allowed yourself a moment to think about the crazy ways of the universe and how you ended up in this place at this time?
Yeah, I've gotten that question a lot, this week, and I don't think there's anybody that's thought about this whole thing, more than myself. Obviously because I'm the one, going through it. But it's had its ups and downs, and I'm thankful. I'm more thankful for the downs because they, kind of taught me who I am. Reminded me of who I am, and the things that I've been through and the things that I've been able to, go through and make it out on the other side. And it's going through it. In the moment, it didn't feel the best. But like I said, looking back on it, I learned a lot about myself. As a player, as a person, just in every aspect of my life, I learned a lot about myself. And like I said, I'm very excited to be able to, lead this DC team, in front of a packed out, house here in DC, and try to, lift up that trophy at the end for these fans.
It's going to be packed, and I'll tell you, the fans around here, they get rowdy and outy. But so you're going against your former team, and the thing about it, you know them, they know you. Do you feel that you have things that you're going to have to change up because they may be looking for certain tendencies that you had when you were with them?
It may seem like that, but it's very similar to playing Orlando. They played against me 5 times, so there's not that much difference. Obviously, they do know who I am, and I know who they are. So it's going to come down to execution on Saturday, and I think that us, the DC, we've had a great week of practice, and the past few weeks have really turned around for us, and I like the momentum that we have, and like I said, it's going to be a packed out house, so. We're going to have the crowd behind us, and we're definitely looking forward to this opportunity.
Dude, making this one step even crazier for you. So Chandler Rogers is the quarterback for Louisville, right? You guys were high school teammates?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
How long have you known?
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, no, I've been going to school with Chandler for as long as I can remember. It's been another thing that it's not a lot of people get the opportunity to do. Play professional football. First with their high school teammates, and then it's crazy enough that it is. Playing their teammate in the championship game. It's definitely crazy. It's a storybook type of tale, and I'm thankful that we both have, been able to, stay healthy throughout our careers and be able to make it to this point. It's definitely special, and I look back on this week and this whole season, probably for the rest of my life, and really think on those things that I've learned, and try not to make some of the same mistakes that I made, throughout this year, and not only in football, but just decisions that I made in life, they'll stick with me forever, and I'm so blessed to have this opportunity, so blessed to have this team behind me, so blessed to have this, city behind me. And yeah, this Saturday it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, man. So the United Bowl is this Saturday, presented by Credit One Bank. They got a lot going on. I don't know, Jason, that you know this, but our own B-Mitch here, Brian Mitchell, is going to be the honorary captain. He'll be out there for the coin toss, presenting the game ball. 50 Cent playing at halftime. I know you got to be locked in at halftime, but will you try to sneak out to get a look at 50?
Hell no, I'm getting my trophy.
Yeah, no, I was talking to my mom about that the other day. Just all of the times, when I was younger, that me and my brother were playing 50 Cent in the car. It's kind of this whole situation is crazy, and just everything that comes with it. The halftime show. Where it's at, who I'm playing against. The point in my career that I'm at. It's all a crazy deal, and I've been trying to wrap my head around the whole thing, but I think, once the ball gets snapped on Saturday, I'll get back to, just being the quarterback, Jason Bean, and trying to lead this team to a victory.
Good stuff.
Life is a crazy journey, man, but the universe has a funny way of putting you where you're meant to be. Good luck this weekend,
Good luck, man. We'll be pulling for you, man.
Yeah, appreciate you.
All
right, man. Defenders quarterback Jason Bean looking for a second straight UFL title. I don't know if Audi Field is sold out for this thing, but if it's not, you better buy those tickets quick. That's going to be a fun afternoon at Rowdy Audi. Coming up at 12:30, we're talking NBA Finals, Game 5 over the weekend. Spurs Knicks. Do the Spurs have any shot of climbing all the way back in this thing?
the Carolina Hurricanes are 1 win away from their first Stanley Cup championship in 20 years. Jordan Staal scored for the 5th consecutive game. Andrei Svechnikov scored 2 on the power play, and Sebastian Aho scored his first of the series. Putting that all together, the Hurricanes stormed to a 4-2 win against the Vegas Golden Knights in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final to take a 3-2 lead in the best-of-7 series. Game 6 is in Vegas on Sunday, and Lord Stanley will be in the building. And the 2026 World Cup is officially underway, with co-host Mexico opening the tournament yesterday with a 2-0 win over South Africa. The action continued last night as South Korea overcame Czechia for a 2-1 win. Day 2 of the World Cup brings the other 2 hosts to the forefront. Canada takes on Bosnia at 3 p.m., and 6 p.m. Team USA faces off against Paraguay. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
I remember you being a finalist, so I hope that helps. And then
In the District of Columbia, the boys are back. It's B. Mitch and Finley. We are live on Monumental Sports Network. Appreciate everybody watching us there. Live on the YouTube stream. Appreciate everybody hanging out there. That's a crazy world. If you want some crazy stuff, go check out the YouTube chat. Got to remind everybody, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly premiums. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
It ain't right.
I want to talk about this kicker situation, but I do need to tell a story real quick. White Brian has become my tech guy. I lean on White Brian for things, and the Finder function on my computer has been really messed up. And if you are familiar with how Macs work, the Finder is a pretty vital part of the computer, of the computing experience, if you will. And I was trying to describe to White Brian what was going on, and I brought my computer in there. And then I realized I had just pressed a button. I accidentally, closed a tab. And in my defense, I fixed it myself, but it was a pretty embarrassing moment.
Well,
so just left hand up on that.
But not in your defense, how long this been happening?
All week. It's been driving me crazy.
Well, that just shows you if it wasn't for Brian, you would never got it.
Been driving me freaking crazy. Also, I'm just looking at the schedule here, Stallion. We've got Brian Geltzeiler joining us next to talk NBA hoops. 12:45, we have our very own version of Price is Right with ticket prices. I do, if possible, need somebody to go get Rooster because we're not going to be able to get him on the rest of our show before his show comes on. And I've been alerted to a very large mistake he made. So I'd like to at least confront Rooster when we have a moment. Yeah. Now, right now, go track the Rooster down.
Rooster always make mistakes.
I know he's here. I saw him in the hallway. Then I saw 8 different liquid carrying devices in the kitchen. So I know he's here. Now, Jeffrey, I do want to play. I got to ask Larry Izzo, the Commander Special Teams coach. I got to ask Izzo about the kicking battle yesterday between Drew Stevens and Jake Moody.
Kickoffs are going to come into play.
Like the dirty kicks and all that stuff?
What they bring to the table in terms of that. And so there's a lot that goes into it. But it's great to have both Jake and Drew here competing. We feel really good about that battle. They're doing a great job. It's going to be interesting. We're excited about having them both competing, and that's obviously a big part of our culture is competing. And so to have it at every position was something that was important to us, and that's why we have it going on right now.
Does Jake get a bit of a leg up because you've seen him make kicks in pressure situations, or did everybody start from scratch?
I mean, we're looking at this. Everyone's kind of even playing field. Obviously, Jake's kicked in this league, and he's a veteran, so he's been in situations, and we can anticipate how he'll react to those situations based on his history. And Drew has also, great experience in a lot of different situations back in college, but the fact is that he hasn't kicked in the NFL at this point. So, at the end of the day, we're going to, give them both an opportunity to go out there and show us what they can do, and then we're going to pick the right guy.
B? What's your gut tell you about this kicker battle? Because it's no secret the rookie's got the stronger leg.
My gut tells me they want to see the accuracy from the rookie. Because if they can get the accuracy from the rookie, he becomes more of a weapon. And the rookie's going to have to learn how to control that power. You ever notice, like, you get to a guy who can just bomb a driver, and then he goes to a course like Marion, where you got very, very narrow fairways, and they move different directions, so you can't just bomb it because you're going to hit it through the fairway, get behind the trees. He's going to have to be able to learn, because like the dirty kicks you asked the question about, how to hang it up to where it lands at the 3-yard line, 2-yard line. Squib kicks and things of that nature. Can't just kick it out the end zone every time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think you asked about the leg up. The only leg up that he has, to me, the veteran kicker, is that he kicked before.
Right. He's done it.
He has a
He's
comfortability.
faced the pressure.
But in that case, he shouldn't get overwhelmed by a competition. If that young guy comes in and seems to be calm, cool under pressure with that leg and have the accuracy, he may have something there.
It's going to be really interesting to kind of find this out, because I do think if it was a veteran kicker that was really accurate and just didn't have as good of, if it was a veteran kicker that was really accurate but maybe just didn't have the yards, I've watched Stevens enough that he bombs it, absolutely bombs it, but he sprays it a little bit too.
Yeah.
I've watched Moody enough that he doesn't bomb it, and he's not always making them either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if it was a veteran kicker that you know is nails from 50 and in, but he's
you don't
not
have
that.
nothing to worry about. But that's the reason that Stevens is here, because that veteran kicker has not hit him all the time.
Right.
You know, if he was 100%, if he was accurate at a very, very high level, Stevens wouldn't be here.
Right. Now, if we can, I'd like to address something with Chris Russell. Come on in, Roos. We missed you. We missed your Musk. A little earlier, we were talking about rookies we're excited to see play, right? And we had callers.
Yeah.
Shout out to my man Tricky in D.C. that called in about Robert Henry. I think, we wanted deep cuts. We wanted ball knowers. Everybody's excited about Sonny Styles. Obviously, you should be excited about Sonny Styles. Rooster, I want to start by saying I appreciate you listening to the program, because you were listening.
Thank you, Roos.
I always listen. Thank you.
See if we can get your mic turned on.
Am
I
on?
There you go. You're on now. You're on now.
I always listen. I appreciate you guys.
Well,
thank you, man.
I just got out of the when I heard that segment, what you guys were talking about, I was just out of the eye doctor, ophthalmologist, whatever, that gets you new glasses and whatever, and spending lots and lots of Rooster fortune on new glasses. And then I said, oh, well, I was thinking about Nick Nash, and I hadn't talked about this on, my show or whatever, but I think this wide receiver room is deeper than most people, I would say, do. And maybe I have a little bit of inside intel on Nick Nash from somebody that I know that watched him real closely at San Jose State, and I just think he's going to be an interesting, intriguing fit. I don't know if he makes the roster. I doubt it. Probably a practice squad type thing, but with Welker, and you brought up Edelman, and I didn't even think about the quarterback to wide receiver thing. I'm just thinking as a slot receiver, as a jitterbug type playmaker. Oof.
I'm with you.
Is he that, though?
I think he
He's
is.
6'1", whatever. Is he
185.
I mean, I watched
Welker
several.
and Edelman are way shorter.
Yeah, right. And I watched several San Jose State games because they actually play a pretty decent schedule.
Yeah.
And he's got that quick little, I don't know what to call it, the quick little shake off the line of scrimmage.
Jitterbug.
But you mentioned a little bit bigger than your 5'9", 5'10" type guy. So I think that could help him. Now, does he have a long back? Of course. I'm more talking about like, this is a guy who in August, you call the games, right? I think you're going to probably be talking about this guy a pretty decent amount.
And if I have to, I'm going to say Chris Russell told me about this guy way back in June.
Now, if I may,
he'll probably be cut on August 1st.
Chris, who would you consider to be your nemesis here at the radio station?
At the radio station?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Toby Altizer.
Right. Toby
Yeah.
Alberhauser,
Yeah.
you think has it out for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate Toby Alberhauser listening to the program as well.
Oh.
And
Toby Altizer.
When Rooster
He
texted
called
me,
the wrong name. He don't know.
Rooster texted me at 11:32 as the segment was, who's the rookie you're most excited about to see? And we wanted deep cuts, right? It wasn't not just all Sonny Styles. Happy to have the conversation about anybody. So that happened at 11:32. At 11:42, I got a text from Toby Alberhauser. Said, if Rooster was really a ball knower, he'd know that Nick Nash ain't a rookie. This will be his second year in the NFL.
He's a rookie here. He's in his first year here. Whatever. Where was he last year? I forget.
I think he was on the Falcons practice.
Okay, whatever. I mean, he didn't play, did he?
He has not played.
Okay, so
So
he's
in
a
essence,
rookie.
he's a rookie.
He's a rookie.
Did he document 3 games last year?
No.
He's a rookie.
Thank you, B.
He doesn't have.
Until you get those 3 games, you
My
are
guy.
a rookie.
He does not have.
Look at Brian Mitchell
You can
constantly coming to the Roosters'
You
defense.
can go into any camp you want. If you don't get those 3 games, rookie.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Mitchell coming to the Roosters' defense not once but twice.
Can I? B? How many 26-year-old rookies you know?
What's it called? Chris Winkie was 26 coming out of college.
Listen, there was all sorts of weird college
Wasn't Winkie?
rules and all that
His
stuff.
name
I
was
mean,
Chris?
Yeah, I think he won the Heisman at
He
Florida
might
State,
be about
right?
29.
26 just means you got hair on your chest, baby. You know?
All right. So Nick Nash is your guy.
Tell Toby, by
Yeah.
the way, Toby, if you're still listening, go kick all the rocks. I'll beat you up when you get here in your silly little soccer jersey that you're going to be wearing because I know Toby already.
So Toby yesterday.
Toby might come in full gear. He might have on his cleats too.
So Toby yesterday
lack.
was wearing all his USA gear.
Yeah.
And I said, Tobes, you're a day
What a
early.
Fake compatriot he is.
Hold on. How's he a fake compatriot? What does that even mean? You mean fake patriot?
Yeah, maybe.
Why?
Because he's fake. I can't offer you a reason. He's just fake.
Damn.
Rooster is calling Toby fake.
Oh man, all on the air.
I second that.
Oh! Look at B-Mitch and Jeff. Funny Jeff.
No, B-Mitch is not calling Toby fake.
No.
I like
B-Mitch
Toby.
defended me twice, and then Funny Jeff just got me once.
Jeff, why are you
Attaboy.
calling Toby fake? That is rude.
Because he's an imposter.
Exactly.
Ask Toby how long have we were supposed to play Call of Duty or MLB. He's an imposter.
Also, he says he hates Italian food, but then he asks me every day to cook him chicken parmesan. Every day.
I'd like you to cook me chicken parmesan.
Maybe one of these days I will.
I like you to cook it today and bring it in tomorrow, not cook it today and bring it in Friday next week.
B, am I known to be like a human rain delay?
Yes.
No.
You brought in Valentine's Day candy on the 4th of July, dude.
Either you come in late or you go too early.
See,
remember he got the Philly like he got the Philly
Philly
like
in the
11
third
o'clock
quarter.
for a 1 o'clock game.
Yeah.
Remember that one?
But here's
No,
the
for an 8 o'clock
Monday night
game.
game.
here's the thing. I can't keep up with you guys and your schedule. You're out and about. You're doing all sorts of funny things. So I've got to always hear you at 10 o'clock. Okay, the boys are in studio. Now I can make my proper plans.
No.
And then you got to leave because you got to fight traffic.
Hold
So
on.
it doesn't give me a lot of time to make these executive decisions.
You see us every day. For the
I
most
don't.
part.
I don't see
Almost.
every day.
So if you see us on a Monday, you say, "When are you gonna be in this? What day would you be in this week?" And if we say Wednesday, cook it.
B, that would require me to plan ahead. I'm not good at that. I mean,
speaking of planning ahead,
yeah.
I was listening to your
You want to
program.
come over and watch the World Cup tonight in the jacuzzi?
Nah.
No. Okay.
He's having a watch party. Why don't you go to his thing?
I'm not watching. I'm not watching the world. Nothing in the jacuzzi with you. That ain't happening.
What is the dollar amount it would require for you to go to Chris's house and watch whatever sporting event, wrestling, World Cup, whatever it is, in a jacuzzi. 10 grand?
He gonna be on that side. I'll take 10.
Yeah, I mean it's a jacuzzi. I assume it's
You sit on that side,
a
Ruth,
6 person.
I'll sit on this side.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's get
we're not talking about like sitting on each other's laps here. For
Hell,
God's
no, we
sakes.
not.
I mean, we're just talking about hanging out in the hot tub.
Let me show you how we're gonna do this. I'm
Yeah.
gonna pull a Tony Kornheiser. If there's a whirlpool place out there that's a great commercial, Bruce and I watching sports in your jacuzzi.
Offenbachers, baby.
I also
It's
get,
from Offenbachers.
We get a free jacuzzi out of it too.
Okay.
We'll do that.
I already got one from Offenbachers.
I have some
Let's
information.
stop talking about what you got. I'm trying to get one.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you have a pool. Does it not have the little jacuzzi?
Yeah, I got you.
I thought it did.
But I want another one. I wanted to put it inside the garage with the steam room that never been plugged up.
Gentlemen, we have germane information obtained to the conversation.
Oh.
In the Who's Correct, Toby versus Rooster about Nick Nash's rookie status.
Okay.
Per the NFL, and also per White Bryan, who did the research, even though Stallion claims he's a research guy.
That boy, White Bryan.
Per White Bryan, Nash will be classified as a first-year player, not a rookie. According to the NFL, he is ineligible to win Rookie of the Year.
Okay, but what is a rookie?
Somebody coming.
A first-year player, right?
Is there an answer, White Bryan?
First-year players are allowed to participate in rookie minicamp.
So you get second-year players.
You get designated
Hold
as
on.
a first-year player if you have prior experience in NFL training camp or prior experience in another professional league.
Okay, so if he comes the next year and he don't make no team this year, you still be a first-year player, right?
But rookies are directly out of college.
I understand what you're saying, but still, first-year player is a rookie too, right? That's what I look at it. I look at a first-year player that had never played in a game, just like I look at a rookie who's coming out of college.
I think
rookies are coming out of college today at 24, 25 years old.
This kid's 26. I think it's like a square is a rectangle, but a rectangle isn't a square. Like a rookie is a first-year player, but a first-year player ain't a rookie.
Listen, here's what
I
I
hear
know.
what you're saying, but still.
Here's what I know. Everybody hates me to begin with, right? They all think I'm like the meanest person alive on planet Earth.
I don't think you're
I
mean.
need Nick Nash to excite the fan base, to ignite, to get behind me on this. There's no need for semantics. There's no need for rules and qualifications. Nick Nash is new here. He hadn't played in an NFL game. Brian Mitchell has defended me on the record, not once, but twice. I need this to happen. I need people to like me. Damn it.
I think that ship has sailed. Chris, give me your 40-second USA Paraguay preview.
I bet Team USA to win, and
What's your unit size,
Diego
Chris?
Maradona to Christian Pulisic to score an anytime goal.
What
You don't ask me that, Jay.
What's your unit size?
This is a trick question.
It's a standard. You said you bet America to win.
Right.
What is your betting unit? How much did you
Oh,
bet?
well, you didn't say betting unit, JP.
When you bring up gambling, the vernacular is unit size. So what's your unit size? Because White Bryan has the world's smallest unit.
You know how,
White Bryan bets.
how I would ask you that same question? How much do you normally bet?
Okay.
Now,
I never think anything else.
Do you agree with me that White Bryan has the world's smallest unit?
He has the smallest smallest betting amount.
White Bryan bets 20 cents a game.
All right, I'm going to say this. I'm not as small as him, but I ain't that much bigger.
$2.
I'm $1 better. I bet $2 on the Preakness, not on the Preakness, on the Belmont Stakes the other day, and I won 14. I bet $1 on a NHL 3-leg parlay with Chait Theodore scoring the game-winning goal last Saturday night, and I won $34. If I would have bet $5, I'd be rich. I'd be able to buy you guys lunch.
You know what the bear, Chris Felica, says?
Yes.
Remember, the less you bet, the more you lose when you win. We got to go. Thank you, Chris. When we come back, we're talking NBA Finals with Brian Geltzeiler.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. In a 20-plus minute video released yesterday, Texas Tech officials defended their integrity and reiterated their support for Brendan Sorsby amid widespread criticism from the rest of the Big 12 Conference and other corners of college sports to the likelihood of the quarterback playing for the Red Raiders this fall. On Monday, Sorsby was granted a temporary injunction by a Texas judge that cleared the way for him to play in 2026 despite being ruled ineligible by the NCAA for widespread sports wagering. Several Big 12 ADs have voiced their opposition to playing Texas Tech this season. The league's presidents met Thursday, and they're going to meet again next week to discuss potentially sanctioning the school for allowing Sorsby to play even with this judge's ruling. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Scotty's Vodka is made in the DMV, and they just got into a whole bunch more Virginia liquor stores. So make sure you check them out. I think they just got added to like 50 more Virginia ABC stores. B, McAfee's on back there, and I think he's in Omaha. Have you ever been to the College World Series? I think that'd be fun, man.
No, I haven't.
Apparently, LSU, there's some famous bar right by the ballpark in Omaha, and it's become famous for Jell-O shots. And apparently, when LSU made the finals one year, they drank them out of Jell-O shots. Like all the Jell-O shots were eliminated.
It's Louisiana folks. Yeah, I can see that.
I can see it too, man. I'm getting fired up for this game tomorrow night. It's honestly, I don't know. I do not know how the Spurs can kind of like.
I don't know if they can win 3 straight.
I don't know if they can win one.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't know if they can win 3 straight.
Yeah.
And I think the game that they just played, that's a game that's tough as hell to come back from.
Yeah.
But, you know, sometime when you're young, you ever heard your parents or somebody older tell you this? When you're just young, you're just dumb enough and stupid enough to not know how important something is.
Right.
And you can get it done. So, could be them.
Joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline is Brian Geltzeiler from NBA Radio. You can follow him at bgeltznba. Brian, thank you for making time for us, brother. I'm curious what you think. Where the Spurs at mentally?
Stronger than I think people think. I listen. It was a horrible collapse, but I think the underlying message that I think the coaching staff, and I think Greg Popovich gets involved in this, especially now that they're back in San Antonio. I think the underlying message is that it was entirely avoidable. And they, the shot selection got fast and loose in the second half after a hot 3-point shooting first half. Some of the discipline things and the IQ things were lacking. Obviously, everybody's highlighted Fox's late game mistake. But there were a lot of bad shots before that. Mm-hmm. The Castle out of bounds call ended up, in the last 2-minute report being something that the officials got wrong. Just a lot of things went against them. And listen, if I'm Mitch Johnson, what I'm telling my team is, we are down 3-1 in this series. We lost 2 of these games by 1 point where we had monumental mental errors to get the Knicks to a point where they could win the series. Wembanyama's turnover in Game 2, and obviously Fox's his decision to go for a layup with Anunoby on him instead of dribbling the ball out and avoiding Anunoby and killing clock and go to the free throw line. So those two mistakes have really, it's been that thin a margin. Coming back home, I think the Spurs are going to feel good about being back home. And I do think where you had the road team win the first 3 games of this series, and we've seen this in the NBA playoffs repeatedly the last couple of years, where the road teams tend to have an advantage early in a series. As you get later into a series, the home team tends to have a bigger advantage. And I think we're kind of at that right now. And again, I'd be surprised tonight, guys, if San Antonio doesn't win this game.
I can see them winning this game, but when I look at it, though, Brian, every game they were up. Every game they were up. And in every game they made mistakes, like you said, the bad shots and all that stuff. So I understand what you're saying about how those things happen, but they happen for 4 games in a row. And they happen to win one of them and they lost the other 3. What makes us think they're going to just all of a sudden change when the next 3 games? Because winning tonight is not what they're trying to do. Winning the whole series is what they're trying to do. And I don't see them putting together 3 straight games, because I haven't seen the Knicks play their best basketball yet.
No, and listen, Brian, I don't think they're going to win the series either. And again, that's why I say home court, I think, is going to be what kicks in here, and I think the Knicks win this series in 6.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see the home team win the next 2 games. Because to me, the Spurs mentally coming home is not going to be an issue here. And you're right, they have made some mistakes, and certainly, let the Knicks back into 4 different games they didn't have to let the Knicks back into. And the Knicks haven't had one of these just on-fire shooting games yet that we saw them have earlier in the playoffs. And I think that's actually going to come in Game 6. With all that said, with the Spurs, one of the reasons I think you'll see them bounce back a little bit is I do think this is an inexperienced, immature yet emotionally resilient team, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
This is I keep going back to this, guys, and I think everybody needs to kind of take a little bit of a bird's eye view on all this. In the summer of 2024 in Paris, Victor Wembanyama's home country, he faced off in a gold medal game against a U.S. team with LeBron James, Kevin Durant, and Steph Curry on it. And he took a pretty average group of French players down to the last 3 minutes of that game and needed some Steph Curry incredible heroics to beat a stacked U.S. team for a gold medal. Victor Wembanyama in that game was intimidated by nothing. There was no atmosphere that got to him, none of it. And this team takes their emotional cues from him. My point being is this: yes, there's been some mistakes that have had a lot to do with inexperience. Listen, Fox is not an inexperienced player, but inexperienced on this stage. So you've seen that set of mistakes. But one thing I'll tell you about these Spurs, they're mentally tough, they're emotionally resilient, and I think you're going to see, again, a massive, massive effort out of them tonight. Where the Knicks, on the other hand, who also very mentally tough, very emotionally resilient, but they've gotten a little comfortable with slow starts. 2 slow starts in a row in these 2 games at the Garden. They managed to be able to come back and win one of them. A slow start tonight, I think, buries them. I don't think they have a comeback in them tonight. At the Garden, sure, not here.
Talking with Brian Geltzeiler here from NBA Radio. Check him out at BGeltz NBA, BGELTZ NBA. What do you think of the growing conversation around Wemby maybe being a dirty player?
I think it's garbage, guys. I think he's a tough player that plays with an edge. I think it's a Knicks fan creative narrative that some Knicks media has gotten a hold of. When I hear somebody call Victor Wembanyama a dirty player, I believe that they're living their social media life in a Knick echo chamber. That's how I look at it. This is not a dirty basketball player. This player, and pardon my French, guys, he gets the crap kicked out of him. If you watch what Karl Towns is doing to him off the ball, and I'm not beating up on Towns. He's done a super job on Wembanyama in this series. But if you watch what Karl Towns does to him off the ball, there's going to be some frustration that kicks in. And for Wembanyama to be the player that he can be, having a nasty edge is a major asset in that. It does not make him a dirty player. Again, I just think that's Knicks fan narrative that the media's kind of gotten a hold of. I don't pay it a lot of credence or attention at all.
It's going to be fascinating. I don't know how to phrase this, but watching Wemby now, I have these periods where I get frustrated by him not going into the paint. And sometimes I get frustrated at the Spurs guards for not trying to run a pick and roll with him or something. How close to a finished product do we think Wemby is?
It's a great question. Let me say this. I get more frustrated with the latter than the former because I think I think Wembanyama would be happy to be inside a little bit more. I think when he goes inside too much, the Spurs perimeter players lose him. They forget that he's there. And it's unconscionable and inexcusable, and it's a massive reason why the Knicks got back in that game. They just didn't run enough stuff through Wemby. As far as him being a finished product, he's very far away from being a finished product. And he's still going to be able to put some strength on him. For a guy his size, he's incredibly athletic. And we've gotten a preview of who this guy is going to be in the next 10 years in the NBA defensively in these last two series. Because what we've seen is probably the two best mid-range players in the entire league, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and now Jalen Brunson, both have not had great series with Wembanyama there because they see a mid-range shadow. Wembanyama can help in the mid-range on them with being 3 steps off of them because he's that long. And I think what he is not even close to a finished product on both ends of the floor. Defensively, he's dominant now. I think one of the things and one of the developments you're going to have to see is the stamina portion to be able to be kicked up. The Spurs, totally. And I give him credit because he's healthy this time of year. He's healthy. But I also think part of the problem with Wembanyama is he doesn't have the level of gas in the tank because they didn't push him enough. Again, it's a really, really delicate balance for San Antonio in having him rested and healthy and having him with the appropriate level of stamina to be able to play through these 7-game playoff wars, the one they went to at OKC. And again, I think this one's going at least 6. So for that, they have to work on the stamina part a little bit more. And that's where I think we get the finished product. And this is a guy that may end up winning 5 championships for all said and done.
Yeah, man. I mean, this Spurs team seems so loaded and built for the long haul. But, that's what we said about OKC last year. Like, things can change fast. I think this Knicks team deserves so much credit. That game the other night is a game you'll remember where you were when you watched it for the rest of your life. And it's going to be pretty cool. So, first time since 73, if the Knicks get to actually bring this thing home. You think it's Knicks in 6, so Saturday, I guess that'd be what, Tuesday night at the Garden?
Tuesday night at the Garden. And by the way, they better bring the National Guard there or what's happening in New York City after these games.
Seriously.
Dude. Like, it's such a bad look for the city. And I know it's only a few people. And there's so many great Knick fans that have, been through all this and stuck with this team who are getting to appreciate this right now. And I couldn't be happier for them. I got a lot of them in my life. And I couldn't be happier for them. But what's happening on the streets of New York is absolutely inexcusable, unconscionable. And I think I know they arrested 56 people on Wednesday night. That's short of what they need to be doing. And I'm not blaming the police. I think the police are kind of in over their heads here and need a little bit of help. I think they're undermanned. But that's kind of where it is. When it comes to the Knicks and how this team is played, it's been this incredible combination of discipline and unselfishness meeting at its peak. Plus, I'll tell you this about this Knick group. There's an understanding because of the veteran presence and the amount of wars these guys have all been through, although separately and together at times. Towns made 2 conference finals with Minnesota before he was there with the Knicks. OG Anunoby won a title with the Raptors. Mikal Bridges went to a final with the Suns. Jalen Brunson went to a conference final with the Mavericks. These guys have all been through this kind of stuff, and they understand how special this opportunity is and how there's a pretty good chance they never have it again. And they're doing everything they can to take advantage of it. The urgency the Knicks play with in the fourth quarters of these games is something to be admired, and it's a mentality. It's a between-the-ears thing, but it's also a collective thing in terms of these guys coming together. So it's a really, really special time for Knick basketball. This is really, and I look over the years, one of my favorite Knicks teams of all time with how these guys play together, the talent, how it was put together. It's a fun story, the most fun story in sports we'll see this year. And I do think in the end, the Knicks finish this. I give this group all the credit in the world.
Appreciate you, Brian.
Man.
Great stuff as always.
My pleasure, guys. We'll do it again soon. Enjoy the game tomorrow night.
Thanks, buddy. That is Brian Geltzeiler from NBA Radio. Always tremendous NBA content with Brian. Nobody go anywhere. Price is Right ticket edition next.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. Warm weather is here, and it's time to get back outside riding the bike. You've heard me talk a lot about Bike to the Beach, and that's coming up next Friday on June 19th, where I'll be riding from Union Market to Delaware, Dewey Beach, Delaware, to support autism and disability inclusion. If you can't make it, please give a donation. You can go to my Instagram account at BMIS30. I have the link in the bio. Or you can just find me on my fan page on Facebook. There's also a link right there. We end up in Dewey Beach, just steps away from the ocean and right in the heart of the action. Let's ride, make a difference, and start summer strong together. Join my team or start your own at biketothebeach.org. That's biketothebeach.org.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Fired up. Everybody knows the game show Price is Right. And we like to mess around with that a little bit at times. And we had a good idea. Price is Right for tickets. There's a lot of talk about ticket prices, especially with the World Cup. There was a lot of talk about ticket prices, especially with the finals in New York. But now we got a Game 5 finals game in San Antonio. It's a different market than New York City.
Yes.
Plus, we got these World Cup games. The Nats are back home. So we're going to play Price is Right ticket edition. Ryan Clary will be Bob Barker. Let's go, boys.
All right, let's get this thing started. I guess we'll just go kind of one by one. You each guess your prices here. Let's start with tonight's game. Paraguay against the United States of America at SoFi Stadiums. What is the get-in price, JP?
Cheapest get-in price, right?
Cheapest get-in price.
Paraguay versus the U.S. So I believe FIFA has like set a floor for tickets that they just won't release more. That like something like you'll see in American sports that they'll just like drop the prices at the last minute to get people in. A person I know that's smart told me FIFA and the Olympics just don't do that. So I'm going to say this cheapest get in for the U.S. games, $800.
Okay, Brian.
I'm going to go with. I think that they found out a lot of people wouldn't go into the game, so they found a way to lower that floor. I'll go with $550.
Okay, Jeff.
I think it's still high.
I think you're still high.
I'm gonna say. I'm thinking, guys, relax. I'm gonna say 1,000.
Okay, WB.
$1,776.
The winner is Jeff. Right now, the get-in price, according to SeatGeek, is $1,150. So Jeff wins that round. And let's move on to the Nats Mariners game tonight in DC. It's
going to be a lot less.
$10.
6.
10-6. I was going to say 8. I bet you can get in the door for $8.
I'm switching to $750.
So you're switching to $750, Brian?
I'm switching to 5.
I'm staying.
$7.99.
So, okay, JP, you had 8. Brian had $750. Jeff had 6. And
why would he bid $7.99?
Because he's a jerk.
What did you get, WB?
$7.99.
JP's the winner, $8. So
Oh!
tonight, the get-in
On the
price.
button, dude.
Yep, the get-in price is $17 according to SeatGeek right now. So you could see those go up. You never know. You never know.
I mean, I think it's hot. It's supposed to be storms tonight.
So it wasn't on the button. It was $17.50.
Well, I was closest. I don't know that tonight. I don't know. I hope it's a great Nats crowd. I'm just not sure it's going to be a great Nats crowd.
Yes, so let's go to Spurs Knicks. Game 5 in San Antonio. JP, what's your guess?
Spurs Knicks, Game 5 in San Antonio. After the way they lost Game 4, I can't imagine that ticket market is exceedingly hot, but it's still a super loyal fan base in the finals. Cheapest get in to tonight's game is $1,250.
Okay, Brian.
I think New York fans will still try to go down there because they couldn't get into the one in Wichita.
That's true.
So I'm going $2,200.
Okay, Jeff.
$10.50.
All right, WB.
$825.
$825 is your guess. Okay, so just doing the quick math here. We have a winner, and it's, again, Jeff.
Really?
Wait, no, I'm sorry. Wait, no. My apologies. I botched that there.
Shocker.
JP won that round.
Let's go!
What was it?
What was it?
So the get-in price, according to SeatGeek right now, is $1,400 and $1,400 on the nose. And it's really.
I said $1,250, dude.
You said $1,250, right there ahead of Jeff. So JP wins that round as well.
I'm taking two.
He's
Two in a
taking
row.
2. So now here, this is not happening in the near future. It might not happen at all, but I got to throw it in there. Spurs Knicks Game 6 at MSG. The potential for the Knicks to win it all in front of the home crowd. JP, what's your guess?
Why they got this game? Ain't going to be winning it tonight.
They could.
Game 6 in the Garden to get in. Watch them win a title. Cheapest to get in, $7,000.
Okay. Brian?
If it's game 6 there, I'm going 5.
All right, Jeff?
5,001.
That's a punk move.
But I literally said 5 before it even got to you.
All right,
Okay,
WB?
5,010.
8,400.
WB is a winner. The get-in price right now, according to SeatGeek, I mean, you guys weren't even close. $11,000 in 11.5K.
They said that last game and they had people getting in that thing for $4,000.
That's according to SeatGeek, what I just saw. I mean,
it's according to the tickets they have.
Yeah.
It's tickets that are going for less than that.
I know. So WB wins that round. And then, so now JP is winning 2-0. Or 2-1 against Jeff. WB has one as well. This is the last one. And this is tomorrow's game, the World Cup game. Brazil versus Morocco. MetLife Stadium. Very anticipated game. JP, what's your guess?
Brazil, Morocco, and New York. So you got Moroccans, you got Brazilians, you got soccer fans. It's New York.
Relatively easy travel. They got a huge international airport, JFK.
Cheapest get-in for that game is $1,250.
Okay. Brian?
1,500.
Okay. Jeff?
500.
Okay.
All the way at the top.
All right.
Nosebleeds.
WB?
7,300.
Damn.
That's insane. All right. It's $1,723. So, B-Mitch, you won that round. And
Why you with the 7,000?
I was looking at the quarterfinals tickets, by the way. I think they're like maybe 2K. So it's not even close.
There's a lot of Brazilians out there.
There are.
All right, that was fun. Who won? Me?
JP, you won.
Bang.
So
a whole bunch of games that I'm not going to.
Yep.
When we come back, press the button, open the phone lines up. It is time to ask B-Mitch anything. Powered by Collars & Co. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I have a question for B-Mitch.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Police arrested Denver Broncos outside linebacker Jonathan Cooper just after 10 p.m. last night. This is 1 week after his arrest related to several charges that include domestic violence. Cooper, who pleaded not guilty to the domestic violence charges following his initial arrest, received 4 new charges last night. 2 on domestic violence, 1 on harassment based on repeated phone calls, and 1 for a violation of a protection order that he received. He is expected in Douglas County Court this morning. And at 6:45 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan, we've got first pitch as the Nationals host the Mariners. The Nationals are coming back from a West Coast road trip where they went 4-2 against the Diamondbacks and the Giants. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Grotman Cap 5-Star Sports Desk, Sedana McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. The boys are getting patriotic with the U.S. national soccer team getting ready to take on Paraguay tonight. We tried to get Toby Altizer, Captain America, to sing the national anthem, and he struggled with the words. So then all the boys came together. It was a touching moment. That honestly was...
He gets nervous, man.
A little bit of goosebumps there,
but
man.
Toby can sing.
Toby can sing.
I mean, I heard y'all singing, and I heard one good voice, and the rest of those voices stink.
Mine is bad.
Yours awful.
Mine's bad too.
I'm not, but Jeff
is terrible.
Jeff, to his credit, knows every word and was passionate. Jeff, listen, there's a video.
There's a lot of people that know every word but can't sing. I'm talking about his singing. I ain't talking about him knowing the words.
There's a video on B. Mitch and Finley. So I posted a video of Toby, which disappointingly he got through 2 verses and just blanked. But as the boys all came together, it was me, Jeffrey, Toby, Darius, Clary, CK. Apparently, White Brian Hates America. We're not sure. Sources unconfirmed. But
making a video.
I'm just saying.
Right, Brian, I tell you, bro, these dudes here, bro, they put you out there in a bad way, man. You guys start whooping somebody's ass, they'll stop messing with you.
CK, the cluster buster, always dealing with high-level business, walked out of his office hand on heart and just stood and listened. We're feeling this, boys. Beat Paraguay.
Is it Guay or Guay?
I don't know.
I will play FIFA tonight and let you know.
I think it's Guay.
Okay, Paraguay, whoever, beat their ass. Let's get to business here. Please. Ask B. Mitch anything, brought to us by Collars & Co. We love the folks at Collars & Co. Check out, they got awesome gear, especially with Father's Day coming up.
Take care of fathers. $33.6 billion spent on Mother's Day. Don't let me down. I don't want to see $3.6 million spent on fathers. Hell, without us, y'all won't be here.
It's a chicken and egg situation. You need the chicken and the egg.
Hell yeah.
All righty. Let's go to Sean in Falls Church to lead us off. Sean, ask B. Mitch anything.
What up, Sean?
Hey, B. Mitch. How are you guys doing?
Good,
one, go to Star Hill in Tysons. Be there tonight. I encourage everybody to go out there. But yes, the question, FIFA has brought in all of the grass fields. NFL players are loving it. B. Mitch, one, would you like that for the NFL? And two, do you think it'll actually get done?
As far as the fields, you mean grass? I feel if it's less injuries on grass, they should go to it. But to be honest with you, man, when I played, I didn't care. Because if the other team had to play on the same surface I was on, let's go. But, the grass fields, grass fields were always better. But, this field turf came around, I like that. I just didn't like the stuff that, felt like carpet over concrete.
The vet.
Okay.
The vet, New Orleans Superdome was awful.
Yeah.
When you
the old Silverdome.
When you fell, it felt like this, just a piece of carpet on top of it.
That's crazy. Thanks for the call, Sean. Appreciate you, bud. Ask B. Mitch anything is dressed by Collars & Co., where style meets all-day comfort. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Kenny is in Largo. What's up, Ken?
What up, Kenny?
Yo, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Chilling, buddy.
How are you?
I'm good. So I got two questions. One, so I know in hockey, right, how it's a best of 7. But why is it a best of 7 when that's like one of the most physical sports ever?
I mean, they play.
Like,
they play 80-something.
Done like how football does.
Nah, but see, football plays 16 games, 17 games. Hockey plays 80-something games, just like basketball. So you try to play a best of 7 in football, is it going to ever end? See,
but
hockey,
about hockey,
but as I'm saying,
they break teeth and all that.
They break teeth and stuff, but I still think. You think anybody could play a football game 2 or 3 times a week?
No, somebody's going to end up down.
It's a different level what you exert on that football field too, and I believe that like hockey, they get out there and you can't just play one game.
You can't play one
game, especially with 80-something games in a regular season.
I did see. I don't know. It was a hockey player saying this.
You know why they can't do it?
Thanks for the call, Ken.
Because of the nature of the game and. The people that are around like, hell no, we're not letting you have one game. We need 7. We wish all of them go to 7 games.
So that's what it was a former hockey player was making the claim that, like, it's really unfortunate how TV has driven hockey to kind of try to match basketball because I think you could argue 82 regular season hockey games is too many. And then to get to the Stanley Cup, I mean, it's what now, 3-2 Carolina? Mm-hmm. They're going to be playing into close to the end of June.
Yeah.
And I think you could argue the first series should be best of 3 or something, but it's a television product, man.
All of it's best of 7?
All of it's best of 7.
It used to be best of baseball is what, 5, right?
Baseball's 5
and
for the division series.
But I just listen, man.
But the wild card is 3, isn't it?
But see this thing about it.
Yes.
It's the people today complaining. People been doing this forever. Them dudes back in the day, you know what they care about? Step on this field, on this ice, and let's play. Like football, I would love, listen to me, I don't think anybody can play a football game on Wednesday, come back on Sunday or Monday and play it again. I don't think it happen.
Let's go to Tay in D.C. What's up, Tay?
Fellas?
How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. B, real quick, if you could grant an illustrious career like yourself to an offense and defensive player whose careers were cut short from injury, who would it be? And can I ask you one more thing? Have you heard of the Jimmy Castor bunch?
Nah, the Jimmy Castor bunch, no. I would love to see Bo Jackson play 14 years and try to think what he could have done. And Gale Sayers, those two, Bo Jackson, Gale Sayers. If they had gotten 14 years, what the hell would their numbers be?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
For me, I can't help but think of Sean.
Yeah, that's another one.
That's not an injury, obviously,
yeah.
But that's where my mind immediately
But the
jumps to
Jimmy
there.
Tasker bunch, who's that?
I don't know.
Oh, he's gone?
He's gone, yeah.
Okay.
He must have dropped. If that's Tay that I think it is, he'll tweet me here in a minute. I have a question for you.
Yep.
We have largely successfully had a Brandon Ayuk free day. Until my man went and posted on Instagram.
Again?
Yeah. So I'm going to show you this. Brandon Ayuk posted a picture. Looks to be sitting on a truck. I kind of doubt it's a moving truck, but it could be, I guess. But the post is incredibly underwhelming. I'm going to show it to you, B, and then you can draw your own conclusions, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to pull it up on my janky-ass computer today.
It was on what?
It's on Instagram. You can just pull it up yourself. Brandon Ayuk has a new post on Instagram of him, what looks to me, sitting on a truck. So I don't have a ton of interest in this. If you have more, I mean, I could show you this, B. Brandon Ayuk apparently sitting on a truck. Does that seem right?
I don't know if that's a truck.
What do you think?
I don't know. What it looked like a stage or something.
Okay. Does that interest you in the slightest?
Well, he's inside of something. It's like the back of a truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing of interest in this post is very small top left corner. You see the location of this post.
Saying Washington, D.C.?
Says Brandon Ayuk has posted a picture of himself with a location that says Washington, D.C. I would point out there's no location police. You can say you are wherever you want to be.
Yeah.
We have some callers that might do that, right?
Yeah.
Like,
We do have some callers that do that.
Brandon Ayuk posted a picture that says Washington, D.C. One, do you believe he's here? And two, do you care?
I told you when I care. If he signed for this team, I care. Let's go back to XP mention anything.
So I can't help but point out he could just say that. He's clearly continuing provocative behavior to suggest he wants to play here and not there. But I don't know at what point everyone perhaps grows tired of it. He also could be here.
He could be here.
But you know what? If he is here and he's still under contract with the Niners, I hope he's here for the UFC
and there's
fight.
nothing they can do about him visiting his boy.
He should. That's terrific. I hope he and Jaden are going to dinner and a show, the UFC fight. Maybe they're going to the FIFA watch party on the mall. There's a lot of activities. Stick around for the 4th of July fireworks. They're supposed to be incredible this year.
Huh?
Until he's no longer
going?
No. Until he's no longer under contract. Until he's no longer under contract with the Niners. Like the daily constant updates. I'm like, Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. Ask B-Mitch anything. Dressed by Collars & Co. I did get one.
I'm dressed by Collars & Co. Unlike this shirt don't have a collar. My little T-shirts are like.
I had a post yesterday because I was wearing Collars & Co. gear for radio, then for TV, then at the swim meet. And I had multiple people ask me, yo, what shirt is that? I was looking stylish. Our boy AJ Atai responded to me on Instagram that he thought I looked thin. So not only are they great clothing, perhaps they make you look thin in photos.
AJ lies a lot and he's blind.
The best reply. So I posted this Brandon Ayuk picture because I think people are going nuts that the location of on the Instagram post is Washington, D.C. My point was, my only thought about the latest BA post, there's no location police on Instagram. You could say any location you want. Maybe he's here, maybe he's not. To which Cloud Bob responded, if he's wearing those clothes in D.C. today,
he burns up like hell.
It's diabolical. I mean, it is hot.
And that look like a terry cloth sweatsuit. He should be sweating if he's here.
Dog, sweating. Were there any Ask B Mitch Anything questions on the YouTube chat, White Brian, that are hopefully suitable for radio? Because a lot of craziness out there. I got a question. Were you surprised what a good singer Toby is?
Yeah, I was. I didn't expect that.
Now, we know Toby's a very religious fella. I bet he sings at church.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you get the feeling?
I think so.
All right, Manny is in Southeast. Manny, what's up, dude? Ask B Mitch anything.
Hey, Mitch, what's up? What's up,
brother?
What's up, Jeff? Hey,
What up?
I got one question, man. I just want to ask one question, man. I'm going to start it off. Who do you think is more obsessed with the Brandon Ayuk situation? The entire Redskins, Washington football team, Commanders, tribe, or J.P. Philly? Because if it says Washington, D.C. in the joint, you could have kept that online because we all seen it. But you have to, every day is, come on, bro. Come on.
Manny, if I can.
Let the man sign, and then we can talk about him all day long when he get here and he put belt to ass in San Francisco like he said. All right, fella.
I'll let B respond. I have my own response prepared.
I think the fans and the stuff has more obsession than you do.
Big time.
Yeah.
Also,
because you only report on what the fans are saying and why they react to stuff.
I'd add, we have 4 hours of sports radio to do in June. So there are levels to this, is what I would say. I personally kind of wish the entire Brandon Ayuk saga would go away. And we laid it out earlier talking about the receiver room. I think it's a pretty complicated room to add him to already. I like the receivers. I'm curious to see what they got.
Yeah.
Bob is in Front Royal. Bob, ask B Mitch anything.
Hey, I've been following the Redskins Commanders since I was 15. I'm 73.
Oh, wow.
I met Brian I've met Brian Mitchell 2 or 3 times at Carlisle and other Redskins events, and you all guys, I love you and thank you for all the memories.
Appreciate you.
My point, I got back with the Brandon Ayuk thing. If this was a boyfriend and a girlfriend, and they said it's not very PC to say stalker, but it just seems like Ayuk just following after us. It's kind of crazy. And with our, 2 young receivers we have right now, with McCaffrey and Lane from Virginia Tech, I don't even know why we just can't rely on those guys because they seem like they're coming on every, game. So, but I just want to thank you for me being able to run my mouth, and I love you guys, and keep doing what you're doing.
Appreciate
you, man.
All right. I got a good one via Twitter. Actually, this is via text from Joey. In honor of the World Cup, are there any sporting events out there you've never been to that you'd like to try?
I want to go to like Italy or something like that and see a Formula One race.
That'd be cool. Have you ever been to a big European soccer game?
Nope. I want to also go to the Open Championship.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be real cool.
I want to see them play that course.
Brian.
From where they play it from.
Yeah. Brian is in Northwest. What's up, Brian?
Hey, B. Mitch. Hey, do you remember me, man? You were on MacArthur Boulevard. It was just a couple weeks ago, the Wounded Warrior ride. I was the only dude out there yelling your name. And to your credit, man, you were talking to some people. You looked over and gave me love, man. That meant a lot to me, B.
I remember the name being called.
Yeah. I called your name. It was early in the morning, man. I was one of the only cats out there. I gave all y'all applause heading up MacArthur Boulevard. That was inspiring for my Saturday, man.
Appreciate that, brother.
It's all good, B. Mentioned JP. I'll see you at the MacArthur 7-Eleven soon.
You always find me at that 7-Eleven.
All right, brother.
Do you have a question? Nope. He's gone. He gone. We just got to find him on MacArthur Boulevard, apparently. This is a good one, dude. This is your official prediction. This is from Will Mendez, B. Who will win the World Cup?
You know what? You can put any location you want, bro.
I know. That's what I'm telling you.
I was just about to post me and put myself in New York.
You should post you and put San Francisco. or Santa Clara, even. Hey, I asked you one. Who is your World Cup champ?
Ooh.
I think all the boys should have to make picks.
I think France. I just one?
Yeah. Only one winner.
France. I'm going to go with France.
You know who I'm going with?
Who?
The Knicks are about to win an NBA title. First time in 50 years. Going with England. Boys are bringing it home, dude. Okay. I think if the Knicks can win, England can finally win. All right, we'll get the picks from the rest of the boys when we return. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll try to circle back. But I really want to talk some Nats with our guy, Mark Zuckerman, NatsJournal.com. We're doing that next. Nats have a big series, and as well as they've been playing, they just had an absolutely devastating loss. Let's see where Zuck thinks the boys' heads are at. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This Sports of Day is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Clemson wide receiver Tristan Smith received a temporary injunction against the NCAA from a South Carolina judge, clearing the way for him to play this season. He had sued the NCAA back in January after the organization denied his waiver for a fifth season of eligibility based on similar waivers that were granted to former junior college players like himself. And speaking of, in a 20-plus minute video released yesterday, Texas Tech officials doubled down on their support for Braden Sorsby amid the widespread criticism from the rest of the Big 12 Conference, letting him play despite gambling allegations. League presidents met yesterday and will meet again next week to discuss potentially sanctioning the school. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Brian, we have about 31 minutes left to work, and then we might have to enjoy the weekend.
Charlotte.
It's the freaking weekend, baby. About to have me some fun. Now, speaking of fun, caller number 10 right now. You win 4 tickets to see Dave Matthews Band Sunday, June 13th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Caller 10, DMB tickets at Jiffy Lube. That is always a fun time. Also, always a fun time to talk to our friend, Mr. Mark Zuckerman. Zuck, what's up, buddy? How you been?
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're good, brother.
Man, there's so much good in this Nats season that I almost hate to ask you, but, dude, how do they bounce back from that loss in San Francisco? That's one of the worst losses this team's probably had in a while, probably years.
Yeah, arguably ever. They'd never blown a lead in franchise history that big, that late in a game. It's a shame because they couldn't have timed that any worse because they were playing great baseball on the road prior to that point. It had been a fantastic road trip up to that point, and it was a great game until the 8th inning. But I do think it's important that they bounce back from it because that is the kind of loss that can have, more of a lasting effect if you let it, especially for a team that's kind of new to this position of actually being in contention. The one good thing I'd say, when they left town a week ago, they were coming off a 3-game sweep at the hands of the Marlins, and we all wondered, okay, is this the beginning of the end? And then they went and won series in Arizona and San Francisco. So I think that there's at least some evidence already that suggests they are pretty good at brushing this stuff off, but let's see. I think this is a big weekend for them against Seattle.
Zuck, I always ask you about grades, and I'm looking at them right now. I think they're playing better than people thought, but I think sometimes they can be playing even better, but they're not. What grade would you give them at this point?
Well, if we're grading on a curve, and admittedly, given how low the expectations were to start the year, I mean, it's an A minus. But I get what you're saying is that, and I think this is one of the interesting parts of it is, they're over 500. They're kind of right on the fringe of contention. And I think a lot of people would look at it and say they could be better. They could be firmly in playoff position right now if they, probably number one, had better work out of their bullpen. And then maybe number two, just played a little bit cleaner baseball. But the good thing there, if you'd asked me that question a month ago, I would have said, hey, the defense is still bad. The starting pitching is bad. They've done a lot better in both of those departments. And I think that's an important sign of what we've seen here so far from them is that they have gotten better as the year went on. Their pitching was worse in the league in April, and in May it was like middle of the pack, which for them was a big improvement. The offense has been good all along, but the improvements in pitching, the improvements in defense, do make me think that they're not just playing beyond their means, but they're actually showing that they can improve as the season goes on.
Mark, I think one of the best stories, we knew Wood could hit. We knew CJ could hit, even if CJ's maybe been better than we expected. I love the story with Jacob Young so far this season. Always been an elite defender, but the power coming to his bat, how much of that is a hot couple weeks versus these changes he's made and the team has encouraged him to do so are real?
I think it's probably a combination. Sure, I don't think he's really a 30 home run hitter, which is what he's been on a pace for over the last 3 weeks or so. But there were some calculated changes he made, and this even goes back to the off season when he started working at Driveline in Florida, where they really working on his bat speed, swinging the bat harder than he had in the past, working on elevating the ball because he was such a ground ball guy, try to beat out base hits, ground balls in, so try to beat him out. He's understanding he can lift the ball in the air, and if he hits it hard, he can have success. So I do think there is something to it, and as has always been the case with Young, he's a Gold Glove caliber center fielder and a super fast base runner. He doesn't need to be a big time hitter. He just needs to do enough. He just needs to be an average, even below average hitter, and he's really productive and really valuable to their team. So what he's done has kind of erased that question of, should he actually be a regular in the lineup? He absolutely should, because he's now combining that defense and base running with an actual power stroke to go with it.
All right, the other side of it, there are a lot of good stories. There's also, nobody really knows kind of the future for this team, both with the looming work stoppage and is the team selling, whatever's going to happen there. I thought there was a really good story maybe 2 weeks ago in the USA Today, I think, about C.J. Abrams talking about he knew they were shopping him in the offseason. Where is C.J. at just as, in the locker room comfortable, knowing that, this thing could still be looming?
I think he's done a really good job of blocking that out. Because that's been there, like you said, since the offseason. It was there all spring, and it comes up, from time to time as well. And he mentioned, I remember a while back, and we tend to forget this, that he's already done this once before. He was traded, remember, from the Padres to the Nationals as part of the Soto deal. Now, I mean, he was, barely in the big leagues at that point, but he's been through it, and so he does have at least a little bit of experience that can help guide him on how to, mentally block that stuff out and just focus on the baseball. The baseball has been fantastic. I mean, he is playing at such a high level right now. He came up to bat in the ninth inning the other night in San Francisco. They're down by a run, a couple guys on. There wasn't a doubt in anybody's mind that he was going to come through for them and give them the game-winning hit, which is what he did. He's matured a lot. He is becoming a leader within the clubhouse. I've heard that from several guys, even though he's still young at 25, 26. He's come so far this year. I think, we'll see what happens if Paul Taboni gets an offer he can't refuse. You might have to consider it. But I think you can look at the way they've played this year and say, even if they don't finish it off this year, they should be in a position in the next year or two to actually contend while CJ is still under contract. And so if Taboni was going to move him, he would have to just have his socks knocked off to do that. It would have to be something really dramatic, I think.
What percentage does your baseball knowledge and acumen tell you that he'll be here or not?
I think he'll be here through the rest of the year, at least. I don't think if this team is at or above 500 that you can make the argument that you trade him in July. That's a hard sell. I would also say, even regardless of that, there's only a handful of teams that would even be in the market for someone like that in the middle of the season. It has to be a contender. It has to be somebody who needs a shortstop or maybe second baseman if you think he plays that position, and then has all the prospects that it would require to get him. So if you're Paul Taboni, it might just make sense anyways, regardless of anything else, to wait until the off season when you may have more teams, and we'll see what happens with the lockout and who's in, who isn't, what's the deal with the salary cap or not. So I think there's practical reasons to wait anyways. So I do believe he's going to be a part of this team the rest of the season, at minimum.
Zuck, I don't know if you agree with me on this, but I think with CJ, it's not necessarily a baseball problem if you move him. It's a PR problem if you move him. You can make the baseball case for it. One, you get a ton of young talent. Two, you got guys in the minors you can promote. But PR-wise, for a Nats fan base that's re-engaging, that's a disaster.
Yeah, I agree 100%. We already saw the reaction to the Mackenzie Gore trade in January, which was a good baseball trade. They got a couple of prospects that are going to be big time. Now they're several years away. And I think the thing for fans at that point, they're like, why are we already trading away guys who were part of this massive trade from just a few years ago that was supposed to get the team back into contention again, and now we're trading him before we've even contended already. And I think the rancor over a Abrams trade would be even higher if that was the case. I mean, they got an all-star shortstop as one of 5 prospects in the Soto trade. We haven't even mentioned James Wood, who obviously is elite himself. So, yeah, that doesn't sit well. And I think Paul Taboni, when he first came in, he said, look, I can't be responsible for what happened before I got here. It's my job to put together the best team I can for the long run. I think he's starting to understand now. He's been here for a little while, what everyone has been through, and that there's not going to be a lot of appetite for a move like that. And again, doesn't mean he wouldn't do it if he can sell it as a smart baseball move. But I agree. I think it would be a really difficult sell from a PR standpoint.
Talking with our friend Mark Zuckerman here. You can give him a follow at Mark Zuckerman. Check out natsjournal.com and the Nats Chat podcast.
Mark, you said if CJ is still around here and you see them competing at in a year or two, what else do they need to be able to compete? And I'm talking about at a high level, not just once in a while.
Pitching, and more pitching.
Yeah.
Look, they've got the highest producing offense in the league, and while that may not hold up all year, there's clearly something there that they have. What they don't have is pitching, and pitching that is lined up to be here for a while. Foster Griffin has been great for them, but it's a 1-year contract, and who knows what happens with him. Miles Michaelis and Zach Littell have been a lot better lately, but they're also veterans on 1-year deals. So you have Cade Cavalli, and what do you have beyond that? The top 2 pitching prospects in the organization, Travis Secor and Harleen Susana. In a perfect world, they'd already be here or maybe coming later this year, but both are coming back from injuries. Secor won't be ready till next year. Susana maybe later in the year, but he still hasn't pitched above Double-A. So you're a ways off with those guys. And they don't really have anyone else in the system that you'd say, yes, that guy's a slam-dunk pitching prospect, and he's going to be here in the next year or two. So that's where they've got to be aggressive at some point to take that next step. Now, it's hard to do. Pitching is expensive, and that would be, in theory, an argument for maybe trading C.J. Abrams. If you could get an elite young arm who's big league ready or close to big league ready, that would fill an obvious need that you have. So that's what they're going to have to figure out, whether it's free agency trades or from within their system. That's what's going to ultimately get them to the next step.
Zuck, there are so many good stories with this Nats team. And what's crazy is, with this Nats team playing well, it has me asking very different questions about the things that aren't going well, because it's like, this team might be a playoff team if things break right. And there's so many good stories. Nunez, I think, is among the league leaders in stolen bases. James Wood just having an absolute monster year. OPS up near 1,000. Like, C.J. Abrams playing so well. We talked about J.Y. earlier. Lyle. Like, there's so many good stories, right? But what is up with Dylan Cruz? What do they do with Dylan Cruz? Like, what is the answer here?
Right now, I think the answer is just put him out there every day or close to it and hope that he figures it out and try to take as much pressure off him as you can, which is really what they've done. They're winning. They're playing great. They're scoring a lot of runs, and he's only been kind of a marginal part of that. But I think they're okay with that, because I think the fear with him late last season in the spring was that he was feeling the pressure of being the number 2 pick and not living up to that yet. So they sent him to AAA to start the year. He got better there. It wasn't just like blow you away kind of stuff, but he was better. So they called him up. It's weird because if you look at the process that he's taking, he's hitting the ball hard. He's taking better at bats. He's just hitting into outs and a lot of ground balls, for that matter. The idea would be if he keeps that up, eventually that turns into hits for him, but it has not happened consistently yet. And so, yeah, it is a concern, and we may have to adjust our thinking of the kind of player that he's supposed to be. I think the good part is the team is doing so well, and they're getting production from so many other places that you can afford to just kind of put it on the back burner, let him go play, try to keep the pressure down, and hope that he figures it out here eventually.
Zuck, thank you for the time, man. Enjoy 3 at home, dude.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
All right, brother. The great Mark Zuckerman. Give him a follow at Mark Zuckerman. Check out natsjournal.com. When we come back, we're picking World Cup winners, baby. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, and we got 12 minutes of work left, Brian. And then it's the weekend, dude. What do you got? I know you're going to the Defenders game.
6 minutes. You
You're
forget
right.
we don't go all the way to 2. Man, what you talking about?
Tell you what, B-
I'm like John Townsend. We don't do no overtime.
B keeps track of his numbers, dog. We don't have to play the Heard It Here first sounder, but let's wrap up who won the week, and then we're going to make some World Cup predictions, boys. So let's start with who won the week? White Brian?
JPU won the week.
Bang! And I won Price is Right. All
That's
I
a
do
lie.
is
Jeff
win,
won the
win,
week.
I was about to say,
win,
I
no
won the
matter
week.
what.
I won the week. I know I won the week.
He just said I won.
Yeah, he
Man,
was wrong
Brian
too.
always
Yeah, I was
wrong, bro.
Jeff won the week. He had a parlay in there.
Yeah, I
Jeff
hit a
went
parlay
4-0,
this
He's
week.
horrible, dude.
I'm 2 weeks back to back
Horrible
winning.
right here.
Heard it here
It's
first.
remarkable how much we rely on White Brian for incredibly random factoids and sports information, and he just can't keep track of who won the bet.
No, you want to know what's remarkable? How y'all moved me off of Heard It Here first just because I always pulled out a paper to check it.
No, you just never
Yeah.
were here to check
I
it.
knew it more than Brian.
Yeah, not necessarily in the news. You
I don't-
wouldn't even have nothing written down the next day.
Not true.
Yeah, that's true.
Not true. I can pull up my notes right now.
No, you can't.
You
You
want-
ain't been doing it for 2 years.
Yeah, I never clear my notes just for stuff like this.
Clear
You
the
say you
cache,
was writing
Jeff.
it on paper. How the hell is it in your notes?
We're not litigating this. We're not. You're both bad at it. Let's just be better at it. Now, here's what we're gonna pick: the winner of the World Cup and how far does the
I thought we
USA?
picked that already.
You and I did, but the boys haven't. So, B, you took France, right?
What?
Did you take France or Spain?
I took France.
Yeah. Okay.
Mbappe.
All right. How far does the U.S. get?
They get out of the. They
So
get
it
out
goes
of,
the group, then
they get out of their
32,
group.
then 16,
They
then
get out
8.
of their group for sure. I'm taking them to 16.
Sweet 16. Is that good, you think? If we get to the Sweet 16, are you pleased?
No, but it's good for them.
Okay.
Just like Mark just talked about the expectation we have for the Nats and where they are. Same thing.
I'm with you. I think we might get some home field juice. Home pitch juice.
No, we got to win this thing. I don't want no home field juice.
I'm taking England to win it all, and I got America into the Elite Eight.
Okay.
Now, the soccer people are so mad at us for using NCAA tournament terms here, but I got the Yanks in the Elite Eight.
They're in the final 8.
I'm sure it's like some
whatever the hell they say. 8.
Stallion.
I kind of hate England, and I've been really bad at betting lately, so I think I'm going to lean into this one. I'm betting on England to win it all. I'm sorry,
You
JP.
just lost.
Damn.
Well, they're not going to win anyway. Like,
Why would you pick somebody you think isn't going to win? You're just fading yourself
'Cause
on a
he's a fool.
non-monetary bet.
Okay, you're right.
There's no action here.
I mean, there is no action here, but I just don't want England
In
to win.
other words, he's trying to tell you he don't like you, Jay.
If I were to
he putting the mojo
Pick
on
Scotland then.
No,
Have
no,
a
no,
set.
no. I will not do that to
Pick
the Scots.
Haiti.
Honestly, I'm going to really flip the script
you.
here.
You bet not.
I like France to win it.
No, you gotta pick your
I
own
like
team.
France to win
You
it.
gotta pick your own team. We're not doing this.
Mbappe is kind of big.
Nah,
I know him.
No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this.
I like them to win it.
No,
They're
no,
the best team.
No,
How far you got the U.S. going?
I'm gonna say they're going to the
he can't
Elite
pick
Eight.
U.S.
They're
I mean, he
going
can't
to the
pick
Elite Eight.
France. He can't
Screaming
pick
Eagle,
France.
baby.
Name 2 people on France team.
You gotta pick your own.
Mbappe.
That's one person.
Pierre.
What's his first name?
He just go,
He go by one name, Jeff.
right. He's got Mbappe, but there's not a dude named Pierre. You're just throwing Pierre
I'm
out.
throwing Pierre
I
out
guarantee
there.
there's a Pierre on that team. Hey, Pierre is the best name you could have picked.
All right, Jeffrey, who you got?
Well, since both Brian and Ryan took France,
Brian and Ryan show.
I'm taking Yamal in Spain to win it all.
Isn't Yamal hurt though?
I don't think he's hurt.
He's gonna miss the first game.
Yeah, I was
He
about to say
hurt.
he ain't gonna miss the whole
I don't
thing.
think
I
he
like
hurt.
taking Spain, Jeff.
I'm taking
Last
Spain.
time you were in Spain, you were barfing everywhere.
I had a great
You
time.
you
too.
and Chris Russell just barfing all over Spain.
At least-
no wonder they hate us.
at
Over
least
there.
I was
They might have been
confined.
with each other.
Nah,
That's what I think it
Jeff
is.
is taking the Spaniards. And Jeffrey, how far do you have the U.S. going?
I don't have them going far. Man, they might not make it out of the first round.
Damn, hater.
No, it's not a hater.
You're out here singing the national anthem.
We're gonna beat Turkey.
This the thing, bro. Our goalie.
Suspect.
I think I can score on him.
Suspect Chin.
Jeff, I don't think you can.
I don't think you can. All right, so we're going to run out of show. You know how this
They're
operates.
getting bounced the first round.
You don't have them getting out of group play?
No.
You have them getting to 32 or not even out of group?
Not even out of group.
Damn, I don't know what that's.
I just think we're going to get shocked this year, bro. I think it's going to be an upset.
That would suck. Who's in their group? Turkey,
Australia, and Paraguay.
If they can't get out of Turkey, Australia, because a lot of these groups now, 3 teams get through.
Yep.
Although I feel like Turkey, Australia, and Paraguay, I feel like nobody's really good. Like they don't have a France or a Germany in that group, but it feels like it's a high floor of a group. Like everybody's at least kind of good. Damn, Jeff's a hater. All right, Dub B, what do you got?
Same answer for both questions. This is the most talented U.S. men's national team roster we've ever had. We're on home soil. The city of New York is going to burn down this summer after the Knicks win the NBA Finals and the U.S. men's national team hoist the World Cup.
Oh, my God.
I just found out the day that he smokes crack.
I hope you're right, bro. You got the U.S. winning the World Cup.
Yep, just try not to get shots on goal against the other team.
Damn, Dub B, put it out there. You got to make a graphic, Stallion, or you want me to just post this?
We'll make a graphic.
Would you put a bet on that?
Yeah, have you put 25 cents on that action?
I put $1 on it.
Whoa, that's a big bet for you. What would that pay?
$600.
Damn.
You won't have that 600.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to all of our guests, Brian Gelteiler, Jason Bean, and Mark Zuckerman. Grant and Danny next. Vegas Bar, owe you a beer.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Carolina Hurricanes are 1 win away from the Stanley Cup. With a 4-2 win over the Vegas Golden Knights in Game 5, the Hurricanes hold a 3-2 series lead in the 2026 Stanley Cup Final. Game 6 is Sunday night in Las Vegas, and Lord Stanley will be in the building. Your World Cup update: co-host Mexico got things started with a 2-0 win over South Africa yesterday, and South Korea had a comeback 2-1 win over Czechia last night. Today we've got Canada taking on Bosnia at 3 p.m., and then 6 p.m. Team USA faces off against Paraguay. 6:45 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. Tune in to listen live. We've got First Pitch as the Nationals host the Mariners. Celebrating her birthday? Discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis you will find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Game faces. Game faces. Game face Darris. Game face Strober. Game face Toby. Game face Danny. Match day. You wait a long time. You qualified already because you're hosting the damn thing. There's a World Cup match tonight. I need everyone to lock it in. Everybody focus your ass up. Do what you got to do at work, or don't. Drop the kids off where they need to be dropped off. You get them in the pool, get them out of the pool, dry them up, put them in bed with a book, and you sit your ass down in front of that television set. You watch the United States of America play some soccer. We got a good show for you today. No GP, yes, Tobes. Toby, what's up?
What's going on?
We're going to weave in and out, all right? A lot of sports radio my whole life, you had like old fogies and, tough guy Timmies telling you how stupid soccer was or whatever. And they're, by the way, the weird one. Billions and billions of people. It's the most popular thing on this planet is this. It's more popular than any religion. It's more popular than anything else. The largest number of people in a circle of your Venn diagram like, watch, care about this thing. Darris doesn't. But the point is, everybody else does. Billions and billions of people. Focus up, lock it in. Team USA plays tonight. All right? We'll talk about a bunch of soccer-related things. We've got Jamie Watson, Fanatic Soccer Insider, will join us at 5:30 to break down Team USA's chances not only tonight, but in the group stage, here, there, and everywhere. I've got a topic I want to do right at the top of the show that is soccer-related. But Nats play tonight. Mariners are in town, Tobes. Busy little sports weekend. Spurs trying to come back from 3-1. I liked Wemby's comments about, we know we're going to do it. I don't know that you're going to do it, but I'm glad you think that.
Yeah. No, it's going to be a fun weekend. I mean, I think the most fun I'm having right now watching sports is seeing these different environments around the different stadiums in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada for the World Cup. Seeing the different cultures getting ingrained over here and, get different people. Like I see South Korean fans mingling with Mexican fans and just doing some of the things that they're doing to get ready for their matches. And then seeing all the Scottish fans basically take over Boston. I saw a guy that apparently Airbnb across the street from him was rented out. They woke up this morning to bagpipes being played at 6:30 and Scottish flags hanging out the window of the Airbnb. I see Toronto. You've got Canadian fans walking to the stadium as they're about to kick off in about an hour, and then Bosnian fans are doing the same thing on the other side. It looks awesome. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch this, and I can't wait for the U.S. tonight. Hopefully, they get it done against Paraguay.
Yeah, getting off to a bad start will just put a rotten taste in everybody's mouth. It's a lot of pressure because you're one of the 3 host countries, and there's been a lot of hype with this golden generation of soccer. Everybody's talked about all the talent because there's no disputing the talent. This is as talented an American roster as there's ever been. It's not just, hey, because I like this guy. It's some of these players play at the highest levels internationally. Jorginho Dest, for example, was coveted by the Netherlands. That's a power. They are awesome. They could win a World Cup. They haven't in some time, but they could. They're great. They wanted this dude. He chose the United States. You've got the Chris Richards, who's as good a defender as you're going to find in the world as a center fullback. Hopefully he's able to play tonight. He's had a nagging ankle injury. Weston McKennie, Christian Pulisic, Balogun, the striker. You've got plenty of players that play at the top levels internationally. That ain't the issue this time.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, there's been a promise forever that it was going to go differently, and who knows if it has, or who knows if it will, rather. I was in just something you mentioned. I'll open with a story here before we get to some of our topics. Trying to remember which year it was. It was when France got to the final of the World Cup. So I know they've won it recently, but they got to the final. I want to say it was like 2008 maybe, or somewhere in that time frame, maybe 2010. I don't know. Point is, they got to the final, and it was a bit of an upstart thing. Like, they were good, but not that good to maybe get to the finals. And it was the Zinedine Zidane headbutt year. Anyway, I was in France during the height of that World Cup time. So one of my dear friends, the bride, was born and raised in Paris, moved to the United States when she was barely a teenager. And we went to, they said, what a unique opportunity. We'll bring everybody over here for the wedding. We're in our 20s, and it was the first big to-do we'd all had. We blew it out. Everybody, emptied their savings accounts, stayed in Paris. They got married on like the Seine River in a yacht.
Wow.
Or like a really nice boat overlooking Notre Dame at sunset.
Incredible.
Just this amazing, unbelievable experience, right? Well, it just so happened where it's like, okay, Friday night, out-of-towners, which is everybody, a bunch of dudes from like D.C. and Boston and whatever. Friday night on the Champs-Élysées, the big famous street. It's like Georgetown M Street times a trillion. There's a sports bar. We've got it rented out, and it's blocked off, and, come have a drink and hang out. Well, as the schedule starts to come out, turns out that's when France is playing. And so we all of a sudden, they're like trying to get out of it. They're like, no, we got a reservation, dude. We're paying you like €5 to have an all-you-can-drink situation. Anyway, long and short is we go in there, and we have to get like wristbands, and security has to let us in. There are people clamoring to get in to watch this thing together. France wins whatever game, whoever they were playing. Maybe it was Brazil or somebody, again, an upset. And I'm not kidding you, 1 million people. Like, oh, it's a lot of people. 1 million people are on the street celebrating in a way that you can't imagine. If you were at the Cap Stanley Cup parade, by the way, 8 years ago today.
Incredible. Yep.
Cap Stanley Cup parade 8 years ago today. It was like that, but a country. It was like your college won the Final Four and you're at that college, but it's a country. Wall to wall, teeming with people, just on this one big main street, and nobody knows where they're going or what they're doing. You're just kind of moving with the crowd. There's drinks, there's joy, there's hugs. So people that were, from I think it was after they beat Brazil, but it was rivals of Brazil. So like some dudes there from Chile, some dudes there from Colombia, some dudes there from, name that South American country that can't stand Brazil, and they're hugging their French counterparts because all of a sudden they become fast friends. There's nothing else like it in the world.
Yeah, it's so cool. And just to see the different cultures integrate and intermingle and those sorts of things is really cool. And to have it here on home soil, I think is going to be a lot of fun to see the different atmospheres. And hopefully it's something that, you're right, just embrace this and have a lot of fun with it. Because I think this is something that hopefully can grow soccer in this country. And it's never going to pass our main sports, but this is the biggest tournament in the world. Like, this is something that everybody thinks about worldwide, and leading up to it, you're thinking about how are we going to do? And the United States has a chance to put themselves out there on home soil in LA tonight against Paraguay. They've got a reasonably easy group, a group that they should be able to come out of. You don't want to take anything for granted, because if there's anything I've learned watching this U.S. men's national team, it's disappointment and frustration throughout my lifetime. So I'm hoping it's something different for this one. But I love seeing the different atmospheres and the way that, it's kind of seeing the Freddie guy or whatever it is, the German guy just driving around the South.
It's the best.
It's so cool seeing all these different people come over to America and experience what we do on a everyday basis and take for granted. So it's really cool to have it here.
So we've got couple chances for you guys to win barbecue battle tickets. We'll do that at 3 and 6. We have 2 pair. Count them. 2 pair. Or is it 2 4-packs, Darius? It's 2 4-packs. So it's 2 pairs of 4. Do you guys follow that?
Yeah.
So it's 2 4s, right? So if you asked me, do you have any 4s? I'd have to say 2.
2 4s.
I would not be able to say go fish. If you and I were playing go fish in this hypothetical where the 4s were actually 4s and not 4 packs of tickets to the barbecue battle. I hope that made sense. So we'll do that at 3 and 6. I got plenty of finals talk I want to do. In fact, let's start with a little bit, throw the ball around here on this.
Yeah.
What are you rooting for? What are you rooting for?
It's so tough because going into the series, I wanted to see Wemby and the Spurs triumph and win it. And now I'm watching the Knicks, and it's like, it'd be kind of cool, but at the same point, it'd be nice for New York fans to still suffer and not to be able to celebrate and riot in the streets and all those sorts of things. So I'm kind of torn on what I want. I think I just want a couple more games, though. Because if you get a couple more games, as dumb as it sounds, we've only seen one team be able to come back from 3-1. But as dumb as it sounds, you still got to feel okay if you're the Spurs. Because the Knicks haven't had a great game yet. And even though they're leading 3-1, the Spurs could probably feel like they should be up 3-1. And so if they can come out and mature a little bit between games 4 and 5, which is really difficult to do, but if they could somehow find a way that they could actually close out a game and not act like idiots in the second half and fourth quarter, and they could just play good basketball and hold on to a lead, then they might still feel like they've got a chance. So I'd like to see a couple more games just to see if you see some of that growth from the Spurs and Mitch Johnson.
I want the games to go on. Even though my stomach was turning watching the Spurs wilt away and choke away that lead, I still just want more basketball. I want these two teams going at it. I want this live opera to continue, right? Where the Spurs have a lead and it's not safe because here come the Knicks, and then they're trying to outwill you at the end because they've got Jalen Brunson. They've got this unbelievable selfish, modern day Scottie Pippen type clone at OG Anunoby. That might be a bit hyperbolic, but that's what's happening in these finals. That's how he's playing, by the way. He's doing Pippen-esque things where he's the best player in 15 different attributes. Not the best scorer, but every other thing you can do on a basketball court, he's doing at an unbelievably high level, and it's been incredible. Watching, again, 3 players for San Antonio, aged 22, 21, and 20. All 3 guys drafted in the top 5 of the draft. Please don't tell anybody that doesn't like tanking about that. Don't let them know that that's how it happened.
Yep.
And also don't let anyone know that Stephon Castle was available for 3 other teams a couple years ago when Zachary Risache went first. Forgetting 1 second who could have taken Castle then. Anyway, that's not important here, Topes. I love Castle. I loved him then. I love him now. I just want more. I'm not ready for it to be over yet. Because once it's over, it's bad to the stuff I hate about the NBA.
Yes.
Once because you'll notice it's all cleaned up. It's none of the nonsense. It's none of the anybody agitating for this. Nobody's on a podcast saying, I like him, but I don't know if I love him. And we're agitating for a trade. And where will Giannis go? That stuff's coming. I know it is. It's the business of basketball. It's what they're trying to do, their 24/7, 365 NFL thing. And I get it. They've come a long way in that regard. But at the end of the day, the reason this sport still has me is because of finals like this. Because you've got excellence. You have incredible, highly intense basketball in its purest form, and I don't want to let go of that yet. I just want more, so I hope the Spurs at least give me one more game.
What do you make of the officiating? Because for me, you can complain about some of the stuff. I like the fact that they're letting them play, but I think they've gone too far. Like, I think it's almost turned into a wrestling match at times, and so it's not as good a basketball. But the part of why I like this series so much is it is physical, and it's not flopping around like we see with SGA too frequently. It's pure basketball that probably is a little bit too physical in my opinion, but I'd probably rather that than just see a bunch of guys flailing around trying to draw fouls and shoot a bunch of free throws.
Yeah, it's a throwback to my childhood a little bit.
At least it's good basketball in that sense. And so it's made it much more watchable from what we've come accustomed to watching out of the NBA the last couple of years. But I think they've got it a little bit too far.
Yeah, so tomorrow night, 8:30 ABC. Who knows when tip-off will actually be? 9:15 the next morning. I have no idea. Whatever, but we'll do 17 hours of pregame. We'll see a bunch of celebrities, I'm sure. Oh, actually, it's in San Antonio, so maybe we'll just be regular
Just
people.
a few people.
Just regular rich oil guys sitting up front. But, yeah, so in terms of officiating, this is such a hard thing because it reminds me, obviously, Wemby's not Shaq. They're slightly different body types, you may have noticed.
Yeah,
but
a little bit.
Shaq got fouled every play at all times. You were not going to stop him in his prime before he got really heavy, Shaq. But even still, when he decided it was worth it to him to go after it. Think of that finals against the Pistons when the Lakers didn't have much, it turned out, going on, and he was going for 30 and 20 in some of those games, despite not being in the best shape, just kind of doing everything he could. But in order to slow him down, you had to hack, push, grab, clutch, undercut, do something to slow this unbelievable force down. There's some of that with Wemby. So I feel like if you wanted to, and you go, we want more, you could get Tim Donaghy's buddy, Scott Foster, on it. Easy, quick whistle where anybody that's hooking him, anybody that's using 2 hands for even a split second to try to establish position, anybody that's got the slightly aggressive hand check for more than a half count, you could call 5 fouls right away, change the tone of the game, and give the Spurs an extra game. I really do. I think you could call a million fouls. Similarly, by the way, as Brunson, the times that he's off the ball, everybody's clutching and grabbing and getting in the way, and not in a polite way, not an excuse me, I'm trying to get on the subway kind of way. In a we're purposely bumping this guy to disrupt him, and it's worked to a degree. So there's part of that that's gamesmanship. Part of that I want let go, but at the same time, I don't want flop fest. Right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the tough part. I think this is a much more palatable way to watch basketball than a flop fest. But at the same point, I think there are some things where there was a spot in, I think it was this past game, where Wemby went to go try to set a screen. He was on the opposite wing, and Karl Anthony Towns just wouldn't move. And so eventually it got too late in the shot clock, and he couldn't move. He literally could not run over to set the screen. So I think it was Fox or Harper had to go one-on-one, which is fine. But I think at some point,
fine when Fox was doing it.
Oh my gosh, and it's unbelievable to me. Like, I think Mitch Johnson is a good coach, but to see how this series has just unraveled for them, and you kind of knew it was going to happen, right, Danny? Like, they were up so big at halftime, they had almost a 30-point lead at one point in the first half, and you're like, I just feel like the Knicks will still find a way back in it. And they were even talking about it on the broadcast. I think it was Richard Jefferson, or I can't remember if it was Legler, was like, you've still got to make sure you keep playing. Even though you're up big, you've got to keep that intensity. And the Spurs lost it. And this is also a little bit of what happens at times if you get off to a ridiculously hot shooting start. Things tend to even out, or unless it's just your night, then maybe you just tip the cap. But they were so hot in the first half, you knew they were going to slow down, and then they came out and just kept shooting the same shots, but in a more lackadaisical way, and they didn't fall in the second half. So it's fun to watch where you've got a young, probably more talented team, but they're still trying to learn how to win, and you've got a lot of guys that they don't know if they'll get this opportunity ever again, so they're playing like their life depends on it for the Knicks, and in turn, they know how to come back. They're never going to give up, and they've been better down the stretch, and they've won 3 of the 4 games.
Yeah, that's the summary. I want some more. I hope it happens. I want to turn to soccer, though. And the United States plays tonight against Paraguay. Opens up their 2026 World Cup efforts. So, believe it or not, in 1930, the United States finished 3rd overall in the World Cup. That's to date their best finish. It's not really the modern era, right? It was a gentleman's game where our hands are on our hips, and sometimes you kick the ball forward, other times it goes sideways. Different time, different sport. In 1934, they made the round of 16. They withdrew in 1938 because there was a big event that was about to happen, very World War-ish.
Okay.
Any hoodles, 1950, didn't make it out of the group stage. They didn't qualify in 54, 58, 62, 66, 70, 74, 78, 82, and 86. I was a kid when they qualified, and it was a huge deal for the 1990 World Cup. So they was a massive game. I'll never forget this. It was one of the biggest games in U.S. soccer history because of the, a 40-year gap between them making the World Cup. And they, USA Soccer had tried and failed to do some leagues, and they did the same thing that MLS does now, which drives me crazy. You bring in an aging star. Pele plays for the New York Cosmos. Won't people come see that? Kind of. It's a novelty act. You're not building. Despite youth participation numbers, in record numbers, which still continues to this day, mind you, they could not even qualify for the World Cup. A 6-1 win over Trinidad and Tobago. I'll never forget it. I watched it, and I tape recorded it, and I brought everybody for my birthday party. I had 6 dudes do a sleepover, and we watched the game with the sleepover and ate cold cut sandwiches. It was one of the great nights of my life. Right?
That's awesome.
And they went 0-3 in that World Cup. Italy would go on to win it. I think Italy won it. Maybe I'm wrong. But the point is, that was the beginning. And I was told then, this is the beginning. Just you wait and see. Here are the youth participation numbers. I'm going somewhere with this, guys, I promise. Here are the youth participation numbers. Here is the amount of money that's being poured in. Look at what happened. I know they just made the group stage and got sandblasted. This is the beginning of what will be a renaissance where some of the best athletes in the world, in the richest country in the world, with the most great athletes, starts to gravitate towards soccer. Again, youth participation numbers are cited. The amount of grassroots organizing will lead to a renaissance. And just you watch, within your lifetimes, and they're pointing at us, telling me the kids, they're going to compete at the highest levels for World Cup. In 1994, they made the round of 16, which is a pretty big achievement. 98, step back, group stage. 2002, the best they've done in my lifetime. That was when it was in the Far East. That was the Asian World Cup. So that I think it was Japan. I think there's some games in China. I think games in Korea, etc. Games are 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Waking up and watching them, it was a blast. They made the quarterfinals right there and finished, quote unquote, 8th overall based on some of the metrics. That's their best finish. 2006 group stage. 2010, 2014 round of 16. 2018 didn't qualify. I say again, did not qualify. Ridiculous. 2022 round of 16. So here's the point. It hasn't happened. It hasn't. And this is not to poo-poo what hopefully is a good tournament for this group tonight. It's a long way of saying the promise remains unfulfilled. We're told, anybody that paid attention, was that, A, it's the next big thing in America. Look at the youth participation rates. Look at the television. Look where it's going. Look. And what you have are a subsection of soccer fans that hate our guts that watch the Premier League Saturday mornings, and they go chant, Arsenal, it's a good team, no one has ever seen, we like to work for Arsenal, on a point. And then they somehow know all the songs and have fake British accents. They've never been to Arsenal. They've been to America. They live here. These are American people that care about that more than they care about our thing. It has never happened. Talent isn't the question. They got some talent now. You're not going to be as talented as a Spain or a France or a Portugal or the Netherlands or Germany, some of these teams ahead of them. But high-level talent. Why hasn't it happened? Why? Because you all know exactly what I'm talking about. You all lived this. Every single one of you that kicked that soccer ball around for the rec team, the select team, now the travel team, whatever it is, okay? You heard about how it was going to happen in your lifetime. You still have, and guys that I respect, guys like Landon Donovan, who played on the national team, said, yeah, maybe not right now. We'll have that audio for you when we come back. But within 20, 30, 40 years, you'll see it. They'll win a World Cup. Why hasn't it happened? Why? 800-636-1067. I'm warning everybody. Toby's got a take. It's reasonable. Mine is scalding hot. This one is the kind of thing they made the movie Backdraft about the level of my take. You need those mittens that you can't open the oven without, but all over your body to deal with the level of heat my take is going to bring the next segment. 800-636-1067. Why hasn't it taken off? Why aren't they better? That's what I want to know next on The Fan.
Last night, Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Finals went the way of the Carolina Hurricanes, who are knocking on the door of a Stanley Cup title. They won 4-2 to take a 3-2 series lead. Game 6 going to be on Sunday. Game 5 of the NBA Finals coming up tomorrow back in San Antonio. The Knicks lead that series 3-1. Baseball, the Nationals getting set for a 3-game series against the Mariners at Nats Park tonight. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear it right here on the Fan. Zach Littell going to take on Bryce Miller. And the World Cup continues. Day 2 of the World Cup. Canada will take on Bosnia-Herzegovina today at 3 o'clock. Kickoff about a half hour away in Toronto. And then the United States gets their World Cup underway against Paraguay tonight. 9 o'clock kickoff in SoFi Stadium in L.A. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D here on the Fan. No GP. He's still in Williamsburg. We might not get him back, by the way. That's Colonial Paulson for that ass. He was all full in regalia. He was talking about how if we ever get fired, he's going to work down there churning butter or something. He's smitten.
No, that hat fit him quite well. Seeing him at the start of the broadcast yesterday wearing that hat, it fit him quite well. It looks like something that if he comes back and starts wearing it, wouldn't be all that shocked.
It wouldn't be crazy. But thanks to the folks in Williamsburg and at VA 250 who were just so unbelievably generous and kind to us, put us up down there. We had a blast doing the show from there yesterday. And Paulson and his family, well-earned extra day. They're staying down there to hang out. But you got Tobes and I for the duration. Jamie Watson, Fanatic Soccer Insider, will join us at 5:30. Your chance to win Giant Barbecue Battle tickets at 3 and 6. That's 3 and 6. No, that's not the future Washington Football 53's record this season, we hope. But at 3 and 6 p.m. is when you will win those tickets. The question for the moment, why hasn't it happened? Within our lifetimes, USA Soccer was supposed to be great. They're hovering around kind of pretty good and okay, but when push comes to shove, they aren't a real threat to win the World Cup. This is what former USA Soccer star and commentator Landon Donovan had to say about the future of U.S. soccer.
Will USA win a World Cup in our lifetimes?
Yes. I think it's more than a decade. I mean, let's say in the 40s to 50s range, we win it. 2040s to 2050s. Tomorrow, the U.S. opens against Paraguay. And the opportunity that our team has to do what we did in 2010, but on a much, much, much bigger scale, right? Soccer is way more popular, way more people watching, and it's at home. And that's why I get so excited about what these guys have the opportunity to do. It's going to be amazing.
Again, in 2010, they went to the round of 16. They've done that a whole bunch of times. And they were promptly bounced, and that was that. Now, again, I'm not ripping Landon Donovan. He's a great player, played well for Team USA, etc. But that's that same thing that I heard in the 90s, Topes. It's the same thing I heard in the early 2000s. When they went to that quarterfinals in 2002, I heard all about how here it comes. Here comes the great wave, and it hasn't happened. I'll let you go first. We got callers, 800-636-1067. Why hasn't it happened?
Yeah, I think some of the stigma of being a loser for playing soccer is gone in this country. I think a lot of that has left. So it's not as much that anymore, but it's still well down the popularity list, I think, of American sports. You know, you want to play football, you want to play basketball, you want to play baseball, hockey's ever growing, depending upon your region of the country. So it's kind of falling down the list a little bit still. So I think that's part of it, even though, you know, kids grow up playing multiple different sports a lot of times, but still, it's not the one that so many people in this country strive to be professional at. It's something that's second or third, and maybe if they make it, great, but they want to be a football player, they want to be a basketball player. So you miss out on some of that. But two, I think you look around this country and just how youth sports works. Frankly, I think in a lot of cases it's too expensive, and not just in soccer, but I think in a lot of sports. And I think you end up in a spot where maybe you miss out on some because they're not having as much opportunity and for as ease of access to the sport that they want to play. And also, you look at the European model. I mean, if you're living in Manchester, you've got City or United probably putting up camps everywhere, right? Like, they want to make sure that they are identifying the best kids so they can get them into their youth academy and have them upcoming and then potentially into their program. Same thing in Spain if you're in Barcelona or Madrid. And like the top clubs in Europe understand that they want to be able to build through it. I mean, the top player potentially in this entire tournament, Lamine Yamal, I got to double check how old he is. but he's been with Barcelona for I'm not sure how long. He's 18 years old. He's 18. So you've got to identify these kids before they're, 18 years old and potentially going to be playing for your club. You got to find them when they're 12 years old and those sorts of things. And for a lot of kids in the United States, either they don't care as much about soccer or there's not as much ease of access. Like, I'm sure DC United has some camps, but it's not as prevalent as like a Caps Youth Academy, or we know about the Nats Youth Academy. Like, those sorts of things are open to more people, it feels like. But even so, it's still, I think, a little bit more expensive to play youth sports here in the U.S. than overseas. And soccer, being so popular in other countries, I think immediately becomes the one where you're able to identify and find that talent a lot easier than you do here in the U.S.
Let's go to Rolando in Springfield. First up on this. What's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Yes. Hey, hi. How you doing, guys? Thank you for taking my call. Love the show. But yes, to follow up on his point, we don't have, there's not being a niche sport, but we have I think this argument has brought up popular at times. We have the best athletes in the world. But if we can, the magic formula, if we can get our best athletes to play football, soccer, we would dominate. Imagine having the first roster playing football, soccer in America. We would dominate. That's just, we have the best athletes in the world.
There's a reason. Appreciate you, dude. That's why I went to him first. That's the answer. Here comes the Scalder Trophy, the hot take. It's here. It's comprehensive and exhaustive. I've thought about this for my whole life. This is the truth of it. All the soccer people are going to be offended when you tell them this, but you're telling them the truth. They need to hear it. International basketball. How did they catch up to the United States? By playing a worse version of what we do? No, they changed the game. A wider key, different types of 5 out. Everybody can shoot, spread the floor. We can't compete with the athletes the U.S. has, so we'll do it our way. Have you noticed who's taken over? It's a lot of Doncic. It's a lot of Jokic. Now, SGA's North American players, Canadian, but still, not a lot of Americans at the top. It's Giannis. The international dominance at the highest levels of the NBA are a direct byproduct of how international games take place. It is, again, a spread floor. It's cutting, it's passing, it's ball screens, it's everyone can shoot, etc. Not, can I go get a highlight and dunk on somebody's head AAU style, right? Can I flex on them for Snapchat? Mm-hmm. It's a different game. What the U.S. has done is the exact opposite approach. We didn't invent this one. We invented the other ones. And so we do it. We perfected it. We're the best at basketball. There's still more great players in the U.S. than there are anywhere else in the world. It's not close. That's not the issue. You look at the way that they do it in the countries you mentioned, England, Spain, Italy, France, Brazil, worldwide. The U.S., my entire life in different leagues, and the MLS has hung around and been more successful than all the other ones, but they've done the same thing. Let's do a watered-down, basic bitch, less successful, ungood, dirty, mucked-up version of the way the best do it. And then we go, well, what? How haven't we? Why isn't it? You're all idiots. Every one of you that subscribes to it. And the business model is, well, we're kind of limping along. Let's bring a 40-year-old striker that was great before to see if we can boost some ticket sales. We've done it with David Beckham. We did it with Pele before I was born. And did it with Thierry Henry, who's on television, who Darius has no idea and disrespects. They've done it my whole life. It's the same formula, the same people trying to do the same thing and beating their head against the wall. Wrong. Rolando just said it. The best athletes need to play. They have no incentive to play right now. When a young kid turns on the television, when they see the NBA, they can go, that guy looks like me. When they watch the NFL, that guy looks like me. I'm a big guy. I'm a fast guy. I'm something in between. They don't have that for soccer. It's starting to get a little better, but it's not there yet. The money must come first, and then the players will follow. A kid that's in the middle of nowhere, that his whole life is football in West Texas, or in the Everglades of Florida, the millions to get out of there, that's in basketball, and that's in football. It's not in soccer yet. They need to turn on the television and see the millions and millions going to the kid that came from a place just like yours. And it hasn't happened and it won't happen. Here's why. You're doing the same European model. No commercial breaks, nothing games, 1-0 games, flopping, diving, nonsense. The American game has to change. Play an American game, then compete in an international game. They won't do it. They'll never do it. They have to do this thing because football's so great. European football is so great. Soccer's so great. The people will come. They'll just come if we do this worst version. And we know that our best players have to leave our league in order to play at the highest level. It's a ceiling. It's like telling people, hey, we've got this UFL thing. Come watch the UFL. It's great. What's that? Our best player just went to the NFL? But still, the UFL's great. Let's bring a guy that is in year 17 in the NFL who can't move anymore. Let's sign Bobby Wagner to the Louisville, whatever the hell their name is. That's the same strategy. Commercial breaks. Change the offsides rule dramatically. I understand it will be an adjustment internationally. Those guys that play international basketball have made it when they play against Team USA. USA needs a league where the money is real. Not cute. Not that's nice living for someone that goes and plays in college. But you need the kid that's grinding endless rep after rep after rep after rep after rep in the middle of nowhere to say, I need that rep grinded with soccer. Because it's expensive to do pay to play for every sport and inexpensive to kick a ball against the wall. That's what they're doing in Brazil. That's what they're doing in Argentina. That's what they're doing in Barcelona, a city I know you mispronounced it earlier, in Spain. That's what they're doing in Manchester. I was in Manchester and I saw it. I watched those kids, the instant they were out of school, go to the wall and kick that ball. Boom, touch, 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 touch. Taking thousands of touches that our kids aren't taking because they don't do it when they're on at practice. That's the model. It'll never happen. And so, Landon Donovan, you're wrong. Everybody that thinks it's going to happen in your lifetime is wrong because they'll never change it. They have to do this watered down, bastardized, worse version of the way they do it internationally. I'm sorry you all had to hear it from me. It hurts to be this correct. 800-636-1067. I know that took a long time. Your calls when we come back on the other side. Why hasn't it happened? You guys are old enough to remember. We've all been promised forever that Team USA, they'll be able to compete for a World Cup. It'll be 12 years. It'll be 20 years. It'll be 15 years, 30 years. They're not close. They haven't been close. Why? Your call's next. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. If you're locked in for the MLB season, Fanatic Sportsbook is where you got to be. They're giving you profit boosts every single day. Use them on any hit, run, strikeout, so every at-bat and inning means a little bit more. And new this season, they got the long ball jackpot. Pretty cool. Every MLB game day through June, pick any player to hit a home run, and if they hit the longest one of the day, you're taking home a share of $50,000 in fan cash. So track your player on the daily leaderboard, see total entries, and watch the estimated payout in real time. And with Fanatic Sportsbook, you get up to 10% fan cash back on your bets. You can use that fan cash on profit boosts, more bets, exchange it for merch, collectibles, tickets to events, and more. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatic Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app and see why winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD Visit, mdgamblinghelp.org. Listen, I want what you guys want, Uncle Frank. I want the U.S. to be great at soccer, too. The reason the U.S. is so good in so many areas, okay? Think about Olympic sports, especially women's sports. We got Title IX. Nobody else in the world is doing that. Nobody else is playing college sports, really. The closest thing's probably in Japan, where they have the high school World Series. That's like the biggest deal. But we do that differently. So you get amateur sports, you get people that are able to further their education and further their sport at the same time. They don't have to choose. But we didn't invent soccer. So right now, they're trying to do that with youth sports. They're trying to make it so kids, literally, this is the thing. You can't play for your school team if you want to play for a high enough competitive out-of-school team. Mm-hmm. Because they're going, we're trying to catch up with the Europeans. You're doing it all wrong. I'm telling you, you're doing it all wrong. 800-636-1067. It's Great and Danny here on The Fan. Tobes, before we get to the calls, 30 seconds. Your reaction to my scalding hot take.
No, I think it's a good point. I mean, when you just look at the salaries in MLS, so let's just take DC United, for example. They've got a pretty good goalkeeper, Sean Johnson. He's their third highest paid player at $883,000 this season. NFL league minimum is $885,000 for rookies. NBA league minimum is just under $1.3 million. So which one of those are you going to choose to play? You've got the third highest paid player, a pretty decent goalkeeper in MLS, or I could go be a league minimum 15th guy on an NBA roster, borderline cut guy in the NFL, and I still make more money. It's more chances.
You've got to change American soccer to not be a worse version of the international one. You guys are really patient. Let's go to Jim in Warrenton. What's up, buddy? You're on The Fan.
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking the call, man. I spent a lot of time in soccer with my kids and won a national title. I've got MVPs in college, et cetera, et cetera. So I put a lot of kids in college soccer, and I've seen a lot of them go off to MLS and be successful. But I can tell you right now, we're never going to have the number of players that they get out of Europe and other places simply for the reasons you suggested, Danny. The opportunity here to decide that what you would rather do than kick the ball up against the wall is to become a lawyer or an astronaut or a computer scientist is far greater, or to have a podcast, for gosh sakes. You have so much more to be able to do here as a young person. And when you have parents that are saying, hey, I wanted to have my kid be a professional soccer player, he's got to be graded 10 in Europe and continue to be part of a team. And guess what happens when he can't make that team at age 14 because he's not as good as they are over there? You know what he does? He works in the best he can in high school. He gets decent grades, probably even bad grades. He comes to the U.S. He goes to junior college because they can get you in. He does 2 years there. He's a better player coming from that environment over here.
Oh, Jim, it's a great call. We're up against it, but that was awesome. You're 100% right. I saw half the team of guys that were on scholarship where I went at GW. Not half. A third were guys that took that exact path that you're talking about. Right on. Sean, D.C., why hasn't USA Soccer gotten to where they told us they would get to?
What's up, Sean?
Yep. First, I just want to say I'm loving all the soccer talks on 106.7 The Fan. Let's keep it up. World Cup's definitely making the Commanders' offseason go by faster. But the reason American soccer sucks is for two reasons. And the first one you guys kind of already alluded to. Besides just like the lack of programming, there's also a lack of access to fields. I just remember growing up in Northern Virginia, wanting to kick the ball around my cousin. Super hard to find fields that were available. Whereas if you're in Barcelona, which is a pretty small place compared to the U.S., it's pretty easy to get an empty pitch, get your touch right. Besides the fact you're also called a wuss if you play soccer here in the U.S. But the last thing is a lack of skill. We have the best athletes in the world, and of course they won't prioritize playing soccer. We don't even lean into what we're good at, which is our athleticism. I mean, if you even look at the Team USA goal against Germany, that was a pretty athletic feat to score that volley, but we just don't, prioritize the skill. We don't get the best coaches in here, and we could be really good, but again, all the things you guys mentioned, knowing the best athletes want to.
Yep, Sean, you're all over it. And again, we're now adopting, and I think this current coach seems very reasonable. Everybody that's tried to do it, they're instilling, we'll do the Spanish model or a version of, we'll play like Portugal does, we'll play like Belgium does. They're going to do this possession game because that's what the best in the world are doing. That's what's in vogue. Again, that's not what the U.S. is. The U.S. is Chris Richards, a guy that's bigger, stronger, and more physical than everybody That's why in the Premier League, which is the most physical probably of the international leagues, U.S. defenders get to play, right? There's a decent history of that. They need some of that big, raw physicality. He's bigger and stronger than everybody else that he's going up against. Hopefully he's able to play today against Paraguay, or at least not today in this tournament, and be an impact player for them, Tobes. But playing tic-tac-toe is not where they're best.
You're not going to out-technical France or Spain or England. You're just going to have to be more physical and more athletic. So play a style that fits that. Don't play like the English, because you're not going to be able to beat the English playing that style of game. Play your game, come up with your game, and play your game.
Let's go to, is it Jaime Manassas or Jamie? Jaime?
Hey, Jaime from Manassas. What's going
what's
on,
up, brother?
fellow?
Long time, man.
Hey, the World Cup is here, man. We're so excited. Hey, Danny, and what you were talking about, I remember in the early 2000s when the great Jordan Klinsmann was the coach for the U.S. team.
Yep.
The first thing he says, the first order of business, he says, hey, we have to get these kids to high-level European leagues and get them to play there, get them to gain experience, get them to develop their game. And 20 years later, I think we're doing much better. Believe it or not. I know that recently we haven't dominated the area when it comes to the soccer tournaments, when it comes to the qualifying for the World Cup, but I think this team has a lot of talent. And remember, we have Mauricio Pochettino, who was one of the best coaches in the world before he took the job as a national team coach. And I think the leagues are doing better, even though I know we follow the Golden Goose and Lionel Messi, and that's where all the sponsors are going. But I think the leagues are getting better. But one of the problems here, and it starts with us also, if you know, soccer is like the fifth most popular team in the United States. And we have to be able to go to the stadiums, back up this team. I think this team can go as far as make it to the semifinals. Believe it or not, they're going to be quiet. They're going to be underdogs. They're going to be quiet. There's no high expectations, and they're going to do the job.
I hope so, buddy. I'll let you jump. Sorry, we're up against them. Great call. Good to hear from you as always. Yeah, I mean, Pochettino is, again, a great pedigree, but on a club team, you go, I don't like my right midfielder. I'll get another one. We'll either buy and sell this guy. There's nobody else is coming through that door. It's the U.S. roster. So it'll be interesting. He hasn't done this before, but again, he's got a great pedigree. So hope it happens. And I hope Jaime's right, by the way. It'd be amazing. Talent ain't the question with this group right now. We got more soccer talk today. By the way, look at that. Look at that. Huh? That's an hour of soccer conversation on 106.7 The Fan. We'll get back into some more World Cup talk later on in the program. Your chance to win giant barbecue battle tickets coming up in 5 minutes. We're going to get into some NBA finals. Tobes, Danny, we'll do that next. I thought I had a buffer. I did another handful of my mixed nuts because I go, oh, we got an update still. And then I hear the bumper music playing, or not the intro, whatever. And it's like, oh, there's an update coming. Then it's like, nope, there's no update.
No update.
Now I got a mouth, and like the risk when you eat.
You got a mouthful. What?
You know what I'm talking about? When you eat like a peanut, cashew, or almond, sometimes that salty, residue, and then it's tough to talk. You know what I'm talking about, right? I mean, it's a real occupational hazard. I'm trying to eat healthy and not be a pudge because I ate an entire large pizza by myself.
I got to be honest. I respect people that are able to eat while doing radio shows. I just can't do it because then my mouth is watering. Yeah, I know. Like not on air, but like even during the midst of the radio show, being able to like eat stuff and then like your mouth is watering or like it's wild. Like being able to just talk for 4.5 hours. It's not a hard job, but it's not an easy job either.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Like I've had summer after sophomore year living in Waynesboro, Virginia. I was part of a landscaping crew. It was more than landscaping. We did everything, right? So in 100-degree heat, I'm like hanging chicken wire and digging stuff and painting things and trying to repair stuff. Like that was real hard work. This is not that. But we work hard at this, but it's not the same as hard work. Correct. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like I'm not physically taxed after talking for 4 hours.
I get a little sleepy.
Yeah, I get a little bit emotional, or not emotionally, maybe sometimes emotionally.
Sometimes I'm just so excited.
Sometimes the teams really get me in my emotions, but it can take a toll on you mentally a little bit.
Okay, here's what we're going to do, and we're going to do it. We're going to wait right at 33, 34, 35. Now, caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you'll have won a 4-pack of tickets to the 34th Annual Giant Barbecue Battle, June 27th and 28th on Pennsylvania Avenue. Enjoy incredible barbecue, live music, celebrity chefs, free food samples, contests, and more. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. I wish you good luck. As I said, caller 10, 800-636-1067 right now. So I want to shift to the National Basketball Association finals that are taking place at the moment, Tobes.
Yeah.
We touched on this at the top of the show, but I just kind of a straw poll, just touching the people informally and not in an HR violation kind of way. I want to know, what are you rooting for? What do you want? Has this Knicks team, which it's not their fault, these are the New York Knicks. Knicks fans are irritating me beyond belief. This like celebrity glom on thing is irritating me beyond belief. Like Taylor Swift, all of a sudden, like a Knicks fan. She's
after she was
in Tennessee.
in Cleveland cheering against the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Now it's like a blue shirt that says like Nickelback on it, get it, because there's Knicks involved. And it's like, so I'm out on all that, the celebrity sightings and different things. The guys that are there all the time, like Spike Lee's always been annoying as a Knicks fan, but like he's a Knicks fan. Timothy Chalamet, he's always
Ben
there.
Stiller. Yeah, fine.
So it's annoying a little bit, but whatever. But when the celebrities make it about themselves, the Knicks did it, you didn't do it. Now I'm starting to get irritated. People throwing things at Wemby, whatever that was. I haven't seen the full story. It's ridiculous. The guy's destroying the taxi, and everyone's proud of that. Like, it's so stupid. So I'm annoyed about that. But it's not Jalen Brunson's fault. I mean, that dude's awesome. It's not OG Anunoby's fault. That guy's awesome. Karl Anthony Towns went from number one scoring option, borderline scoring champ in Minnesota to, hey, man, can you set some screens, knock down a timely shot or two, and play some really good defense for us? Like, they're sacrificing for each other. Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart is the ultimate team guy. I mean, it's from Sidwell Friends. It's phenomenal watching what this group is doing. But again, I find myself annoyed by their fans. San Antonio, they've had plenty of success. They've had plenty. The nonsense that led them to winning the lottery when Wemby should be right here in this little burg, Washington, D.C. It should be D.C.'s own Victor Wembanyama, please and thank you. That should have happened, and it didn't. San Antonio has... when the year David Robinson was hurt, they won the lottery, get Tim Duncan. Bogus, nonsense. It's a great organization. I'm sick of them too. But it's not that group's fault. It's not Stephon Castle's fault.
Yeah, it's a totally different team
it's
now.
not Dylan Harper's fault, but it's, again, they were built and were awesome. They got bad. They rebuilt, and here they are. A lot of other teams, us, the Kings, Memphis, name a million other teams that have never sniffed it, aren't close at all, while they've been bad and good and bad and good and bad and good again. Point is, it's a long way of going around and around in a circle to say, what are you rooting for? Like, do you want, I'm not talking about, like, for me, I want an extra game. Are you rooting for the Spurs to come back? Do you want the Knicks to drop the hammer and that be it? What are you actually pulling for?
Here's what I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for Mitch Johnson to get his head out of his butt and realize that De'Aaron Fox is not what he thinks he is, and Dylan Harper is. Play Dylan Harper. Play him and see what happens. If that means another game, great. If that means they lose in game 5 and they're done, fine. You live with it. Play Dylan Harper more. That's what I want to see. More Dylan Harper. Because like you loved Stephon Castle, and Washington had a chance at him, but they took Sarr, and I'm fine with that. But Dylan Harper was the guy I kind of fell in love with this past year's draft. Everyone was talking about Cooper Flagg, and rightfully so. Rookie of the year, incredible rookie season. But I was really enticed by what Dylan Harper can do, and you're seeing it in these playoffs. And just to see stupidity from the guard position out of the veteran. If Dylan Harper made the mistake that De'Aaron Fox made in game 4, you could at least write it off as like youth, first year in the league. If Stephon Castle made that same mistake, you'd be like, you don't want to do that. You've got at least some pedigree coming from UConn, but still young guy. De'Aaron Fox, your old, wily vet, the guy who's supposed to be calmest in all these scenarios, is the one making the stupid mistakes. Well, then stop playing that guy. Stop playing him all the necessary minutes you think and play Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle and live with the results, because if you're talking about the maturity, your wily vet isn't playing the mature style of basketball that you should in the NBA Finals. So, honestly, what I'm rooting for, more Dylan Harper, and just see what happens.
I'm into that. I find myself now actively rooting against the Knicks. I wasn't before, because I loved the basketball they were playing. I mean, again, they didn't lose for however many weeks it was in a row, 12 straight or just thumping people. It's been incredible, their run, and they're going to win the championship in my view. But I'm now over it. I'm over. And again, I love these people individually. Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld are responsible for something that is as formative to me as anything else. That television show that those guys made, Seinfeld, is Pantheon Fannie Mouillet content. I can watch at any time. If I'm bored for a microsecond and I see one on, I go to it. And that's my anchor. If I'm flipping around, if I'm not watching some sports ball, that's what's on. Mm-hmm. Seinfeld. I love it so much. But now it's like, it's more Tina Fey. It's more Hailey Bieber. It's more Taylor Swift. And and again, it sounds like I'm just picking on women. I'm not. These are top of mind. Whatever's didn't that sound terrible, Darius? Didn't that sound
Are you
awful?
sick of Tate McRae?
Didn't that sound terrible? My God. I'm going to get an email from somebody. There are plenty of other people that are annoying, too. The first people I mentioned were Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld, for God's sakes, all right? Get off my back. It's an equal opportunity irritation.
What about Kylie Jenner?
Don't do that. But yes. But this is what my wife's always telling me. She's like, sometimes you come off like really... Anyway, okay. Where was I? Oh, yeah. But I'm now annoyed by it.
Yeah.
I'm annoyed by it. I'm annoyed by Knicks fans, and I'm reminded, as a graduate of the George Washington University, there's a lot of clientele from that New Jersey, New York pipeline that comes down. When the Yankees were dominant in the late 90s, and the one year of the Subway Series, some of my teammates, dear friends, but still, guys at the school, could not have been more annoying. And I realized what the pathology was. And I've shared it with you guys many times, and I'll share it again now. New York fans, this is across all the sports. This is baseball, this is football, this is basketball, this is everything. They believe in their heart of hearts. They won't admit it, but this is what their pathology is. They think the league exists so that they can win championships in it. Follow that?
Yeah.
They believe that it is their birthright. They're like the lords in Braveheart. It is my never right. They believe they get prima nocta with the league. That's what they think. And when it doesn't happen, it's bogus, it's nonsense. It's not the normal sadness and frustration that regular fans of regular teams and cities that understand there are hundreds of millions of people that don't live in one of the 5 boroughs or Bergen County or whatever the bleep. All right? They believe it's the epicenter of everything. They look down on the rest of the country. The idea that someone would go to a strip mall to them is like abhorrent and disgusting. The idea that someone would drive a car to and fro somewhere to a lot of these folks is, oh my God, how'd you do that? I go to my bodega and they just yell at you. I live there. I tell you, that's what it is. There is an arrogance, a hubris, an entitlement that's beyond compare. Boston used to represent the outsider trying to get that. Now they've got it more. Because of all the winning, they are entitled. You'll hear a Boston fan go, I don't mind if they lose this one. I'd rather win the championship at home. That's a thought that comes out of their mouths at this stage, right? Because they're so used to the winning. That's different. That's a product of all the dubs. The New York fan still thinks this is supposed to happen every year. And even for the Knicks, it's been 53 years. It's been almost the average lifespan of a human male since you've had any real relevance. A couple of finals flare-ups. You had Patrick Ewing, but you got Jordan. Or you got Olajuwon. Or you got John Starks that one time in the finals. And I'm reminded of how irritating all that is. I'm now actively rooting against them, which means congratulations to the Knicks. They're going to win.
They're going to win. You think they're going to win Game 5, though? I mean, that's the tough part. Is I do understand some of that frustration. Like we were talking about this last week about bucket list items, and I want to go to a game at the Garden so bad.
You should. Despite everything I said, you should.
I think the atmosphere is great. That being said, it is annoying that. Oh, you're the only team that has celebrities that cheer for you? You're the only team that has a really cool arena that people want to go to? You're the only team that matters? You're the only team that can or can't have watch parties? Like all these sorts of things? It is a little bit ridiculous in that sense, but I think this Knicks group I don't mind as much. Like it'd be a little bit different if they had some guys on the team that I couldn't stand, but I don't mind rooting for Jalen Brunson. That's a second-round pick that was a really good player in college. Took him a little bit of a while to figure it out in the league, and then since he's been in New York, is a really good player. Cat, I always thought he was a loser. Like a good basketball player, but a losing basketball player. And then Anthony Edwards came to town. He kind of changed that narrative a little bit. Now he's in New York and playing in an NBA Finals. Josh Hart is the ultimate grit guy. OG Anunoby. Like, they don't have a traditional team of lots of superstars and big egos that are annoying. And so I don't mind this Knicks team. It is a little bit annoying with some of the Knicks fan base, but I don't find myself rooting against them like others. But it will be annoying to see Stephen A. Smith going on a tour on ESPN talking about, oh, my Knicks won, like all that stuff. And the fans that are just coming out of the woodwork, like I don't care if Tracy Morgan gets to celebrate. He's at Knicks games all the time. But see some of these extra fans that are brand new celebrate a New York Knicks championship will be annoying. But I don't know. It's just one of those things that you look at where this series is at, and if you're San Antonio, like they could be up 3-1 in this series, Danny, yeah. And they probably should be, like you said. So if it's something that they could still turn it around, even though it's only ever happened one time to come back from 3-1, you still feel like there's a chance, but they just can't make these dumb mistakes that they've made in the first 4 games over and over and over again and expect to actually win.
So, informal straw poll here. We have the power to touch the people. 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. What outcome are you rooting for in these finals? That's probably a futile exercise because Topes touched on it. We've been kind of dancing around it. That collapse by the Spurs made it pretty much mathematically the Knicks are going to be coordinated champions, crown champions. And it's coming. Now, maybe the Spurs do something incredible. They're really good. So, you win one, you see what happens. I'm old enough to remember a 3-0 deficit overcome by Boston over New York. I saw that happen. Doesn't really happen that way in basketball, but who knows? Again, this is you got to win 2 games in San Antonio and 1 on the road. You've had a 29-point lead on the road. Yeah. So you're very capable of doing it. So who knows? But for the most part, this is now the Knicks championship coronation. In your heart of hearts, what are you rooting for? 800-636-1067. Strobes, what are you pulling for in this series as a hoops head?
I think we need a 7th game. Just what we've seen throughout the first couple games, the Spurs have blown double-digit leads in all of these games.
So if you're talking about from a basketball perspective, I just mean as a fan. Like, are you annoyed at the Knicks? That's kind of what I'm getting at. Do you care about that stuff or no?
So it's interesting because typically I don't want any team from New York to win anything, but I don't really mind the Knicks team. I don't. But I'd still root for the Spurs because I want Wemby to win a title at 22. I think that'd be an incredible story.
Thank you, Strobes. You see what I'm getting at, right? From a basketball perspective, I could put 2 hats on. Just someone that likes sports and likes basketball. I want more games. As I said, I'm not ready for the business of the offseason yet. I'm not ready for ponderous think pieces about where someone might end up or where Rich Paul's going to force a trade to for some client. That's not fun for me. I'm not interested in that. The basketball's great, and I want more of it. I'm just talking about in terms of who I want to win or lose.
Yeah, and it's tough for me because I don't mind that Knicks team. I don't mind like Strobes was saying.
I even like them.
You can be frustrated by the the fans and the supporters. But I don't know. Like, part of me, I would love going into the series. I wanted the Spurs. I also just think when you play stupid, you should get punished.
You got to be punished for it,
right? Like,
well, they've been punished. They're now 3-1,
and that's the thing for me. Is like if they came back and won the series, are we just going to act like it's a massive triumph and they didn't blow this thing? You know, like so that's the thing for me is like they're going to have their time. You hope again. You never want to take it for granted because we thought that Aaron Rodgers would go to another Super Bowl. He never has. You know, like you never take for granted that they're just going to be back. But if there's a team that you feel like in the NBA, aside from OKC, that's going to be right back there, it's the San Antonio team with Wemby at the helm. But man, have they played some stupid basketball in these finals. Yeah. And I think you got to be punished for it.
800-636-1067. Darius, I want your turn on this too. Forget about the aesthetics of a basketball game or what you're rooting for as a sports fan, or actually not as a sports fan. What you're rooting for is someone that like appreciates good hoops. Just in your gut as a fan, what are you rooting for here? Because Darius, pretty much, I think your criteria is satisfied. As long as Boston's eliminated, you can have fun, right?
I mean, yeah, I was celebrating. I threw a parade down my neighborhood. You know, we're good as long as the Celtics didn't win. I'm all
Celtics
good.
didn't win. Now, which is strange for a lifelong Celtics fan to feel that.
I don't do that.
Yeah, but I don't have a Tatum jersey. I've seen a picture of you in one.
Yeah,
that's AI. That's not real.
No, it's Tatum, not Iverson. What are you talking about? Okay, troll so hard. D2, go ahead there. Sorry. What are you rooting for?
It's a good question. I think, oddly enough, I'm one of those people that doesn't have an issue with the Knicks and their fan base. Now, maybe it's because I don't personally know a Knicks fan. If I knew a Knicks fan or several Knicks fans, maybe my thought process would be different and I'd be more annoyed by them. But all of my adult life and watching the NBA, the Knicks have just kind of been there. You know, they haven't been
around.
They've just been around. They've never been great. They had their run during the Carmelo Anthony, Amari Stoudemire years and Linsanity and whatnot. But they've just never really been a true threat that's bothered me at all. So I don't mind seeing the Knicks win. And I think it would be kind of cool to see what the streets of New York would look like with a parade for basketball. I've seen it for football.
Do you like fire? You've been a fire?
There could be fire. There could be riots.
The Venom villain?
Yeah. There could be a lot of that. But I mean, at the end of the day, that's what sports is all about. It's not causing fires.
Not the fires.
But it's about the celebration of the final victory. And I think it'd be pretty cool to see one of the biggest cities in the nation be able to celebrate that. So I'm all in on the Knicks going ahead and finishing this thing off. Would I like to see a couple more games? That'd be great. That'd be more entertaining for us to go to game 6, go to game 7 possibly. But at the end of the day, I think the Knicks have it, and I'd like to see it, and I'd like to see their city celebrate it.
800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. Take your analytics hat off. Just the angry fan inside of you. The vindictive, petty, small, if I can say it, jerk. That little voice that tells you mean things. You usually don't follow them because you're a good person. What's he telling you? What are you feeling? What do you want to have happen in this final series? I know what I want. I want an all-time New York collapse. I want Timothy Chalamet to have to wear it. 800-636-1067. What are you rooting for in the finals? Your call's next.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? First hydration break for Canada and Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Canada trails 1-0 about 25 minutes into their opening match in Toronto. The United States will get their World Cup underway tonight as they'll take on Paraguay at SoFi Stadium in L.A., kickoff at 9 o'clock. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series at home against the Mariners. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell set to take on Bryce Miller. NBA Finals Game 5 going to be tomorrow. Spurs and Knicks back in San Antonio. New York looking to close it out. They lead the series 3-1. Last night in hockey, Stanley Cup Finals, Game 5 going the way of the Hurricanes, winning 4-2 over the Golden Knights to take a 3-2 series lead. Game 6 going to be on Sunday. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Takes me back. Takes me back, Tobes.
Such a jam.
My favorite play is the alley-oop. It's very descriptive. What's your favorite play, Mr. Blow? Welcome back, G&D here on the Fan. Tobes hanging with you. No GP. He is still in Colonial Williamsburg, and he may never come back. 800-636-1067. So we got a couple things that we're going to do later on in the program. I believe Mateo Dunn is going to join us at 3:45. You're like, well, who does he play for? Fairfax County School Board. That's who he plays for.
Oh, your favorite team.
Yeah. And the calendar, and it calendaring, they got kind of a workaround going, but it's not going to be fixed. I'm going to talk to a gentleman that seems like he's on my side, but I need him to grab some more weaponry and go in there and start swinging figuratively, not literally, okay? But I need a little bit more action from my guy Mateo. So we'll talk to him at 3:45. Beltway Blitz at 4. You got your chance to do a barbecue battle. Tickets at 6. We're very busy. A lot of things going on. But I'm asking you guys at 800-636-1067. I want to get to these calls here. In the finals, Spurs are down 3-1. We know the score. We know what's happening. We know it doesn't look good. What are you rooting for? What do you want to see? Joyce Alexandria, you're first up on this. What do you want to see in the NBA Finals?
I don't really care, but regarding the New York fans, damn straight. They are ride or die. I lived there for 18 years, and they are not like the Philadelphia Philly Bluebirds.
Appreciate you. Yeah, in general, it's supposed to be a bit more civil. It's closer to Philly than it is to, like, I don't know, the wine and cheese crowd in LA, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's the jackasses doing jackassery. It's a little bit too much. But again, there's this thing that it drives me insane. It's like they invented fandom somehow, where it's like, yes, it's awesome when Yankee fans are doing the roll call, right? Where it's like everyone has to tip their cap and it's Aaron Judge until he turns on and says hi. Then you go, Anthony Volpe. Okay, it's neat. But there's a behavior and there's an arrogance, like they invented fandom. Like no one else has gone nuts.
Yeah, it's like a horde mentality because there's so many of them, and there's so many people from that area, and so many people that claim they're from that area that are not from that area. So it's just like you have so many supporters behind you that you can just act in a certain way that other fan bases can't.
Yeah, we went to a Timberwolves game, and it was incredible because they go nuts. Lots of fans go nuts. You ever see a Warriors game when they're down 5 and the lineup of death is in a handful of years ago on their way to, what was it, 5 finals in 6 years?
OKC games.
Or whatever, an OKC game. You're the only fan base that's ever cheered ever. It ain't that special is my point. Now, again, both sides of my mouth, Madison Square Garden's awesome. Everyone who likes sports should go at least once, okay? See a Rangers game, see a Caps game. I get it. You're loud. That's cool. Lots of places are. That's my point. I've never seen anything louder or crazier than Boston in the 80s and that stupid Boston Garden that Dare screw up wishing he could go to as a lifelong Boston fan.
He loves parquet floors.
He's a big fan of parquet floors. He had a dog who'd been named Parquet.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't even like butter. He likes parquet. Anyway, the point is, that's a great zing, underrated. Strober slept on it, so did theirs. Like when they're going on a run against Detroit and Larry Bird's whipping that towel, going crazy. So many places, guys go nuts. All right, it ain't that special, but they act like they invented it, and that's what drives me crazy. Let's go to Brian in Calvert County. Oh, hey Brian, what are you rooting for in the finals?
Hey, Bubba, great topic. I wouldn't mind seeing the Knicks win, but you know what's funny, Danny? I'm one of those. I know it's crazy. I'm a Yankee fan, but I'm also a diehard Redskin fan, Washington Capitals fan. I just became a Yankee fan years ago. I grew up in PG County. I'm not from New York, and I got my Hawaiian Tropic Yankee shirt on today. But yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Knicks win because it's been 50-something years, right?
53, yeah.
Yeah. I think I was 53. I'm 59. I was 6. All right. So I was 6 when Willis Reed came out there hopping around. Yeah. So that's the point. But Danny, you hit it on the point. I'm a diehard Yankee fan, right? The last World Series the Yankees won was 2009. Every year, I think we're obligated to win the World Series.
and Brian, God bless you. It's institutionalized. It's the strangest damn thing where there can't be anything else. It crashes their brains. Now, for a while in those late 90s, yeah, it happened every year, and it was supremely annoying. The sport that I loved, I was turned off. Once Derek Jeter flew out to right into the waiting arms of Jeffrey Mayer, and that little dynasty began, it was so off-putting. The whole country was just rolling their eyes at Yankee fans, and here's the mayor, and here's Joe Torre, and everybody's screaming and yelling and whooping and hollering, again, like it was their birthright. God, it's just so annoying. Joel, Falls Church, what are you rooting for in the finals?
What's up, Joel?
Hey, I think if you're a basketball fan, but you're not a fan of either team, you got to pull for the Spurs. It's a win one more for Pop. He had the cancer scare. They show him on the sidelines. I want to see him come down, get in a huddle in a Game 7 and drop a play. Win one for Pop.
I love that because it would be great to see. I mean, I don't know what his condition is now, but he doesn't look great sitting there at games. Tim Duncan alongside him. And Popovich is so respected. And it's funny because I think Brian Gelsiler was on, or I'm not sure if it was him or someone else mentioned, if Greg Popovich was on the sidelines for these games and he was still the coach of the Spurs, you do wonder if they're up 3-1 instead of down 3-1 because it feels like a little bit better coaching in the series might have helped them, although he did help pick Mitch Johnson. But yeah, I'd love to see it for them. And it's funny because you mentioned, teams can get annoying when they win all the time. I mean, the Spurs in my lifetime growing up early on, Tim Duncan and Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker, and they were winning a lot. I didn't get sick of that team. I didn't get sick of San Antonio. Obviously, it's a different environment comparing San Antonio to New York, but I don't know. I wouldn't mind seeing them come back and win it either. It's kind of a win-win for me. I just hope it's good basketball the rest of the way.
Yeah. I hadn't thought about that Pop sentiment, and I probably should have, to be honest with you, but just because he's been so out of the limelight, where, now again, he's still an overarching presence. Remember, the story of him is incredible.
Oh, yeah.
Where he kind of just said, as an executive, you would make the best coach? Me. I'll do it. And it worked.
Yeah.
That's insane. Steve in Fairfax, what are you rooting for in the finals, bro?
Danny, I'm with you. I want to. This finals just disgusts me with New York, with all the celebrities on the sideline acting a certain type of way. It's just the city of New York, dude. They just think that they're just entitled to a championship in everything they play. The Mets, it's going to be our year. The Rangers, it's going to be our year. You know what they've done? Nothing. And then they actually have a good, decent team now. And the Knicks, the players are, they're great. I got no problem with the players, but it's the celebrity that comes with it. The Chalamets, the Jenners on the sidelines, they're not I just don't buy their fanhood. I feel like it's just a fakeness that is just involved in it, and it's just not genuine. It's more for New York City. It's the limelight. It's Celebrity Row.
Do you feel that way about LA, Steve? Do you feel that way about the Lakers when they were really good?
I mean, not so much because they. Kobe and Shaq and that team back in the day, that was there. Kobe was like MJ. And MJ was there doing the same thing, winning championships and stuff. I mean, you just don't have it like it was back in the day. Like, back in the day, celebrities were there fine to do X, Y, and Z, but, it's just the fakeness that I really hate. It's just the limelight. They people that just can't stay out of it. And just again, New York. I think they're the best thing since sliced bread in everything, not just basketball. It's the basketball teams. It's their football teams. It's the two baseball teams. The Mets are going to win it every year. The Rangers are going to win it every year. The Yankees are going to win it every year. Thank God they're not winning it anymore like that.
I know. Appreciate you, Steve. Yeah, it's because the same disingenuous nature that he's talking about with some of these bandwagon fans, that's how I've always felt about the Lakers, right? Where that's how you get that Cowboy, Laker, Yankee fan that, is a big fan of Miami or Duke.
Yeah.
Or something like that, It's like, come on. We all know that you just got it. And you're there because you know that during that one timeout, Mike Breen's going to be like, and we pan the camera, and here's, Gloria Estefan, or here's, I don't know why I picked her, but here's some actress that's got a movie coming, and it's part of the media tour. And come on, it's so disingenuous. It's so fake. But glomming onto it, I don't know. I mean, once you would see that here, right? If let's say the Wizards, don't laugh, got to the finals, people would come out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the same, wouldn't be actors and actresses as much, but you might see John Bernthal on the wood a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because generally, Danny, I would cheer against New York teams. Like, I don't want to see the Giants ever win. I think it's hilarious that the Jets are a joke. Obviously, never want to see the Mets win. I'd love for the Yankees never to make the playoffs again. All those things are true, but I don't mind this Knicks team. I think I can kind of get behind this gritty group because it's not your traditional New York Knicks type of team. It almost doesn't even fit like that New York celebrity style, the way that they play basketball. I can get behind a gritty group of guys that have kind of made themselves out of nothing or weren't highly thought of, with the exception of maybe like a Karl Anthony Towns, who is a top pick. Everybody else has kind of had to make themselves out of nothing. So I don't mind supporting them. I enjoy watching Jalen Brunson, a guy that every time you watch him, and he struggled in this series because Victor Wembanyama is so great defensively and such a intimidating presence, but you watch that guy run around the floor and you're like, how the heck does this guy score 25 a night? He's so small. How does this dude do it? And some of the miraculous shots he'll hit on floaters over guys. Even though he can't do it against Wemby, but he's still doing it against 6'11 guys, 7-footers on a night-in, night-out basis. So I don't mind the New York Knicks team, but generally I would root against their fans. So it's a weird dichotomy this time.
I know. Individually, I didn't hate a lot of those Yankees.
Yeah.
But I found a way because their fans were so obnoxious. Ian in Vienna, what are you rooting for in these finals?
Oh, Danny, we're the same age, and I, too, was in college during the Subway Series and share your sentiment. But I vowed to myself a long time ago that I wouldn't let the fans ruin my experience of rooting for a team, because then I'd never root for Philly, New York, Boston, at times the SEC or whatever. So I find myself kind of rooting for the Knicks individually, but from a basketball standpoint, I totally agree that I think San Antonio could have won all 4 games. And I think we're going to be looking at a really long series like San Antonio in 7. But I just want to see a little bit better basketball. I'm a Wemby fan, but I don't need some of his histrionics recently. That's been a little bit off-putting. But the basketball has been entertaining, and I want to see that continue.
Simple as that for me. All right, thank you as always, buddy. Yeah, I just want more. I'm not ready for the stuff that I don't enjoy. I've said that a couple times,
Yeah.
and I'll stick with it.
This is a final series that I really have enjoyed, maybe more than one I can remember in a while. So I'd like for it to keep going.
Last word on this, Josh Harper Marlboro. What's up, buddy? What are you rooting for?
Yeah, I don't like the Knicks at all. Some of my most annoying friends are Knicks fans, but I want them to win for this reason. I want Wemby to be so enraged that he goes on this epic 3 to 4 season tear through the league. They're screwing with the 7'4" freak. Like, if he puts 20 pounds of muscle on, it might be over for every man, woman, and child in the United States of America. And I want him to have this heel turn where he gets so mad that he lost that he absolutely loses his mind and is just unstoppable in a way that we've never seen before.
Josh, thank you. So it's Wemby's origin story, basically, to become the supervillain.
I need that to chill out until after 2028. I can't have him coming in with the French national team and beating the U.S. on our own soil in the Olympics in 2028.
Yeah,
that's what I can't have.
Well, that's
so
by the way.
I don't need him extra motivated because then he's thinking, I'll win an NBA Finals in 27.
Let's get him complacent.
Let's not do that. After 28, do whatever you want, but please, I cannot have that.
All right. Listen up if you are in and around Fairfax County. This affects all of us. All right. I know in Montgomery County it's the same way. I know in Stafford County. I know in Prince William County. The schools, the kids don't go. They never go to school. We can't get a 5-day school week. I am trying to advocate for you. We'll talk to a member of the Fairfax County School Board, Mateo Dunn. That's next, before we do the Beltway Blitz at 4. All right, Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Normally we went off the field, but this is the time our guests could do, so we're doing the double play music. The double play is sponsored by FH Fur. For 45 years, FH Fur has set the standard for premium comfort to celebrate. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a premium Enviro, that's a tough word to write and say, good Lord, Enviro Air, maybe, IAQ, 5-inch filter, absolutely free. FH Fur plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and electrical, absolutely the best. Enviro Air. That's how it's supposed to be pronounced. I think I got it right, but I apologize to FH Fur if I didn't. I appreciate you guys. I'm just not in that space, so I don't know if I read that word correctly or not.
I think it's supposed to be like air and environment put together.
No, it's
Enviro Air. I think that's right.
Okay. Well, turns out I could probably use some school. Am I right? That's a terrible transition. Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Tobes in for GP. Let's go to the hotline now and welcome on Fairfax County School Board member who's kind enough to join us for a few minutes, Mateo Dunn. Mateo, thank you so much for joining us again, man. I appreciate you.
Of course. I'm very happy to be back.
Okay, so tell everybody what's going on. Please, get us up to date. Was there a vote last night? What's the result? What do we know?
So the result last night is that the school board adopted a new calendar policy that substantially fixed most of the problems that we discussed previously. As you know, we have had a school calendar that has been degrading for 20 years. We have the longest school year, 303 days, the shortest summer, 62 days, and the lowest percentage of 5-day weeks with only 52%. Historically, it was in the 70 or 80% range, and that was the golden era. That was when everyone thought that FCPS was the best school system in the world, and so they moved here from not just different parts of the U.S., but from different areas of the world. And we've just seen our school calendar degrade over time to the extent that it's causing severe financial and logistical burdens for families. People have to get childcare. People are having their kids off when their employers aren't giving them the day off, and the days are just scattered randomly throughout the year. So it's caused a fragmentation of the school calendar that's just historically unprecedented. So right now, FCPS has the worst school calendar in the nation among large school districts. But thankfully, I worked with my colleagues to come up with a new policy and make substantial revisions so that we prioritize 5-day weeks. We prioritize instructional continuity, and that really pushes back on the degradation over the past 20 years. And so, this doesn't mean we're going to have a perfect calendar next year. It took us 20 years to get to where we are, but we are turning a corner. We're headed back in the correct direction, and we expect next month to get proposed calendars for 27-28 and 28-29, and I expect those to be substantially improved from our current calendar. What I didn't win was a few years ago, the school board took away two weeks of summer, so now we have only a 60-day summer instead of 8 weeks. And I didn't win that battle, but I'm committed to continuing to fight for that, because what I do know is that, in the last couple weeks of school in June, mostly what a lot of classes are doing is watching TV. At a local middle school, they had to turn in their computers on June 10th, but school doesn't let out to June 17th. So what are they doing that extra week? Just futzing around, and that's unfortunate.
Yep, my oldest turned in his laptop on I think it was Wednesday, Mateo, kind of to your point. So for those that are just kind of catch up, like what's going on here, I have been screaming about this for years, and I appreciate the fact that Mateo Dunn, Fairfax County School Board, is an advocate for parents here, what seemed to be kind of lost in this entire thing. I understand there are always going to be holidays. I understand there are going to be teacher work days and everything like that under the sun. My question, Mateo, for you though, is how do I put this the right way? What had to lose? In other words, what was given back, right? Because you have all the religious holidays, you have all the teacher work days, you have federal holidays or whatever. What was sacrificed to kind of make some of the improvements that you're talking about? What lost in that discussion?
I don't know if there was something that lost, but I think what happened was that over time, the people in charge of developing the school calendar lost sight of the educational mission and tried to develop a calendar that worked for the central office, but didn't work for students and families, and was not geared to help support student instruction so we can achieve the best academic outcomes. So I think there was, sometimes organizations lose sight of their core mission, and I think that's what happened here with the people developing the school calendar. Now we're putting it back front and center, emphasizing 5-day weeks and instructional continuity, and it's there in black and white, and that means we can hold the superintendent accountable going forward because we've put on paper what our priorities are, and if she falls short, then she's going to be in a world of trouble. So I think it's important to make sure that we're continuing to be transparent and clear in what our expectations are, and then hold people accountable to those expectations.
I love that. So, okay. So let me try to phrase it another way then. So one of the things we'd heard was, hey, the calendar next year is going to be better because some of the holidays fall, not on a Monday or a Tuesday. We're keeping the holidays, but it'll look better on paper. And then the kids are going to go to school on Veterans Day. And that was kind of like, all right, we fixed it. We solved it for next year. What, are federal holidays being sacrificed for the 5-day week? Are teacher workdays being sacrificed for the 5-day week? Are some of the religious holidays that a small fraction of people who should be able to celebrate them are celebrating, but the whole school's canceled? Are those being given back? What's going away so the kids are going to go to school for 5 days?
So that's a great question. So all federal holidays that happen during the school year are recognized except Veterans Day. Mm-hmm. I'll say historically, when my kids were in school, Veterans Day was always a school day. And that's because FCPS had a tradition of bringing in veterans on Veterans Day so that they could learn about the important sacrifices being made by the military. And I can speak for that because I have 3 kids, and all 3 kids are in the military: Army, National Guard, and Air Force. And so this is a priority for me personally. I can also say that for the last 3 or 4 years, Veterans Day had been a day off, which it was against existing FCPS policy. So we fixed that. So Veterans Day for next year and going forward will be a school day. And we put in the policy that we are required, all schools across FCPS, elementary, middle, high school, will be required to hold veterans programming so that veterans can come in and teach our students about the sacrifices that have been made by prior generations. In terms of, teacher work days, those days are the most fungible of any day in there. And so what we're doing is moving around the teacher work days to consolidate them with other days off that might be cultural and religious holidays, but we're also making sure that, we're respectful of, cultural and religious holidays, but we also, as you said, we want to prioritize, regularity, continuity throughout the school year. So moving some of those teacher work days to be more consolidated with existing holidays that are already scheduled will make sure that we don't have so much disruption throughout the course of the year. The other thing, especially for elementary schools, is we had a proliferation of early release days where you would have a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in the middle of the week where you get off 3 days early, and there would be no notice. It wouldn't be marked on the school calendar, and it varied by school. We established a cap on that I led because they were just, we had abolished early release days back about 10 years ago when we used to have 30 per year. They were called early release Mondays, and parents hated them. So in 2014, FCPS got rid of that. But in the last couple of years, the superintendent brought them back and kept adding more and more and more every year. So now we've capped that at 4 per year. So that will make sure that students and families don't have the disruption that come with random afternoons off when there's no childcare available.
Mateo, really appreciate the time and insight. Thank you. Please keep fighting. You're doing a great job. We need more Mateo Duns out there. Thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you, and have a great day.
You do the same. There he goes. Tobes, I know that wasn't for you. There's a lot of us out here who are just begging. When the adults have to work, let the kids go to school. It's when they're home and we're working, it's so disruptive. I'll never get what I want. And again, I'm probably going to offend somebody right now. Okay? The children were off on April 16th for something called the Theravada New Year. If you celebrate it, that's awesome. I'd love to learn more about it. I wish my kids could learn about it in school. They didn't have to have the school day off for Theravada. I don't know. Again, celebrate the hell out of it. It should be celebrated. I'm all in favor. I love learning about new things. I don't know what Bodhi Day is. I don't know what Theravada New Year is. I don't know that we needed a Lunar New Year day off for the kids. I don't know that we needed to take off for Orthodox Epiphany on January 19th, right after Christmas break. These are wonderful holidays and wonderful occasions, and you should celebrate them if you do. I'd like to learn more about it, but I like my kids to be in school because the adults had to go to work that day. That's what Mateo's fighting for. That's what old Fannie Mouillet's fighting for. And I don't know how to fight with that. I just shout really loud in the microphone, and poor Toby has to stare at me like I've got a pimple on my forehead. Beltway Blitz is next.
Day 2 of the FIFA World Cup, the first match between Canada and Bosnia, kicked off at 3 o'clock today. Halftime between those two teams, and Bosnia has a 1-0 lead over Canada. The United States will get their World Cup run underway tonight. 9 o'clock kickoff at SoFi Stadium. United States will take on Paraguay. In baseball, the Nationals welcome in the Mariners for the first of 3 tonight at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell starts for the Nationals on the season. Littell is 6-4 with a 4.76 ERA. Hard-throwing righty Bryce Miller goes to the hill for the Mariners. He is 2-0 with a 1.33 ERA. Nats and Mariners 6:45 right here on the Fan. NHL Stanley Cup Finals last night. Game 5, the Hurricanes beating the Golden Knights 4-2 to take a 3-2 series lead. Game 6 going to be on Sunday. And Game 5 of the NBA Finals will be tomorrow. Spurs and Knicks back in San Antonio. New York leads the series 3-1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Beltway Blitz time here on G&D. We're going to give you guys a chance to win $100 in fan cash. We will do that at the end of this segment, Darius. No, we'll do it next segment. As I clearly said, we'll do it next segment. I don't know where you guys got this whole end of this segment thing. Welcome back. Grant and Danny here on the Fan. I swear to you, Darius, one day I'll be able to do it all. But today is not that day.
It's a lot of moving parts today. I give you a pass.
Now, see, an adult would be able to do it. A person that could hold more than one thought in their head could do it. A person that doesn't eat a whole large pizza at Mellow Mushroom in Williamsburg could probably do it.
Still ridiculously impressive.
Yeah. We're going to do how much weight did Danny gain today. I don't know when we're going to do it. Maybe we'll do it at 5:45. And it's a one-day trip to Williamsburg. And I'll give you a hint. It's a number. But we're going to do that. I'll give you a chance to win fan cash next segment. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's when we're going to do it. Now it's Beltway Blitz time, where we talk some hoops. The Prince Emeritus of the Palisades, my pal Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports, discussing. We'll do a little bit of Wizards talk, but I want to talk finals with you here first, Chaser. That's it for the Spurs, right? I mean, they're done?
I think they get one more. First of all, finishing an entire Mellow Mushroom pizza, not that hard. It's not like you get a picture on the wall for doing that. So I'm on your side.
Chase, hold on real quick. You're so nice. It's why you were elected Prince multiple times in the Palisades. It was a large Mighty Meat pizza. And the guy
who did you get a picture on the wall?
Well, the server's really nice. He goes, we don't have a procedure for it. He literally goes, I've worked here for 6 years, so I've never seen anyone do that. And then he kind of went and sort of shook his head and walked away. That's what happened.
Well, then I am impressed.
Thank you.
But no, I think the Spurs do punch back. I mean, they would be swept at home, right, if they lose this next game. Obviously, it's extremely deflating what happened to them in Game 4, but no, they led the majority of the game. They were dominating for the majority of the game. I don't think they go out like that where it's essentially a gentleman's sweep and they're swept at home. So I think we're going to see a statement performance from Victor Wembanyama, perhaps even De'Aaron Fox, who obviously a lot of people have been criticizing the last few days. So I've seen a lot of resilience from the Spurs in these playoffs, coming back against the Thunder in that series. I don't think they go down that lightly.
Feels like we've really seen the youth and experience of this Spurs team show up in this series more so than we had in other series. How much of that is just young guys are going to have to learn versus how much of that is Mitch Johnson needs to do a better job of trying to keep them in the moment and make sure that it's not overwhelming them?
Well, I'd say it's young guys got to learn, but, De'Aaron Fox is the guy who made some of the biggest mistakes in the last game. He's supposed to be their elder statesman. I think he's 28 years old. He's been around a while. But I think certainly experience played a factor for the Knicks coming back in that game. I think they were able to come back because they were getting to the free throw line a lot. They were able to slow the game down, chip away at the lead. They made their threes. But I think that experience, with a lot of their players probably helped and realizing that, like, okay, this game isn't over. You know, if you get the crowd back into it, maybe you have a chance. No team had ever done it before, but they were able to accomplish it. And I think experience probably did play a role because obviously once they got close, there was a lot of mistakes that the Spurs made in terms of their late game execution.
Do you see any tweaks? Do you see any shifts? And you can even say De'Aaron Fox gets the ball out of his hands and maybe has a seat next to Mitch Johnson. I mean, what do you think they do differently?
I think they try to keep the Knicks off the free throw line. I think that's a good place to start. You know, it's interesting the contrast that we saw on social media at halftime of that game, because Mike Brown had complained about officiating after the previous game. And then if you looked at Twitter, you would have thought the Knicks were not getting to the free throw line at all, but they had 23 attempts. The Spurs had 6, and yet their fans and members of the media who cover the Knicks were kind of complaining about the officiating. So I think that's way too many free throw attempts in one half, and I think it allowed New York to stick around. But they're going to have to try to shut down the shooters around Jalen Brunson. They've held him under 40% from the field, but they've let a few of the other guys beat them. But really, I think it's going to require, again, a statement performance from a guy like Victor Wembanyama, who's been good in this series, but has not gone off for like 40 yet. And I think we're still waiting to see him have his moment.
Chase, we're inching closer into the NBA draft. What are you hearing about what the Wizards are going to do with number 1?
They are still working through their decision-making process, and I don't think a consensus has formed. It's not like there is one behind the scenes that hasn't gotten out yet. I think they're still, hosting these guys. We saw the Athletic report that A.J. DeBonta came through. I think it's between DeBonta and Peterson, but they're clearly taking their time with this. To be honest, I thought something would have happened by now. I thought it was going to be sort of like the Anthony Edwards year where, it took a while. We didn't know on lottery night, but a couple weeks before the draft, we knew. I didn't think it was going to be like the Paolo Banchero year where we didn't know who the number 1 pick was going to be until the morning of the draft. Maybe this could end up being one of those years.
Give me the case for it not being DeBonta.
If it's not DeBonta, I think it probably comes down to defense and offensive versatility. He's a great scorer, led the nation in scoring, did so with efficiency, but wasn't a great three-point shooter. Pretty good passer, not like a great playmaker. I think his passing is underrated, but maybe you could knock him for that. But I think it really would come down to defense. He admitted he wasn't a great defender last year, and if you're a team if that's a non-negotiable, that you can't not play high-level defense, then maybe that's why you would go with Darren Peterson, who has a higher ceiling on that end of the floor.
When you look at this team, realistically, when you add in whoever they take at number 1, what do you think the expectations will be going into next year?
Well, I wouldn't put them as high as Trae Young kind of alluded to the other day.
Yeah, that was fun, wasn't it?
He said, yeah. I would say realistic expectations of the play-in tournament. The threshold to make the playoffs in the East was raised last year. The Charlotte Hornets, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they won 42 games, and they were in the play-in tournament, and they just fell short of the playoffs. That's a huge leap from 17 wins last year, which is what the Wizards had. So I think you got to go step by step. They're not going to skip steps, I think, in the standings. I think if they were to win 35, 40 games, that would be a massive leap. I mean, that might include them doubling or more their win total. They got to, show some progress, I think, on the court first before we really talk about them winning 45, 50 wins. So I think they've got a lot of talent, obviously, but I think the expectation should be kept in check a little bit, because I don't want them to make the play-in tournament next year and people think that that's a disappointment, because that would be a massive step forward.
Chase, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Absolutely. You too, guys.
See you, dude. There he goes. That is our friend Chase Hughes. Hit that NFL sounder, please, Darius. Pat Mahomes is doing just fine financially, Tobes. Got himself a 2-year extension, bringing the grand total of his contract to $504,750,000 and change, according to the worldwide leader. It's the NFL's first $500 million deal.
Absolutely insane. I mean, how crazy is that to see numbers that big, that $500 million for, he's the best quarterback in the league. It's funny because sometimes we get so caught up in.
He still is, right?
Yeah, I think so. You have one bad year, after winning back-to-back Super Bowls. You got to have somebody else show me. You got to have Josh Allen be able to get to that pinnacle and be able to play at that level. And so, Josh Allen, take your pick of some of these other top quarterbacks. It's just, I think Pat's that guy until proven otherwise. The thing that I'm most curious about, Danny, is ESPN has Monday Night Football, right, on week 1 of the season. Do they get that game if they don't assume that Pat Mahomes is playing? Like, it seems like he's going to be full go for early part of the season, if not right away. I mean, he's going to be ready pretty early. It's crazy to think he could be ready for week 1.
Well, so, yes, and that's kind of the new normal now with rehabbing injuries. It's like if you're not ahead of schedule or you're even rehabbing, bro. So I'm hopeful that we get to see as much Pat Mahomes as possible. But here's my kind of follow-up to you. For the last 3 years, and I know this one was short with injury, but it's been 27 touchdowns, 14 picks, 26 touchdowns, 11 picks, 22 touchdowns, 11 picks, similar pace over the last 3 years. That's Mahomes kind of post Tyreek Hill, not that much around him fallout. This is not me being critical of Patrick Mahomes, okay? I'm with you. I still think he's the best there is. But that hasn't borne out, numbers-wise, certainly over the last few years. We're still going off of the previous, what do you want to call it, 5 seasons of ungodly, ridiculous production, Super Bowl championships, MVP candidacies, if not all outright winner. The numbers haven't been there with some of the other elite guys. You said Allen, Lamar Jackson, who was won an MVP in that time. They haven't been there. Do we need him to get back to that before we can continue, or is just the crown's his?
I think just because of the level at which he plays at all times, I think you can kind of live with that, where maybe the numbers aren't gaudy. Maybe they're nothing that's too crazy where, he's going for 4,500 yards and 35 touchdowns and sub 10 picks. Like, yeah, you'd love to see that more, but he kind of does what he needs to do to win.
Oh, for sure.
Like, right? Like, it's one of those things where LeBron's not winning MVPs as much anymore, and it's because he just kind of understands what he needs to do to get in. Obviously, he's not competing for an NBA Finals, but you get the comparison there of, once you get to a certain point, I don't care about if I win MVP or not. I don't have to go for 4,500 yards. I don't really care. Just win the ball games. Let's get into the playoffs, and then I'll really turn on my A game.
Just to your point, in 23, they won the Super Bowl, right? And he did the Pat Mahomes thing, where it's regular, pedestrian, Washington-level quarterbacking in the regular season. We have seen that a million times over. The less than 4,000 yards, mid-20s touch. It's Carson Wentz numbers, right? Playoffs, leads the league in yardage, 6 touchdowns, 1 pick, adds in the rushing yards, the playmaking. That's kind of your point. I'm not doing this in September. I can turn it on. Some of the other guys can't. So that's why the resume is still there.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's just one of those things that as much as you don't want to classify quarterback wins and those sorts of things, there is something to be said for a guy just knowing how to win football games and not always having to go all out for it. That's Pat Mahomes at this point.
Let's talk about the local 53, please, Darius. Our guy, Michael Phillips, a.k.a. Miguel Philippe, kind enough to join us from Richmond. Miguel, is there anything else on fans' minds besides like where Brendan Ayuk is saying that he's tweeting from or Instagramming from?
Well, I think we're all waiting to see what's this final roster going to look like. I think we're waiting to see who's the wide receiver going to be. Everybody's looking for a wide receiver here. Who's maybe another corner if there's an addition there, and then if there's a big name. But I think there's probably 1 or 2 signings left before we're done here.
Curious, one guy that's seemingly gotten disrespected in this offseason, and I thought he was a really valuable piece for this team, even though he never gave you anything after the catch, is Zach Ertz, and just his reliability factor. Who do you think fills that role of being reliable on a 3rd and short, knowing that you got to have it in the red zone or something of that nature that Zach Ertz became so good at? Who do you think can fill that type of role?
Yeah, I think that's a really good framing of it because you get a lot of things with Chigaquanka, right? Like the speed there is unquestionable. The yards after the catch, the ability to make big plays, a little bit more like a receiver. Also, the explosiveness and all those things. Those are all great. You do give up some things as well, and he's got to prove he can be an every down regular presence in the NFL, down in, down out like Zach Ertz was, because it's not a position where they're super deep at that skill set. You've got John Bates. He's great. Every time he's on TV, they legally have to say he's the best blocking tight end in football. That's great. Ben Sinnott, has certainly played well. I don't think he's distinguished himself as a receiver in any way. There's a big drop off there if Chig can't do it.
What does his season look like? Numbers-wise, just production-wise, et cetera? Because there's a case to be made that that's your second receiving option kind of taken over for Ertz plus, right? As a guy that can actually do more with the football once he's got it.
If you ask me to predict who has the second most catches on this team at the end of the year right now, I think you've got to go with Chig. I don't think there's another obvious option here. None of these running backs scream dual threat coming out of the backfield, versatile option. And not to say they can't do it, but it's not what they're going to be known for. And there's just no put your chips on him second receiver right now. We'd love for McCaffrey to take that step. That would be a big win. You'd love for them to make a signing. A guy comes in, Treylon Burks makes the jump, Antonio Williams bursts as a rookie. Like there's options there. But yeah, if you were to put some chips on who's going to have the second most catches on this team, I'm going Chigaquanko for sure.
What do you make of Quan Martin? Do you think that there's still something there that can be salvaged with this new scheme, or is it something that this will probably be his last year here and it's just not going to work?
Well, that's a great point where the scheme change can sometimes breathe new life into guys. And, part of it is everybody looked bad last year. There wasn't a single defensive player who looked good last year because the defense stunk overall. There wasn't enough speed. The scheme wasn't good enough. And most importantly, the pass rush just wasn't there at all. The pass rush is better this year. They'll get to the quarterback quicker. That should make everybody look better. Is that going to be enough to save his job, get him to a second contract here? I tend to agree with what you're saying there. That, most likely at the end of the season, we wish him well, move on to somebody new.
What kind of year will Daron Payne have?
I missed who it was?
Daron Payne.
Oh, it's funny because last year we were all hyping up Daron Payne contract year.
Yep.
He's going to put up numbers, and he did put up numbers, and then it turned out to not be a Daron Payne contract year, which would make this a Daron Payne contract year, where he has historically been very good. So I don't know how we played that mind trick. That was fantastic. If we could get him into a contract year every year, I'd really be excited about that. Historically, he's going to produce numbers. Now, scheme is a big question here as well, right? How do you use him? Is he just is he clogging up the middle? Are you going to let him get after the quarterback? I think you've got a lot of variables there in terms of how he's used as to how effective he'll be.
How about his counterpart, Javon Kinlaw? Every time I see this guy in person, I'm like, oh, that's a heck of a football player. And then I watch him play football, and I'm, wonder where the heck did that guy go? So what are we going to get out of him this year?
Yeah, and I think he's probably more likely to rush the passer a little bit more than he did in the past because you've got maybe some more options inside, right? Johnny Newton maybe develops into a little bit more of that guy inside. You've got, certainly, there's quantity there. I don't know that there's quality there. Like, I don't know that there's a guy that any team's saying, dang, we got to circle him in the meetings. Like, make sure don't let this guy get after the quarterback. Like, I don't think we got that guy. But we got options. They're going to throw wave after wave of guys at you. You're waiting to see who pops. He could be one of those guys. He had, I would argue, the best year of his career here last year. Wasn't enough to be an NFL star, but build on that, take another step. That could be pretty doggone good.
Michael, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Take care, guys.
Good to speak with you. That is how we do it. That's how we Beltway Blitz. We shake the tail when we walk. That's what's going on. When we come back, we'll give you a chance to win some fan cash. Literally, we're going to give you $100 in fan cash just for checking out the radio program. We'll tell you how when we come back.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. 67th minute of the first match of day 2 of the FIFA World Cup. Bosnia leads Canada 1-0 in this one. Later tonight, the USA going to get their World Cup underway against Paraguay at 9 o'clock, SoFi Stadium in L.A. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Mariners at Nats Park tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Zach Littell starts for the Nationals. Bryce Miller goes to the hill for the Mariners. Hockey playoffs last night, Stanley Cup Finals. The Hurricanes beat the Golden Knights 4-2 to take a 3-2 series lead. Game 6 going to be on Sunday. Game 5 of the NBA Finals will be tomorrow. Back in San Antonio, Knicks and Spurs. New York looking to close it out. They lead the series 3-1. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Here at Tobes with your World Cup update. It's 1-0 Bosnia and Herzegovina, and it's getting very tense. It's like all those almost goals. The whole crowd's got anxiety. This is why we're here. This is why we're here. Caller 10, 800-636-1067. It's Fan Cash Fridays. They're powered by Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Be the 10th caller at 800-636-1067 for your chance to win $100 in fan cash from Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Good luck. I love Fanatics. I play Fan Cash Drop in the Fanatic Sportsbook every Friday. I won $5 last Friday. I haven't played that today. I'm hoping I win more. Sometimes I don't win. Either way, it's free and easy. I am a Fanatics guy. You guys should be too. Welcome back to the program. It's Grant and Danny here on the Fan. So I mentioned it. Canada is trailing 1-0 here in the second half. It looks like they're about to score, though. It's got that feeling, if you've ever watched a soccer match before, where everything is anxious, 9 almost goals, offsides are happening, a clear off the touchline by a defender, a fullback, etc. It's just that hyper-intense thing. But if Canada would go on to lose this one, they would be, I think, one of the only host countries ever to lose their opening match, joining Qatar in 2022. 4 years ago.
Yeah, it'd be pretty tough. And I mean, that's a lot of pressure, obviously, on the U.S. tonight to make sure that they're not in that same group. You got to make sure that you beat Paraguay, however you say their name. You got to make sure you beat them tonight. But yeah, Canada, they've been struggling. 21st minute, Bosnia is able to get on the board, and then it's kind of been a struggle for them to make sure they can keep that lead. But this is the fun of soccer and everything riding on these. It's it's like hockey, obviously, in that sense, where you've got the ice tilted or the fields tilted a little bit here towards Canada, but are they actually going to be able to get one in the back of the net or not?
So these world rankings mean so little because there's a million factors and injuries and how people play, and it's a point system. But typically over time, you get a pretty decent feel for who these teams are. Bosnia and Herzegovina, 61st in the world, and Canada, I believe, is ranked 35th. They're probably better than that, to be honest with you. The U.S., just for reference, is ranked 17th in the world, right around there with Uruguay, Senegal, Colombia, Japan, Switzerland. They might be right around. That's probably about right, to be honest with you. It sort of depends. And again, also for reference, Mexico, 13th in the world. In fact, I think they moved up based on their win yesterday, 2-0 over South Africa in their World Cup debut for this year. So, yeah, U.S., big test tonight because Paraguay is not great. They're also not terrible. They are, I think, 40th in the world at this point, and everybody's dangerous when you get to this level. You mess up, you do something stupid, balls in the back of the net. It ain't that easy just to get one. You know what I mean? You can't wait for that tip in like in hockey or shoot your way back into it like in basketball.
What's your bare minimum that they have to get to for you to be like, all right, even though they didn't get past this point, we're okay with it?
For the U.S., you mean?
Yeah.
It can't end in the group stage.
They have to get out of the group.
If they end up with I actually haven't looked at all the way the brackets are. I kind of don't want to do that to figure out who they would play if they finish first or second or otherwise. So if you line up for some reason, just for the sake of argument, and you are playing Spain in the next round, you lose to Spain, a lot of teams are going to lose to Spain. They might win the whole damn thing. Same with France or same with Argentina or same with England or Portugal. So if you match up against a buzzsaw and a juggernaut and it doesn't go to the round of 16 or doesn't go to the semifinals, I can't get too butthurt about that.
That's kind of how I am. They have to get out of the group. As long as they get out of the group, I'm satisfied. Anything after that is gravy.
Our Fanatics Fan Cash winner this week is Chris in Rockville. Chris, what's up, man? You're on the Fan. What's up?
Ah, David, Granny. Granny's not there. Or Dale, I'm not sure which one. But yeah, I'm a happy winner.
How are you on Fanatics Fan Cash Friday? Win $100 just for listening to the program day.
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 Great day.
Day.
It's an even better day now.
Yes, it is, my friend. Congratulations, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chris. Day. That's how I want it done. I like it just like that. Way to go, Chris in Rockville. He gets the bit. He's in.
Yeah, nailed it.
So here's what I wanted to pivot to. Pivot! Pivot! Toby gets it. That's a friend's bit.
A fantastic
Darius
bit.
Doesn't. Strobes doesn't. A lot of you don't. Everybody
Fantastic
sleeps.
scene.
The group could not get through that scene.
Oh, yes.
They screamed laughing. They had to do 1,000 takes.
Yes.
Moving the couch up a New York City staircase. It is a 10 out of 10. Anybody that knows. Anyway, I think that was Ross at his best. Because that was when Ross was at his whiniest.
Yes.
Oh, Marcel. Oh, high rage. Oh,
Yes.
so mopey.
Yeah,
So
annoying.
nasally.
Yes.
Right? That was one of the rare moments he actually got to show some comedic chops.
Yeah, that was perfect. Chandler's obviously great alongside Rachel. Just perfect scene.
It was great.
One of the top 4 in Friends history.
Hard to say exactly where, but it's up there.
Yeah.
You don't have to go too far down before you get to it. I mean, the contest, not the Seinfeld contest, but the trivia challenge for the apartment.
Yes.
To me,
Transponster.
That's not even a word. The beauty of that scene, because it's show lore, the show doing its own show lore.
Yeah.
And you've got
Which
to
is
be
kind of a flex.
It's exactly. It's not even kind of. It is a flex. It is a flex master. It is the Bowflex. You can't do that unless you already know, unless you're a buzzsaw, unless you've already kind of kicked all the ass and recognize that you're on top.
Yeah.
You're doing show trivia on the show, which is amazing.
10 out of 10 if you can pull it off.
Yeah, usually it's like a clip show where it's like, it reminds me of season 2 when we said this. I don't know why it's a Seinfeld bit doing that, but yeah. But they did an insider's trivia challenge about the show, and it was perfect. Ms. Chandler Bong. Amazing. Anyway, so we've got a couple sporting events going on right now where ticket prices are at the core of it. For all the joy and how awesome it is.
Yes.
For sports fans to watch the World Cup, how great these finals have been in terms of theater, despite the Spurs blowing a couple leads, it still led to one of the most talked about, games in recent sports memory. What OG Anunoby did, that sequence of chase down block to, Superman tip in, will go down in Knicks lore if they finally close this thing out, and it should. Amazing. But again, your get-in price depends on where you ask, where you find it. $7,000 on the floor seats are $100-some thousand, maybe even more. It ain't getting cheaper. And I'm not trying to pick on anybody. I'm just saying this is what's happened, okay? But remember, it wasn't that long ago that there was a big to-do. You guys probably remember some news about it, where, hey, Capital One Arena, those guys might vacate and go to Northern Virginia. They might do it. Everybody threw a fit. Everyone had a big hubbub. There was a big tizzy, some ballyhoo, some tomfoolery. And eventually a deal is settled, an accord is reached, and hundreds of millions of dollars go from the city to building renovations and the like. And I'm sure someone could show me a line item where it says, here's what we're doing to the 400 so you can actually lean forward without someone yelling at you. Here's what we're doing here to make it better for the regular folks.
Yes.
This HVAC thing, this is for the common man. I'm sure there's some. You know what a lot of it is? Luxury this sponsored lounge.
100%.
This seat hovers. This one vibrates. This one is sponsored by this type of liqueur. This is the luxury experience. And you have to do that in pro sports now to keep up with the Joneses, right? That's the only way to make your money back. And not the only way, but it's one of the main ways to really capitalize and make money on your investment here, where it costs a lot to run one of these sports teams. I think I'm not crying foul, not crying sympathy, just simply saying this is the reality. You combine those three things. These are a couple of data points, right here happening right now. And it led me to wondering, I'm going to let you weigh in on this first, Tobes. We are at a crossroads, in my view, in terms of, is it worth it anymore? For a lot of people that made the decision, no, it's not. For some people, it still is. To be there at that finals game is worth it. I mean, that's how you get the price jacked up that high.
100%.
That's how if you're from Bosnia and Herzegovina, may not have a ton going on, but you're like, you know what? I'm going to be at that stadium to watch my team play. And that's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I'm going to do it. You'll always have some kind of marketplace there. But for the regular folks, is it worth it anymore? We're kind of at that point, I think, where a lot of fans are starting to go, my couch is comfortable. My TV's already paid for. The cable plan, I'm getting Ken boned on that, but whatever. I've already paid that. I got my own snacks that don't charge me $17 for a hot dog and a beer. I don't know, man.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why I enjoy baseball so much is because of the fact that there's so many home games that you can end up with pretty affordable games to go to. Now, obviously, we're privileged to cover the team, so it's not like we're paying to go every Nationals game, but, average fans can still find on a weeknight.
There are plenty of cheap tickets.
Yes. A $15 to $20 ticket to go to a Nationals game. And, that could be in the 400s. That also could be in left field in the 100 level. Like, you can find tickets for Nationals games, as opposed to if you want to go to a Caps game, especially if Ovi comes back this upcoming season, good luck spending less than, $80 to $100? I mean, people are going to want to be in the arena every time he takes the ice next year if it's going to be his final season. If you want to go to a Wizards game when they get AJ DeBonso or Darren Peterson and they've got all the guys and hopefully they're competing for a play-in spot or a playoff spot, I'm assuming their ticket prices are going to go up. And so it ends up in a spot where you do have to decide, because what's a better viewing experience? Sitting in the last row in the corner of Capital One Arena or sitting at home watching the game of Monumental? There's no question what the answer is. It's sitting at home watching the game of Monumental. But there is still so much that goes into being in a game. The experience, I think all of our teams here in D.C. do a really good job of it. Even the Commanders with a trash stadium do as much as they can with the game day experience, that even if you're sitting in the corner of the stadium where it's a tough view of the game, you still get to enjoy so much extra versus, hey, I got to see a little bit better view of the game because I was sitting at home on the couch. So there still is some, but I think at some point, too, you get there as a fan where you're like, well, if I'm not sitting in the 100s or 200s, I'm not willing to go sit in the arena for that game, and paying for what you're going to have to pay to sit in the 100s or 200s then gets to a point where I don't know if it's worth paying for it. So it is an interesting dichotomy now where TV product is so good, Danny, nowadays for all sports, that in a lot of cases, I didn't know that I would get here ever, and I don't know that I will for quite some time, but I don't blame people for saying, I'd rather just watch at home.
I'm now I like going to games. I don't love it anymore. And I know part of that's me getting old, and you can make fun of me, and everybody always does. I'm the curmudgeon. I'm the boring guy that just wants to eat dinner and go to bed. Fine, I'll wear that. But I'm still a consumer. I'm still one of the targets for your thing if you're one of these sports teams. It's such a big production. Now, part of it's because we work in the city. So if I'm going to get kids to a game, it's probably going to be on a weekend. If it's a weeknight, it's a major to-do, and it's hard to do. Get them there for, still come back home in time for bed at their school the next day or camp the next day or whatever during the summertime. But I'm still not getting out of there without spending hundreds of dollars. Even though the Nats do a nice thing. I'm just talking about the Nats, for example. They do a nice kids eat free thing, and that's all awesome, and I'm not begrudging that. But I'm just telling you, if you got kids, when you're in there, it's like, we got to go to the Dippin' Dots. And you just want to watch the game, but it's like, if you're going to keep them happy and keep them hopefully having a good memory or two, you're not getting out of there without going to the team store, without going to get this thing, and they throw out that hot dog, and they want a different one, and this one's got to have ketchup on it, and can I get fries, and blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, it's $200 in. And that ain't easy for everybody to do. So if I'm doing it myself, where I'm going to leave my poor wife to deal with all these hyenas that we have in our household, all these boys, it's got to be like kind of a special thing. Now for work, it's a different animal because I'm doing Nets post game the night, for example.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to a game, it's become more of a production. It's harder than ever, and it feels like it's there less so about the sport that I love and more about separating me from my money. It doesn't feel like the value is where it was. And if I'm going to do it, and I do it, it's more of a okay, instead of, I can't believe I get to go to blank.
Yeah, take my money now.
The thrill that I had, even when these teams were really good, even when the Capitals are competing for Stanley Cups, it's still because it's awesome on TV too. So I just wonder, where are you guys at on this? 800-636-1067. I realize it sounds spoiled. And you want to tell me that? You can. I'm thick skin. I can take it. Very thick skin, by the way. It's pudgy and insulated. Very thick from a large pizza by myself. But if I sound entitled, sound spoiled, tell me so. Totally fine. But these super expensive things, these 3 data points that kind of were rattling through my mind. NBA Finals, World Cup tickets being impossible to get and super expensive, and the renovations going on at Cap One. Again, I'm not picking on Monumental or Cap One or anything. It's this is the business. That's the world. It doesn't feel as worth it anymore to me as a sports consumer. That's, my life is in sports, and I like going to games. I don't love it anymore, and that's the trend line. That's the direction we're going. 800-636-1067. Where are you at on going to games? Does it still feel worth it to you? It's great, Danny, here on the Fan. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just kind of the same old, same old. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers. That's win or lose. Use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, games, tickets, and so much more. And if you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop. Tap it every Friday and see what all the fuss is about. So switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. I love it. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. Fanatics Sportsbook. Download the app today. World Cup is well underway. The Canadians just tied it at 1 against Bosnia-Herzegovina. They could not lose that game.
No.
And have the kind of World Cup they want to have. There's a buzz. There's a buzz Burbank up there about that group. They are one of those frisky long shots that absolutely could make the following round here, get out of the group stage. And losing your first match, being one of the only host countries to do that besides Qatar in 2022, would not go a long way towards those goals. But speaking of goals, they got one. It's 1-1, and they are threatening here with only a handful of minutes left in regulation in their opening match against Bosnia.
It's pretty cool that they're doing the North America's hosting this, right? Most of the matches are in the United States, but you've got Canada hosting matches, Mexico hosting matches. Did you see they're doing that for the next World Cup as well? But they're doing it with Morocco, Spain, and Portugal. I think that's really cool when you're able to incorporate a region and not just one country.
I'm with you on that. I loved, again, even though the times weren't terribly convenient for us here in the States, but when they did it in Asia, where it was, again, multiple countries all hosting, and you get a little bit of a different feel and flavor for it. But yeah, it's a big deal. So, but the reason I bring the World Cup up, it's happening. USA plays tonight. We know all about that. But it's one of the 3 data points that have been kind of rattling around in my brain here, Tobes, about pricing people out of stuff and bitching about stadium prices and things like that and tickets. That's not new. I'm not inventing the wheel here on this one. This is something that's been on fans' minds forever. People have been complaining about the cost of going to games since I was a kid, and that's unchanged. You get the guys at my dad's age at that time. He's probably as old. I'm as old now as he was when we were going to Orioles games.
Yeah.
And he's going, I remember we used to get in for 50 cents in the bleachers. I remember this popcorn used to cost $1. Yep. And I'm like, I don't know how to explain it to you, old man. It's the way inflation works. It's the way pricing works. They can afford to charge more, so they're going to. Can I have a popcorn? You know what I mean? And now I'm doing the same thing, and my kid's like, that's great, Dad. Give me the Dippin' Dots.
Yeah.
So I know this isn't new or revolutionary, but it does feel different to me now. Whereas before, there was always a little section. You go to games. It used to go in the Landover Mail at the USA Arena or the Capitol Center, whatever it was called. Yeah, the guys on the glass was a little bit different. Yeah, the guys on the hardwood at the Bullets game a little bit different. Yeah, the guys in the Terror Club, everybody should get to do that at least one time. They're treat you nice, and it's different.
It's awesome.
There's always been a section.
Yeah.
Right? There's always been a thing. I got to sit in dream seats once, going to Nubs Field years ago. I was in row 1, seat 1. All the hot dogs I could eat. And I was Danny Chestnut that day, my friends. It was when Clinton Portis took that first carry of the season to the house. I said, we're going to the Super Bowl. I'm going to have 1 hot dog for every yard.
Did they go to the Super Bowl?
No. Not that year. Still waiting on that.
Yeah.
Everyone has that small subsection that's luxury.
Sure.
Right? That's always been a thing. Well, now that's more everywhere. And the trend is you get these guys, again, from Monumental, and it sounds like I'm picking on them. It's just here. But I can't remember the dude's name. He's like some fancy made-up sounding title, the liaison for rich guys or something, whatever it's called. And they're talking about experiences. You know what I'm talking about, Darius? The thing I'm talking about? Where the guy's like, I don't think that's the name I'm thinking of. But it's like this experience, and we're doing this, and all these luxury activations. And isn't there a sporting event? Isn't there a basketball game?
Yes.
Isn't there a hockey game? That one. That's the important thing. And I get it. You've got to, but that's the trend line now. It's more towards the luxury experience than it is fan at sporting event. And it feels like we've crossed a threshold there, and it's no longer as much fun or as worth it to me on a general basis to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because I'm just looking right now. The World Cup opener for the U.S. tonight against Paraguay in L.A., resale tickets are now topping $1,300. And that ain't to sit right next to the field, Danny. It's not to sit, right behind the bench. That's to sit in the corners of the stadium near the top. And I think that's the tough part, Danny, is seeing the sports at times turning into corporate crowds instead of great crowds. And it's not like there weren't great atmospheres at MSG. It's not like there's not great atmospheres at these different places. But it is tough because we see a sporting event every year where the ticket prices are ridiculously high, and compared to the atmospheres throughout the rest of its playoffs, it is kind of dull and library-like. That's Super Bowl. Every single year, you're priced out as fans. You have next to no chance to go unless you want to spend an arm and a leg, and you're even then sitting in the top corner of the stadium. And so, in turn, you end up with a wine and cheese crowd where it's a very, very dormant crowd compared to what you see in the AFC NFC championship, compared to what you see in the divisional rounds. And I get that that's a home field versus a neutral site game, but that's something that I hate about how sports has gotten to an extent where so much, I think maybe with social media and stuff, it's so much like, hey, I don't actually really care that much, but let me take a selfie because I'm here, right? Like, I'm not going to create the environment, but let me quick take a selfie because I was at the NBA Finals. Not to say that everybody does that, but with it becoming more and more of it like that, you end up with a little more sterile crowds. They're going, they don't really care about the price because they're getting fronted by their company or whatever, some of these influencers and different things. So it is just a different experience overall. I still enjoy going to games. I think I'm always going to enjoy that atmosphere, but it isn't quite the same and as special as, when you're going as a kid and it's like, hey, we bought $10 tickets to go sit in the corner up in the top of the stadium and enjoy it. It's more of I don't know how to describe it, but the way that you were putting it, where it's an experience that isn't necessarily focused on the game anymore, which is a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, and I get it. And, and Nats Park, I think, again, they do a really good job of trying to cater to everybody. Because I think you have to when you're open as often as they are. So they've got that playground out there in center field, and there's something for everybody to do. And there has to be in order to get folks in the door. But it feels like if you don't have to do that, you're not doing it in a lot of cases and spaces. So just interesting. Anyway, that was on my brain, so appreciate you guys indulging us in that conversation. 525, Jamie Watson, Fanatics Soccer Insider, will join us to break down what we've seen so far in the Cup and talk about Team USA's chances not only tonight, but in the group stage. Next, there are a bunch of stars sitting courtside in New York, right? You've seen the LA version of that where it's famous people trying to be seen. Who would be DC's version if we ever got to one of those NBA finals? Who would be sitting courtside for us? Toby in for GP. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. World Cup Day 2, Game 1 of the second day. Canada and Bosnia went to a tie. Canada scoring a goal in the second half to tie it up after Bosnia scored in the 21st minute. United States gets their World Cup underway tonight against Paraguay at 9 o'clock at SoFi Stadium in L.A. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series at Nats Park against the Mariners tonight. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell starts for the Nats. Bryce Miller goes to the hill for the M's. Hockey last night, Stanley Cup Finals. The Hurricanes beat the Golden Knights 4-2 in Game 5 to take a 3-2 series lead. Game 6 on Sunday. Game 5 of the NBA Finals tomorrow. Knicks and Spurs back in San Antonio. New York looking to close it out. They lead the series 3-1. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The World Cup is ongoing. Canada, Bosnia-Herzegovina tied at 1. Welcome back to the show. It's Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Tobe sitting in for Jeeps. 90 minutes. You know, that's not true. Less than that. It's not 90 minutes. It's probably about 75 minutes if I'm being real, right? Not even that, really, because it's 5:04. 70 minutes.
70 minutes.
70 minutes. Okay?
Who's counting, though?
Try to be real with everybody. It's good time for sport. So usually this is the dry period, and it is because there's a dearth of NFL news. We're just like on Brandon Ingram Instagram watch. Brandon Ingram, I'm sure. Why am I watching Brandon Ingram's Instagram?
You really care what he's up to these days?
What's Brandon Ingram up to? Are there any lanky small forwards that are posting? Good Lord. I can't. All right. We're doing Brandon Ayuk Instagram watch. I try not to. You'll notice we haven't talked about that very much. I'm not interested. I don't care where he geolocated his post from. I don't care. I don't care. I can't do it. And they off from it, frankly. There are actual sporting events taking place. College World Series is underway.
Mm-hmm.
This West Virginia story is awesome. They're beating Troy 7-5 in the 9th. World Cup is happening. Team USA plays tonight. NBA Finals are happening. We're doing sport. That's how we're doing it. So the Knicks are in the finals. That's going well for them. You may have heard they're up 3-1. Sir, the thing I was thinking of is, you know about this in LA, and you know about this bit in New York, right? Where fans, celebrity fans, it's like, yeah, you're real fans, but it's also, I'm not going to get the chance to miss being seen and being on the court.
Of course.
We've got our share here in D.C. as well. It's not the same. It's not Hollywood A-listers. It's not like Leo sitting next to Jack Nicholson or whatever in L.A., and it's not Jerry Seinfeld and Larry David hanging out next to each other in New York. It's not Chris Rock, Spike Lee, the whole nine. But we get some pretty good level celebs in town as well. Or at least guys that might come back for it, even if they don't live here full time. Who would be our celebs sitting courtside where there's a pause in the action of Mike Breen pans over, the camera pans over, Mike Breen shouts out this guy. There's Jimmy Fallon. There's Timothy Chalamet. Blah, blah, blah. Here's this dude. Who would be our crew? Who would be in our group of like 10 to 12 celebs that you would see on camera all the time?
Yeah, it's tough because, you know, how many of them are fans of the local teams? Because generally you'd like them to be, you know, generally you're thinking Wizards, right? I mean, because that's the one where it's the most prominent.
Easiest to see, yeah. So let's say the Wizards are in the finals. Again, don't laugh. Stop laughing. In this hypothetical, the Washington Wizards are in the NBA finals. And everybody... No! I said no! No! It's a fun hypothetical. Don't be a jerk about a studio audience. All right? Okay, but try it one more time. In this hypothetical, the Washington Wizards are on the NBA Finals. I mean, and it's the one with the claps, too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's tough.
That's the harder one. That's the harsher one. Where it's like, it's so crazy and
yeah.
stupid. All right.
But I think your first thought, you're thinking Wale, right? I mean, that's got to be top of mind.
First name.
And then I'm trying to think outside of that. Dave Chappelle?
See, this is where I was going. There are a bunch of guys and gals that don't live here now, but they're very DC area. The first one is Chappelle.
Yeah. I mean, you would think that he'd be there, right? He's someone that's prominent. I mean, someone that's been embraced by this local community recently as an athlete currently. Francis Tiafoe is probably going to be there. He's a well enough known name.
Of that.
And then you start to get into maybe just former athletes from the area. I mean, there's still other celebrities, but it's not quite the A-list of a New York, but it's still a good list.
Here are a couple others that I thought of, and I want your calls, 800-636-1067. You get to nominate one person that's going to sit on our star row. So far, I think let's cap it at how many? We're going to cap it at 12? That's about the number of like prominent celebs that are there. So far, I think we got consensus on Chappelle.
Yep, Chappelle.
Yes, all agreed? Strober, show of hands. Show me your hands, Strobes. That's one, that's two, that's Darius. Chappelle. Chappelle is in our group of 12. We throw another one at you. John Bernthal. The Punisher.
Yes.
Right? He's in a bunch of stuff. He's a really good actor. He went to Sidwell. He played catcher on a fall baseball team I was on. We played for Coach Beatrice. He was the catcher during a perfect game in fall baseball. I played second base. Who played short that day? Michael Block played short. Michael Block's a pretty good player, but he went to Sidwell, and that's where the coach coached at Sidwell. There's probably another guy who could have played shortstop then. This guy was an All-Met player. And he went on to have a really good college career at GW. And he hosts an afternoon drive show in D.C. What's that, Darius?
I mean, I can't let you just drop the word Sidwell multiple times and you don't do the bit. Come on.
To be clear, I'm not talking about my daughters, even though they did. I'm talking about the Bernthal family. Couple prominent guys, two are businessmen, and one conducts business in film where he throat chops some MFers whenever they step to. There you go. It's not as good as Grant's. It's not as good as Grant's, Darius. You going to embarrass me like that? But they go to Sidwell Friends.
I think Bernthal definitely gets a seat there.
Do we agree on Bernthal? 1, 2, 3, 4. The panel says universal yes. So I got John Bernthal on
Slick Vic Ferreira text as well, so that's 5. Consensus.
And Vic is in on Bernthal?
Yeah. So he texted me as well.
Vic is in on Bernthal. There we go.
There we go.
All right, that's 2. I got another nominee. Now, you guys don't know her well enough, and her post, the biggest thing she's done, a lot of guys kind of stopped after that. She has had massive roles in really successful TV shows and has a nice little role in Marvel these days. Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Went to Holton Arms School. That's DC area's own Julia Louis-Dreyfus. That's Seinfeld. That's Veep.
Yeah.
That's, what's her name in Marvel, Darius? She made Bob.
She goes by Valentina.
Valentina, thank you very much. They basically, her experiment turned on her, and Bob is Sentry, and that's bad. You pretty much can't let him be Sentry because then he turns into the Void, and it's a whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I had no idea she had ties here.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus, all in favor.
100%.
The panel agrees. Well, I'm on fire over here.
Yeah.
Julia Julia Dreyfus.
Yep.
Julia Louis
Dreyfus.
All right.
Is Wale on there? I feel like he is. Or is he kind of on the edge?
I think we could vote. Wale's not on the edge. It's the first name I thought of.
Yeah.
Oh, Wale. Right?
And he's the one, I mean, it'd be wrong not to have him on the list. He's the one that most prominently claims most of our teams.
Yes, and he's a fan.
Yeah.
And this is not me knocking Wale. I'm thinking of this. Camera pans to Wale. I'm in Sandusky, Ohio. Do I know?
Maybe not.
Do I know who John Bernthal is?
Yes.
Do I know who Julia Louis-Dreyfus is?
Yes.
I sure as bleep know who Dave Chappelle is.
Yeah, of course.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, he's probably closer to 12th than he is to 1st, but I think he deserves a spot.
Can we say, let's leave him as a nominee.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay, I'm going to put Wale down there. All right. 800-636-1067. I don't want to take everyone's suggestions, but I have a couple more on my own. Martin Lawrence. Martin Lawrence is DC area suburb. I believe he's from Landover or kind of points close in. Wildly successful comedic actor. His show Martin ran forever, where he played multiple characters. Successful actor after that. everything from Blue Streak to movies with Will Smith, where there's Bad Boys 2, Bad Boys 7, Bad Boys Fast and Furious, whatever. A lot of that stuff. Martin Lawrence, pretty famous. Martin Lawrence.
100%.
Martin Lawrence is in. Nomination. Hands up for Martin Lawrence. I got 1.
100%.
I got 2. I got 3. I got 4.
Come on. Everybody knows Martin Lawrence.
Everyone knows Martin Lawrence, right? All right. Last one. Nomination before I take your calls. 800-636-1067. This one, I might lose some of the young people.
Okay.
Dave Grohl. Dave Grohl. Drummer for Nirvana. Frontman for Foo Fighters. Basically Springfield / Falls Church. DC area. Dave Grohl. Pretty famous. But again, doing the same deal, the test. Somebody in Topeka, Kansas. Camera pans to Dave Grohl. Do they know before the little chyron comes up? I know Dave Grohl, but I'm a man of a certain age.
Yeah, I know the Foo Fighters.
Yeah.
I don't know Dave Grohl.
Dave Grohl's going to be tough for me to get in there. Let's leave him as a nominee.
Yeah,
I don't sense a lot of support for Dave Grohl. I support Dave Grohl, but I'm fully aware that it might not pass the young person test. All right. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Doyle in Richmond. We're taking nominees for our celebrity sightings at a Wizards finals appearance that has not happened since before I was born.
Hopefully it happens soon.
Hopefully it happens soon. Doyle, Richmond, who you got?
I have Pat Sajak.
That's a good one.
Boom.
National games.
Yep.
Throw him in.
That was a guy, and thank you very much, Doyle.
It's a good one.
He was on my list. I didn't want to take it from everybody. I think Pat Sajak, instantly recognizable. Everybody knows him. Pat Sajak, all in favor?
Yes, 100%.
I got 4. Strobes, what show did Pat Sajak host?
I don't know.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. How does he not know Pat Sajak?
He's a young person.
I'm not that much older than him, and I know Pat Sajak.
I know you do, Tobes, and this is going to sting a little bit. You're going to come to realize, as you get older and older, young people don't know anything. And in addition to not knowing anything, they think nothing before them happened.
I mean, what in the world?
Yeah.
No, I know this show. I just didn't realize he was the one that hosted it.
Pat Sajak and Vanna White? You didn't hear that a million times?
What do you mean, Strobes?
I mean what I mean. I didn't know he was the one that hosted it.
You've heard of the show, but didn't know he hosted the show?
Yeah, I didn't know the name of the person who hosted it. I know the name. I know the show.
What's the show?
Wheel of Fortune.
I mean, you just looked it up, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah. It never occurred to you that he was the host?
No.
Who'd you, like, if I'd asked you for $1 million, who hosts Wheel of Fortune?
I would have known.
You wouldn't have known. Okay.
No.
I mean, you hear Pat Sajak a million times watching that show. I grew up watching it all the time.
Everybody did. Everybody did.
Man.
Let's go to John in La Plata. John, celebrity at the hypothetical Wizards finals.
All right, I got Chuck Todd, Wolf Blitzer, genuine and honorable mention. Of course, Grave Danny got to be there. Thank you.
No, but John, don't do it. That's very sweet of you. Can you imagine the camera pans to me? No, wrong. That would be a terrible use of camera time.
And look, here's Danny Rouillet.
But see, that's the first thing people think of is like, because these guys are correspondents or they're doing the nightly news. CTZ, aka Chuck Todd, and Wolf Blitzer. Yeah, they're recognizable.
Yeah,
right? Everyone knows who they are. But is that the juice? Is that the star power?
I mean, it's in DC. So, like, there's going to be a little bit of that mixed in naturally just because of the area. But, it's not going to be as fun as Martin Lawrence, right? Or Dave Chappelle.
So he said one other. Who was the other name that he said besides before Grant and Annie? I'm blanking. He said Chuck Todd, Wolf Blitzer.
I missed the other one.
Yeah, there's somebody else. He said Francis Tiafoe. Now, Tiafoe is another very interesting name here. Do enough people know that guy?
I think he's starting to grow. Because
if you're in tennis, you know.
I think he's starting to grow because he's had enough where he's the last American in a major. And so a lot of people get behind Francis Tiafoe. So I think his fame has grown enough that it's no longer just he's a fun DMV guy. I think it's grown to enough that people nationally would know Tiafoe. Because he's one of the top American players. Now, I know tennis isn't that popular of a sport comparatively.
Because there aren't that many great Americans.
But I do think that Tiafoe would be recognizable.
I have seen him on television a couple times, And I've had to go, who's that? And you've been annoyed at me, and you said it's Tiafoe. And I went, oh, crap, that's right. So that one's tough for me. Again, I'm not knocking any of these guys. These are all more accomplished people than me. But we've already got Chappelle, Bernthal, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Martin Lawrence, and Pat Sajak.
So
does Tiafoe sound like the sixth guy on that list to you guys? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's tough because if we're going athletes, I mean, you've got to go back to 80s and 90s skins.
Sugar Ray Leonard. Yeah, I mean, then we start going down a different road. All right, I'm ready. You want to? Let's vote on Tiafoe. Is Tiafoe part of our group of 12? Hands.
How many do we have already? 5?
We have 5.
I don't know if I can because I could think of 2 or 3 skins that should be on above him.
Darius hands down, Strober hands down, and now Toby hands down. Tiafoe didn't make it.
That's tough.
That's tough, by the way. So much more accomplished than all of us. And now we're telling him he can't be on our celebrity list?
He can be in the Tate McRae, Haley Bieber suite that gets shown later on.
Yeah, you can be in the suite, Francis.
Yeah.
You've earned it. Again, you're excellent, and you're awesome. I'm a Tiafoe fan. Not as big enough fan to recognize you on television every time you're on, unless there's a little Chiron.
Next time when he wins a slam is next, whichever one's next.
Yeah.
When he wins a slam, he can tell us to shut up and he can sit courtside.
Yeah. Strobes.
I feel like I have a strong candidate, but the hypothetical, because we're at a Wizards game, might make him not able to be part of this list. Could Kevin Durant be part of the list because it's a Wizards game?
Yeah.
This is a tough question.
Is he wearing a Wizards uniform?
Here's what I'm going to do. I don't count Walt Clyde Frazier, for example. I don't count Willis Reed, or I don't count some of the other former Knicks greats. Bill Bradley's up there. Now, he's also a senator, but I don't count those guys. They're dignitaries, and they're team-related, even though Durant's not, because he famously said no when they were like, will you take a meeting? And he was like, no. They're like, really? He's like, yeah, stop calling. Lose my number.
Leave me alone.
Yeah. And they're like, great, we'll just sign Andrew Nicholson. That's the same. Hey, is John Mahimi available? Of course he is.
He definitely is.
Here's 4 years. Anyway, Ernie Grunfeld was the GM for years after that. By the way, I'm not bitter about it still. These are good nominees. I have a couple more. You guys have some good ones on the phone, too. 800-636-1067. I think we have to say no basketball players count on this list. They're welcome. KD can absolutely come to my finals. If I'm in the finals, everybody's welcome to come. But he's not going to count on our star list. Does that make sense, Stropes? We're going to separate that list a little bit. KD, superstar, Hall of Famer, one of the greatest basketball players to come out of this region.
And how are we doing athletes, period? Like, you can have football players there?
Now, this is where we get into an interesting place. That's something that's worth discussing.
Because Alex Ovechkin, too?
Alex Ovechkin, too.
I mean, he has to be there.
He's a celeb. 800-636-1067. Somebody drops off. We're trying to be like New York, not in the like throw eggs at players and not in the like trash public property kind of thing. But we're in the finals. We're coming up with who our celebrities are that are getting shown on television. We got a working list. We're taking a total of 12. We've got 5. Your call's next.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. First match of day 2 of the World Cup is in the books. Canada ties with Bosnia in Toronto 1-1. United States will get their World Cup underway tonight against Paraguay. 9 o'clock kickoff for that one at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. In baseball, the Nationals getting set for a 3-game series at Nats Park against the Seattle Mariners starting tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Zach Littell starts for the Nationals. Bryce Miller goes to the hill for the Mariners. Nats and Mariners, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Stanley Cup Finals Game 5 last night. Hurricanes got the better of the Golden Knights 4-2. Carolina leads the series 3-2 with a chance to close it out on Sunday for Game 6. Game 5 of the NBA Finals will be tomorrow. Knicks and Spurs in San Antonio. The Knicks looking to close it out. They lead the series 3-1. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We're having a bit of fun, letting our hair down. We're compiling our own celebrity thing. We're looking for DC celebrities that they would show on camera if and when my and your Washington Wizards make the NBA Finals.
Yeah, when AJ DeBonsa takes us there in 3 years.
Right.
Who's sitting courtside? Who's
That's
getting shown by the ESPN cameras?
Now, and what we're saying is there are going to be others, too. There'll be plenty of athletes, plenty of guys that played sports at the highest level, plenty of gals, too. But we're talking about that celeb factor. And here's the way I was quantifying it to our very own Slick Vic Ferreira. By the way, Vic would not make this cut, respectfully.
You sure?
Yeah. I think that's fair to say. I think that's okay. A lot of us wouldn't. That the instant, that millisecond before the chyron catches up, and tells you who it is, you already know.
Yeah.
And it's not just that guy from that thing, or it's not just like, oh, this guy's on the news. It's like that, oh, that's exciting. Respectfully, I don't know how excited I'd be to see Wolf Blitzer. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's no disrespect to Wolf Blitzer or CTZ, my guy Chuck Todd, who a lot of people said I look like when we both had goatees back in the day. It was like, dude, you kind of look like Chuck Todd. I was like, no, he looks like me. Anyway, point is, I don't know if that's that captivating. But again, people would recognize them because they're on TV every night on the news. But our list so far, Dave Chappelle, John Bernthal, Julie Louis-Dreyfus, Martin Lawrence, and Pat Sajak. Looking for some others. DC celebs. Let's go to Leon in Gainesville. I like this one. Leon, who do you got?
All right, man. I got a big 3 for you. Robert Duvall, Sandra Bullock, and Sheila Johnson, BET fame.
Ooh, okay. Appreciate that. Now, Sheila Johnson, wildly successful person, more, I would say, if I can be so bold, more successful than me. I think that's fair, right? Is that fair to say, Darius? You think that's too far?
Yeah.
No? You think why would you say I'm more successful than her? Why would you say that? No, I don't have more money than she does. That's ridiculous, Darius. God. Okay, Sandra Bullock, yes. Arlington. That counts. Sandra Bullock. Is Robert Duvall a DC guy? Now, I didn't know about that? Look that up, Tobes.
That's what I'm looking. I don't know. Let's see. Robert Duvall was born in San Diego.
San Diegoans?
Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to find... Spent much of his childhood in Annapolis.
So I'm going to say no to that one. I'm going to make a ruling there. I'm going to say no, Robert Duvall. Incredibly accomplished actor, all-time great. You disrespect, you know who really does it. Strober disrespects his role in Godfather.
Of course he does.
Okay. But I want to put Sandra Bullock up for a vote. I think Sandra Bullock is in. I think she's instantly recognizable. Instantly. America's Lady Next Door, one of America's sweethearts. Everybody likes Sandra Bullock.
Of course.
You don't know the name of that rom-com that she was in, but you saw it. I guarantee you saw it. Sandra Bullock, all in favor?
Of course.
Strobe says no?
Are you kidding me?
Strobes, are you out on Sandra Bullock being there?
I was doing so. What, Sandra Bullock?
Oh, he wasn't listening to the show that he works on.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Sandra
is what I do all
Bullock,
the
are you
time.
in?
Yes,
I know,
I'm in.
joking with you. Sandra Bullock? Okay, that's our 6th.
Okay.
There we go. Because you're sitting there poker facing me. I'm going, dude.
I mean, I was hoping you knew who Sandra Bullock was.
So now we got 6. This is a good one here. You jump to the front of the line. Tony in D.C. This is a good one. What do you got?
I got Taraji P. Henson.
This is what I wanted to nominate, and thank you very much, Tony. Now, Taraji P. Henson is a hilarious comedian. Okay? I don't know if she's household name instantly recognizable. And I know that's going to stun a lot of people, but I think a lot of folks are going, that's half and half. If you know, you already know. She's a D.C. area. She went to Howard, I believe.
She did.
Great actress. Has been in a bunch of different things. Everything from Hidden Figures to TV shows. Empire's what she's best known for.
I didn't remember her name, but you immediately see her and recognize her.
Yeah, you if you know, you know.
Yes.
That's a hard one. I'm trying to do the random person in, I don't know, name that, in Idaho, watching the finals. Taraji P. Henson is on that millisecond. Do they know? Or is it, isn't she in that thing? Who's that? Oh, it's Taraji P. Henson. She was on Empire. Do they know? This is a hard one.
I think they do.
I kind of think they do, but I think she's on the, I've seen her before, and not the household name that the other ones on this list are.
If she's not in the 12, she's like 13th.
Taraji P. Henson to the 12. Show of hands. We're split. Nominee. We'll go back. We have to come back to it.
It's a good nominee, though.
It's a very good nominee. This is why we're here.
Yeah.
This is why we play the game. Give me, let's go Craig and Stafford. Craig! What's up, bud?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great, man.
Good. So how about the greatest female Olympic swimmer of all time, Bethesda's own Katie Ledecky?
Katie Ledecky. Nobody's more accomplished. Does everyone know?
I think so.
Do you think?
I think people know Katie Ledecky.
Do people know Katie Ledecky before the Chiron comes up?
Yes, I think you know Katie Ledecky.
Katie Ledecky belongs on the list with Chappelle, Bernthal, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Martin Lawrence, Pat Sajak, Sandra Bullock?
Yes.
You guys all think so?
I think so.
Katie Ledecky to the list of 12. Because keep in mind, if we get 12, we can't bump people off.
I think so.
Katie Ledecky to the 12, show of hands? All 4 of us. Wow.
Now,
I actually thought that'd be tougher.
Here's something we were talking about in the break.
And
I need to get a ruling from those in the aquarium. So, Darius, Strobes, feel free to weigh in. This guy is known for Baltimore, but this team used to play in Baltimore in the Wizards, and there's no NBA team closer. And even though he's known as Baltimore, he could potentially be at a Wizards game. Michael Phelps. Does Michael Phelps count for here in D.C.? Or is that a Baltimore thing and leave him out?
I'm going to say no to that. I think that's a Balmer thing. Now, here's the thing. Baltimore doesn't have a basketball team. They don't have a hockey team. So
Washington used to be playing Baltimore.
Washington used to play up there. But that feels like he's in an Orioles World Series game.
Yeah.
I don't know that if he's at... Now, he's recognizable. He's more recognizable than anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's in the same... I mean, he's more recognizable than Katie Ledecky, even, I would say. But I think he's in that same sort of boat. But does he count for D.C.?
I say no.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Darius, no? Or yes? If it's yes, we got to put him on the nominee list.
Well, I'd be the only yes, so I'm outvoted.
No, Toby's a yes, I think.
Oh, wow. I'm going yes. I think,
man,
I know.
Now we have a situation.
I think Baltimore
what do
counts.
Bylaws say about the voting and nomination process?
That's tough.
You just said Baltimore counts?
I think
How
it does.
casual was that, by the way?
Just because it's basketball. If it was any of our other sports, no, it wouldn't count. Well, I guess hockey would count.
Well, and then here's the tough part, because that brings in other athletes from Baltimore. Like,
yes, Cal Ripken there?
Yeah, like, does Cal Ripken count? That's the tough part about it.
Give me Larry Sheets watching from the... right. Brian in Arlington. Oh, hey, Brian.
Commander Danny, my fellow nerd. I don't know how you missed this one. Drax the Destroyer, Dave Bautista.
Dave
so many
Bautista.
Times coming out as a wrestler, he would wear a Georgetown jersey, a Bullets jersey. I feel like that's a slam dunk.
I think it's a slam dunk, too. Dave Bautista.
Yes.
Now, Dave Bautista doesn't even get to Marvel movies. You just go Bautista from wrestling. There's enough popularity there where people would know. Now, because he's been in Marvel, and he's hooked on a feeling, Guardians of the Galaxy style.
Yep.
I'll do you one better. Why is Gamora? That's a Batista line.
Mm-hmm.
Dave Batista in our list of 12, show of hands.
Yes.
1, 2, 3. We got 4. Consensus. Dave Batista is in.
How many are we up to now?
All right, let me count that up for you. That's 2, 4, 6, 7. We have 8. We have 8 of our 12.
4 more spots to fill
indeed.
on Celebrity Row at the NBA Finals.
Now, this is where it's going to get complicated. John in Columbia. John, what do you got for me?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Great show. Couple things, and I'll be quick. Robert Duvall was living here. He lived down in the Plains, Virginia, for like the last 20 years of his life.
Did he
but
really?
He died about 3 months ago. So he's not going to make it to the game because he passed away.
Okay.
So,
thank you for that news. Sorry to hear.
Yeah.
That's a bummer.
But hey, no, that's right. But hey, listen, like the nation's biggest basketball guy, ties to the D.C. area. How do you not have Barack Obama on the list?
House in Calorama. This is one I wanted to save because what are the criteria we're using? Famous?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty famous. The leader of the free world, still very much public figure.
He was just playing golf with a couple of the Commanders players
You know,
not that long
is
ago.
obviously the hoops guy.
Yeah.
Still has a home here in D.C. Feels like President Obama would be part of that group of 12.
Now, does it preclude him since he was a Bulls fan before?
I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer because he's obviously not from D.C.
Yeah.
Again, it's D.C.'s adopted. I don't know if you have
feel
to
like
be,
when you're a president, you can adopt D.C.
Yeah, you live there. You know what his address was? Yeah, we do.
Like, I think when you are president, regardless of how many terms, like you get to claim D.C.
He was here, right? And again, they still have a home here. So, but again, that would be an adopted thing where it's like that Adam Sandler, for example, was born in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
I think he was born in Brooklyn, but lived in New England most of his life. But still, like he's a New York guy. Same with you could pick your person. If they're Taylor Swift, for example, yeah, they're going to get shown on the jumbotron, but it's like that's not New York's.
No,
right?
I mean, I think by the criteria, he definitely fits. Obviously,
because again, I don't know if there's a more famous person.
Yeah,
anywhere. President Obama, hands.
Yeah,
4 out of 4. There we go. That one's done. All right, let's go to Carl in Upper Marlboro. Carl, who you got for me? Our celebrity row at this Wizards NBA Finals game.
Yeah, you guys count Baltimore. Who could be more famous than Oprah?
Now, appreciate you. Okay, so what are Oprah's Baltimore? I know she's done philanthropic stuff where she's donated to stuff in D.C. I don't think there's a D.C. tie other than that I know of. And if I'm missing something, I apologize. But I don't associate Oprah with D.C. at all.
Yeah.
Again, she's famous.
Yeah, I mean, she's famous. I don't know the D.C. ties. So I think I'd have to pass on that one.
Oprah, all in favor? 4 hands down. I had to give that 4 thumbs down. Let me go to Steven in Laurel. Steven's got an interesting nominee. What do you got, buddy?
Yeah, he's from out in the Virginia suburbs, but what about Patton Oswalt?
He's Falls Church's own, one of my heroes, one of my favorite comedians, a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant comic. I don't know that Patton Oswalt passes this test. I love me some Patton Oswalt. You're not going to hear me to say a bad thing about Patton Oswalt. A brilliant comedian. I don't think he makes it. I don't think he makes it on this crew of 12. Because again, the other people on this list are presidents, A-list actors, the host of one of the longest running game shows in human history. It's Pat Sajak, by the way, Strobes. I say no to that one.
That's tough. I mean, he's recognizable.
Yes, he is. Patton Oswalt's recognizable. Number of specials, Parks and Rec, everybody knows. Patton Oswalt, show of hands. I got 1, 3 no's. No
All
Patton
right.
Oswalt. Tough break. Let's do...
Tough graders, by the way.
Dude, it's a list of 12. It's really hard when you get down to the nitty-gritty. Let's go to Andrew in... No, I'll tell you what. Let's go to Eric in Arlington. Eric, who do you got for us? Give me a nominee for DC Celebrity List.
Hey, boys, I've got GW's own Kerry Washington.
So is there a tie other than the fact that she went to the George Washington University?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, not that I know of either. So I wonder if that's enough. Strobes, do you have a tie? Do you know something I don't know?
I have a good suggestion for one. We can get into it next if you want.
So I thought you were about to chime in on Kerry Washington. Again, I claim Kerry Washington, having gone to GW. Her, TJ Miller, Colin Powell, a number of pretty famous people, Danny Rouillet. Like, we're listing all the famous people. Just you put them in the same sentence.
I didn't know she's married to Nnamdi Asomugha.
I didn't know that either, actually. I'm not good about who people are dating or married to. She's famous. I say no to Kerry Washington. Not because she's not famous. She is. Everyone knows who she is. But like 4 years of college, I don't know if that now it's the right fit. You know what I mean? But she was like born and raised in Chevy Chase or something.
New York.
Yeah. Feels like a lot of New York and a borrowing.
Yeah.
Let's carry this on. I'm having fun.
I
want more celebs. We got to fill out our list. I think we've got 9 names. 2, 4, 6, 8. We've got 9. I need 3 more on our DC, if they're in the finals, celebrity front row on the hardwood. They get shown on television all the time. That's what we're doing. Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori & Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Welcome back. G&D here on The Fan. Tobes is in for GP. Get you all set for Nat's first pitch if it's going to be delayed. World Cup starts tonight for the United States, plus some NBA Finals. We've got plenty more of that before we get out of here at about 6:14 and 45 seconds to be exact. We're putting together our star-studded group. We've kind of been coming up with the rules as we go. We're thinking no to athletes.
Yeah, so we can bump Ledecky off then, right?
Well, but somebody that's like another basketball player, like former Redskins, the Darryl Greens, the John Riggins of the world.
Niche athletes are fine.
Yeah, like U.S. Olympians that aren't famous for playing basketball or come on one of our big four. Like I don't know how to say it better than that. I think, as you said, niche. So our list right now: Dave Chappelle, John Bernthal, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Martin Lawrence, Pat Sajak, Sandra Bullock, Katie Ledecky, Dave Bautista, and Barack Obama. Very recognizable folks on that list.
Pretty good list.
So I'm going to throw someone right at the head of the queue because this is another one of my nominees for this list. And I want to see if everybody agrees with Sean and I. Sean, who do you got for me?
I got Jeffrey Wright.
Yep. St. Albans School Zone, please and thank you. Jeffrey Wright is one of the best actors in the world.
Yeah.
I am not exaggerating with that. Now, he doesn't have a ton of projects where he's the lead. He's had a couple. He had one satirical movie that was made a couple years ago. I can't remember the name of it because it's not off the top of my head. But a brilliant actor. He was in James Bond, played Felix Leiter, has been in a number of things, and he's just awesome at everything that he does. He was in HBO show Westworld. He was great in that. Is he household name enough? Because he might be on the team of, who's that guy? He's from The Thing.